What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Soul Street unlock Asura template at the start 1 at Chapter 1. Extremely Ashura template Soul Society, North Rukongai District 1. On the Cold Street, a mansion is located, with the words Urahara engraved on the plaque. Under the tallest banyan tree, in a secluded courtyard. A boy of 16 or 17 was slashing at the banyan tree. With a handsome face, slender arms, and black hair hanging down his shoulders, he looks a little thin. Under the meticulous action, there is a firmness that cannot be ignored. Sweat slid down the smooth forehead and flowed over that. Closed eyes. This young man seems to be blind. 2307. He let out a long breath, stopped what he was doing, and turned his head in the direction of the door. Although the eyes can see things, this does not affect the teenager's perception of everything in the outside world. His name is Sufong, Urahara Sufong, the contemporary head of the Urahara family and the only member of the Urahara family. Brother Sufong. A sudden voice sounded in the courtyard, and a red-haired boy hurriedly pushed open the door and trotted over. Toro, the nobles of Seiredi are here. A group of teenagers also followed him in a swarm, and among them a girl with short black hair was particularly noticeable. They looked anxious, as if something extraordinary had happened. The restless atmosphere did not affect Sufong in the slightest, but instead brought out his modest temperament more and more. He put away the knife in his hand, nodded slightly, and looked forward. A noble dressed in luxurious clothes with a reckless expression appeared at the door and looked into the courtyard with disdain. As Urahara, who has left the ranks of the nobles, so lonely. The nobles didn't look at other teenagers, as if looking at them would stain their eyes. Without our protection, Urahara is no more than a pariah. I originally wanted to invite you to become our lower-ranking noble again, but now it seems, it's better. Between the words, there are many fierce, full of disdain. Advertisement. This nobleman came as if to mock the current Urahara family. Shaolin's house. The gentle smile on Sufeng's face remained unchanged, still as warm as the spring breeze. Did you get Yushiru's approval for such behavior? As soon as these words came out, the nobleman's complexion changed slightly, but he recovered quickly and said firmly. Why should the head of the family work for such a trivial matter? If that's the case, then I don't have to worry about it. The blade in Sufeng's hand was raised, and the seemingly light blade was surrounded by the fluctuation of ultimate. Shihuan Lushui's pupils shrank suddenly, and he could hardly believe what was happening in front of him. A guy who has become a civilian, dared to do something to himself. Just a blind man. Immediately, with a ferocious face, he suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a white thunder light jumped in the palm of his hand, scorching the surrounding air. The majesty of the nobility cannot be violated. Hados 33. Kang Fire Pendant. The moment the voice fell, Kang Yan turned into a thick white line that shook the air, making a sizzling sound in front of him, and shot towards Sufeng. Sufeng's expression remained unchanged, and he said lightly, the sword of fluctuation. The power of the wave wrapped around the blade, burst out, and formed a strong burst of ripples, which engulfed the white lightning in an instant. Overwhelming strength, presented in front of Shihuan flowing water. He widened his eyes, staring at the bursting sword pressure, and it crashed down. Boom. Shihuan Liushui, like a cannonball, slammed into the wall behind him, rushing it out of a pothole several meters in diameter, causing a lot of dust to cover everyone's sight. Cough cough. He coughed violently, and the blood dyed his shirt red, looking quite embarrassed. Shihuan leaned against the wall and stood up reluctantly, his face distorted because of the pain in his body, and his previous rebelliousness and disdain were beaten back. Even though he was deprived of his noble status, he was not even a commoner who was Shinigami, how could he? He stared at Sufeng in the distance, fear and doubt in his eyes. With his barren brain, he couldn't comprehend what happened. Advertisement as Shinigami, shouldn't he be invincible and invincible in this Rukongai? But why? Shihuan clenched his teeth, and all the Ryatsu burst out in an instant, and suddenly pulled out the Zanpakudo from his waist, and the sword light surged, trying to cut off the young man in the distance. But before he could swing his blade, the familiar and terrifying sword pressure turned into light, tore through the air, crushed his Ryatsu, and slashed towards his eyebrows in an instant. The sword pressure trembled, and at the last breath, nothingness disappeared, leaving no trace, as if it had never existed. On the other hand, when Shihuan was running water at this time, his pupils were dilated and his eyes were out of focus. The whole person seemed to have just been fished out of the water. Even the Shihuan's emblem of high aristocrat was stained with cold sweat and looked very embarrassed. The terror between life and death made his brain completely shut down at this time, and he fell into a complete blank. Sufeng stepped in front of him, his gentle smile remained the same, as if it had never changed. The Shihuan family, go back and ask the owner of the house to come back. Although the Urahara family has fallen, they are not to be bullied. Looking at the calm young man in front of him, although his eyes were tightly closed, Shihuan Liushui still seemed to be seeing through his soul. All the secrets of his whole body were exposed to him, and there was no privacy at all. That gentle smile, in his eyes at this time, was more like a devil's smile. Even though the sun is hanging high and the scorching sun is falling, Shihuan still feels the biting cold engulfing itself, without the slightest resistance. At this moment, Urahara Sufeng's name was deeply engraved in his mind, and it will never be forgotten. This is the closest Shihuan water has come to death. Sufeng returned to the small courtyard, looking at the stunned crowd, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he said softly. This time, don't worry, right? The peaceful voice was like a breeze, blowing through the hearts of the teenagers, causing them to show a genuinely relaxed smile. As if Sufong was there, everything was not a problem. For this brother-like figure, they sincerely admire and respect, without the slightest distraction. After dismissing the teenagers, Sufong left the area alone and walked towards the periphery. His goal is to have the 3 districts of Lifu Mountain, the temporary residence of Shiba's family. There was a mechanical voice in Sufeng's ear, but he was the only one who could hear it. Sign in task. Please go to Shiba's house to sign in. Close black lens bracket. Task reward. Ge Ashura template increases the progress by 5% and can comprehend the new wave energy. Close black lens bracket. Template progress. Extremely Ashura 15%. Chapter 2 Ultimate's wave power. The Shiba family, one of the 5 nobles of the Soul Society, inherited the special method of Kido and the master's technique of going to Lingwang Palace. The concept of his family is also very special, coexist with all things. Even if it is false, there is the possibility of change. During these years in Rukongai, Sufong had dealt with them once, but they were not very familiar with each other. The only certainty is that the Shiba family has always been very friendly to outsiders, even ordinary civilians. And this is one of the reasons why they relocated from Noble Street to Rukongai. The location of the check-in was Shiba's residence, which was somewhat unexpected. More than 10 years ago, Sufong traveled to the world of Shinigami and became the head of the Urahara family and the only remaining member of the Urahara family. As for the unreliable Urahara Kazuki, he left Soul Society early and went to the world. Originally, Sufong also wants to take advantage of the fact that he is familiar with the plotline, to reach the top in this world and become a famous person in the world. But even as a member of the nobility, he still has no spiritual power in his body. And this also means that Sufong can't become Shinigami, let alone live in this world stably. Aizen, Espada, Hueco Mundo, Uebok, Quincy, Invisible Empire. The world of Shinigami is not as safe as imagined, and even in Rukongai, it is possible to be attacked by wandering spirits or even virtual attacks. Even the aftermath of the battle may affect itself. Fortunately, there is a check-in system binding, so that Sufong will not be helpless in this dangerous world. More than 10 years of intermittent sign-in tasks have allowed him to have a 15% progress of the Ge Ashura template, which can be regarded as a certain self-protection power. The only thing to be aware of is that Sufong doesn't know where his strength in Soul Society falls. This world is composed of spiritual suns, and all spiritual suns have the power of fluctuation. So that although Sufong did not become Shinigami's talent, it did not prevent him from having certain attainments above fluctuations. On Rukongai, the boy closed his eyes slightly, with a gentle smile on his face, and walked slowly inside. Surrounded by the power of fluctuations, the sense of murderous aura is released. The world belonging to Sufong appeared in front of his eyes. Although it is slightly different from ordinary people, it is more detailed. For 10 years, he has traveled through the streets of Rukongai and is very familiar with everything in it. In order to sharpen his fighting skills, Sufong used to walk in the place where the ferocious wandering spirits are located, and the name of the blind boy is widely circulated. Advertisement. Everyone in Rukongai knows that in the North Rukongai district, there is a desolate aristocrat who hates evil. Its power is as terrifying as any Shinigami, and even more terrifying. After all, no Shinigami is as idle as he is, staring at any movement in Rukongai. I don't know how long it took, Sufeng's footsteps stopped abruptly and stopped in place. Rukongai District 3, here we are. The residence of Shiba's family is also reflected in Sufeng's perception. Those strange architectural specifications are indeed incompatible with the surrounding buildings, and can even be described as exaggeration. The house is very conventional, the only difference is that the huge stone arms standing tall on both sides of the house are dozens of meters high. The 2 arms were facing each other, pulling up a stout banner. It has the name, Shiba Kaian, written on it. Sufong shook his head and laughed, and walked slowly to the strange building, but did not hear the prompt of the completion of the task. So, do you still have to enter the room? He raised his brows, thinking about countermeasures. Entel, Tiangfeng, orangutan, spoon, elm stick, the plan of thousands of gray, thousands of wisdom and white clouds. Let's lean towards Taiyan, don't step on the fiery red shadow. Delicious shouts rang out in the building, and what followed was a torrent of ryotsu that could be called a riot. On the blue-gray wall, a tinge of crimson was reflected, gradually dipping into it. Not waiting for Sufong to respond, the violent flame broke through the wall, turned into a fire dragon and roared towards it. Sufong subconsciously pulled out the blade and tried his best to condense it. Wave sword. The bursting ripples suddenly slammed forward as the blade slashed out. The two collide. The interlacing of golden yellow and crimson, a scorching fire glowed in the air, reflecting the nearby blocks. Alala! When the firelight subsided, a panicked voice also came from the hole in the wall, cause trouble, trouble. I saw a tall woman wearing a red blouse with a Uzumaki pattern on it, coming out of Shunpo. Sufong recognized the person's identity. The future owner of the Shiba family, Shiba Sora. Advertisement. She came to Sufong in an instant, pulled up Sufeng's arm, and looked up and down. Huh. Shiba Kong let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately it's fine, otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be difficult for us to explain. I think I've seen you somewhere. With a smile, Sufong broke free from Shiba Kong's palm and introduced himself politely. Under the contemporary head of the Urahara family, Urahara Sufong. Shiba Sora was lost in thought. A long time, she shook her head and said distressedly, I've never heard of it. Only at this time did Sufong realize how unreliable the character of the late royal sister Fan Layman was at this time. I'm so sorry, another voice came, which made Sufeng's spirits up. At the hole in the wall, a figure dressed in a black death tyrant outfit came out of Shunpo. Under the Shiba family head, Shiba Kaiyan. His dark smoky blue pupils were full of apology, and he bowed and saluted, without losing the demeanor of a great noble. It was Kong, he who practiced Kido before, to express our apologies. Please come in and talk. Just like that, Sufong entered Shiba's house smoothly. And when he stepped in from the entrance of the cave, the system's prompt sound also sounded at the right time. Host has arrived at the check-in location. Check-in begins. Close black lens bracket. Sign-in completed. Close black lens bracket. Quest rewards are being distributed. Sufeng's movements were stagnant, and a clear current suddenly flowed through his body, changing himself. The range of murderous perception has expanded again, and everything within a kilometer radius can be seen, under the eyes. The light wind brushed the scorching traces on the ground, and the tiny traces formed could not hide from Sufeng's perception. Template progress. 20%. The new wave energy has been master. Wave burst. Close black lens bracket. Currently master. Wave power, wave mark, wave sword, murderous perception, wave burst. The 5% template progress is enough to take Sufeng's strength to a small level. The 20% template progress seems to be weak, but it is enough to gain a little voice in the early stage of this dangerous world. Chapter 3. Want to get stronger? Sufong was a little surprised by the sudden completion of the sign-in task. But fortunately, the goal was achieved, and it was not a waste of time. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he followed Shiba Kaiyan's footsteps. The interior of Shiba's house is much simpler than Sufong imagined. As one of the great nobles, Shiba's house does not have those luxurious decorations. On the contrary, in the upper space, there is no furniture in sight. Because Kong needs to study the esoteric Kido. Shiba Kaiyan was not wary of Sufong, so without disturbing others, a large area of space was built underground. The spacious underground structure broke into Sufeng's perception. After walking down the long stairs, the three finally came to the heart of Shiba's house. Brother, who is this? The burly young man came to open the wooden door and was startled when he saw Sufong. The current head of the Urahara family, come to visit us. Shiba Kaiyan reluctantly said, it's just that I was almost accidentally injured by Kusaki of Kuzuru. Arrest Sake. Sufong didn't care about Shiba Ganju's strange eyes, but recalled the relevant memories of Kosaki in his heart. In his impression, the name Kusaki is clearly Kido who fired the Hana Crane cannon. Invasion of Seirei and access to Lingwang Palace. But now it seems that its power is also extremely strong, not even weaker than the ordinary Hado. Patriarch Sufong, please also drink tea. Shiba Kaiyan sat at the solid wood table and said apologetically. Kaiyan's head doesn't need to do that. Sufong smiled gently, the current Urahara family is no longer a noble. No, Shiba Kaiyan waved his hand and said, I don't care about the current status of the Urahara family. Every guest who comes to Shiba's family deserves our respect. What's more, Kongi has offended you before, have to say. Shiba Kaiyan's character really can't be faulted. His attitude of neither humble nor arrogant is even more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and it is no wonder that he has so many fans in the 13th division. I have forgiven her. Sufong smiled and nodded, I came here mainly because I wanted to verify one thing. Because soon, I will go to Seirei, so I want to know what my strength is now. I also hope that the head of Kaiyan will give me some advice. Advertisement sudden request. The room fell into silence. Whether it was Shiba Kong or Shiba Ganju, they all looked at Sufong with strange eyes. Hey, don't you have a point in your heart? My eldest brother is the contemporary head of the Shiba family, and the current vice captain of the 13th division. Hesitate for a moment. Shiba Kaiyan smiled heartily. This is naturally no problem. Just borrowing the training room where Kong he usually trains Kido. In the training room. Shiba Kaiyan's expression was slightly correct, looked at Sufong opposite, and said seriously. Please be careful. The other party did not discriminate at all because of identity issues. Instead, Shiba Kaiyan Ryatsu is condensed, the left hand rests on the right arm, and the Kido light blooms on it. O King's Lander. The mask of flesh and blood, all things, the thing that flutters high and bears the name of human beings. The temperature in his palms soared, and Ryatsu gathered in a large number, red light illuminating the entire training room. Hot and turmoil, roll back south across the sea, and move forward. Hado's 31 red cannon. Shiba Kaiyan shouted, his voice echoing in the empty training room. Hey, big brother is so serious. Shiba Gansu stared at every movement of Shiba Kaiyan, that kid doesn't seem to be Shinigami yet. Such a red cannon will not let him die, will it? Boom. Shiba Kong punched him in the head and reprimanded angrily. Stop talking nonsense. People just took over your big sister's Kusaki without preparation, which is enough to prove his strength. If you look down on others casually like you will definitely suffer a big loss. Just as the two were arguing, Sufong finally made a move. I saw him stretch out his right hand as a sign of resistance, and his indifferent voice sounded in the training room, clear and clear. Volatility burst. In an instant, The terrifying power of fluctuation surged out of Sufeng's body instantly, like a dazzling flower in full bloom, violently bombarding the flying red cannon. Boom! The dazzling flowers bloomed, and the skeleton of the evil spirit appeared, covering everyone's heart, and then a silent roar broke out. The collision of fire and skeleton, the fusion of wave power and Ryatsu. Advertisement: there were aftermaths in the training room, and the air was filled with a burning smell, filling everyone's nostrils. The wave erupted and engulfed the red artillery, and without diminishing its power, it advanced in the direction of Shiba Kaiyan. Shiba Kaiyan's pupils shrunk, and he immediately pulled out Zanpakudo to face him. The majestic power came from above the blade, and it almost flew out. The floor made an overwhelmed sound, plowing deep ravines under Shiba Kaiyan's stampede. The tide-like fluctuations spread in all directions, like a deep sea descending, impacting the surrounding reinforced walls. The ferocious skeleton turned into substance, covering the sky above the training room, and the invisible roaring sound covered all sounds. The fluctuation of less than 1/10 of the power broke out, and it's already like this. Sufeng's heart moved slightly, and the power of the vast wave condensed up and suddenly moved away. Then let go of it. Boom! The majestic wave force is like a flood that breaks the embankment, sweeping violently in all directions, directly lifting the roof, revealing the upper building. Shiba's residence was completely collapsed as a result. Your strength is no weaker than any of the officials. After the battle, Shiba Kaiyan commented, "Go to Seirei or something, no need to worry at all." Sufong responded apologetically, "I'm really sorry for causing such trouble to the Shiba family." Shiba Kaiyan waved his hand, "Don't worry about it. It's just a little house building." Although he said so, Sufong still clearly saw Shiba Kaiyan's twitching mouth because of his distress. Rukongai District 1. Sufong, who returned to his residence, found that someone was preparing food in the house under the fluctuating perception. The two who heard the sound quickly walked out of the house and greeted Sufong. "Brother Sufong." The onion-headed girl and the red-haired boy took 3 steps together and walked towards Sufong, taking the supplies he brought back. These two are Rukia and Aburai Renji. Sufong had met them in Rukongai, who were still mobile gangs, and realized that Rukia was special in that she kept everyone around and provided them with food. In this regard, Rukia and others also regarded Sufong as a relative. "Every time we have to ask Brother Sufong to bring back food for us." Rukia's expression suddenly turned down, "We are so useless." Aburai Renji on the side also looked ashamed, bowed his head and said nothing. At this moment, Sufong heard the system prompt sound again. Sign in task. Please go to Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy to sign in and become a student. Close black lens bracket. Task reward. Ge Ashura template increases the progress by 5% and can comprehend the new wave energy. Close black lens bracket. Sufong moved slightly in his heart, reached out and pressed Rukia's small head, smiled and said, "Want to become stronger? Chapter 4 Go to sign up." When the words fell, Rukia's eyes lit up, like stars in the night sky, looking at Sufong with anticipation, and said excitedly, "Is Brother Sufong going to teach me how to become stronger?" Aburai Renji on the side was also not to be outdone, and said hurriedly, "I also want to become stronger, become as strong as Brother Sufong, so that I can protect you." Sufong smiled gently, like a warm spring breeze, and explained, "My method is not for you, but I know there is a place for you. Spiritual Arts Academy, North Rukongai, Shiba Home Station." Click, click. The crisp sound of walking sounded on the street, and a figure wearing a pink feather-woven coat with embroidered patterns appeared at the end of the street. Accompanying her was a petite figure. The strange thing was that she didn't make any sound while walking, as if the Shizune key was pressed. There are traces of that power in the air. Broken Bee frowned slightly, capturing the residual wave power in the air with her Ryatsu. "Hey, it's really troublesome." After getting a report from Shiba Kaiyan, Yamamoto Uenujai asked the two to go to Shiba's house to collect the relevant power residues. After all, Shiba's house is located in the 3rd district close to Seirei, and the fluctuation of the battle between the two directly affected the surrounding residents, and even the captains in Seirei were aware of it. It is because of the particularity of the power of volatility. It also makes them not take it lightly. As the first captain of Gode 13, Kyoraku Shunsui is much stronger than he appears on the surface. At the same time, his knowledge is also far beyond that of his peers. When he noticed the power of fluctuation in detail, the first thought in his mind was trouble. Extremely tricky. Kyoraku Shunsui lowered his hat, crouched on the spot where Sufong had previously used the wave burst, and swiped his fingers on the ground. Quite terrifying aura. North Rukongai, where one of the heroes was guarded by Danzomaru, the Black Ridge Gate. Sufong was wearing the family costume of the Urahara family, with an eye-shaped clan emblem on his arm, followed by a group of young girls. No doubt. Advertisement. Even if the Urahara family has left the ranks of the nobles because of Urahara Kazuki, the heritage they have accumulated is still something that cannot be underestimated. When Danzomaru saw Sufong, there was a natural look of respect in his eyes. After explaining the reason, Danzomaru also opened the siren gate for him and watched everyone leave. Spiritual Arts Academy. As the only way out for the people of Rukongai, the admission gate here is always open. Regardless of your background, as long as you have enough talent, you can join it and change your destiny. The teachers of the Spiritual Arts Academy are members of Gode 13, Kido, and the Technology Development Bureau, who are respectively responsible for their areas of expertise. Among them, there is a captain teaching. In addition to cutting fists and walking ghosts, there are also various fields of knowledge, scientific research and even literature. Only those who meet the standards, or who are particularly excellent, can successfully graduate in the graduation test 6 years later. Of course, there are many talented students who graduated early. For example, Ichimaru Jin, who is currently the deputy captain of the 5th Division, graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy in just 1 year and became the 3rd officer of the 5th Division. In addition, there is Shiba Kyan, who is also defined as a genius. The 6th level spiritual power tested at the time of admission is already worthy of the captain level standard. Similarly, he also graduated in 1 year and directly served as the 3rd officer of the 13th Division. In addition, there is Hitsugaya Dashiro who has not yet entered school. In contrast, although the other graduates who graduated early are also very good, they are a bit bleak compared to these three. Registration Office. Shinigami, who is in charge of this place, looked at the people in front of him with some surprise, and said hesitantly, "Are you all here for admissions?" Sufong smiled softly and said slowly, "Of course, Lord Shinigami has arranged for us to register." Although there were some accidents, the other party dutifully recorded the names and origins of everyone, and then asked everyone to go to the testing place. "Hey, Mr. Renji, will definitely be able to enter the school smoothly and become a strong leader like a captain." Renji laughed out loud, and immediately caught the eyes of the other people who signed up at the same time. Being watched with strange eyes, Rukia immediately jumped up and slapped Renji on the head hard. "Idiot, don't make such strange words, this is Seirei." Many people fixed their eyes on Sufong and others. After realizing that these people were from Rukongai, their eyes became quite unkind. It really is a civilian, and there is no restraint under the public. "I don't have any self-knowledge. The existence of the captain can also be climbed by you?" The one at the head seems to belong to the Urahara family. Advertisement. Someone recognized the family emblem of the Urahara family, and the voice of the discussion suddenly became much quieter. Although the Urahara family is no longer a noble, it is still not something that ordinary people can despise, even if the other party is also a noble. The corners of Sufeng's mouth raised slightly, and a warm smile appeared. "It doesn't matter, Seirei doesn't have that many taboos." With Sufeng's solution, the two of them smirked and stopped, standing beside him quietly. Soon. The psychic test has begun. The assessors took out the nameplate-like things, placed them in front of them, and tested them in the order of registration. For thousands of years, the way of testing spiritual power has been changing, and it is the Technology Development Bureau, which is responsible for scientific research and development, that promotes the change. The so-called nameplate is a new type of spiritual power tester provided by the Technology Development Bureau not long ago, which is enough to accurately judge the strength of the tester's spiritual power. Third-class spiritual power, qualified. In the tense atmosphere, a fair-skinned girl passed first, breaking the atmosphere a little. "Go to the room on the right and take the written test." The girl took the qualification certificate handed over by the examiner and walked to the right with an excited look. Next, Kira Izuru. Hearing the sound, Sufong raised his head and looked somewhat surprised. In his memory, Kira Izuru and Rukia and others should have met on the way to the Spiritual Academy and signed up to join the Spiritual Academy together. But because of his intervention, everything changed. But fate seemed to have a big hand in control, and Kira Izuru appeared at the same time. 5-level spiritual power, qualified. The examiner glanced at the yellow-haired boy with some surprise, and his attitude was obviously much better. "This is your qualification certificate, please take the written test in time." Abarai Renji, Rukia and others also stepped forward one after another and passed the spiritual power test. It is a pity that only the two of them have passed the spiritual power and can take the next written test. As for the others, they were disappointed. Next, Urahara Sufong. As a nobleman who once appeared as a captain and was once very prosperous, the appearance of his name naturally attracted the attention of most people. Countless eyes stopped and looked at it. Sufong didn't care, but took a step forward and put his hand on the spiritual power tester. Next moment, the examiner's surprised voice came. "Ling, 3rd class spiritual power? Chapter 5 New sign and tasks." "This student, please don't have any scruples." The examiner clearly recognized the clan emblem on Sufeng's arm and identified the identity of the person in front of him. As a former aristocrat, how could he only have such a passable level? The new type of spiritual power tester can withstand the existence of 3 captains or above, while instilling spiritual power and measuring it accurately. Heard. Sufong smiled apologetically and said, "This is my best result." The examiner was stunned, never expecting this former nobleman to end up here. Even the contemporary head of the family has only such talent. It's really pathetic. Thinking of this, the examiner looked at Sufong with a bit of pity. 3rd class spiritual power, qualified. The voice fell. There was a commotion all around. Many people who were familiar with Sufeng's identity immediately spoke up in surprise, sarcasm, or disdain. What if it is sought after by so many people? Soul Society is a place that values strength after all. Is this the former Urahara clan? It's funny enough. From the moment when he was exploited for his aristocratic status, everything has become a thing of the past, no more nobility. Blind in both eyes, Sufong has excellent hearing since childhood. And these words were all passed into his ears, but his expression did not change in any way, but he kept all the auras of these mocking people in his heart with his fluctuating perception. Afterwards, reckon slowly. The mild-mannered Sufong never considers himself a big-minded person. He didn't say anything, he still kept his original expression. On the other hand, Abarai Renji and other attendants on the side couldn't hold back their anger. Hateful. A bunch of bastards dared to talk about our big brother Sufong, it's really unforgivable. As he said that, he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the guy who shouted the most, fully bringing out the essence of a reckless man. Advertisement before the assessor in charge of maintaining order could speak, Renji grabbed the man's neckline. Sorry. On the ferocious expression, a large blue pattern is embellished, which highlights its terrifying side. The person who was picked up by him had never seen such a scene before, so he was not scared to cry. Yes, sorry. The trembling voice revealed the person's fear, and his swaying limbs were like tattered dolls, without the slightest strength. This academy student, it is forbidden to make trouble here. When the examiner saw this, he hurriedly stopped. However, Renji ignored him and looked at Sufong instead. Let him go. As soon as the voice fell, Renji let go and threw it on the ground, not caring about other people's eyes at all. Sufong has the grace of saving his life and sheltering him. With his character, he naturally tries his best to protect everything. The examiner's face was a bit stiff, but considering Renji's talent, he could only temporarily suppress the anger in his heart. With the level shown by Renji, entering Go-Day 13 is already a sure thing, and it is not impossible to become a chairperson or even a vice captain with a little more effort. For such a character, the assessor does not want to offend. As for other so-called aristocrats, they will not come forward for this without real power. Hey, you were lucky this time. Before leaving, Renji did not forget to give them a vicious warning. Written examination. For Sufong, who has the power of fluctuation, this kind of test is not difficult at all. Congratulations to all of you who have become the new students of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Daewoo Nai Yuan, who was standing in the front, said Wu Lang was burly and had a loud voice. After that, we will conduct a new round of classification for you based on your test scores and your daily scores. Only those who are gifted with penultimate can become a yearly academy students. At the end of the simple speech, other teachers led the team to distribute the students. After changing their school uniforms, Sufong and others officially entered the Spiritual Arts Academy. Host has arrived at Spiritual Arts Academy and has become a student, and the sign-in begins. Close black lens bracket. Sign-in completed. Close black lens bracket. Quest rewards are being distributed. Advertisement. Sufeng's footsteps paused slightly, and the familiar power of fluctuation flowed through his body like water again, and it continued to enlarge and strengthen, changing everything about him. Everything within the range of fluctuating perception became clearer, and even the slight fluff tremors were understood by Sufong. Template progress. 25%. The new wave energy has been master. Wave sword advanced. Close black lens bracket. Currently master. Wave power, wave mark, advanced wave sword, murderous perception, wave burst. Advanced wave sword? Sufong was a little surprised. In his impression, Ashura did not have this skill. Only after he had a deep understanding of it did he understand what an advanced wave sword was. There are also powers with different attributes in the wave, such as the Ice Blade wave sword and the explosive fire wave sword, all of which are included. If Sufong develops this at a deeper level, what kind of shadow wave sword and light wave sword is also within the normal range? It mainly depends on Sufeng's comprehension and talent in fluctuating. However, these are only secondary, and the more important thing is Sufeng's master of the power of volatility. This is the root of its power. The 25% progress of the GE Ashura template gave him more confidence in everything in the future. Destiny, after all, the master is the safest in his own hands. He had had enough of that precarious life. After thinking about it for a while, under the leadership of Mr. Shinigami, Sufong and others allocated dormitories and classes. Just like in the original book, Abarai Renji, Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo, who are talented penultimate, joined the elite class once a year. On the other hand, because Rukia was taken in by Sufong, he took the basic teaching of slashing fists and walking ghosts, developed some kendo talents, and became a classmate of Renji and others. On the other hand, Sufong, who was barely qualified, was only assigned to the second class even if he scored full marks in the written test. Rukia and the others felt very sorry, but there was nothing good to do. I can only hope that Sufeng's strength will improve in the future and then change to the first class. On the other hand, Sufong himself didn't care about this. What he paid attention to was the sealed state lending ceremony soon. After all, the new check-in task is related to sealed state. Open black lens bracket. New sign-in task released. Close black lens bracket, sign-in task. Please go to the place of sealed state to sign in and get your own sealed state. Close black lens bracket. Quest reward. Exclusive Zanpakudo. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 6. Getting the sealed state. The rewards for the new round of sign-in tasks made Sufong a little surprised. He thought that he would become stronger by the power of waves, and he would no longer be implicated in the power within the Shinigami system. But now, this task reward has changed his view. Exclusive Zanpakudo? Sufong whispered in the bottom of his heart, and there was a bit of yearning in his gentle expression. Hopefully I won't be disappointed. After finishing the errands, under the leadership of the teachers, this year's students came to the Zanpakudo storage room. Under the power of fluctuating perception, Sufong noticed the abnormality of the surrounding space. It seems that the separation analysis is carried out on the basis of the original space, and then overlapped and superimposed. He subconsciously said to himself, it's a bit similar to the broken world and the black cavity in the records. As the contemporary head of the Urahara family, Sufong has the right to view all the materials left by Urahara Kazuki, as well as all kinds of knowledge accumulated by the successive heads of the family. Although the accumulation of the Urahara family is not comparable to that of the Technology Development Bureau and the 12th Division, it is also far more than that of ordinary nobles. Nice insight. The teacher who led the team, Dayuna Yuanyin, said that Wu Lang's eyes were slightly bright, and he carefully looked at Sufong not far away. Urahara's house. As a teacher of the elite class, he is also a senior Shinigami, not only has a detached level in teaching, but also has a good strength. If he was in charge of the work in the Spiritual Arts Academy for a very long time, Dayuna said that Wu Lang could also become an officer in the squad. It's a pity that the spiritual talent is slightly inferior. For each college student's test results, he kept it in his heart. Because Sufong has no spiritual talent, even if he is strong in other aspects, he cannot be assigned to a class. If there is an opportunity in the future, the first class welcomes you. Dayuna said that Wu Lang did not despise the other party because of this. As he often dealt with the Technology Development Bureau, he was very aware of the madness of this group of researchers. In his eyes, Sufong undoubtedly has such potential. Such words naturally attracted the attention of others to Sufong. However, after realizing his identity, he didn't pay too much attention. Advertisement: the Urahara family, who had been deprived of their noble status, was no longer worthy of their attention. Narrow space. What comes into view is a cylindrical building surrounded by countless black chains wrapped around it, blessed with dense Kido incantations. The surging spirit lingered on it, protecting the good seal where the narrow space was. As a place to store sealed state, Seirei still attaches great importance to it. Everyone, now is the narrow place where the sealed state is stored. Dayuna said that Wu Lang gave a solemn speech. As an existence that gets along with us day and night, the importance of sealed state is self-evident. And, I hope all of you who get sealed state can. The cumbersome words made Sufong completely uninterested. He knew more about the existence of sealed state than this Shinigami teacher. It is the prototype blade of Zanpakudo, built by Wang Yu, the master of the Phoenix Palace of the Zero Squad of the Royal Special Agent, the Knife God. The more than 6,000 Go-Day 13 core will be temporarily borrowed during the school days, and will not be officially awarded the nameless Zanpakudo until after joining the team. After obtaining the sealed state, Shinigami will live with it day and night, and through countless tempering, will engrave his own spirit and belief in it, making it his own Zanpakudo. At this time, it is the only chance for this class of students to obtain sealed state. And if they can successfully graduate and become a team member of Go-Day 13, the sealed state obtained this time will also accompany them for life. When everyone was drowsy, Dayuna said that Wu Lang finally ended his speech. Get ready to unlock the sealed state. As these words fell, several Shinigami surrounding the column-shaped building stretched out their palms, facing the front, and the spiritual child lingered in a circle on it. Overlapping Kido mantras, chanted. The army is not close, there is no way forward, the steel is entangled, and the 8 gate is blocked. Clouds after the crack, confinement, stars, shadows, overlapping. Bite the door and rush into the sky. Open it, the place where the infinite possibilities of sealed state are sealed. Sufong listened to the echo like Kido mantra, and a sense of familiarity emerged in her heart. After careful identification, I finally remembered the source of this familiarity. It seems that Hashijin, Vizard's deputy Kido chief, borrowed this Kido spell when he created the 4 beasts. Advertisement: Sufong pondered. In other words, Hashijin participated in the Kido design of the sealed state here. Obviously, his guesses are already very close to reality. As the voices of Shinigami around him fell, dozens of Kido incantations glowing with dim light were engraved on the chain. The Kido enchantment is lifted, and the cylindrical building separates itself and moves toward both sides, forming a gate post-like existence. The light curtain appeared and turned into a door. Under the leadership of Wu Lang, the original words of Daewoo, everyone passed through the light curtain and officially entered the sealed state. A large area of blank came into view, and in front of it, there were blades that shone with cold light, inserted into the blank ground. Attention to all students, the opening time of the sealed state is limited. Please seize the time to choose the sealed state, and don't wait for it to become outdated. Dayuna said that Wu Lang's majestic voice resounded, and he deliberately warned all the students. Because in the past, there were always some college students who exceeded the opening time of the sealed state, thus being deprived of their qualifications as college students. Listen to your inner voice and choose your own sealed state. The voice fell, and the students rushed forward, choosing the sealed state they thought was the strongest. In this regard, Sufong did not interfere too much. In fact, there is no difference between the sealed states. When they are forged in good condition, the 2 House Kings give them unlimited potential. The power of Zanpakudo depends more on its master. Under Sufang's fluctuating perception, he took a step forward and pulled out a sealed state in front of him accurately. With the influx of wave power, the feeling of warmth also includes the sealed state in the hand, inspiring the power in it. The host has arrived at the sealed state and obtained its own sealed state, and the sign-in begins. Close black lens bracket. Sign-in completed. Close black lens bracket, quest rewards are being distributed. The moment the system sound fell, everything around seemed to have been pressed the pause button. The original large area of blank color was instantly turned into a gray-black color, and it was fixed and stagnant. It seems that another world has come, covering this space. Sufong was keenly aware that the power of waves in all directions was infinitely amplified at this moment. And in its perception, the vast power like the sea of stars shrouded everything, and the world became extremely fragile. It seems that with just a little force, it will be shattered and disappear. Sufong realizes that this is not the original world, but his Zanpakudo space. Chapter 7 is ironic. Sufong, who had judged his situation, returned to his usual calm and gentleness again. Although according to normal circumstances, it takes a long time of running in and comprehension to enter your own Zanpakudo space through sword meditation. But the existence of Sufong is obviously no longer within the normal range. The power of that special wave alone surpasses all Shinigami. Even the latest psychic tester of the Technology Development Bureau could not detect Sufeng's power. Maybe that's what makes the unique Zanpakudo special. Sufong didn't struggle too much, but seriously sensed this world and wanted to know Zanpakudo's real name. The system was not in place in one step, and he also informed him of his real name. If you want to know his real name, Sufong needs to make further efforts. In this world, it seems that there are no creatures, only the endless fluctuations seem to indicate something. After several tries, Sufong gave up this unrealistic idea. The time to acquire Zanpakudo is too short to comprehend its essential power, let alone know its true name. After a short try, Sufong resolutely withdrew from the Zanpakudo space, and everything around him returned to its original state. Everyone was looking for their own sealed state. On the other side, Rukia, Renji and others, already holding the sealed state in their hands, looked like a child getting a new toy, excited. Diana said Wu Lang noticed the batch of students who had obtained the sealed state, opened the gate of the narrow room again, and urged. The students who have obtained the sealed state, hurry up and leave this place. At the time of the sealed state loan ceremony, the 12th Division welcomed 2 guests. Sa, the leader of the Jing Band, the leader of Broken Bee. In the strange tone, the strange character of the owner of the voice is highlighted. Kurotsushi Miyuri was sitting on a chair, slender fingers swiping in the air, as if calculating some kind of special formula. Have you got the relevant samples? Kiraku Shunsui took out a special test tube from his bosom. An array of light was moving in it, circling up and down like a living thing. With the capture equipment provided by Captain Ni, after the entire Zaraki area was sealed off, I managed to collect so much. Kurotsushi Miyuri took the test tube with great interest, and there seemed to be a twinkle in his eyes. Strange existence. Advertisement. Exist in the spirit child, but higher than the spirit child. I think if we can study and understand, we may discover the essence of this world. Hearing this, Broken Bee's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly asked. Will this force do any damage to Seirei? Kurotsushi Miyuri's fingers that tapped the test tube suddenly stopped, and her pale yellow eyes stared at Broken Bee, revealing a hint of danger. Captain Broken Bee, you need to understand one thing. He put away the test tube carefully and said with a strange expression. Power itself does not cause any danger or damage. What matters is what the Master of Power thinks. But it is undeniable that Kurotsushi Miyuri's expression was full of madness, and his smile became more and more dangerous. The existence of this power is enough to change this imperfect world. Broken Bee seemed to be frightened by the expression of the guy in front of him and was speechless for a while. On the contrary, Kiraku Shunsui took off the hat on his head and said solemnly. In that case, the task of analyzing this power is left to you. For such an important matter, I have to report to Old Man Shan as soon as possible. Kurotsushi Miyuri waved his hand, turned his head and walked in the direction of the Technology Development Bureau. He couldn't wait to study the existence in the test tube, and he didn't care about the presence or absence of Kiraku Shunsui and Broken Bee. Kiraku Shunsui went to the first team quarters alone. And Broken Bee returned to the second team. As the captain of the second division, it is a must to deal with all kinds of information every day. In recent days, because of the incident in the Zaraki district, a large amount of information has been accumulated, and it must be dealt with as soon as possible. And when she saw the latest relevant information, her originally calm expression suddenly became fierce, and a cold light flashed past her eyes. A new class of students. Broken Bee said to himself, Urahara's house? She pressed the palm of her hand, marked the information with a special mark, and put it away. For this declining noble, Broken Bee has always kept in mind. Other information, leave it for processing. Broken Bee stood up and draped Yuri with frosty eyes. The moment the voice fell, she had already disappeared from the room. Advertisement Spiritual Arts Academy. Sufong, who had finished dealing with the chores, returned to the single bedroom alone. The spacious environment was no worse than the one he lived in Rukongai. He still places great importance on the hidden power in Zanpakudo. After releasing the wave and covering the surroundings, Sufong sat cross-legged on the straw mat, placed the sealed state on his knees, stroked the blade with one hand, and pressed the blade with the other, concentrating in concentration. Sword Zen. Through focused meditation, synchronize yourself with Zanpakudo, enter the Zanpakudo space, communicate with it, and learn its true name and power essence. Sufong has been in a state of fluctuating perception all the year round, so he is extremely proficient in this state. After only a few seconds, he successfully entered the state of sword meditation. Everything around him became gray again, as if it had been rotten by time. The majestic wave power is filled with solidity, surrounding Sufong. As before, there is no substantial existence of Zanpakudo, as if the only thing that exists in this space is fluctuation. Do you understand the nature of volatility? Sufong whispered in his heart, and immediately he was immersed in the changes of fluctuations, seeking the essence from the subtleties. However, just when he understood the nature of fluctuations, a petite figure quietly appeared in the room. Broken Bee looked around, his eyes finally resting on Sufeng's arm. The familiar Urahara family crest comes into view. A peculiar eye that seems to see everything in the world. It's ironic. Broken Bee whispered in a voice that only she could hear, the current head of the Urahara family is actually blind. While speaking, she moved slightly to Sufeng's side, and the sharp shuriken slipped from her cuff and touched Sufeng's neck. However, waiting for Broken Bee to have the next move. The vast, sea-like terrifying fluctuations suddenly slammed around the Broken Bee, squeezing its range of activity with all its might. Like a mountain collapsing, completely different from Ryatsu's power, it completely enveloped the Broken Bees. At this moment, Broken Bee's body was stiff, and the hidden weapon in his hand was unstable and fell directly. She couldn't understand this power, let alone why a college student could have such a terrifying sense of oppression. Captain Broken Bee. Sufeng's gentle voice sounded in the room. Is trespassing in private areas also among the responsibilities of the 2nd Division? Chapter 8 Captain Broken Bee, you don't want to do this, do you? Endless oppression strikes. Broken Bee's nerves are tense, like a steel wire stretched to the limit, and there is a possibility of breaking it at any time. There was sweat on his forehead, his eyes were fierce, his fingers trembled, and there seemed to be Kido light flashing during the period. Although she is relatively weak among the captains, she has a lot of knowledge. When the mountain was oppressed and covered, Broken Bee was able to identify Sufeng's power, which was the strange power she and Kiraku Shunsui had previously investigated. Although at the time of the investigation, the power of this power has been noticed. But when she really faced it, she was still a little unbearable, and even nearly lost the courage to take action. The powerlessness in the face of the eruption of its fluctuations is something that Broken Bee has never seen before. Even though he was training with Shihu and Yoriichi, he still has the courage to fight and even yearns to follow in his footsteps. But right now, Broken Bee suppressed the thoughts in his heart, mobilized Ryatsu, relieved a little discomfort, and reluctantly said, Urahara Sufong, I have collected the traces of the previous battle at Shiba's house and handed it over to Kurothushi Miyuri. If there is a problem, you can't escape the trial in room 46. Hearing this, Sufong stopped for a moment when he picked up the hidden weapon on the ground, and said indifferently. A Lingbo measuring device, how far is the analysis? Broken Bee's expression changed slightly and subconsciously said, Don't you have the slightest fear of Soul Society's rules? Sufong played with the shuriken-style hidden weapon in his hand, and with a gentle smile, he said something that made Broby feel icy and biting. If not, it's just a mutual discussion between friends. Does the 46th room also ask questions? Without waiting for Broken Bee to speak, he continued. However, to my surprise, the first person who came up was not the leader of the Jing Band or the leader of Ni. Or is it that Captain Broken Bee came to me because of other things? Having said that, Sufong nodded slightly, as if staring at Broken Bee. Bumblebee bit his lower lip lightly and remained silent. And this also just confirmed the correctness of Sufeng's statement. Advertisement, so that's the case. Sufong knew the thoughts of Broken Bee, and naturally knew its purpose. Do you want to know the whereabouts of Urahara Kazuki through me, the head of the Urahara family? Or do you want to know where Shihuin Yoriichi is? The voice fell, but the Broken Bee put her small head aside and snorted coldly. I just want to kill those traitors. The rules of the Soul Society are not to be trampled on by others. Sufong nodded, dissipating the power of waves that lingered around the room. The short-term blockade didn't delay anything, but there were Shinigami patrolling in the Spirit Art Institute, and it was a little bad for them to find that Broken Bees were here. As for the secrets of the nature of power being leaked, Sufong doesn't care at all. At that time, Zanpakudo who pushes himself will be enough. In this regard, even the two-house Wang Yu can't pick out the slightest fault. What's more, the Zero Squad can't appear casually. When the day they appeared in front of him, Sufong believed that he already had the power to face Team Zero. However, the arrival of Broken Bee really surprised him. If you know the traces of Urahara Kazuki and other traitors, please don't hide it. Without the oppression of the power of wave, Broken Bee regained its icy appearance. When you hide your strength, I will explain it to the Commander-in-Chief for you and reduce your punishment. Hear this. Sufong laughed. I think Captain Broken Bee, you must have made a mistake. Now the dominant party is me, not you. The so-called specificity of power, even if it is reported to the captain of Yamamoto, it will not matter. Sufeng's biggest problem is actually some special wave power. But as long as he's still on the Soul Society side, there's no problem at all. The only thing to worry about is Aizen Sosuke hiding in the dark. With the particularity of Sufong, it will inevitably be targeted by him. Right now, it was time to prolong the discovery as much as possible. I saw Sufong holding the shuriken, lightly tapping on the white neck of the bee, and whispering in his ear. Advertisement, Captain Broken Bee. You don't want me to leak Shihuin Yoriichi's whereabouts, do you? As soon as these words came out, the expression of Broken Bee suddenly stiffened, and the whole body was also tense, and there was no longer the slightest calmness before. As commander of the Criminal Corps and commander-in-chief of Covert Mobility, no one is more familiar with the various punishments of the Soul Society than she is. At the moment, the researchers of Lingbo Survey Section cannot find the traces of Urahara Kazuki and others. Otherwise, Seirei will inevitably dispatch more than the captain's combat power to encircle and suppress it. At that time, no matter how strong they are, they will not be able to restore the fate of failure. Even if Shihuan Yoruichi can be spared the crime of punishment because of his noble status, it is unavoidable to enter the endless hell. Although Broken Bee shouted to kill the traitors and upheld the rules of the Soul Society. But in fact, Shihuan Yoruichi was thinking of Shihuan Yoruichi in his heart, and he never wanted to see her fall into the 8 hells. Make an exchange. Sufong opened Broken Bee's palm and put his Lijian back in his palm. I keep a secret for Shihuan Yoruichi, and you do one thing for me. How? Looking at the shuriken in his hand, Shobei's eyes showed a struggle. Sufong didn't rush and let him make the right decision. Well, a simple word, as if taking all the strength of Broken Bee. Such a decision is undoubtedly contrary to her long-standing persistence. This moment, all the persistence of the past has become a cloud. Since that's the case, it's getting late. Sufong raised his mouth slightly. Because of my status, I won't send Captain Broken Bee away. Looking at the young man whose eyes were closed and as warm as jade, Broby didn't feel any warmth at all. On the contrary, as if being targeted by a natural enemy, a sense of powerlessness filled his body. She is very aware of the intensity of the oppression of the powerful force just now. Even if she liberates Zanpakudo on the spot, I am afraid there is not much chance of winning. Broken Bee quietly left, just as she had come. As a chess piece that Sufong buried at will, she will be very useful in the future. Chapter 9 The so-called kendo. The arrival of Broken Bee did not bring much disturbance to Sufang's life. To be precise, apart from the two of them, no one knew the conversation in the dormitory at that time. After a short rest, Sufong officially ushered in the first class of his college student era. Kendo class. As one of Shinigami's 4 basic abilities, the importance of kendo is beyond doubt. In Sufang's cognition, apart from Broken Bee and Shihuan Yoruichi, other Shinigami undoubtedly use kendo as the main fighting method. Of course, this does not mean that the two of them have poor kendo skills, but the difference in Zanpakudo, which causes the difference in fighting style. Kendo dojo. The first-year students sat cross-legged and looked at the kendo teacher in front of them with serious expressions. The teacher in charge of teaching them kendo, named Yokoji, is the 6th officer of the 8th division. He has a fairly good level of kendo. In the past 100 years, he has taught many elite Shinigami. For kendo, Sufong did not take it too seriously. The most important thing right now is to know Zanpakudo's real name and achieve liberation. As for kendo, it's just a good way to fight, not indispensable. What's more, Sufang's attainments in kendo are not weaker than ordinary people. When he lived in Rukongai before, he was honing his own kendo all the time, and in those Rukongai districts at the back, he honed a lot of combat experience. Get rid of the monsters hidden among the captains, such as Unohana Retsu Aizen Sosuke and others. Sufong believes that he is not weaker than other captains in kendo. Kendo, as our most fundamental fighting method. Time passed slowly, and Hengjiang-si seriously explained the basic kendo for the students, and analyzed it from one move to another. Sufong simply listened to a few words, but did not continue. Hengjiang Division has some level, but it is not enough to provide him with any teaching, just some basic knowledge. The explanation of knowledge is here. Hengjiang-si stood up and said solemnly, the more important thing about kendo is actual combat. Let's go into 2 groups now, based on what I just taught, let's fight. Sufong seriously felt the young man in front of him and felt a little surprised. HMPH, from the Urahara family, I didn't expect you to fall into my hands this time, right? The man grinned and raised the sealed state in his hand. Don't say I bullied you, a blind man, and let you attack first. Advertisement. This person is the one who was previously taught by Aburai Renji. Judging from his clothes, he seemed to belong to the Nakano family, a lower-ranking noble. If that's the case, then I'll be disrespectful. Sufong raised the sealed state in his hand and slashed down, you. His words sounded, and Nakano Feng smiled grimly, raised the sealed state with his backhand, and rushed forward to face the horizontal slashing blade. Don't underestimate me, I lost. Nakano Feng was horrified and looked at the cold light in front of his neck in horror, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Sufang's undisguised killing intent made him feel cold and biting. He has no doubt that this young man with slightly closed eyes definitely has the idea of cutting it off. The battle between the two caught Yokoji's attention. He is also the first time to pay attention to the current head of the Urahara family. I admit defeat. Looking at the slightly approaching blade, Nakano Feng couldn't bear it any longer, and he cried out in a broken heart. And his voice naturally attracted the attention of others. No one has ever been so embarrassed in a kendo class. When they saw that Nakano Feng's opponent was a blind man, a bit of sarcasm appeared on their faces. This guy Nakano is too bad, isn't he? Wailing like a wild dog, it's really embarrassing for the nobles. Losing to a civilian is really a waste. Nakano Feng watched Sufong remove the blade, and immediately slumped on the floor. The student's clothes were soaked in cold sweat. He raised his eyes and looked at the people who were talking sarcastically with a look of fear. He didn't explain much, but got up and walked away from here. Those who haven't fought Sufong directly will not understand that feeling. It was as if death was close at hand and could come at any moment. At that time, his heart seemed to be pinched by a big hand, and it would explode into a ball of blood with just a slight squeeze. The strange attitude also made those mocking people realize that something was wrong. Yokoji stepped forward and said seriously, advertisement. I didn't expect that among the new students, there are people with the level of swordsmanship like you. Next, let me fight you. Sufong nodded and smiled, and said, Trouble Teacher Hengjiang. Hearing the conversation between the two, everyone's eyes when looking at Sufong have changed. Let them think about breaking their heads, but they can't figure it out. Why does Hengjong-si attach so much importance to a blind person? Even with Ryotsu perception, the lack of eyesight to make up for it will inevitably lead to a lack of combat power. Unless Ryotsu can reach the level of captain, like Tusen Kanami, captain of the 9th division. But Sufong is just a freshman, and I heard that its spiritual power test is only 3rd class. Urahara Sufong, I will do my best in kendo next time, don't be distracted. Hengjong division loudly reminded that his hands were already above the sealed state, and he was arrogant. Sufeng's face was gentle, and he also put on a kendo stance, releasing his fluctuating perception, and seeing everything in the dojo. The momentum of the two is not inferior to the other. And this scene shocked the surrounding students. They couldn't understand, but a barely qualified freshman who had just entered the school with 3rd class spiritual power, how could he have such attainments in swordsmanship? Next moment, an even more shocking scene happened. Hengjong division took the lead, intending to break Sufeng's momentum. When the sound of gold and iron interlacing echoed in the dojo, even suppressing the exclamations of the onlookers. Sufong took the lightning-like blade without any mistake, without losing the slightest. I saw Hengyang's palm flipped, and the blade also slashed to the side, trying to block Sufeng's blade and cut off his attacking thoughts. But his thoughts seemed to be seen through by Sufong. Before the blade could fall, a strong force came from the sealed state, causing Yokoji to stagger a step, and he was no longer ready to attack. On the other hand, Sufong, with a calm demeanor, pointed the sealed state in Hengyang's chest and abdomen. Mr. Hengjong, let it go. In an instant kendo battle, Yokoji, as a kendo teacher, was actually powerless to fight back. Chapter 10 Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. Hengjong-si looked at the sealed state in front of him with a dazed expression, but he couldn't come back to his senses for a while. After a brief absence, he shook his head and laughed, and said loudly. It seems that the assessment officers were distracted when they entered the school. Hengjong division had no intention of caring about his defeat at the hands of the academy students. With your level of swordsmanship, even if your spiritual power is slightly inferior, it is enough to enter the 1st class. He looked at Sufong approvingly, and suggested, after this class is over, I will apply to the Spiritual Arts Academy to transfer you to Class 1. That's where the future elite Shinigami should be. Sufong bowed and saluted with a smile, and said modestly, thank you, Teacher Hengjong. The attitude of neither being humble nor arrogant or arrogant, even made Hengjong-si Gao look at him. It has been a long time since the Academy of Spiritual Arts has seen such a genius. At the end of these words, the eyes of others when they looked at Sufong also changed again. After all, Soul Society is a hierarchical world. The nobles are above the common people, even the major institutions of the Seirei and the strong are above all. The long-standing system has taught them how to respect the strong. Even if you are deprived of your noble status, the dazzling people will eventually shine. Gold will not be buried, and genius will never fail. With such talent, I am afraid that even the people of the 4 great nobles cannot be compared. Only a few days after entering school, Sufeng's attainments in kendo surpassed that of Shinigami, who taught kendo. This level, even in the history of Spiritual Arts Academy, is extremely rare. At this time, no one dared to underestimate the blind boy standing in the center of the dojo. Even if his eyes can't see. Not long after the kendo class ended, Diana said that Wu Lang personally came to Sufeng's dormitory. Along with it, there was kendo teacher Yokoeji. After simply checking Sufeng's kendo level, Diana said that Wu Lang also approved Sufeng's application for admission on the spot. Advertisement, congratulations, Sufong student. Secretary Hengjong said with a smile, from today onwards, you are also a student of the elite class. I still want to thank teacher Hengjong for his help. Sufong also responded with a smile. For this kendo teacher, he is still willing to respect each other. After all, from a teacher's point of view, Yokosuke is undoubtedly qualified. When Sufong came to the 1st class, it naturally caused quite a stir. Whether it was the familiar Aburai Renji and Rukia, or Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo, who had never met before, they all looked at the teenagers on the podium with excited eyes. Renji and Rukia were very happy. Although they guessed that Sufong would be able to join the 1st class, they didn't expect the efficiency to be so amazing. As for Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo, they looked at Sufong curiously. He looked at the brother-like figure in the mouths of Rukia and others. After the excitement, everyone returned to their daily studies for a time. 1 class a year gathers all the best in the exam, and it is not an easy thing to stand out among them. Even with the talents of Renji and others, it takes hard and constant practice. And Sufong also found the gap between the 1st class and other classes, as well as different teaching methods. To put it simply, the teaching methods here are much more radical, and it seems that they are trying their best to squeeze every bit of talent of the students. And the only way to relax here, it is a monthly calligraphy class. Hey, is the 1st class today a calligraphy class? Renji fiddled with the goggles between his foreheads, which were specially bought by Sufong for him. He has caused trouble more than once because of the large area of blue lines on his skin, which not only brought trouble to himself, but also made Sufong take care of him. After becoming a student of the Lingshu Academy, Sufong went to the newly opened Silver Dragonfly of Glasses shop and bought him high-quality goggles. It is worth mentioning that the shopkeeper named Jin Yinjiro is currently the vice captain of the 6th division. Advertisement, however, he is now worried about whether there is no suitable successor, so that he can resign as the deputy captain and specialize in running his own optical shop. Yeah, calligraphy class. Sufong's tone was a bit disappointed and a bit excited, but he concealed it well and was not noticed. For the upcoming calligraphy teacher, he is still a little unprepared. But when things come to an end, escaping is not Sufong's style, and he can only try to face it with a normal attitude. As a sunny gentle man walked into the classroom, the room suddenly became quiet. All eyes were focused on the man. With short brown hair and brown eyes, the white Captain Yuri, who symbolizes his identity, moves with the wind, and his gentle smile shines into the hearts of the students like the sun. The captain of the 5th Division, the special lecturer of calligraphy at the Spiritual Arts Academy. Aizen Sosuke. With his approachable eyes, the students in the academy swept away. As the most popular teacher in the Spiritual Arts Academy, Aizen could not pick out the slightest problem in every aspect. A perfect existence. However, in Sufong's perception, the power contained in the figure on the podium is enough to be called horror. So far, he had never seen such a large Ryotsu entity. At Sufong's current level, he has no confidence to fight him. Fortunately, the current Aizen is still a good gentleman. Before his purpose is achieved, everything is safe. Calligraphy is also very important to Shinigami. Aizen's gentle voice resounded in the classroom. It's not just for cultivating sentiment, it's more a carrier for recording all kinds of knowledge, and it has an irreplaceable position. The students also listened very carefully, and many people even tried on the desk from time to time. However, as beginners, they are not bad if they can only write in a standard way, and they are far from the level of calligraphy. In addition to the interest of lecturing, Aizen even took out his own Zanpakudo to show Shikai for this year's students. My Zanpakudo is the Zanpakudo of the flowing water system, which can disrupt the enemy through the chaotic reflections of fog and water. He held the handle of the knife, the tip of the knife fell down to the ground, and said softly, "It's like this." Break apart. Kyoka Suigetsu, Chapter 11 Soul Burial Practice. On the podium, the waves are bright. The blade shattered and fell to the front. Like a flower in a mirror, a moon in the water, next moment. The blade is restored, everything is the same as before. Aizen still maintains the posture of holding the handle of the knife without any change. This is the power of my Zanpakudo, Kyoka Suigetsu. He smiled and explained to everyone, you students have just obtained the sealed state, you must try to imprint your own spirit into it. Only in this way can you obtain your own Zanpakudo. Attitude is the only way. Sensing the people around who were hit by Kyoka Suigetsu, Sufong sighed, but didn't mean to interrupt. Previously in his perception, the moment Kyoka Suigetsu was liberated, the invisible Ryotsu had already covered the entire classroom and directly blinded everyone's 5 senses. Even on Ryotsu's induction, it seemed to be obscured by floating dust, unable to discern the truth. It's a pity that Kyoka Suigetsu, although powerful, can be called the strongest Zanpakudo in the hallucination department. But it also has a huge drawback. A blind person like Sufong has no effect at all. Aizen looked at the students below with satisfaction, his eyes wandered, and when he saw Sufong, he paused slightly. For the contemporary head of the Urahara family, he did not have any contempt. After all, the previous generation of Urahara owners brought him new hope. Although it was shown in the information that Sufong's own spiritual talent was poor, even if he entered the Spiritual Arts Academy, he was only barely qualified. But his talent in kendo is extremely penultimate, even crushing Shinigami who has been immersed in this way for hundreds of years. Aizen's eyes drooped slightly, and there seemed to be a flash of light in the depths of his eyes under the lens. Leave it as a pending observation, maybe a little surprise? Sufong's family is aware of his own affairs, and when he cannot be affected by Kyoka Suigetsu's ability, he is very clear in his heart that Aizen has put him on the watch list. Even if he is acting now, he is just a new student. Calligraphy class is over. Everyone was quite reluctant to leave Aizen, and it was rare to see such a gentle teacher in the Spirit Art Academy. What's more, he is also the captain of the 5th Division, a big man who is rarely seen on weekdays. Advertisement, whether it's Rukia or Kira Izuru, they look great. Even a thorn like Renji is a good student when facing Aizen. Not to mention Hinamori Momo. The episode in the calligraphy class did not affect Sufong's life in the Spiritual Art Academy. Courses such as slashing fists and walking ghosts are still going on in an orderly manner, and Sufong is gradually showing his talent in these areas. In terms of skills alone, even Diana's original words, Wu Lang, are not his opponents. The only pity is that the growth of its Ryotsu is really slow, and Renji, who has entered the school at the same time, even has a Ryotsu of ordinary Shinigami level. Even the less talented Rukia is higher than Sufong in Ryotsu strength. In this regard, as a teacher, Diana Yuanyan Wu Lang was very anxious. He even went to the Technology Development Bureau to seek some black technology to grow Ryotsu, but was told that there was no such thing. And in this arduous cultivation atmosphere, time passed quickly. A new event is coming. Daewoo Nai said that Wu Lang looked at the students below with a majestic look, and when his eyes swept over Sufong, a hint of worry flashed. Everyone, as the new elite students of the Lingshu Academy. I have seen your efforts during this period of time, and now. It's time to test the results of your practice. 3 days later, the Spiritual Arts Institute will arrange your first soul burial practice. As soon as these words came out, there was a lot of discussion in the audience. Can first-year students also participate in soul burial practice? I remember that it is obviously only qualified for the 3rd generation. Idiot, didn't you hear the teacher say that we are elites? The treatment of elites is naturally different. I want to come with our strength, we will be able to easily pass the soul burial practice. Diana said that Wu Lang did not interrupt the discussions of the students, and he was actually very confident about the upcoming soul burial practice. There are still many talents in this year's academy students. 3 days later, on the roof of the kendo dojo of the spiritual academy. The students of the first grade are concentrated here. In front, the quaint Shuanjie gate stands, and 3 students with serious expressions stand in front. I'm Hisagi, the 6th generation. The short one in the back is called Kanazawa, and the tall one is called Qinglu. Advertisement: the one in the middle of the 3 with a stern face and a tattoo of the number 6 and 9 on his cheek is the future vice captain of the 9th division, Hisagi Shuhei. At this time, he still did not have the 3 hideous scars on his face. The 3 of us are your leaders today. The moment the words fell, the chaotic discussion sounded again, and many of them had heard of the name Hisagi Shuhei. What? Are those people famous? It's not a few, it's the one in the middle, he's not only famous. Hisagi Shuhei, it's been a few years since he was admitted to go day 13 before graduation, and he's a genius who is sure to become a chairperson in the future. Quiet. Hisagi Shuhei snorted, those who talk too much will be left behind. After everyone was quiet, the girl named Kazawa continued. Let's act in groups of 3. We have drawn lots in the classroom before, and those with the same pattern are in a group. As in the original, Renji Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo are a group of 3. And Rukia and Sufong, because of the number of people, became the only 2-person team. Hisagi Shuhei frowned and looked at the 2 of them, a little confused. If the 2 go to the world together, the risk factor will be greatly increased. I suggest that you give up this soul burial practice temporarily, and it's not too late to participate after your strength improves. Rukia didn't speak, but looked at Sufong subconsciously. As the elder brother in her mind, Sufeng's decision is the key and will never go wrong. Thank you for your concern, senior. Sufong raised the sealed state in his hand and smiled. We are very strong. Seeing Sufong insisting, Hisagi Shuhei said nothing more. In his opinion, with himself and others around, there are generally no security problems. Hisagi Shuhei walked towards the piercing gate and commanded without turning his head, take your respective hell butterflies and prepare to go. I saw him laying the sealed state in front of him and shouting in a low voice. Remove the ingot. The crowd followed the slowly opening gate of traversing the world, and under the leadership of Hell Butterfly, they steadily went to the world. And just as Sufong was about to step through the door, the sound of the system sounded again. Open black lens bracket, new sign in task released. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 12, signing in the present life. Sign in task. Please go to the designated point 1026 in the world to sign in, and kill 3 or more giant Menos Grande. Close black lens bracket. Task reward. 3% template progress, you can comprehend the new wave energy. Close black lens bracket. The appearance of the new sign in task surprised Sufong a bit. But thinking of this soul burial practice, in the history of the Spiritual Arts Institute, it was considered a big event, so I took it for granted. Fortunately, it's not for me to destroy the entire virtual group. Sufong lowered his hands and, under the guidance of the Hell Butterfly, officially stepped into the gate of crossing the world. In the present world, coordinates 1026. At night, the moonlight like water shone down and hung around a group of students in the costumes of the Spiritual Arts Academy. They came to this world for the first time and were very curious about everything around them. Soon, under the leadership of Hisagi Shuhei, the students began their first soul burial. As an elite student of the Spiritual Arts Academy, soul burial, a job with little technical content, did not bring much trouble. And because of the selection of the soul burial practice location, there is no danger of falsehood in this entire city. It was just midnight, and the soul burial practice was almost done. Almost everyone tried soul burial. Holding the sealed state, Sufong pressed the bottom of the knife handle on the forehead of the soul, and then a circle with the word, soul, embedded in it appeared. Driven by the power, the soul turned into a spiritual child and went to the soul society. In the wave induction, the look and feel of the soul being broken into pieces is extremely peculiar. Even Sufong himself couldn't bear to observe it carefully from the level of fluctuation. Well, it was the last one just now. Hisagi Shuhei looked at the soul burial with satisfaction, and said to himself, 32 people have 2 soul burials each. It's not bad to have such a result in the first internship. Very well, gather. This is the end of today's internship. And just as Sufong carefully observed the changes in the whole soul, strange spiritual fluctuations reverberated in the distance. It was as if a stone fell into a calm lake, creating layers of ripples. Sufeng's expression was slightly startled, and then the fluctuations condensed, the perception was infinitely enlarged, and dispersed towards the distance. Hisaki. Advertisement. Some shrill voices sounded in the distance, which immediately aroused the vigilance of the students. The next moment, a huge building like a building appeared on the right side of the students, and Shazi, who was responsible for protecting the students, was directly penetrated by the sharp giant claws. Blood spilled in the air, soaking this quiet night. Panic, fear, and wailing spread among the crowd. As the first-time soul burial practice students, have never seen such a scene before. Most of them are members of the noble family of Seraiti, who have always been spoiled and have no chance of actual combat. The scene in front of them deeply stabbed the nerves of these students. Under the moonlight, the huge shadow of the virtual covered everyone, like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. The ferocious face is even more ferocious in the world, reflecting the fear in the hearts of the discharged students. The moment he saw this giant Menos Grande, Hisagi Shuhei's pupils shrank. Because he was attacked by a phantom when he was young, he has a deep understanding of the danger of this existence. Today, the sense of oppression of the giant Menos Grande is far more than the ordinary emptiness at the time. The two are not on the same level at all. Kazawa. Seeing that his companion died under the claws of the giant Menos Grande, Aulu, the leader of the group, lost his mind immediately, and charged forward with a roar of sealed state. Hisagi Shuhei immediately warned loudly. You can't go there, Qinglu. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another claws of the giant Menos Grande attacked, directly flying the green deer, and the blood was sprayed in the air. The scene was once very heroic. Hisagi Shuhei didn't care about that, and shouted, fleeing from the first grade. Hurry up and escape as far as you can. I saw his left hand pressing on the communication device on his chest. Ask Soul Society for support. I am Hisagi Shuhei, the sixth reincarnation. I was attacked by the giant Menos Grande at the location 2128 northwest of the fixed point 1026 in the present world. However, before he finished speaking, a huge figure rose up on his right side. Like a hill, Hisagi's expression suddenly solidified, and his face became completely stiff. The terrifying appearance, like an enlarged version of a water bear, perfectly interprets the ugly characters. In the face of this group of unarmed students, the giant Menos Grande had no intention of restraining at all. It used all four of its limbs to climb to the top of the building. Advertisement. The fragile building creaked under its feet. The roof cracked a little bit, as if the tremors were in the hearts of the students. The claws of the giant Menos Grande approached, and they swung down towards Hisagi Shuhei, who was at the forefront, with a gust of wind. When the stirring sound of gold and iron interlaced echoed in my ears. Hisagi Shuhei's eyes widened, his pupils shrunk to the limit, and he couldn't believe his own eyes. A resurrected, actually blocked the attack of the giant Menos Grande. The slender figure stood in front of him, obviously so small compared to the giant Menos Grande, but it reflected an infinite sense of security. Hisagi Shuhei seemed to see the figure of Muguruma Kensai, who once saved him, on the reincarnated body in front of him. This scene in front of me is so familiar. Brother Sufong. Rukia and Renji shouted in unison, expressions of disbelief on their faces. When he was still standing beside him just now, but it was only for a moment. Big brother Sufong appeared in front of the giant Menos Grande. They didn't even notice the slightest fluctuation in Reiatsu. The other reincarnations also looked at the figure in the distance with a horrified expression, and the shock even dispelled the fear in their hearts. A rebirth, Urahara Sufong. When Hisagi Shuhei saw the closed eyes, he remembered the identity of the person in front of him. Sorry, senior, I violated the order of the soul burial practice. Sufong turned around and said with a warm smile, but I can't just watch you die in front of my eyes. Also please forgive me. The moment the voice fell, the power of fluctuation lingered on the blade. The icy coldness spread over the roof of the building in an instant, and a dark blue shimmer bloomed on the blade. This moment, all the students in the academy saw the bright blue that illuminated the night sky. Ice blade wave soared. On the frozen sky, a huge layer of ice emerged, and the cold erosion visible to the naked eye solidified the giant Menos Grande under the ice surface. Chapter 13. That ice blade covering the sky. A biting chill eroded Hisagi Shuhei's body. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit, as if he had been petrified, staring at the figure in front of him. That seemingly insignificant existence just swung a knife. The giant Menos Grande, which is comparable to the height of a hill, is directly transformed into ice cubes. Life is lost, and there is no Reiatsu fluctuation. Hisagi Shuhei swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, and the impact of the scene in front of him was no less than when the giant Menos Grande struck. Even more frightening, Urahara Sufong is obviously just a rebirth, and even the enrollment time has just passed for more than 2 months. This is as powerful as a captain. What is going on? Just a little progress in communicating with Zanpakudo. Sufong seemed to sense Hisagi Shuhei's thoughts and said gently. And with the sound of his voice, the huge ice block in front also seemed to be shaken, turning into countless fine ice crystals scattered in the air. Senior, hurry up and escort the other reborns to escape from here. In Su Feng's fluctuating perception, more giant Menos Grande came from all over the city. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a whistling sound in the distance. Dozens of giant Menos Grande appeared in the sight of everyone, and the terrifying momentum almost made the students unable to breathe. Su Feng's face was slightly solemn, and he said solemnly, don't delay any longer, senior. While the casualties are not serious, Hisagi Shuhei also recovered from the shock just now and nodded vigorously. I understand. Urahara students, you must be careful. As a genius in the 6th generation, Hisagi Shuhei is not the kind of indecisive person. He came back to his senses immediately, and organized other rebirths to evacuate here. After opening the gate, he could call in reinforcements to rescue Sufong. But, before he could summon everyone to leave, he saw 4 figures activate Shunpo and disappeared from his sight. Sorry, senior, we can't watch brother Sufong face danger alone. For breaking the order, we are willing to be punished when we return to Soul Society. The King's Lander. The mask of flesh and blood, all things, flying high, the thing that bears the name of mankind. Hinamori Momo, who is best at Kido among the 4, has already begun to chant the Kido mantra. Hot and strife, the sea is reversed to the south, and we move forward. Advertisement. Hado's 31 red cannon. The scorching fire condensed and erupted, bombarding the head of a giant Menos Grande, bursting with dazzling fire. It is a pity that the smoke and dust dissipated, and the opponent did not suffer multiple injuries, which did not even affect his subsequent battle. There was not even the slightest bit of damage on the hideous white bone mask. Does not work. A look of despair appeared on Hinamori Momo's face. The expressions of the other people are also unsightly. Ultimate, the giant Menos Grande who I thought Sufong could kill with one move, was not as powerful as he imagined. But when they actually faced it, they truly experienced the sense of despair between life and death. The kind of powerlessness that seems to be swallowed by the heart. Don't lose your desire for life. An indifferent and calm voice sounded from the side, and it was accompanied by another icy blue and deep sword pressure. Sufong swung his sword and fell, and the ice blade and wave sword erupted immediately, turning into countless icicles, blocking the entire sky. Although these giant Menos Grande in front of them are not up to the level of Menos Grande, they are also much stronger than trash fish. And according to the disordered Reiatsu in his body, Sufong judged that these may have been created by Aizen through the half-finished Hogyoku. Powerful combat power in exchange for IQ. For Sufong, it does not pose a threat. However, it is necessary to consider Aizen et al. Hidden in the dark, and if necessary, it is necessary to restrain a little. As for the 2-6 reincarnations, Sufong did not stand by and disturb the giant Menos Grande with a slight fluctuation. Threw the sword Zen before, constantly entering the Zanpakudo space. Although he didn't know Zanpakudo's real name, his control over the power of waves seemed to be more than one level higher. Originally, it could only be used for powerful bursts, and the wave bursts of range beheading can affect one's own enemies through a more subtle level. The simple application this time is to save the sixth-born girl named Kazawa from death, but it was only a serious injury. Pity. The icicles in Su Feng's perception kept cracking. The irrational attacks of the giant Menos Grandes were simply not something that the icicles could block. Let me do the rest. He said gently. Renji is responsible for leading the way, hurry up and get out of here. Now you guys can't help much. As soon as these words came out, Abarai Renji, who was already very ashamed, even blushed. I thought I could help big brother Sufong a little, but I didn't expect it to be a hindrance. The enemy is so powerful that he can't share the pressure at all. Advertisement. Abarai Renji gritted his teeth fiercely, pulled Rukia next to him with his backhand, and said to the other two. Go, be sure to hurry up and invite reinforcements. During his speech, Sufong faced the giant Menos Grandes again, and threw out two wave swords with ice blades, freezing the two smaller ones into ice, turning them into powder and dissipating in the air. The surrounding space has been fluctuating. If you don't hurry up, I'm afraid these giant Menos Grande are not enough for the reinforcements to kill. Host has arrived at location 1026 in the present world, and killed 3 giant Menos Grande, and the sign-in begins. Close black lens bracket. Sign-in completed. Close black lens bracket. Quest rewards are being distributed. The moment the system's voice fell, Sufong only felt the clear current gushing out of his body, covering his limbs and bones. The originally extremely huge power of fluctuations increased a bit. Template progress. 28%. The new wave energy has been master. Ghost seal bead. Close black lens bracket. Currently master. Wave power, wave mark, advanced wave sword, murderous perception, wave burst, ghost seal bead. Close black lens bracket. Just when Sufong ended the 2 giant Menos Grande and completed the sign-in task. The spatial fluctuations were magnified to the limit, and the crossing gate slowly unfolded in midair. Next moment, a dazzling white light penetrated the sky and the earth, and the scorching air seemed to be directly torn apart. The originally terrifying Menos Grande was penetrated by the light even more, turned into a spiritual child and dissipated in the air. The sound of steady footsteps appeared behind the students. Wow, that's a lot. The light Kyoto accent rang out, and Ichimaru Jin, who was wearing a black Death Tyrant outfit, carried Shinso, who had returned to normal, and walked slowly towards the crowd. I'm so sorry for making you wait so long. Aizen, who was wearing a white feather weave, smiled and said softly. Fortunately, there was a Sufong hospital, and no major casualties were caused. Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes and said jokingly like Lion Majesty, otherwise, we will feel very guilty. Captain level Reiatsu, covering this area, even made the giant Menos Grande dare not move and cross the minefield. Aizen stepped forward, put his hand on Hinamori Momo's head, and praised. Performed pretty well. Frightened, but it's all right now. Said, the two of them went straight forward, took over Su Feng's burden, and faced the dozens of giant Menos Grande. Let's take care of the rest. You can rest. Chapter 14 Kuchiki's Request. The next scene is a one-sided massacre. Even if Aizen can hide his strength, it's not a big deal when facing a group of giant Menos Grande who are not even Menos Grande. Previously, Sufong turned the tide, and then Aizen and Ichimaru Jin appeared to fight the fire. The students were not as desperate as they appeared in the original novel. But when he saw the powerful combat power of Aizen and Ichimaru Jin, he still showed great yearning. I want to be like them. Renji said solemnly, I don't want to see this kind of thing a second time. Danger strikes, but I can only hide and tremble under the protection of big brother Sufong. Hearing this, Sufong raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Yeah, that's going to be tiring. Abarai Renji's eyes fell, and there was a firmness in his deep voice. I'll work hard for it. Rukia also raised her head, looked at Sufang's gentle smile, and said. I will also work hard for it. Protecting brother Sufong will be my lifelong pursuit. Hinamori Momo and Kira Izuru have not experienced everything that Rukia and they have experienced, so naturally they do not have too deep feelings for Sufong. However, they were also very grateful for Sufang's help, and their eyes were full of smiles. We won't let you surpass it easily, just work hard. Aizen listened to the conversation of several people. He paused slightly as he walked past the gate, and looked back sideways. Under the lens, there is an inexplicable smile. Saraiti, Spiritual Arts Academy. The Spiritual Art Institute showed great importance to the incident of the rebirth of the soul burial practice, and reported it to the first team and the 12th team responsible for monitoring the world. Originally, Karathashi Mayuri didn't want to meddle in his own business, so far he has not been able to analyze the essence of that wave of power. However, after hearing that it was Menos Grande, a giant who could hide Reiatsu, he was intrigued and started investigation and research at the same time. Apart from that, Sufong, who shines brightly in the present world, also officially entered the sight of the captains. Especially when they heard that he had begun to contact the power of Zanpakudo, many teams even directly threw an olive branch to him. Indicates that after graduation, he can go directly to the squad to become a member of the team. Advertisement. In this regard, Sufong himself has no opinion. As for the selection of the squad, it is more casual. Whether it was the first team or the 5th team, only the 11th team was outside of Sufang's choice. The team style is too strong and does not fit Sufang's character. Sufong and Rukia were walking on the streets of the Spiritual Arts Institute, letting the passing students cast curious glances. The ear is constantly filled with small sounds. Have you heard that the first-timers of the elite class were attacked by the giant Menos Grande during their soul burial practice? Well, if that Urahara Sufong hadn't shot in time, I'm afraid there would have been heavy casualties. It's just a rebirth, and it has such strength. Oh, another genius. Even if the Urahara family is lonely, it is not something that ordinary people can compare to. Rukia listened to her ears and said with a somewhat excited expression. Did you hear that, brother Sufong? They say you are a genius. Hear this. Sufong smiled, like a spring breeze. Is that so? Maybe it's just my luck. Since his return to this world, his life has returned to normal again. Practice, every day. In addition to the talent shown in kendo, Sufong also showed quite strong fighting ability in shunpo and white hits. Among the students in the same class, there is not even an enemy of Yi. Only on Kido, there are unavoidable drawbacks. To put it simply, shunpo is controlling Reiatsu to move at a high speed that is invisible to the naked eye. It is much simpler to operate than Kido. As for Kido, in addition to controlling Reiatsu, it also requires Reiatsu and Kido mantras to resonate in order to release them. Sadly, the power of waves doesn't resonate with the Kido spell. That is, Sufong cannot use Kido. And with his meager Reiatsu, only being able to release a white thunder has already reached the limit. This also made him an extremely biased student in the eyes of the teachers of the Spiritual Arts Academy. For this reason, the Shinigami teacher of the Kido community has repeatedly applied for the removal of Sufang's status as a student of the elite class, but all of them were rejected by Diana's original statement, Wu Lang. Advertisement. The reason for his refusal is also very simple. As long as you can beat Sufong, this requirement is naturally not a problem. After inquiring about Sufang's record, the Kido teacher Shinigami immediately gave up this unrealistic idea. What are you kidding? Send him to fight a monster that can kill the giant Menos Grande in one hit. What's the difference between this and dying? Sufong has also become a hot and talented person in the Lingshu Academy. If Kido was not qualified, he would be able to graduate on the day the soul burial practice ended. Time flies by. When Sufong and others became the 4th reincarnation, the Academy of Spiritual Arts also welcomed a distinguished guest. A member of the 4 great nobles, Byakuya Kuchiki. In the spacious dormitory, Renji sat on his knees and pressed his fists on his thighs with both hands, and his unwilling eyes fell down. Beside him, Sufong picked up the teacup and tasted it lightly, his expression as indifferent as water. Rukia was like a frightened quail, her head bowed, and she didn't say a word. On the opposite side of them was Byakuya Kuchiki, who was gorgeously dressed, wearing star tongs, and his entourage. It's about the rest of your life. Do you want this person who has been deprived of his noble status to make the decision for you? At this time, Byakuya Kuchiki was arrogant and proud, showing the style of the 4 nobles, giving people a feeling of being unattainable. Brother Sufong is the one who saved my life. Hearing this, Rukia suddenly raised her head and said stubbornly, if it weren't for him, there would be no Rukia now. No matter what you plan, I won't change my decision. As soon as these words came out, Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes also showed a rare look of embarrassment. If the girl in front of him was the only relative of his deceased wife, he would not want to interfere in the other's life at will. What's more, the girl's life didn't seem to be as bad as he imagined. The boy from the Urahara family seemed to protect her very well. Thinking of this, Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Sufong, and when he was about to speak, he heard Sufong say. Let Rukia become the adopted son of the Kuchiki family, graduate directly in spite of the rules of the Academy of Spiritual Arts, and be assigned to Gote 13. Sufong put down the teacup, and his warm smile did not change at all. And I can also skip the test and become a real Shinigami. Pretty good conditions. Chapter 15 Special Assessment. For Byakuya Kuchiki's sudden visit, Sufong had expected it. And he is not a pedantic person, and insists on keeping Rukia by his side. Although the Kuchiki family has many rules, it is one of the four noble nobles of Seraiti after all, and the master has great power in Seraiti. It can even interfere with the decisions of Gote 13 and even the 46th room. Either way, it was a good choice for Rukia to join the Kuchiki family. But, Rukia is my family. Sufong reached out and pressed Rukia's small head, gently rubbed it, and comforted. I respect her thoughts. Hearing this, Byakuya Kuchiki nodded slightly, his graceful gesture fully revealed. Well, I understand. Then let's say goodbye first. He got up and walked outside the dormitory, but when he was about to go out, he stopped and said without looking back. There is still hope for the Urahara family to restore their noble status. Also, we'll be waiting for your good news. The Kuchiki family left. And Rukia is also deeply entangled, especially after Byakuya Kuchiki said the last sentence. Actually, if it wasn't because of Urahara Sufeng's former identity, Byakuya Kuchiki would not have the patience to sit down and talk to him in detail. The current Byakuya is the head of the Kuchiki family, one of the four great nobles, and is also a genius among geniuses. Proud, arrogant, dismissive. Sufong also understands Byakuya Kuchiki's mentality at this time. When the two sides are not on the same level, even the dialogue seems so pale. Brother Sufong. Rukia raised her head and looked at Sufong with bewildered eyes, as if asking for his help. Respect what's in your heart. Sufong smiled and said, there is no need to change your mind because of the Urahara family. Besides, with my ability, it is not too difficult to restore the Urahara family to their former identity. There's nothing to brag about in this. Sooner or later, Aizen will defect to the Soul Society and go to war. Advertisement. At that time, the 46 rooms of this session will be dead. After Urahara Kazuki was cleared of his crimes, the proposal to restore the identity of the Urahara family was just a matter of convenience. Whether or not to join the Kuchiki family is up to her choice. After a moment of silence, Rukia's expression gradually returned to her former calm, with a trace of calm in her eyes. Brother Sufong, I decided to join the Kuchiki family. Abarai Renji was stunned and puzzled. Rukia, you. Before he could finish his words, Rukia said firmly. Before doing an internet soul burial in the present world, I watched Big Brother Sufong face the group of giant Menos Grande alone and could not do anything. If I encounter a crisis again, I want to stand in front of Brother Sufong and become a protector. Hearing this, Abarai Renji also fell into silence. During the soul burial practice, they all felt their own weakness. The powerlessness and despair in front of the giant Menos Grande group are unwilling to face again in this life. I only hope that one day, I can help Big Brother Sufong. Rukia's eyes dropped slightly, and in a faint voice, she said the last sentence. Sufong stepped forward and put her big hand on her small head, gently stroking it as if stroking a kitten, and the gentle voice sounded again. Then do it according to your own ideas. Even if you join the Kuchiki family, you will always be our family. Outside the window, a light wind blew, twitching her hair and taking away the last worry in Rukia's heart. She raised her eyes and looked at the gentle smile on Sufeng's face, and the look of the past finally returned to her eyes. Rukia left, graduating early from the Academy of Spiritual Arts. Although the Kuchiki family proposed to use the aristocratic power to help him graduate directly, Rukia took the graduation exam with great stubbornness and passed it with excellent grades. For such a genius, Gote 13 has issued an invitation. At the suggestion of Sufong, she finally chose the 13th team. For this arrangement, Rukia did not resist. Even after becoming a member of the Kuchiki family, she still regards Sufong as the most important brother in her mind. How decent is this downcast look? Advertisement. Sufong was walking down the streets of the Spiritual Art Institute, getting ready to attend the next Kido class. Beside him, Abarai Renji seemed to have been hit by some kind of great blow, as if his backbone had been taken away, and he was extremely depressed. Hey, I really didn't think of that. Renji said reluctantly. Rukia actually passed the graduation examination. Sufong smiled and said, aren't you still short of the last assessment, so you can graduate successfully? Hearing this, Renji looked up at him feebly, and said helplessly. Yeah, but losing to Rukia is really unwilling. Sufong nodded and said thoughtfully. If that's the case, let's make you more unwilling. Abarai Renji was stunned, not understanding what this meant. After Sufong finished speaking, he walked towards the dean's room of the Spiritual Arts Institute. Dean Chamber. Special examination. Diana, who had just been promoted to dean, said Wu Lang, who had just been promoted to the dean, widened his eyes when he looked at the application in his hand. Do you know what the concept of special assessment is? Sufong nodded and explained, naturally I understand. However, because of my own reasons, Kido has always been the short board of the short board. So, you can only apply for a special assessment in order to meet the conditions for graduation. Diana said. Wu Lang reluctantly said. But, how about waiting for a while? You're just a fourth rebirth now. Before he could finish speaking, he heard Sufong smile and say, Rukia has successfully graduated. As a brother, how can I fall behind? Special assessments are set for students who are unable to graduate in certain aspects. It is extremely difficult and requires the approval of Mr. Shinigami in his area of expertise. Even a genius in the 6th generation would not dare to assert that he would be able to pass, and Sufong was only a 4th born at the moment. Even if he showed great strength in the previous soul burial practice. Since you have made a decision, then I will not persuade any more. Diana said. Wu Lang shook his head, picked up the seal and buckled it on the application. Special Examination Application, passed. Chapter 16 Special Invigilator. But 3 days. The fact that Sufong made an application for a special assessment has spread all over the Spiritual Arts Academy. Even spread to Seraiti. Many people are very familiar with the name Urahara Sufong. And when someone mentioned the soul burial practice 4 years ago, they realized that the student who applied for the special assessment was also a genius. I was able to use some of Zanpakudo's power 4 years ago, and it must be stronger now. For this kind of genius, the special assessment may really pass. Fortunately, this guy is not good at Kido, otherwise, he would really become a monster. HMPH, the special assessment is not as simple as you think. You need to fight against Shinigami-sensei directly. The difficulty is not ordinary. Yeah, I'm not optimistic about this guy. In the Academy of Spiritual Arts, there are various discussions. Abarai Renji looked at Sufong even more worriedly and hesitated. Brother Sufong, why don't we graduate later? I worry. Sufong said indifferently without raising his head. You're afraid. Come on, what a joke. Renji blushed, patted his chest and stood up. How could I be afraid? I am Abarai Renji, and I will become a captain-level existence in the future. I'm just. Sufong put down the sealed state he was maintaining, as if he had guessed Renji's thoughts, and smiled. Kido. Do not worry about me. It's just a special test. Seraiti, the 5th Division team. Aizen lies in front of her desk, swiping down the brush in her hand, and the perfect handwriting flows past the tip of the pen. At this moment, the surrounding air produced other fluctuations. It was as if ripples appeared on the calm water. A transparent figure appeared beside Aizen. Advertisement. And this did not affect his continued creation. Captain Aizen's calligraphy skills seemed to have improved again. The soft Kyoto accent resounded in the room, and the transparent figure lifted Kido around him. The captain's white captain's woven coat, under the short light purple hair, a pair of slender eyes narrowed slightly, and the condensed smiling face gave a false feeling. It was Ichimaru Jin, who had just been promoted to the captain of the 3rd Division. Is there anything urgent, Silver? Aizen was not surprised by the arrival of Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin's eyes swept lightly over the calligraphy, and smirked like a fox. Urahara Sufong, he has applied for a special assessment. Hearing this name, Aizen's originally smooth handwriting paused for a while, and then he continued to walk down the paper. Existence beyond the plan, finally officially entered the line of sight. I'm curious. The corners of Aizen's mouth raised slightly, and the lens reflected light under the sunlight outside the window. Which squad will he choose? In the early morning, the sun shines on the kendo dojo. Sufong walked among them unhurriedly, Renji followed closely behind him like a follower, and looked around vigilantly from time to time. After hearing the news that Sufong applied for the special assessment, he also participated in the last item of the graduation assessment for the first time, and passed it smoothly. Right now, it is considered a Genius Academy student who graduated early. Geniuses are often given special treatment, and Renji is now able to select squads. Walking into the kendo dojo, there are 6 seats on the high platform in front. Among them is Wu Lang, who is familiar to Sufong. As the current dean, he is qualified to supervise this special assessment. The other 4 were all old men with sparse and gray hair, with very high qualifications. The seat in the middle is vacant. When Sufong gradually approached, Daewoo Nai Yuanian Wu Lang reminded loudly. Urahara Sufong, please wait patiently for the arrival of the last examiner. The special examination will begin soon. There are not many cases of special assessments in the history of the Spiritual Arts Institute. And all those who passed this assessment have left a strong legacy in the history of Seraiti. In this regard, Seraiti will naturally attach great importance. Advertisement. One of the conditions for the start of the special assessment is that a certain captain or vice captain of Gote 13 must be present. Sufong waited alone in the field, sensing the fluctuations contained in the spiritual child. During the 4 years in the Academy of Spiritual Arts, he practiced sword meditation almost every day, trying to gain a deeper understanding of the power of fluctuations. At the moment, Zanpakudo's real name is unknown. However, Su Feng's control of the power of fluctuation has also reached more than one level. Compared to when he first entered the school, his combat power has soared several times. More importantly, Sufong felt something in the dark, and it was only a chance before he knew Zanpakudo's real name. At this moment, a familiar Reiatsu appeared, and a figure walked slowly from the entrance of the dojo. The apologetic smile and gentle breath infected everyone present. I'm so sorry, I took a little time in calligraphy class. Aizen Sosuke. Sufong is one of the invigilators for this special assessment. When he walked to the seat, several others bowed their heads and said respectfully, Captain Aizen. Sorry for keeping you all waiting. Aizen doesn't have the slightest bit of a captain's air, and when he speaks, he gives people a sense of affinity. He sat in the middle seat, looked at Sufong in front, and said with a smile, I didn't expect that, Sufong, you actually applied for a special assessment. Sufong nodded slightly and replied in a flat tone. Because of the shortcomings of Kido, the normal graduation assessment is more difficult for me. Aizen was stunned for a moment, and then said, since that's the case, are you ready? The special assessment is very strict. Sufong smiled and said, naturally, I am fully prepared. If that's the case, let's get started. Aizen turned slightly serious and said in a deep voice. The moment his voice fell, a figure walked out from the side of the high platform. A black death fighter with a sealed state hanging on the white belt, and the inscription, 4, on its armband. It was the previous kendo teacher, Yokoji. Through the challenge, he defeated the former 4th officer of the 8th division, officially replaced him, and became the current 4th officer. Yokoji's color is straight, and the light blue Reiatsu blooms around him, and a low voice echoes in the dojo. Sufong, let me be your opponent from now on. Chapter 17 Explosive Flame Wave Sword. What are you kidding? Abarai Renji stood up abruptly from the stand next to him, let Big Brother Sufong fight an official Shinigami. Even, the other party is still a seat officer. This time it is no different than the previous kendo battle. The special assessment allows the assessor to unleash his full strength, and can even apply for the liberation of Zanpakudo if necessary. And this is one of the reasons why a captain-level person is needed to invigilate the exam. Teacher Hengjong's strength, even among the chairpersons, is considered outstanding. Yeah, as a kendo teacher, his combat power is extremely strong. This time Sufong is miserable, not to mention passing the assessment, it is a fortune to be alive. The voices of discussion resounded in the audience. The special assessment, which is rare in a century, naturally requires other academies to come and observe. Sufong, do you need to apply for an early termination of the assessment? Hengjong C is not that aggressive. As a teacher, he is still very concerned about the thoughts of the students. It's okay. Sufeng's smile remained unchanged, I still have a little confidence in my own strength. After speaking, he said loudly without looking back. Renji, take a good look and study hard. This battle will teach you a lot. The voice fell. Bass. A clear and piercing sound of swords echoed in the dojo. To draw a sword means to declare war. Yokoji no longer persuaded him, his expression was stern, Reiatsu condensed, turned into a light blue light, and surrounded him. He did not dare to underestimate his own student. As early as when Sufong first entered the school, he was defeated in kendo, and since then, under his inspiration, he has worked hard to practice kendo. After that, his strength improved, and he just defeated the former 4th officer of the 8th division and took his place. So, even if Sufong Reiatsu is weak, Hengjong division still looks like a great enemy. All the learning in the Spiritual Arts Academy is to prepare for the final actual combat. He said seriously, so Sufong, be careful. Next moment. Yokoji's figure has disappeared in place. Shunpo is activated. The sharp sound of breaking the air sounded behind Sufong, and the sealed state in his hand slashed downward without the slightest pause. Yokoji has no intention of stopping at all. Advertisement. As if. This battle is a life and death struggle. Ding. The crisp sound of gold and iron interlaced echoed in the dojo. Sufeng's right hand was behind his back, and the blade was horizontal, just above the falling cold light. This seemingly easy action caused everyone present to break into a cold sweat. As a chairperson, Yokoji's Shunpo attainments are among the few teachers in the Spiritual Arts Academy. The moment he disappeared, almost no one reacted. However, Sufong, who couldn't see things with both eyes, was keenly aware of the trajectory of his actions. And, Teacher Hengjong, don't be careless. The corner of Sufeng's mouth was slightly raised, and a bright blue-white light bloomed on the sealed state, carrying a cold chill, covering Hengjong's C. The students were not surprised when they saw this scene. Sufeng's Zanpakudo ability was spread throughout the Spiritual Arts Academy by his classmates as early as after the soul burial practice. In their eyes, Sufong is a genius student who has already mastered the ability of Master Zanpakudo. Karara. The icicle condensed in the air, instantly clinging to the sealed state in Yokoji's hand, and spreading toward his arm. Ice Blade Wave Sword. Yokoji's pupils shrank, and Reiatsu burst out in his left hand. Hado number 4. By Lei. The dazzling white lightning turned into a fierce white line, which instantly smashed the blocked icicles into pieces, turning them into powder and scattered in the dojo. Although he is a kendo teacher, his attainment in Kido is not weaker than that of general officials. Shunpo started, and Yokoji stayed away from Sufeng's location. Before he could stand firm, his left hand was raised again, and the light blue Reiatsu solidified, burning the surrounding air. Hado's 33. Kang Fire Pendant. The moment the voice fell, a light blue light burst out from the palm of his hand, and the roar was deafening. The raging flames rushed towards Sufeng's location in an instant. Yokoji didn't stop his movements. He activated Shunpo again, his body approached, and the sealed state pressed down. Kendo Moon Shadow. The blasting flames drowned Sufong, obscuring his figure, whipping the wind, and howling on the dojo. At this moment, Hengjong Division broke out his strongest combat power. Surrounded by Reiatsu on the blade, a blue light burst out, tearing the air in front of it and slashing down. The concentrated spiritual child turned into a sword pressure, roaring and slashing towards Sufeng's position. This moment. Advertisement. Almost everyone held their breath and looked nervously at the center of the dojo, for fear of missing any detail. Under the power of Yokoji, none of them had the confidence to walk out intact. If it was Sufong, what would the result be? Soon. Sufong gave them the answer they wanted. Under the roar of the blue explosion, a dazzling red swirled in the smoke. The fiery temperature instantly spread to the entire dojo. On the high platform, under the black framed lens, a strange color emerged. Aizen looked at the movement below, and smiled. It's amazing power. The invigilator on the side quickly echoed. With such strength, the students of Sufong have reached the level of outstanding graduates in the past. Yeah, even more than most famous geniuses. Mr. Hengjongsi also showed all his strength. Explosive flame wave soared. The raging flames engulfed Hadokang fire pendant and covered Yokoji's kendo moon shadow. The flames carried a touch of destruction and burned towards Yokosuke. Yokoji's eyes widened. Fear flashed across his eyes. All Reiatsu burst out in an instant, condensed on the blade, turned into a sword pressure to attack. Boom. The deafening crackling sound resounded throughout the dojo at this moment, and even spread to the Spiritual Art Institute. The towering fire pillar, wrapped around Reiatsu, raged upward, directly burning the ceiling of the dojo into a pothole several meters in diameter. When the flames dissipated, the smoke and dust fell. Hengjongsi's charred appearance is in stark contrast to Su Feng's intact appearance. The students looked at the scene in the dojo in amazement and swallowed subconsciously. There was silence in the audience. Until, pop, pop. Crisp applause sounded. Aizen stood up on the high platform, looked at Sufong with admiration, and praised. As expected of Sufong. This strength is no weaker than any official. The voice fell, and the applause sounded like thunder, shaking the entire dojo. Hengjongsi gasped heavily and looked at Sufong not far away with some horror. He had exhausted Reiatsu, and had no more power to fight. A long time. Hengjongsi smiled with relief. Congratulations, Sufong. Chapter 18 Su Feng's Choice. The family knows their own affairs. Through this battle with Sufong, Hengjong Division once again realized what is the difference in the world. He is obviously just a freshman who has just graduated, and his strength has completely overwhelmed himself who has been Shinigami for hundreds of years. Even, Hengjongsi looked at Sufong who had not changed, and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. The strength of the young man in front of him is not even weaker than some captains. Thank you for your guidance. Sufong smiled and bowed slightly. His attitude is neither humble nor arrogant, without the slightest arrogance of genius. Seeing this, the smile on Hengjongsi's face grew even wider. Although he was beaten badly this time, he was very relieved to see the appearance of the genius. The applause gradually stopped. Aizen's gentle smile remained unchanged, and he said slowly, the special assessment is over, Urahara Sufong. Qualified. Sufong, you showed us a very exciting battle. The dojo was very quiet, and Aizen's voice echoed. Since the assessment has passed, then welcome to join Gote 13, Team Sufong. As his voice fell, bursts of cheers and discussions erupted in the dojo. I knew Big Brother Sufong would definitely succeed. I didn't expect that Sufong actually defeated teacher Hengjongsi, and he acted so easily. What a wonderful fight. With Su Feng's fighting performance, I am afraid that he will soon be promoted to the chairman or even the deputy captain. Cheers and congratulations echoed in his ears. Su Feng's expression did not change, still maintaining a calm and indifferent attitude. As if it was not him who participated in the battle before, but someone else. Intel. Open black lens bracket new sign in task released. Close black lens bracket. Sign in task. Please go to the 5th Division team building to sign in, and obtain the 5th Division or higher status. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Quest reward. GE Ashura template increases the progress by 2%, and can comprehend the new wave energy. Close black lens bracket. G Ashura template progress. 28%. Currently master. Wave power, wave mark, advanced wave sword, murderous perception, wave burst, ghost seal bead. Close black lens bracket. The sound of the new system prompt sound made the smile on Su Feng's face a little weird. Fortunately, under good control, no one noticed his abnormality. Join the 5th Division. In Su Feng's perception, the position of Aizen on the high platform was like an endless abyss, swallowing the surrounding spirits. A horror-level Reiatsu, enough to make him the most powerful Reiatsu in Soul Society. That is because the fluctuation perception is higher than Reiatsu perception, otherwise, Sufong would not be able to know how terrifying Aizen's Reiatsu is. You can only rely on your own familiarity with the plot to make judgments. For Aizen who came to participate in this special assessment, he must have found something. Sufong was very clear in his heart. As early as during the Soul Burial internship, his power had been exposed to Aizen. If Aizen still doesn't know who the protagonist of the incident in Zaraki district is, then it's really a bit of a waste of time. Moreover, because of blindness in both eyes, Sufong also understands that Kyoka Suigetsu cannot take effect on himself. Therefore, even if he does not have the powerful power of wave power, I am afraid that he will be included in Aizen's monitoring range the moment he joins Spiritual Arts Academy. As a conspirator with plans to run for hundreds of years, Aizen will not allow the scope of his plans to emerge beyond his control. Sufong, it's time for you to make a decision. Aizen smiled. Given the reason you passed the special assessment, the team captains won't let you go, a genius. This is your own identification. Saying that, he walked slowly to Sufong and handed him a wooden sign. The simple Kido incantation pattern, with some of Su Feng's information engraved on it, is supposed to be a product of the Technology Development Bureau. And judging from the signs, it is estimated that it has been prepared before the special assessment application. What happened in Zaraki before is no secret in Gote 13. That is because there is no problem with Sufang's own identity, and his performance is extremely good. If it was someone else, I am afraid that Xingjun would have come to the door. Sufong took the wooden sign and faced Aizen with the same gentle smile, like a conversation between friends. Trouble Captain Aizen, I will consider which team to join. Advertisement. Aizen nodded, his hands fell naturally, and the gaze under the lens was even more modest. If possible, the 5th division also welcomes you. The special examination is over. The students in the dojo also gradually dispersed. Sufong and Renji were walking on the street leading to the dormitory, looking particularly eye-catching. Seemingly influenced by the previous battle, Renji walked a little more arrogantly than usual. It's a bit of a fake tiger's might. Brother Sufong, have you decided which team to join? As he was walking, Renji suddenly turned his head and asked. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Sufong thoughtfully said, but I heard that there is another genius emerging from the Academy of Spiritual Arts recently, and he successfully graduated from the Academy of Spiritual Arts in just 1 year. Renji put his hands behind his head and said with some melancholy. Yeah, that kid is Hinamori's friend, what's his name Toshiro? It is said that he has successfully joined the 10th division, and is directly the 3rd officer. The former Renji is also a so-called genius. However, whether it was Sufong or Hitsugaya Toshiro, they were easily crushed, which inevitably made his mentality a little unbalanced. As Hitsugaya, Sufong teased, my own choice needs to be considered. But I have thought of a good place for you, which can make you stronger quickly. Now Renji is desperate to become stronger and catch up with either Sufong or Rukia. When he heard this, he suddenly looked sideways at Sufong next to him, and hurriedly asked. Brother Sufong, really? Yeah, that kind of place is the most suitable for you now. The corners of Sufang's mouth raised, and a dangerous smile emerged, the premise is that you can survive in that kind of place. Looking at Sufong in front of him, Renji had a bad premonition in his heart, swallowed a mouthful of saliva subconsciously, and whispered. Does it mean? Sufong smiled and nodded, as you think. The 13th Squadron of Gote is the most fierce and wild. Team 11, Chapter 19 Broken Bee Visits. Renji, Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo in the original book were actually packaged into the 5th team. However, due to Renji's thorny personality, he is not subject to discipline at all, and it is difficult to control. So, Aizen threw it to the 11th team. After that, when Renji followed Madarame Makaku to practice, he mastered Shikai, and his strength increased greatly. When Jin Ginjiro, the vice captain of the 6th division, resigned from the position of vice captain because of the busy optical shop business, Renji was also successfully promoted to the vice captain of the 6th division. Since he will be kicked out of the 5th division sooner or later, he might as well become a member of the 11th division directly. With Renji's character, he must be able to get along very well in the 11th team. The 11th division is the battle division. Sufong explained with a smile, they championed all the squads with their advocating martial virtues and valiant spirit. Most of the Zanpakudo in this division are direct attack, so this division doesn't pay much attention to Kido. On the whole, this is the most suitable place for your squad. Abarai Renji's eyes gradually lighted up, and after speaking, it seemed that he had found the true meaning of life. It is good. Renji raised his hand to hold the goggles between his foreheads, and said in a loud voice. Then decided to join the 11th team. His mentally ill behavior made passers-by look at him frequently, and some of them seemed to have already contacted Mr. Shinigami. Before Renji was taken away, Sufong also coughed twice and hurriedly returned to the dormitory. That night, moonlight is water. All information about you has been handed over to Captain Yamamoto. Under the crisp voice, there is a cold and arrogant expression. Broken Bee, dressed in black, appeared in Sufang's dormitory as a secret mobile unit. Facing the indifferent young man in front of her, she, as the captain, did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. The nerves all over the body are tense, and the accident is always on guard. Advertisement. The soul burial practice 4 years ago did not attract much attention. Seeing that Sufong was silent, Broken Bee continued, but the Technology Development Bureau also captured the residual wave power in the world for the first time. After being investigated by the 4th detachment, the information about you was also handed over to the commander-in-chief not long ago. Sufong nodded, not taking it too seriously. Since Yamamoto Yuanyujai did not order the arrest or assassination of himself immediately, it proves that this matter has passed. He's now just a slightly talented reserve player about to join the team. Well, I see. After a fluttering sentence, Sufong waved his hand, indicating that Broken Bee can leave first. However, she bit her lower lip lightly, a look of unwillingness appeared on her delicate face, and she hesitated. Sufong, who noticed his strangeness, raised the corner of his mouth and outlined a dangerous smile. For the sake of keeping a secret from me, let me give you some news. West Rukongai 3rd block, Miss Yoruichi will appear nearby from time to time. Whether you can find it or not depends on your ability and luck. After listening, Broken Bee gave the boy in front of him a complicated look, then activated Shunpo and disappeared. Perceiving the spirit remaining in the air, Sufeng's smile remained unchanged, but only he could hear the whispering voice. Maybe we will meet soon. The next day, when the first rays of sunlight fell on the gate of the Spiritual Art Institute, several figures had already headed to the first team's quarters under the leadership of the official Shinigami. As outstanding talents who graduated early in the same class, Sufong and the others have the qualifications to be treated specially. When they arrived at the first team building, there were already several captains and vice-captains waiting. Except for the 2nd Division Captain Shiba, the 3rd Division Captain Ichimaru Jin, the 5th Division Captain Aizen Sosuke, the 8th Division Kyoraku Shunsui, and the 12th Division Kurathashi Mayuri, the rest are vice-captains. As for the captain, Yamamoto Yuanyujai didn't even show up. From the words of Chojiro Sasaki talking to others, it can be seen that there seems to be a small problem in the 8 Hells. Advertisement. However, judging from Yamamoto Yuanyujai's personal dispatch, the so-called small problems may also be big troubles. Yeah, the talented students who graduated early are here. The soft Kyoto accent interrupted everyone's conversation, causing their eyes to stay on Sufong and others. The words that seem to be praised, but they do not have the slightest meaning of praise, but give people a sense of sarcasm. As a genius who graduated from Spiritual Arts Academy in 1 year, Ichimaru Jin naturally has the capital of pride. But at this time, he is more playing the role of a cold lion majesty, preparing for Aizen's follow-up plan. Well, is that blind boy Urahara Sufong mentioned in the information? Kyoraku Shunsui raised his hat and spoke first. As one of the captains who investigated the incident in the Zaraki district, he knew very well how terrifying the power of the explosion was. Then Kurathashi Mayuri's words made him even more snack. Fortunately, the master of that power is not the enemy of the Soul Society. This level is completely different from performance. With the sound of his voice, Sufong was also keenly aware of several Reiatsu wandering around him to detect. And as the power of fluctuation in the depths of the spiritual child, it is naturally not detected by Reiatsu's perception. Even at the captain level, he could only perceive Su Feng's weak Reiatsu, barely meeting the team's standard. Sa, the leader of the Beijing band, don't judge others by appearances. Kurathashi Mayuri's hoarse and strange voice sounded from one side. I am very curious about Urahara Sufong. At this time, in Su Feng's perception, the 12th Division Captain Kurathashi Mayuri's gaze was like a beast staring at its prey. The undisguised greed is almost condensed into substance. In this regard, Renji and others also shuddered, their impression of this Captain Nirvana plummeted, and they directly touched the floor. Listening to what everyone said, Sufong knew clearly that the information about him had been read in detail by them. They were also extremely curious about the existence of the power of terror that erupted in the Zaraki district. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Chojiro Sasaki coughed twice and signaled. Since everyone has come, let's start choosing the squad. Chapter 20 Scramble for Talents. I choose the 11th team. When Chojiro Sasaki's voice fell, Renji stood up from the crowd and said loudly. Such a decision immediately aroused the surprise of many people. Because the 11th Division is a battle team, the battles of Soul Society and Hueco Mundo in the world have always been on the front line. And this also led to their casualties, ranking first in Gote 13. Few college students would consider choosing the 11th Division, usually after being assessed by other divisions, they would be transferred to the 11th Division. Renji in the original works belongs to this category. However, under the interference of Sufong, he directly chose the 11th team this time. Hey, good eyesight, boy. A bald head suddenly appeared in the crowd, which was particularly eye-catching. The ends of the long and narrow eyes are embellished with red eyeshadow, which highlights the fierceness of this bald head. Compared to the captains and vice-captains, Madarame Makaku's aura is much more aggressive. Certainly, it also has to do with the personality of the individual. In terms of combat power alone, he should be regarded as the lowest group in this group. Madarame Makaku stepped forward and slapped Renji on the shoulder hard, making a thumping sound, extraordinarily rude. I just said that there are still some students who have a good vision. Well, yes, the physique is very strong, not like the white-haired kid from before. Renji was photographed grinning, forced a smile and asked. The white-haired kid you're talking about isn't Hitsugaya Toshiro, is it? Madarame Makaku grinned, showing a hideous smile, and said fiercely, yes, it's that stinky guy. When you find an opportunity, you must beat him up. When he spoke, his bright and clean head had blue veins bursting out, which made him look particularly hideous. Looking at the fanatical bald head caught in a fantasy, Renji wisely did not interrupt him, but stood by and waited quietly. There are very few people who can make him quiet, and the Madarame Makaku in front of him is undoubtedly one of them. By the way, why didn't you see the legendary captain of the 11th Division? Advertisement. When Madarame Makaku woke up from his fantasy, Renji asked with some doubts. Cough cough. Madarame Makaku coughed twice. The captain and the vice-captain have other important official duties, so they can't come for the time being. Renji nodded thoughtfully. However, although this excuse seems serious, Sufong is very clear. Not surprisingly, it should be that the two big road idiots got lost again, and they were running around in Seraiti at this time. What about you? Although everyone was surprised by Renji's choice, they didn't say much. Today's highlight is not his. If possible, I would like to join the 5th Division. Me too. Hira Izuru and Hinamori Momo still have great affection for Aizen who appeared in the rescue at the beginning. After thinking about it for a while, I made the same decision as in the original book. At this time, everyone turned their attention to the good man, Aizen. Facing the eyes of everyone, Aizen smiled gently and said slowly, of course. The 5th Division welcomes you to join us. Ichimaru Jin's soft voice sounded from one side, as if mocking and congratulating. I really congratulate Captain Aizen. The addition of 2 geniuses will surely make your current job a lot easier, right? In this regard, Aizen smiled unchanged, nodded and said, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. It has to be said that the current Aizen can be regarded as the perfect existence in the minds of almost all players. Be polite and polite, can't fault it at all. Since they have all chosen their respective squads, then it's up to you. Shojiro Sasaki showed the authority of the chief captain at this time, and his majestic voice echoed in the room. Urahara Sufong. At this time, everyone's eyes stayed on Sufong. Advertisement. They are still very interested in this teenager who has made a big name in Rukongai. What's more, its identity was a very noble existence even 100 years ago. Facing the eyes of everyone, Sufong showed aristocratic elegance and dignity without any waves. Before he could speak, a hoarse and strange voice sounded in the room. Urahara Sufong, how about joining the 12th division? Kurathashi Mayuri spread her hands, her slender nails particularly striking. If you come, I can give you the best treatment. It's not impossible to even let you join the Technology Development Bureau, even if it replaces my seat. As a scientist, Kurathashi Mayuri's pursuit is actually quite simple. Once he got the wave of power collected from Shiba's residence, he has been concentrating on analyzing and deciphering its essence. However, 4 years later, there is still no progress. Right now, the master of the power of volatility appeared in front of him, and naturally he had to fight for it. Not to mention the Technology Development Bureau, even if it is the position of the captain of the 12th division, as long as Sufong is willing, Kurathashi Mayuri can also let it go. The first team of the second team also needs talent like Sufong. The cold voice of Broken Bee is particularly obvious. If possible, I hope you can join the second team. Saying that, her aggressive gaze was also staring at Su Feng's face. For Sufong, who knows a lot of secrets, Broken Bee hopes that he can be under his nose. In this way, the secret will not be leaked. It's a real headache. Hiroku Shunsui lowered his hat and covered his eyes. I didn't expect Sufong to be so popular. It feels like a lot of competition. Immediately afterwards, the remaining people also showed varying degrees of invitation. For geniuses with clean backgrounds, all squads are extremely welcome. What's more, the power of fluctuation displayed by Sufong is also a unique existence in Soul Society, and they are also very curious. After everyone finished speaking, Shojiro Sasaki also said, if that's the case, then Urahara Sufong. Your choice is. Su Feng's perception flashed away in the crowd, a gentle smile emerged, and he gave his answer. I want to join. Team 5. Chapter 21 The Will of Yamamoto Yuanyujai. The moment the voice fell, the audience fell into a strange silence. For Su Feng's choice, everyone expressed that they could not understand. Even if it was because of Kurathashi Mayuri's scolding, and out of consideration for his own safety, he ruled out the 12th division as an option. The treatment given by the 5th division is not the best. What a surprising choice. Hiroku Shunsui said in surprise, can you hear why you chose the 5th division? In this regard, Sufong is neither humble nor arrogant, and seriously said. I am very grateful for Captain Aizen and Captain Ichimaru Jin who personally rescued him when he practiced at Soul Burial. And aspire to be like them. Besides, with Hinamori Momo and Kira Izuru joining us, we'll mirror each other. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this statement. Grateful to Captain Aizen, and at the same time reluctant to give up your companions. Hiroku Shunsui reached out and gently scratched the stubble of his chin, and said with some distress. In this way, people really can't pick out what's wrong. Seeing that Sufong has made up his mind, the others will not say more. Only Kurathashi Mayuri, his eyes full of unwillingness, spoke again. Team 5 or something, but it's very busy. If you join the 12th division, all responsibilities will be handled by others for you, so you don't have to worry about it at all. This guy is chattering and talking a lot. It wasn't until he was interrupted by the Broken Bee on the side that he was dissatisfied, and then he stopped his invitation. What a pity. Kurathashi Mayuri's pale yellow pupils were occupied by greed, locking Sufong firmly. Its Reiatsu also does not shy away from wandering around Sufong, as if a large net covers him. If you have the opportunity, the 12th division welcomes you to join. Technology Development Bureau is no exception. Not all members of the 12th division were in the Technology Development Bureau, there were also members from other divisions. But Sufong knows best. Advertisement. As long as he joins the 12th division, he will become the experimental material for this guy Kurathashi Mayuri. Regarding Kurathashi Mayuri's research in the past few years, Broken Bee told him all the details. Captain Aizen is very easy to get along with. Ichimaru Jin's voice is always so unique, but this time with Urahara Sufong and others joining in, it will be a lot lighter than that. I have no disagreement. Although Broken Bee wanted Sufong to be under his own monitoring, he couldn't force it if he couldn't. Regarding the strength she had shown before, she was very clear that she could not force the other party to do anything. For Shinigami, 4 years are but a fleeting moment. But Broken Bee knew that the boy in front of him was even more dangerous. In that case, I also agree with Su Feng's choice. Hiroku Shunsui nodded and settled the matter directly. The captains have no objection, and as the deputy team, they will not say anything against it. After everyone has spoken, all eyes were on Aizen. He smiled and said slowly, Sufong, I am very surprised by your choice. But the 5th division still welcomes you. The matter of joining the team was completely settled with Su Feng's decision. Although everyone was curious about Sufeng's special power, they did not force him to tell him. As long as he doesn't break the Soul Society's rules, then everything will be fine. The captains and deputy teams gradually left the first team, and when they reached this position, their usual work was still extremely busy. There are only very individual existences, and they are just resting all day. Such as the 8th Division Captain Kyoraku Shunsui, and the 10th Division Vice Captain Matsumoto Rangaku, the 11th Division Captain Zaraki Kenpachi, and his Vice Captain Kusajishi Yakiru. These are all idiots. Before leaving the first team building, Broken Bee specially came to Sufong, stared at him seriously, and said word by word. Any act of betrayal will usher in arbitration. After all, she just walked away without looking back. Kyoraku Shunsui, on the other hand, took a step forward and walked side by side with Sufong, without any pretense of being a captain at all. Do not take it personally. Advertisement. Since that incident happened that year, Captain Broken Bee will say something similar to any genius who is valued. For Sufong, he did not deliberately hide anything. The hollow incident 100 years ago directly caused the Urahara family to be expelled from the nobles and exiled directly to Rukongai. And this also led to the complete decline of the Urahara family. To this day, only Sufong is left in the huge Urahara family. Actually, Old Man Sean's original intention was to want you to join the 8th Division. Kyoraku Shunsui didn't care about Aizen beside him, and continued on his own, but considering your personal thoughts, in the end, it's up to you to choose. Hearing this, Sufong was a little surprised. But when he thinks that Kyoraku Shunsui is Yamamoto's most proud disciple, he is also somewhat clear. Thinking about himself, Yamamoto Yuanyujai was not as relieved as he seemed. Then I still have to thank the captain for his enlightenment. Sufong smiled, not disgusted by it. It's the same decision for him. Any factors beyond his control are best monitored within the allowable range. Aizen's smile was equally gentle, and his tone seemed a little helpless. The captain is really ruthless, he almost stole my talented team. Kyoraku Shunsui looked sideways, glanced at Aizen, seemed to be infected by his smile, and also smiled and said. There's nothing I can do about it. After all, Old Man Sean is old and stubborn like a stubborn rock. It's hard for him to listen to other people's advice unless he changes his mind. The conversation between the two, who could not pick out the slightest fault, fell in Sufeng's ears. In his perception, Aizen and Kyoraku Shunsui were like normal colleagues, talking harmoniously and calmly. But, also because of this, Sufeng's evaluation of Aizen was a little higher again. For the sake of his own plan, he pretended for hundreds of years, and everything around him was deceived by his acting skills. If Sufong didn't know everything, I'm afraid it would be the same as everyone else. To be out of the first team quarters, Aizen turned back and said softly, Sufong, Hira, Hinamori, let's go first. Go back to the 5th Division team building and decide your next seats and responsibilities. Chapter 22 The Battle of Seizing the Seat. The 5th Squad. Aizen personally gathered all the team members and waited in the courtyard. When he announced the content of the team meeting, there was a lot of discussion in front of him. Although the soul burial event has passed for a long time. But when they heard the name of Urahara Sufong, they still recalled the rumors that circulated throughout the Seraiti. However, Sufong, who just joined the Spiritual Arts Academy, showed amazing strength in his first soul burial practice. Killed a giant Menos Grande in one go. You know, that's an existence that even the official Shinigami can't deal with. And the original soul burial practice, if it wasn't for Sufong, would have suffered heavy casualties. After that, the name Urahara Sufong was passed down from the Academy of Spiritual Arts to Seraiti, and many Shinigami have heard of him. The 5th team is even more so. After all, that was a big event where Aizen and Ichimaru Jin personally came to the rescue. Aizen stood at the forefront, and beside him were Urahara Sufong, Kira Iziru and Hinamori Momo. At this time, they had changed into formal Death Tyrant outfits and looked extremely energetic. Unlike Sufeng's steadiness, the other two seemed a little excited at this time. Everyone, let's welcome the new players into the team first. As Aizen's voice fell, the welcome sound also sounded in the courtyard, as if a wave had been set off. The addition of new team members, some people are happy and some are worried. The 3 of Sufong are all geniuses who graduated from the Academy of Spiritual Arts in advance, and their grades are excellent. Aizen continued with a smile, especially Sufong, who won the special examination against Yokoji, the 4th officer of the 8th Division. So, within the limits allowed by the rules, he can challenge any officer. If it wins, it will directly take its place. Saying that, Aizen suddenly looked sideways, looked at Hinamori and Kira Iziru gently, and said. You two have the same right. As soon as these words came out, Kira Iziru and Hinamori Momo suddenly became a little excited. Their eyes were constantly wandering among the officers at the front of the crowd, as if they were looking for a suitable opponent. In this regard, Sufong took a step forward, and the weak Reiatsu directly locked the vice captain of the 5th Division on the far right. Ryosuke of Longtang Temple. After Ichimaru Jin was recommended by Aizen to serve as the captain of the 3rd Division, Ryosuke Ryodoji succeeded in becoming the 3rd officer and became the vice captain of the 5th Division. Advertisement. However, Sufong had no impression of this person. It should be replaced by Hinamori Momo in the original book, and there is absolutely no chance for him to appear. Sufong raised his mouth slightly, nodded and said with a smile, Captain Aizen, what I want to challenge is. Seeing his behavior, everyone has guesses in their hearts. While sighing that Sufong was bold, he also felt a little bit taken for granted. It doesn't seem like a big deal to be able to defeat the 4th officer of the 8th Division head-on, and challenge the vice captain when joining the team. Deputy Captain, Ryosuke Longtang Temple. The words fell, and the faces of the team members showed the expressions they should have, and there was no surprise at all. Aizen nodded lightly, still with that gentle gesture, and said slowly. In that case, Ryosuke. As soon as the words came out, the slightly tall middle-aged man in the Death Tyrant attire suddenly straightened his body, and said in a loud voice. Yes, Captain, next, it's up to you. Aizen's smile remained unchanged, and the mirror reflected light. I hope you can show everyone a wonderful battle. Also, the Battle of the Seat does not prohibit the liberation of Zanpakudo. Having said that, his voice raised a little. So, go all out. For Su Feng's choice, Aizen not only did not interfere, but there was a kind of promotion in it. And his idea, in Su Feng's view, is actually very simple. As an existence unaffected by Kyoka Suigetsu, he is also a master with a terrifying power. As a conspirator, Aizen's first thought was naturally to find out how much Su Feng's power limit was. And Longtang Temple Liangjia is undoubtedly his first-hand test. After Aizen finished speaking, Ryosuke Ryotangji took a step forward, his aura was low, and there was a surge of Reiatsu all over his body. Existing to replace Ichimaru Jin as the vice captain of Division 5. The strength of Ryosuke Longtang Temple is not weaker than other vice captains, and even stronger. 9 strikes of Bakudo. The beginning is to abandon Kido, who is singing, and I see Ryosuke of Longtang Temple sketching in the air. The crimson light leapt out from the fingertips and turned into complicated red threads, winding towards Sufong. Its speed is even faster than the sight of many people. Before they could even see clearly, the red light had already touched Su Feng's body. Advertisement. Just when he was about to be entangled by its shackles. The power of volatility works. With his own unique power, Sufong activated Shunpo. The red light was lost and disappeared in the front. Longtang Temple Ryosuke's eyes widened immediately, and he could hardly believe what was happening in front of him. So fast. When fighting, don't be distracted. Su Feng's voice sounded in his ears, Senior Leonsuk. Longtang Temple Ryosuke's pupils shrank suddenly. He pulled out the sealed state from his waist with his backhand, and slashed towards the side where the voice came from. Smashing sound. Even if his reaction was about to reach the ultimate, he was still in vain, and there was no sign of touching Sufong at all. The team members on the side were already a little dumbfounded. They couldn't even imagine that a student who had just graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy had such a Shunpo speed. Ryosuke, the deputy captain, was toyed with by him, and there was no room for him to fight back. Don't underestimate people. Ryosuke roared angrily, and a large number of powerful Reiatsu gathered in the sealed state, emitting a deep blue light. Let's spread out. Ice mirror. The moment the voice sounded, the dark blue light scattered on Zanpakudo, and then more than 10 ice mirrors formed, completely surrounding Sufong. Seeing this, Sufong showed a bit of surprise. In his perception, these more than 10 ice mirrors directly locked his breath completely, among them Reiatsu, who was no weaker than no. 30 Hado, was brewing. How can it be so easy to take away my vice captain position? Seeing Sufong stop in place, Ryosuke Longtang Temple immediately shouted. The thunderous carriage, the gap in the spinning wheel, this thing is clustered with light and divided into 6. Bakudo number 61 6 stand light prison. The 6 paths light sheet came out of his hand and surrounded Sufong, instantly blocking all his mobility. Be prepared to accept your failure, young man. Above the ice mirror, a brilliant ray of light, similar to Hado's attack, locked on Sufong in the center. Longtang Temple Ryosuke grinned, you're too much. Hey, it seems to be underestimated. Sufong stood there with an indifferent expression. If that's the case, just prove yourself. Volatility burst. Chapter 23 Shine this side. Boom. The violent shock centered on Sufong and raged in an instant. The power of the precipitation wave vented out around it, turned into an endless wave, and shredded the 6 sticks in an instant. Longtang Temple Ryosuke's heart sank immediately, and without thinking, he activated the Kido power condensed on the ice mirror. His Zanpakudo can unleash more than a dozen ice mirrors depending on how much Reiatsu is instilled, and while blocking the enemy, unleashes a spirit cannon that is no less powerful than the full chanting of Hado no. 30. Ryosuke of Ryodoji firmly believed in the power of his Zanpakudo, and even Captain Aizen would not dare to take it hard when he released it with all his strength. A mere academy student, he gritted his teeth hard, pouring all Reiatsu into it. More than a dozen beams of light roared out of the ice mirror, completely submerging Sufong. And this moment, the burst of volatility has also reached the ultimate. The ferocious huge blue skeleton roared silently, and the twisted and terrifying power stirred with Sufong at the center. When the more than 10 spiritual sub-cannons fell on the wave burst. The roar of the concussion swept up in an instant, rushing towards the sky quickly, lighting up the sky of the 5th Division team building, and shining on this side of Seraiti. The movement of this battle has already alarmed the other squads. Not to mention the captain, even ordinary team members noticed something was wrong. What happened? Has Seraiti been hacked? What kind of power is this? It seems to be in the 5th Division team building. I'm afraid not. Captain Aizen has already joined the battle. It must be reported to the first team immediately, emergency. When many team members saw this scene, they directly activated Shunpo and rushed towards the first team quarters. A battle for the seat directly caused an uproar in Seraiti. And in the 5th squad. The power of the burst of waves is still as powerful as a bamboo, turning into a gust of wind, rushing towards all directions. Even the team members who were watching from a distance were affected by this. While retreating one after another, many people even released the defensive Kido. Advertisement. The light faded and the ice mirror shattered. Longtang Temple Ryosuke stared blankly at Sufong in front of him. Originally holding Zanpakudo's palm, he was shaking uncontrollably. What happened to the power that was comparable to the explosion of the high-ranking Kido? He felt that his cognition had been hit by an unimaginable impact. How can a college student who just graduated can release such terrifying power? The full release of the ice mirror turned out to be like a mud bull into the sea, with no effect at all. After the dust dissipated, Su Feng's intact figure also appeared in front of the team members. The so-called battle. From the beginning, it was not equal. Su Feng walked out with a smile and came to Liang Jia of Longtang Temple. Before he could speak, Liang Jia of Longtang Temple said very singly. I surrender. The vice captain's seat is yours. Hearing this, the team members were even more in an uproar. Although the 5th Division team has a rigorous team style, it is different from the 11th Division that the strong is king. But after Ichimaru Jin resigned, several officers also fought head-to-head and participated in the battle for the vice captain's seat. Ryosuke of Ryudoji showed his overwhelming strength at that time and became the vice captain in one fell swoop. But not long after that, the new vice captain took office again. When everyone was shocked, Aizen stepped down from the distant viewing platform and came to Sufong and Longtang Temple Ryosuke. Very good. You let everyone see a wonderful battle. His eyes wandered, falling on Liang Jia of Longtang Temple, and he comforted with a smile. Liang Jia, don't blame yourself too much. Sufong, he was already the master of Zanpakudo when he was a student. Hearing this, Ryosuke of Longtang Temple shook his head gently and sighed. Captain, you don't have to comfort me. I'm very aware of the gap between myself and Sufong, it's a completely insurmountable gap. This evaluation made the nearby team members look a little bit in awe when they looked at Sufong. Advertisement. Totally crushing combat. It made the team members deeply realize that the blind boy in front of him is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Sufong, I'm going to trouble you a lot from now on. Aizen looked at Sufong and said with a smile, the vice captain's affairs are very busy. Captain Aizen, let's take a look at the performance of Hinamori and Kira first. Sufong didn't pick up the conversation, but diverted everyone's attention. He didn't want to be a social animal who worked every day, even with the responsibilities of the deputy captain on his back. But for Sufong, the vice captain's job is just to complete the check-in task. Hearing his words, the team members came back to their senses and looked at Hinamori Momo and Kira Izuru beside Aizen. Su Feng's previous performance had shocked everyone. When they looked at Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo again, they were already muttering. That guy is so cruel, wouldn't these two be more scary? It shouldn't be, Sufong is a genius that is rare to see in 100 years. Hehe, Hitsugaya Toshiro, the 3rd seat of the 10th Division next door, graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy in just 1 year. He is more talented than Sufong. If the two of them really fight, whoever loses will win. In the voice of the crowd, Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo also chose their opponents respectively. A 4th officer and a 5th officer. And this behavior, even with Sufong in front, was still suspected by everyone. After all, they didn't have much dazzling performance in the Spirit Art Academy, they just graduated early. To this, Sufong knew very well that because of his own reasons, the two of them practiced much harder than in the original book. In addition, their talent is not bad, so that their current strength has reached the level of an official. As for whether or not to obtain the position of the chairperson, it depends on the performance in the battle. Aizen looked at Kira Izuru and the 4th officer in the field and said flatly. Let's start. Chapter 24 The Battle of Kido, Unlimited Possibilities. As the voice fell, the battle started immediately. It is different from the previous battle with the scenes and mighty scenes. Both started with Kido. Bakudo number 39. Round Gate Fan. Kira Izuru has practiced against Renji all the year round, and there is no shortage of combat experience. He started to defend the Kido Round Gate Fan, to prevent the attack, and to look for an opportunity. The cyan circular protective shield was formed in an instant, and it was horizontally in front of Kira Izuru, bearing the huge red fire on the front. Seeing this, the 4th officer was a little surprised. Such a skilled release of Kido really deserves to be a genius who graduated early. However, just as he was about to release the next Kido, he saw Kira Izuru half squatting, pressing his right hand directly to the ground. Hado number 12. Fu Fire. Kira Izuru did not choose the higher tier Kido, but chose Hado, the fastest and most skilled 12th release. Fu Fire. 5 lines of red Reiatsu flew out from his fingertips, instantly turned into flames, and rushed towards the 4th officer. Before waiting for the other party to react, the flame had already wrapped its limbs and fixed it in place. Damn, the release speed is so fast. The 4th officer felt the burning sensation from his limbs, and a bad premonition had already arisen in his heart. O King's Lander. The mask of flesh and blood, all things, the thing that flutters high and bears the name of human beings. Kira Izuru was calm and composed, chanting the Kido mantra quickly, with Reiatsu already brewing in the palm of his hand. Truth and temperance, the wall of ignorant dreams, but only on it. Hado's 33. Kang Fire Pendant. In an instant, the blue light burst from his palm, and the roar sounded like thunder intertwined, and there was even a burning smell in the air, and it slammed directly into the chest of the fourth officer. Bang! A bang sounded. Advertisement. Even if the opponent released the defensive Kido in time, he was still directly penetrated, and the aftermath hit his chest. The whole person flew like a cannonball and slammed into the wall in the distance, cracking countless spider web-like traces. The battle is over. Kira Iziru showed a wonderful Kido release instruction to the 5th Division members. Quick, accurate, ruthless. There is no meaning to procrastinate at all, and the battle for the seat is ended in the shortest time and the smallest consumption. Congratulations, Kira. Aizen raised his head and said with a smile, fantastic fight, you showed us the infinite possibilities of Kido. Next, let's see how Hinamori performs. When his eyes fell on Hinamori, she suddenly seemed very nervous. When facing Aizen, Hinamori Momo will still show great admiration and admiration. Although in the face of Sufong, there will be the same emotions. But compared to Aizen's existence, Sufeng's control of human nature is still a little worse. Yes, yes, Captain Aizen, Hinamori Momo responded loudly, seemingly dispelling his nervousness. In this regard, Sufong also had to sigh. In this regard, Aizen is a master class. I won't lose to you. Hinamori Momo looked at the 5th officer with extremely stubborn eyes. Aizen on the side provided a lot of power for it. So that at the beginning of the battle, Hinamori Momo exceeded the speed of Kira Iziru's previous release of Kido, and released no. 21 Bakudo Kai Yanden. A large amount of crimson smoke filled the battlefield, obscuring everyone's sight, but also well hidden Hinamori Momo's attack Kido. Bakudo number 4 this rope. Hinamori Momo waved his hand, and the spiritual child turned into a light rope and flew out from his fingertips, and under the cover of the red smoke, he rushed to the 5th officer. However, with the example of the previous 4th officer, the 5th officer also put aside his contempt, and treated the girl in front of him as an equal opponent. At the moment when Kai Yanden was released, the 5th officer was always vigilant about the surroundings, and released the round gate fan to surround the surroundings to resist the sudden attack. The rope fluttered and flew through the red smoke, and in an instant it came to the 5th officer and wrapped around his limbs. Advertisement. But with preparation, this attack is also very difficult to work. The sealed state fell from the hands of the 5th officer, directly cutting off the rope that flew behind him, turning it into a spiritual child and dissipating. The first attempt failed. Hinamori Momo was not discouraged at all, but instead launched Shunpo. After shifting positions, a large number of Reiatsu appeared again on the fingertips. Hado number 12. Fu Fire. Compared with Kira Iziru, the fire released by Hinamori Momo directly became the effect of covering a large area. The red flames condensed into a net shape and flew out in the gradually dissipating red smoke, instantly blocking the location of the 5th officer. Hinamori Momo is sure to win this battle. The new Kido incantation is also played out in the battle arena as the fire wraps around the 5th officer's body. O King's Lander. The mask of flesh and blood, all things, the thing that flutters high and bears the name of human beings. Hinamori Momo pushed forward with the palm of his hand, and a large amount of Reiatsu was condensed between the palms. Hot in turmoil, roll back south across the sea, and move forward. Hado's 31 red cannon. The huge fireball flew out from the palm of his hand and went straight to the position of the 5th officer. In this regard, he was bound by the fire, and he could only choose to mobilize the circular gate fan to resist. However, the round gate fan that abandoned the chant couldn't compare with the red cannon that fully chanted in terms of power. When the two collided with each other, the fire suddenly detonated. Boom! The air waves of the explosion swept in all directions, engulfing the battlefield and drowning the position of the two. When the smoke cleared, Hinamori Momo stood panting and pale. The release of several Kido in a short period of time is undoubtedly a huge burden for her now. But her state is much stronger than the 5th officer who faced the Kai artillery head-on. At this time, the 5th officer, the dead bully, pretended to be tattered, his body was even more charred, he lost consciousness and fell into a coma. The winner of the battle has been born. At this time, the team members suddenly discovered that the chairmen of their own squads were all replaced by students who graduated early. For a while, their expressions also became a little dazed. Chapter 25 The Power to Change the World. After 3 different battles, the 5th Division team members felt a sense of urgency at the same time. However, the students who have just graduated already have such strength. How about in a few years? Even the vice captain and the 2 officers were defeated by them. After a while, I'm afraid they won't be the captain. In contrast, he is just a mediocre team player, the most indispensable cannon fodder in the Seraiti. Thinking of this, the hearts of the team members suddenly filled with sadness. The same Shinigami, the gap is a bit too scary. After completing the exchange of epaulets, Sufong also officially obtained the seat of vice captain, and Kira Iziru and Hinamori Momo also became the 4th and 5th officers of the 5th Division respectively. As for the original chairperson, it was postponed and lowered by 1. They replaced the position of the original chairperson and stood where they should have stood. The 3rd officer looked at the newcomers on the left and right, and his heart suddenly filled with infinite sadness. At this rate, he might not be able to stay in this position for long. Once upon a time, he had also been so beautiful. After the completion of the duties handover ceremony of the 5th Division, the transfer of seats was reported to the 1st Division as soon as possible. At the same time, it also solved the misunderstanding in the previous 5th Division that caused the aftermath of the mighty battle. First team quarters. Yamamoto Yuanyujai looked at the 5th division team member who was half kneeling below, and there seemed to be a flash of fire in his slightly closed eyes. As that's so. The old man understands. This matter will be passed on to other squads through Hell Butterfly as soon as possible, and please go back and tell Captain Aizen. Under normal circumstances, Yamamoto Yuanyujai was very peaceful, like an old man next door. Don't make any unnecessary misunderstandings because of this. The team members of the 5th team who came to report, responded respectfully and left from the first team house. The next thing is not something he can worry about. Sasaki, prepare an announcement to inform the entire team. Yamamoto Yuanyujai raised his eyelids slightly, and his slightly hoarse voice could not hear the slightest mood swings. Yes, Captain. Advertisement. Shojiro Sasaki, as one of the most loyal to Yamamoto Genryuzai, will unconditionally carry out any orders from him. Soon, the news about the 5th division was conveyed to Gote 13. Second team quarters. Broken Bee stared at the black hell butterfly at the fingertips with a cold gaze, her silver teeth nibbled and made a slight creaking sound. This guy. 6th squad. Byakuya Kuchiki accepted the message from Hell Butterfly with a grim expression, and his slender eyebrows were tightly knit together. Information about Sufong flashed through his mind. Urahara's house. 8th squad. Upon receiving the news, Hiraku Shunsui nearly spit out the sake from his mouth, destroying the stack of documents in front of him. Aizen Naneo looked at Hiraku Shunsui in surprise and asked, Captain, didn't you investigate Urahara Sufong long ago? Although in the aftermath of the previous battle, I sensed that power that was completely different from Reiatsu. Hiraku Shunsui carefully put away the wine glass. He was only allowed to have a few drinks after a long time, and he must not waste it. But right now, when I really feel it near it, I still sigh the horror of this power. His eyes gradually became a little deeper, looking out the window in the direction of the 5th division's quarters, and sighed softly. The appearance of Sufong reminds me of the sinner from the Kuchiki family hundreds of years ago. It can also change the power of the Soul Society. I hope the final fate will be different. Aizen Naneo looked at the solemn Hiraku Shunsui and hesitated. 10th team. In the captain's team building, the short stature sitting on the tall chair is a little funny, but his upright expression reveals a bit of seriousness. The 3rd seat of the 10th division, Hitsugaya Toshiro. With its captain and vice-captain both drunk and missing, Hitsugaya Toshiro once again carried the banner of the 10th division. This is not the first time. He has gotten used to it. That guy Tauzi actually became the 5th seat of the 5th division. Hitsugaya Toshiro said somewhat unexpectedly, it's time to prepare her a gift to congratulate her. Advertisement. Obviously, this guy doesn't pay attention to Sufong at all. 11th team quarters. Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes lit up after learning the news of the previous outbreak of power, like a beast that had found its prey, and the whole person ignited a turbulent fighting spirit. There's a new opponent. A ferocious voice sounded in the team building, and Zaraki Kenpachi directly lifted Zanpakudo by his side and walked outside. Is Shaojian going to find that person? Kusajishi Yakiru with short pink hair sprang out of nowhere, jumped to Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder, and said excitedly. I have a hunch, that guy will be very strong. Zaraki Kenpachi grinned like a ghost. Great. Kusajishi Yakiru cheered, then let me show Shaojian the way. As soon as the voice fell, Zaraki Kenpachi's tall and burly figure rushed out of the 11th team. However, the direction they were walking was completely opposite to the direction of the 5th division's quarters. It can only be said that it is worthy of the name of Luji. Near the 12th division, inside the Technology Development Bureau. Kurathashi Mayuri looked at the huge screen in front of him with a frenzy on his face, and the cumbersome data flashed intermittently on it, giving a strange feeling. Master Maori, Urahara Sufong is the vice-captain of the 5th division. Ni Yinmeng, who was wearing a short skirt and kimono-style Death Tyrant outfit, appeared at the entrance of the scientific research room with a respectful tone. Oh, Kurathashi Mayuri shifted his gaze and looked at Nyan Dream with a strange look on his face. Has this guy finally stopped covering up? Ni Yinmeng stood on the spot, with both hands in front of him, bowed his head and said nothing. And Kurathashi Mayuri said thoughtfully, according to my research results, this guy can graduate early as the first day of school. But it was only now that he successfully joined the team, but he became the vice-captain in one fell swoop. What is he hiding? Ha, that's great, it's really exciting. He spread out his hands frantically, especially the super long nails on the middle finger of his right hand, and said word by word. That's enough power to change the world. Chapter 26 Zanpakudo Space, Conspiracy appears. Host has arrived at the 5th Division team building and has become the 5th Division team vice-captain. Sign-in begins. Close black lens bracket. Sign-in completed. Close black lens bracket. Quest rewards are being distributed. When the handover ceremony was over and Sufong returned to his vice-captain's team building, the familiar sound of the system was heard again. The power of fluctuations in his body is also surging again, constantly amplifying and strengthening himself. The world is clear again in front of Sufang's eyes, deep within the texture. Template progress. 30%. The new wave energy has been master. Evil light slash. Close black lens bracket. Currently master. Wave power, wave mark, murderous perception, wave burst, advanced wave sword, ghost seal bead, evil light slash. Close black lens bracket. Huge and terrifying power circulated in Sufang's body. Like a vast ocean, there is no end in sight, let alone the root cause. And at the moment when the power of his own fluctuations increased, Sufeng's originally calm face also showed a hint of surprise. The sealed state in its scabbard radiates its own light at this moment. Sufong was slightly in a trance, but when he regained consciousness again, he found that everything around him had fallen into a state of ashes again. He knew in his heart that he had come to the Zanpakudo space again. With the power of wave reaching the standard, the time to know Zanpakudo's real name has come. Sufong stretched out his palm, and the majestic wave power rushed out from his palm, like a flood dam, and the palm of his hand bloomed with endless brilliance, injecting infinite vitality into this bleak and gray world. Blind and hard work, Fang Yu is full of energy. Indifferent voices like water reverberate in the world of Zanpakudo. The world seemed to tremble and tremble because of this. Su Feng's thoughts settled down, and the sealed state in his hand also turned into a light blue light at this moment, disintegrating into this world. The light is like electricity, stirring the quartet. With the integration of the sealed state, the endless brilliance also dimmed in an instant, eliminating all light. The rest, there is only endless darkness. Crimson pupils emerged from the darkness, occupying the sky of this world. When it slowly opened, it seemed to be staring into the abyss, staring at the soul. The world shattered into countless fragments, making a terrifying crackling sound. It seems that the ultimate destruction has come. Advertisement. Boom. The world collapsed, turned into a stream of light, and merged into Su Feng's body. The moment he raised his right hand, the power of endless fluctuations also stopped, turning into a translucent light blue slender blade, pure to the extreme. At this moment, Su Feng also knew the real name of the blade in his hand. Is that the name? As his voice fell, the surrounding world returned to normal again. The original ashes faded away little by little, as if the old shell had been stripped away. Simple room decoration appears within Su Feng's perception. Su Feng subconsciously caressed the sealed state in his hand, and his expression was a bit dazed for a while. Even he himself could not have expected that this ordinary existence, after gradually merging with his own soul, would possess such a mighty power. It is worthy of the unique name. The 5th Division's quarters are not the right place to liberate the sealed state. Even if Su Feng didn't mind Aizen's peeping, he had to give Seraites rules a face. The liberation of Zanpakudo, before the ban is lifted, needs to be requested in advance. For this pedantic and old rule, Su Feng can only sigh. In the past 46 rooms, it would be better to die early. Rules cannot be made by the weak. After the handover ceremony of the 5th Division, Seraite seemed to have regained his composure. Everything seems so natural, and Su Feng also officially has the authority of the deputy captain of the 5th Division. In addition to training the team members, he is more in contact with Aizen to carry out some work handovers. Have to say, Aizen Sosuke, before his mutiny, was definitely the most respectful, tolerant and peaceful existence among the 13 captains. Definitely worthy of the title of the most popular captain. But because of this, Su Feng also seemed more cautious and vigilant when facing him. At the moment, it's not time for trouble. Advertisement. And just today, when the two had some normal conversations. The sudden intrusion of one person also disrupted the calm. Master Aizen, Master Su Feng. No, it's not good. Hira Izuru changed her calm appearance, hurried into the room, stared in shock and said. Yes, a team member was killed. Hearing this, Aizen's mild smile disappeared instantly, and turned into a very serious one. Where? On the number 6 corridor north of the team building. As soon as the voice fell, Aizen had already activated Shunko and disappeared in place. Seeing this, Su Feng sighed lightly, and could only activate Shunko as well and followed. He had a vague premonition in his heart for such an unexpected event. High probability. It is this conspirator who is going to launch a plan against himself. When the two arrived in corridor number 6, there was already a circle of soldiers around them, and the Kido mantra directly blocked any exit in the corridor, and any changes would be discovered. The captain and vice captain are here. Great. With Captain Aizen and Deputy Captain Su Feng here, we will be able to find out the murderer. You dare to commit murder in the team building, you really don't take me seriously. Although Su Feng has been the deputy captain for a short time, the previous battle in the courtyard of the team house was also seen by all the team members of the 5th Division. For the new vice captain, no one dared to be unconvinced. 7 seats for Shiraishi. When Aizen saw the corpse on the ground, his eyes widened slightly, showing a look of shock. He crouched beside the corpse, and Reiatsu released it, carefully examining the surroundings for possible subtle clues. The unclosed eyes of this Shiroshi Shishi were full of fear and puzzlement, and a tiny crack in his chest penetrated his heart, erasing all vitality. A faint bloodstain oozes out from the wound, soaking in the Death Tyrant outfit. No Reiatsu remains. Aizen's tone was serious. Inform Captain Unoka, the captain of the 4th Division, and ask her to come and examine the body. Be sure to find the real murderer. Chapter 27 Motivation for committing the crime. 4th Squad. Anatomy Room. With the thin Reiatsu attached to her hands, Yunohana Retsu skillfully dissects the corpse on the operating table with a graceful gesture. The waving scalpel danced on the skin. Like art. In just a few breaths of time, the poor Shiraishi Shishi could no longer see the shape of a human being. In addition to the regular sealed state scars, there are also quite a few internal problems. Yunohana Retsu's tone was calm and steady, even if he had just dissected a person, his emotions still did not fluctuate at all. For others, this kind of thing will inevitably have a psychological impact. But for Unohana Retsu, Kenpachi's Unohana Retsu, who is an unprecedented villain in the history of Soul Society, he is undoubtedly coming out of a sea of corpses. This scene in front of me is really only a small scene. There are medicinal ingredients that Reiatsu suppresses in his organs. Unohana Retsu explained carefully. However, the strange thing is that there is no trace of Reiatsu left on the wound that runs through the heart. As usual, if the residual Reiatsu is carefully cleaned, it will inevitably cause further damage to the wound. Speaking of this, she frowned slightly, and a little surprise appeared on her gentle face. There is no Reiatsu at all, and there is no sign of secondary injury on the injury. I've never seen a case like this. Aizen on the side sighed lightly, with a look of shame on his face, and said a little disappointedly. If I hadn't relaxed my vigilance, Shiraishi Shishi would not have fallen into such a situation. I have reported this incident to Captain Yamamoto and asked other team members to assist in this. Saying that, Aizen's expression became firmer. The murderer must be found and he will be punished. In the eyes of the other team members of the 5th Division, his appearance is completely a conscience captain who thinks about the team members and cares about his subordinates. Only Sufong put his hands in his cuffs with an indifferent attitude. Under his fluctuating perception, Shiraishi Kixi's real cause of death was clearly presented in front of him. Who says you can't kill people without Reiatsu? Sufong did not express his judgment, but secretly thought in his heart, just use the sealed state of the 7 seats of Beishi to commit the crime. Just as everyone was discussing, another group of people suddenly entered the autopsy room. The leader is handsome, and his long hair is gathered up by the special pincers of the nobles, and a scarf with silver and white tulle around his neck makes it look noble and unusual. Advertisement. Looks like we're here just in time, Captain. Jin Jiro's voice was loud, and he immediately attracted the attention of others. Be quiet, Jin Jiro. Byakuya Kuchiki's face was stern, like an iceberg. Oh, what's the matter with Captain Kuchiki coming here? Unohana Retsu greeted. The Shiraishi 7 seats are the lower-ranking nobles of the Kuchiki family and a member of the Shiraishi family. There was a hint of pain and regret in Aizen's tone, as if mourning for Shiraishi Shichiki's death. Captain Kuchiki, who is the current head of the Kuchiki family, naturally came for Shiraishi Shichiki. Hear this. Sufong was a little surprised just now. Relevant information also emerged in his memory. The Shiraishi family, the Kuchiki family's lower-ranking nobles. He had cast a crucial vote at the meeting on whether to strip the Urahara family of their noble status. The Urahara family was also stripped of their noble status and exiled to Rukongai. Really, it's surprising. The corner of Su Feng's mouth raised slightly, but his interest in this matter became stronger and stronger. If it weren't for him knowing the essence of Aizen, it is inevitable that he will get caught up in this design, which will lead to the intensification of the conflict between him and Seraiti, and then go down the old path of Urahara Kazuki. Captain Unohana, Captain Aizen. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded, and a cold voice echoed in the dissection room. As for Shiraishi's death, Division 6 applies for intervention, and will have the right to make relevant rulings if necessary. Unohana Retsu smiled. Of course. She is just assisting in the investigation of the case, and she doesn't care about the result. I have no opinion. Aizen seemed to have regained her composure again, and said in a deep voice. The 6th Division, as the Royal Guard, has the power to safeguard the interests of the nobles. Then Urahara Sufong, what's your opinion? Advertisement. Byakuya Kuchiki suddenly turned around and looked directly at Su Feng's face, and his voice became a little more serious. Faced with a sudden question, Su Feng's expression did not change at all, still a gentle smile like the wind. Of course I'm fine. Captain Kuchiki, just follow the rules. As soon as these words came out, Byakuya Kuchiki's aggressive aura also restrained a lot and returned to calm. Then, thank you for your cooperation. After obtaining the autopsy report provided by Unohana Retsu, Byakuya Kuchiki also took Jin Ginjiro and others and left the 4th Division. Aizen also looked at Unohana Retsu and said seriously. During this time, please trouble Captain Unoha. If there is a clue, please notify the 5th Division as soon as possible. Unohana Retsu nodded and said softly, I'll try my best. Since becoming captain, Unohana Retsu has been more conscientious in his duties. Like this kind of event, she will naturally take it to heart. A post-mortem report was also taken, and Aizen and Sufong left the 4th team's quarters together. But before leaving, Unohana Retsu suddenly stopped Sufong, Deputy Captain Sufong. Facing Su Feng's puzzled expression, she said slowly, I heard that you used to defeat Hengjong-si in front of you with kendo when you were a student. If you can, please come to the 4th Division to discuss kendo in your spare time. Hearing this, Sufong looked slightly startled, and immediately returned to his senses with a smile. It's impossible. Regarding kendo, he also wanted to know what level Unohana Retsu's level was. As for Shiraishi's death, Sufong has a hunch in his heart that this matter is just the beginning. Thinking of this, he shook his head and laughed, and followed Aizen in front of him. In his perception, the generous and peaceful Aizen Sosuke beside him was full of melancholy and worry. Like a real abyss. Chapter 28 Karathashi Mayuri's Visit. In Gote 13, Shiraishi Shichiki's death was thought to be an accident. The new bad news came out again in the 6th Division. The victim this time was the 10th officer of the 6th Division, a member of the Longtang Temple family. Unquestionably, the Ryutanji family also stood on the opposite side of the Urahara family in the previous issue of the Urahara family's nobility. In this regard, Ryosuke, the third officer of the 5th Division, was very indignant and vowed to bring the murderer to justice. Due to 2 consecutive murders of nobles, and their injuries are almost completely similar. Gote 13 also identified this incident as the same murderer at the first time. Panic also spread in Saraiti. Members of the aristocracy, everyone is in danger. The 5th Division, the Vice Captain's quarters. Deputy Captain Sufong, there are some words that have been circulating recently. Hira Izuru's face was full of worry. She looked at Sufong with concern, and said hesitantly, in the death of the nobleman, many people directly put the crime on your head. Seeing that Sufong was unmoved and did not mean to speak at all, he continued. Although I believe this matter has nothing to do with you, Deputy Captain Sufong, but there are already many radical noble members who are putting pressure on Captain Aizen. What's more, it even used the relationship between the 46 rooms. Having said that, Hira Izuru's face was already a little ugly. As Su Feng's classmates and friends, their relationship has always been very good. In this regard, Hira Izuru absolutely does not believe that the gentle and elegant Sufong can do such a thing. Even if Sufong has sufficient motives for committing the crime. The clean is clear, the turbid is turbid. Sufong put down the teacup in his hand, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his smile. History is always repeating an ugly scene. Hira Izuru looked at Sufong with some puzzlement, just as he was about to ask what those words meant. Sufong said again, okay, Hira. You don't have to worry about me, unless there is no evidence, unless you don't even want a face in the 46th room. Otherwise they would never issue an order against me. Hearing this, Hira Izuru opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, she had nothing to say. Advertisement. Concern is chaos. As a player in the game, Sufong is far more thorough than he is. Although the Urahara family has been deprived of their noble status, Sufong became the vice captain by virtue of his own strength. The identity of this deputy captain alone is enough to ensure Su Feng's current safety. Without evidence, Room 46 would not wantonly break the rules it had set. Because if so, Saraiti will be thrown into chaos. There will be no more rules. Thinking of this, Hira Izuru sighed lightly, put the document in front of the desk, turned and left. As one of the few who believed in Su Feng's existence, at this time, he had no way to face Su Feng's innocence, and could only helplessly watch the current scene unfold. Sir Kira really trusts you unconditionally, Urahara Sufong. A high cold, ice-like voice appeared in the shadow of the room. A petite figure followed the voice and walked in the sunlight. Captain Broken Bee, are you saying that you are here to arrest me? Sufong didn't care, and was still in a leisurely manner, relaxed and comfortable. I'm not at all interested in dirty noble interests. Broken Bee frowned, and said with a look of disgust, I'm here for what you said before. Near West Rukongai, I have searched and found no trace of Shihuan Yoruichi at all. Since listening to Su Feng's previous tricks, Broken Bee has been searching over and over again in the 3rd district of West Rukongai with his obsession. However, with the passage of time, the hope in her heart became more and more dim. Until the recent death of the nobles, the 2nd Division was completely busy, causing the resentment of the Broken Bees to erupt. After discovering that some of the rumors pointed to Sufong, she couldn't hold back any longer and went directly to the door. Under the perception of fluctuations, there was a trace of resentment on the arrogant face of Broken Bee, and the black eyes were staring at Su Feng's every move. Oh, it's because of this. Sufong drank tea to himself, smiling as always as easygoing. It's better than. Ask the pyrotechnician from Shiba's house. Hearing this, Broken Bee's pupils shrank, and subconsciously said, Shiba Kong. That's right. Sufong nodded and said, Shihuan Yoruichi betrayed Soul Society, that Miss Kong is one of her few friends. Advertisement. It's one of the stable ways for her to contact the Soul Society and get information about the Soul Society. For Shihuan Yoruichi's information, Sufong decisively sold it. He would be more than happy to give Urahara Kazuki something to block them. After all, the Urahara family ended up in this field, and it has a considerable relationship with Urahara Kazuki. Although I can't put all the pot on this guy, Sufong is still very happy to give him some trouble. Broken Bee left again. In Su Feng's perception, she did not go back to the 2nd Division team building, but went straight to West Rukongai. Apparently, the nobles died or something. In her heart, it was not even comparable to a black cat hair. Sufong suddenly raised his brows, and there was a bit of surprise in his gentle smile. There seemed to be a lot of guests today. Shortly after his words fell, a figure dressed in white Captain Yori, wearing a headgear like horns, with a black and white mask covering his true face, appeared in front of the team building. Oh. There was a hint of madness hidden in Karathashi Mayuri's smile. We meet again, Deputy Captain Sufong. For this mad scientist, Su Feng's perception is more cautious. After all, he also doesn't know what the limit of this guy's scientific research ability is. If he researches targeted items, it will be a little troublesome. In terms of combat power alone, Sufong is not afraid of the opponent. I don't know why Captain Ni is here. Karathashi Mayuri spread his hands, showed a weird smile, and said flatly. The successive deaths of noble members must have caused some trouble for you. Hearing this, Sufong gently rubbed his eyebrows and said slowly. Except for some reckless nobles, there is nothing worth caring about. As the death of the nobles continues to brew, there are always some self-righteous idiots who rely on their own identity to find the 5th division to shout. If it wasn't for Sufeng's need to maintain the current calm, those guys would never leave the team alive. Aha, it looks like your situation is much better than I thought. Kurathashi Mayuri let out a weird laugh, then calmed down, looked at Sufong seriously and said. I'm here to make a deal with you. Chapter 29 Transactions. Trade. Sufong was a little surprised. I don't know what Captain Ni is referring to. Kurathashi Mayuri, who had never paid much attention to Soul Society's rules, sat down across from Sufong, slender fingers gently tapping on the table, as if subconscious behavior. Of course it's about your special Zanpakudo power. Kurathashi Mayuri stared at Sufeng's expression earnestly, and explained word by word. The special structure that completely overrides the spirit child, and the extraordinary ability that is exceptionally integrated into the spirit child. Although I hate the word perfection, I have to admit it. This power is the closest to perfection I have ever seen. Hearing this, a thoughtful look appeared on Sufeng's face. Kurathashi Mayuri's character of pursuing the unknown and novelty is not uncommon in the 12th division. Even in addition to new research and technology, he only cares about the orders of Yamamoto Yuanyujai. As for those nobles and even the 46 rooms, they were not in their eyes. At the moment, when Sufeng's turbulent power, which is very different from the structure of the spiritual child, appears, Kurathashi Mayuri can't suppress the desire for knowledge in his heart. I invited you to join the 12th division before, and that's exactly why. Kurathashi Mayuri has no intention of concealing any relevant information. The ray of power collected in the Zaraki district 4 years ago has been resolved to the ultimate, and it is impossible to continue. Speaking of this, Kurathashi Mayuri's mouth grinned, and the madness in the smile was even more. If you can provide me with enough research on that kind of power, maybe I can clear up your grievances. Heard here. Sufong raised his brows lightly, smiled and said, Captain Ni, I don't have much confusion in this regard. After all, I'm innocent. Kurathashi Mayuri gave him a deep look and continued, since you're not interested in this. Then change the object of the transaction. According to the information, the reason why you chose the special assessment of the Lingshu Academy is entirely because you cannot release a qualified Kido yourself. Even Kido can only be released under the 10th position. When it comes to his future research experiments, Kurathashi Mayuri's words have become more and more strange, and his behavior has become a bit weirder. And according to my multiple experimental analysis shows. Kurathashi Mayuri took out a test tube from his side pocket, and placed a transparent silk thread in it. Sufong felt this power quite unexpectedly. Advertisement. This was the little wave power he had left when he first released the wave burst. It was captured by Kyoraku Shunsui and Broken Bee with special equipment and handed over to Kurathashi Mayuri. It now appears that Kurathashi Mayuri has learned something useful from it. Kurathashi Mayuri didn't care about Sufeng's change in expression, but took out his Zanpakudo and slashed his arm with a knife. The palm fell on the desk, oozing a terrifying green viscous liquid. I saw Kurathashi Mayuri's broken arm, green flesh and blood surging, and soon a good palm grew again. After a few movements, he held the test tube with the broken hand, mobilized a little Ryatsu, and directly shattered the solid test tube wall. Bakudo number 4. This rope, hummed the moment his voice fell. The power of the wave melted into the green flesh and blood, and was released immediately, turning into a thick red light, breaking through the air towards Sufong. Swish. In just one breath, Sufeng's upper body was tightly wound, like a ball of thread. Feeling the great power from the red light, Sufong was a little surprised. It's just an insignificant wisp of wave power, and the release of Kido is carried out in the manner of Kurathashi Mayuri. It has actually surpassed the release effect of Sufong himself. As expected of Captain Ni, Sufong mobilized the power fluctuations in his body and easily dissipated the red light from his upper body, turning it into a spiritual child and dissipating in the air. After a brief perception, he already understood the principle, using Ryatsu as the fuse and the power of waves as the fuel. At the moment of releasing Kido, ignite Ryatsu, transforming the power of waves, thereby releasing Kido in its entirety. The principle is very simple, but if you want to do it, I am afraid it is a little difficult. At least Sufong didn't know how to release it, after all. The release of Kido requires the Kido mantra to resonate with the spirit child. Seeing that Sufong easily broke the Kido he released, and even his Death Tyrant outfit was not stained with the slightest trace. Kurathashi Mayuri's pupils shrank slightly, and the smile on his face seemed even more fake. Originally, he thought that if Sufeng's strength was not good, he could use it as a test product for research. Advertisement, but now it seems, or a trading partner is more suitable. Another dangerous guy, Kurathashi Mayuri muttered inwardly. Is this the content of Captain Ni's transaction? Sufong pressed his finger, and a burst of flame was released from his fingertips, instantly engulfing the green liquid remaining on the table. This disgusting thing, he will not keep it to study. Hey, of course. Kurathashi Mayuri's severed hand also turned into a green liquid and reintegrated into his palm. As a monster whose whole body has been remodeled many times, Kurathashi Mayuri's body can be called a biological weapon. With just a little conversion, you can easily unleash all kinds of Kido. Kurathashi Mayuri's expression gradually became serious, and she said flatly, as for Deputy Captain Sufong, you only need to provide enough power to exchange it. In addition, there are certain defects in the conversion device. Sufong didn't wait for him to continue and responded, Captain Ni, your deal. I promise. He is still more interested in Kido's basic attack method. There is no harm in being able to make one's own means more. As for whether Kurotsushi Miyuri could research any targeted means from it, Sufong didn't care. After such a long time, if Kurotsushi Miyuri had mastered such means, he would have used it on himself long ago. Instead of going to the door to seek cooperation as it is now. It's such a happy decision. Kurotsushi Miyuri's smile grew crazier, as if he had seen the truth of the world. The other day, he will be invited to the 12th Division as a guest. After receiving a small amount of wave power with a special collection device, Kurotsushi Miyuri also left with great satisfaction. The achievement of the cooperation allowed him to see the possibility of scientific research success. Perceiving the disappearing figure of Kurotsushi Miyuri, Sufong thought that there was nothing to do for the time being. Suddenly, a familiar system sound came from his ear. The new sign-in task has been released. Chapter 30 Suspended Plan. Sign-in task. Please sign in at the maggot nest and suppress the entire maggot nest with your bare hands. Close black lens bracket. Quest reward. Ge Ashura template progress increased by 2%. Template progress. 30%. Sufong also frowned slightly when he heard this system task. He is relatively clear about the place of the maggot nest. Its specific location is located in the northwest of the 2nd Division team building, surrounded by a wide moat. Among them, the detainees do not necessarily have criminal facts, but most of them are potential dangerous elements. Kurotsushi Miyuri, who just came to visit Sufong, is a senior resident of the maggot nest. If it wasn't for Urahara Kazuki to take him out of it, Kurotsushi Miyuri would still be a dead house at this time. Sufong already had guesses about the release of this sign-in task. With the death of the member of the Longtang Temple clan, those so-called nobles should have been unable to contain their fears. Most of the 46 rooms are members of the nobles, and they will also be unable to withstand the pressure from the family, and turn to Gode 13 to put pressure on them. Anyway, Gode 13 had to give them an explanation in a short time. Just as Sufong was thinking, an unfamiliar aura broke into his perception. Different from ordinary Shinigami's Death Tyrant outfit, the man in front of him has white clothes on the upper body and black clothes on the lower body, with a flat wrap tied by a rope behind him, and his face is even more hidden by a mask, so that his true face cannot be seen. And when he spoke in a sour voice, making it impossible for people to distinguish his true identity. Although it was the first time I saw this person, Sufong had already thought of the person's identity. The 5th unit of the 2nd Division, the Ridding Team. Among them, the team members are all good at Shunpo, and their responsibility is to pass the first level strict orders to the major squads at the first time, which is a faster and more accurate way of sending orders than the Hell Butterfly. I think this person should be here to convey the order of the first team. Deputy Captain Sufong. This person respectfully saluted in front of Sufong. His low voice could not hear the slightest emotional fluctuation, like a robot. I now convey the order of the captain of the first team. Please go to the first team building to discuss the recent death of the noble. Sufong heard the words and looked slightly startled, a little surprised. He thought that he would be directly convicted, in order to calm the panic of the so-called nobles. But now it seems. Yamamoto Genryusai doesn't seem to be on the side of the nobles. Advertisement from the words of the Ridding Team player in front of him, it is not difficult to hear that Yamamoto Uenujai still respects himself very much. Thinking of this, Sufong smiled gently and said, it's hard work, please lead the way. Please come with me. The Ridding Team members acted in a straightforward manner, as if they were mechanized. Following this team member, Sufong left the 5th Division team building, attracting countless people to stop and watch along the way. Some of them hurriedly returned to their own team quarters to report the news after seeing this scene. After all, the Ridding Team's attire is recognizable. This current move inevitably makes those melon eaters who don't know the truth start to think wildly. The death of the nobles caused a lot of commotion, and there were countless remarks pointing the culprit to Urahara Sufong, the new vice captain of the 5th Division. In this regard, when I saw that the Ridding Team took him away, the rumors were even more frying. Remarks such as Urahara Sufeng's confession of guilt have been circulated among Seirei. In the squadron of the 6th team, Rukia Kuchiki knelt down in front of Byakuya Kuchiki and pleaded earnestly. Brother Byakuya, please save brother Sufong. The death of the noble has nothing to do with him. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Rukia blankly and asked, this matter has not been decided yet? Where did you hear the rumor? As soon as the words fell, Rukia was also dumbfounded and looked at Byakuya Kuchiki with a dull gaze. No conviction? First team quarters, in the interrogation room. When Sufong opened the curtain and walked into it, he found that Yamamoto Uenujai was not the only one among them. In addition to Captain Yamamoto's sidekick Chojiro Sasaki, there is Unohana Retsu, captain of the 4th Division, and Kiraku Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division. All have been captains for more than 100 years. Sufong is here. Seeing Sufong walk in, Kiraku Shunsui greeted him warmly with a familiar look. Come on, the tea is getting cold, advertisement. Seeing this, Sufong was stunned. On the black coffee table in front of him, 4 sets of tea sets were neatly placed, and the scent of tea slowly lingered. Deputy Captain Sufong, no need to be cautious, please take your seat. Unohana Retsu's smile was as gentle as usual, and she said softly. Respect is worse than obedience. Sufong smiled gently and sat in front of the remaining tea set. Hey, looking at you, you don't seem to be worried about this interrogation? Kiraku Shunsui said in a mocking tone. Worry? Sufong's smile remained unchanged. That's what a guilty person needs to do. My heart is like a mirror, so naturally I don't need to worry about the so-called interrogation. Besides, if it was an interrogation, would the prisoner still be given such good tea? As soon as this word comes out, Kiraku Shunsui suddenly laughed and said loudly, Old man Shan, I just said that this posture can't scare Sufong him. Look, it's really useless, ha ha ha. As a disciple of Yamamoto Uenyujai, he did not give any respect to the captain of Yamamoto at all. Humph, so noisy. Yamamoto Uenyujai obviously won't indulge himself, a disciple who doesn't know how to respect the teacher in the Tao. The old man never said that he would use such a posture to scare Deputy Captain Sufong. This time, I invite you to come, and there is also a special task to deliver. When he said the second half of the sentence, Yamamoto Uenyujai was already slightly opening his half-closed eyes, staring at Sufong's face. The commander-in-chief, please speak. Sufong already had some guesses in his heart. The two deceased officers have not found any ryotsu in evidence after the inspection of Captain Uno Hana. Yamamoto Uenyujai said earnestly word by word, but due to the speculations of the major nobles, all the blame is directed at you. They put pressure on the old man through the 46 rooms, and launched the noble council to disrupt the order of Seirei. Gode 13 is only an important part of Seirei, not the whole. Whether it is the noble council or the 46 chambers, its decisions can interfere with the order of Seirei. As a conservative who guarded Seirei, Yamamoto Uenyujai did not want to see that scene happen. In order to quell the turmoil, the old man decided to appoint Deputy Captain Sufong to you to go to the nest of maggots. Yamamoto Uenyujai's eyes gradually sharpened. During this period, the old man will use the strength of the entire team to try his best to find the real murderer and return you to your innocence. Chapter 31 The disagreement between the 46 room and Yamamoto Uenyujai. Oh, old man Sean doesn't have to hide anything from those pedantic guys. The dignified tone of Yamamoto Uenyansai did not affect Kiraku Shunsui. After all, they have been together for hundreds of years. Kiraku Shunsui has long developed some kind of special resistance to any appearance of Yamamoto Genryusai. No matter what his teacher is, he will show a lazy look. Unless, hold Ryujin Jaka around his neck. Kiraku Shunsui looked at Sufong and explained with a smile. Actually, according to the meaning of the old guys in room 46, they want to temporarily detain you in the endless hell. If your grievances are washed away during this period, let's talk about release. Heard. Sufong suddenly felt that the group of immortals in the 46th room were indeed dead without resentment. But it's just a suspicion of a motive. It is to imprison himself directly in the endless hell. Let Aizen stab them to death. It's a cheap group of guys. You know, even the verdict of Tessai Tsukabishi's release of Kido forbidden technique in the original book was just delegated to the third floor of the underground prison, Zhang. Aizen's rebellion against the Soul Society, Hollow's many captains and even vice-captains, massacred the entire 46 rooms. It's just 10,000 years in the infernal hell. In contrast to this, Sufong suddenly felt like a pure grievance. Oh, old man Sean can't bear to see the genius in the team reduced to such a level, and personally guarantee it in his own name. Kiraku Shunsui continued lazily, the surety is definitely not you, so the place of punishment was changed to the nest of maggots. Having said that, Unohana Retsu on the side raised his head and said softly. Deputy Captain Sufong was also classified as a dangerous person, not a so-called sinner. While you are going to the maggot's nest, if the real sinner is caught or there is a new case, your grievances will also be washed away and returned to innocence. Hear this. Sufong also raised his head, faced Unohana Retsu, and asked softly. Then if advertisement, have no real sinners been found, or will there be no new deaths? Yamamoto Uenyujai said, it won't be more than a month, and the old man will release you from the maggot nest in person. Sufong also felt relieved after receiving the promise from Captain Yamamoto. At the moment, he didn't want to be the opposite of Soul Society yet. According to the urination of the system, most of the check-in tasks are related to Soul Society. It's better to keep the status quo until you truly have the power of the master's own destiny. Seeing Sufong relax, Kiraku Shunsui on one side joked. Don't be too happy, Sufong. Be aware that maggot nests are not a good place. He picked up the teacup on the coffee table and continued with a sip, except the Squadron Penitentiary Palace and the Grand Underground Prison of Zhenyang. The maggot nest is arguably the worst place in the Seirei. The people detained there are all potentially dangerous elements, and they will be confiscated Zanpakudo if they enter it. In other words, if you don't have enough white hit skills, you will be reduced to the bottom of the maggot nest if you enter it. Looking at Sufong, whose expression remained unchanged, Kiraku Shunsui's eyes flickered, and his thoughts were covered up. Sufong didn't care too much about what he said. It's okay. I still have a little bit of confidence in my own strength. Facing the confident Urahara Sufong, Yamamoto Uenyujai slowly opened his mouth and said. Then Deputy Captain Sufong, do you accept this ruling? Sufong turned his head and laughed softly. I accept. But I have a request. Yamamoto Uenyujai's eyes fell, and he clenched his crutches. Please say more. I want to give my Zanpakudo to Captain Unohana for safekeeping. As soon as this word comes out, Unohana Retsu suddenly looked at Sufong with a hint of doubt in her gentle eyes. Advertisement, Captain Usahana, don't forget our previous agreement. The discussion of kendo requires a sealed state before it can be carried out. Sufong explained with a smile. Unohana Retsu nodded deeply, with a hint of anticipation in her tone. I will wait for the return of Deputy Captain Sufong in the 4th Division. When Sufong delivered Zanpakudo into the hands of Unohana Retsu, Yamamoto Uenujai also said again, Deputy Captain Sufong, don't let your guard down because of your confidence. The tragic incident 100 years ago is still warning us that even if multiple captains join forces, there is still a danger of death. Su Feng's heart moved. Suddenly I understood what Yamamoto Uenujai meant by these words. The hollow incident 100 years ago led to the defection of the Soul Society by 4 captains and 3 vice captains plus a vice chief Kido, standing on the opposite side of the Soul Society. In Yamamoto Uenujai's view, Su Feng's confidence in his own strength is likely to relax his vigilance because of this, which will lead to the tragedy. In the era of Soul Society's great loss of combat power, Yamamoto Uenujai didn't want to see this scene happen again, and because of this, he made a statement to remind him. Thank you for your concern, Captain. Sufong smiled and said, I understand. Originally, Yamamoto Uenujai would not mention this to the junior members, but because of Su Feng's own identity, he had no scruples. After all, the original head of the Urahara family, Urahara Kazuki, was identified as the murderer who led to Captain Hollow. If not for Shihuan Yoruichi's rescue, Urahara Kazuki will be stripped of all his spiritual powers and permanently banished into the world. It was also because of his defection that the Urahara family was deprived of the nobility and reduced to Rukongai. Now that you understand, let's go. Yamamoto Uenujai looked at Unohana Retsu on the side, and instructed, Captain Unohana, the interrogation matters will be handed over to you to convey to all the team members. Sufong stood up, nodded slightly, and walked towards the interrogation room. In his perception, the arrogant Broken Bee captain had already arrived outside the team building and waited. The maggot nest is her territory, and she is naturally escorted by her. As early as when Sufong came to the first team, Broken Bee was waiting outside the first team according to Hell Butterfly's orders. Sufong approached slowly, came to the petite figure, smiled gently. Let's go, Captain Broken Bee. Chapter 32 The Nest of Maggots. The Nest of Maggots is located in the northwest direction of the 2nd Division team building, and especially in charge of the supervision team of the 3rd Division of the 2nd Division team. In fact, each squad has a corresponding prison layout. Even in the 4th Division, there is a prison for the wounded prisoners, and they are detained in the 4th Division only to prevent accidental death due to injuries or illnesses. Not only that, the 9th Division is also known as the prison team. Their daily duties are to interrogate and question and imprison ordinary prisoners. As for the existence of Sufong, it is usually directly handed over to the 1st team or the 46th room for trial. Like the Nest of Maggots in the 2nd Division team building, it has become a special case. After all, most of the detainees are not prisoners, just potential dangerous elements. Broken Bee walked ahead with a cold face and said nothing. Until the two walked into the 2nd team building and walked towards the northwest. The maggot nest cannot carry weapons. There didn't seem to be any emotional fluctuations in Broken Bee's icy tone, so entering it is very dangerous. She stared at Sufong and said word by word, even. Every once in a while, corpses are sent out of it. Heard. Sufong smiled and turned his head, facing the Broken Bee, and said gently, I can understand this as. Does the arrogant Captain Broken Bee care about me? As soon as these words came out, the expression of the Broken Bee suddenly solidified, and the limbs turned around stiffly, forcing a calm and sharp rebuke. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* B. It's just a guy who is defined as a dangerous person by room 46, how can I shut up and care about people like you? Since their first encounter at the Spiritual Arts Academy 4 years ago. Broken B often talks with Sufong on the grounds that he wants to get Shihu and Yoruichi news. Although there is no gain, but they often talk for a long time. It can be said, Broken B is the one that Sufong knows best among the 13 captains. Thinking of this, Broken B lowered her eyes and sighed softly, I haven't found the trace of Miss Yoruichi. You must not die in it. During the conversation, the two had already come to a moat. On the wide water surface, the waves are jagged, and there is even a Kido mantra looming on it. Advertisement obviously these are prepared to prevent those dangerous elements from jailbreaking. Let's go. Under the leadership of Broken B, Sufong also officially entered the prison called the Maggot Nest. Its interior is more like some kind of cave, with a lot of stalactites hanging down, and a straight downward staircase in the middle part. The water droplets fell, sending out a chilling echo in the empty cave. I don't know how long it took. Broken B finally stopped, and in front of it, there was a black wooden door engraved with countless Kido incantations. When the guards saw Broken B coming, they pushed open the black wooden door, revealing the light inside. With the entry of the newcomer, dozens of eyes were also focused on Sufong. Hey, a newcomer is here. The captain of the 2nd division is escorted. Think he is also a big man? It may also be a nobleman. Just a blind man, how can he be noble? The chaotic and disordered voice showed the rebelliousness of this group of dangerous elements. What's more, he has begun to wander around Sufong with extremely dangerous eyes. Facing this group of guys, Sufong still responded with a gentle smile, as if meeting friends. When the death of the noble is over, I will come to the nest of maggots to take you away as soon as possible. Broken Bee looked around the crowd with icy eyes. I don't want to see unruly things happen. The second half of the sentence was clearly addressed to the other prisoners. After the warning, Broken Bee had to leave the maggot nest. Nearly half of the pressure exerted by the nobles these days has been transferred to her. Most of the players of the second division had to give up their jobs and go to various quarters and even Rukongai to look for any possible clues. Okay, the guy in the way is gone, we can talk about you. As soon as the Broken Bee left, someone found Sufong on the back. With a body nearly 4 meters tall, its shadow directly covers Sufong, and it is hard for people not to wonder whether the person in front of him is in the same family as Guanban Sadanfong. This guy is more like a virtual than a Shinigami. Any questions about me? Sufong raised his head, and there was a hint of danger in his gentle smile. I think your problem is bigger. Didn't your parents teach you how to respect others? When there is no need to disguise, Sufang's black belly is also completely revealed. Advertisement. ***. After talking for a while, I saw the little giant not far in front of Sufong roaring like a beast, and pressing down on Sufong with a big hand like a boulder. The wind whistled, as if to press Sufong into a patty. Boom. A dull sound echoed in the nest of maggots. Sufong stretched his arms forward and accepted the opponent's attack from the front. The palms of one large and one small form a very strong visual impact. Sufong is only a normal person. Compared with a giant who is more than 4 meters tall, he is as short as a child. However, this exaggerated gap to the limit was easily taken over by Sufong. The others stared at the scene in front of them in amazement, and a bad premonition emerged in their hearts. My white hit skills are average though. In Sufang's calm tone, with a hint of contempt, but the so-called collection of weapons, for me. It's not too much of an impact. As soon as the words fell, Sufang's surroundings were already marked with Sanskrit engravings symbolizing the 5 great kings. On the wave mark of the colorful Madara, there is a hint of danger. Ghost seal beads. Sufong stepped forward, his right hand pressed against the palm of the opponent's pressing down, and his left hand was already imprinted in front of the giant's chest. Before the wave mark turned into light and merged into its left hand, it bloomed with endless bright light. The blue rays of light condensed and turned into huge beads, with abundant energy rapidly spinning in them. And the giant Shinigami, like Menos Grande, was directly swept away by its huge absorption force at the moment the ghost seal appeared. The ground around Sufong was collapsing and shattering. The power of the ghost seal beads is far beyond the imagination of the dangerous elements. Whoa, whoa, whoa! A painful roar came from the giant's mouth, making him more like a beast. He tried his best to break free from the attraction of the ghost seal bead, but what he got was a tear of flesh and blood at the chest cavity. Boom! Next moment, the ghost seal bead burst, and the terrifying impact kicked it away, causing him to slam into the surrounding walls, shaking the stones. In just one breath, the battle is over. Sufong stood there intact, not even a single fold in the Deathlord costume. And the giant was already weakly collapsed to the ground, the flesh in front of his chest was black and blurred, and he was not human. Countless eyes fell on him, fear spreading in the nest of maggots. Chapter 33 Regeneration and Change. A ghost print bead was thrown down. The effect is very obvious. The surrounding walls were dyed charred black, and the giant Shinigami had a burnt smell all over him. If it weren't for Sufong, he didn't want to cause more trouble at this time. Just now, the giant had already been crushed to pieces under the ghost seal bead. The burly figure brings a huge amount of Ryotsu, even if it is placed in Gode 13, the giant is at least the existence of the officer level. However, in front of Sufong, he couldn't even last a second. Everyone looked at Sufong standing in the center in amazement. The maggot nest was very quiet for a time. Gollum, the sound of someone swallowing saliva broke the silence. When Sufong raised his head and swept towards the remaining, dangerous elements, with a, look, attitude. This group of people just realized how terrifying and dangerous the newcomers who have been exiled here are. By comparison, they are like lambs waiting to be fed, without the power to resist. Swish. Shunpo activated. Sufong disappeared in place. If I remember correctly, he came to the person in an instant, the corners of his mouth raised, and a dangerous smile appeared. You laughed the loudest just now, didn't you? No, not me. Facing the sudden appearance of Sufong, the man stuttered a little with fright, and his legs trembled subconsciously, as if stepping on an electric switch. Sufong didn't come to listen to his explanation. I saw that the man had not finished speaking, but was pressed by a palm on his face. Sufong grabbed his head tightly, lifted it directly into the sky, and then threw it towards the bottom. Boom. The ground collapsed, the stones shattered, and a huge cobweb-shaped pit appeared in front of everyone. And the man lost consciousness at the first moment, bleeding from his nose and mouth, and his eyes were white like mud, and he collapsed into the deep pit. Such a sturdy side made other onlookers panic, and there was no more arrogance like the original. At this time, who doesn't understand Sufang's strength? Even in Serai T, this guy is definitely a terrifying existence. Advertisement. It's definitely the fierce guys from the 11th team. Run, don't stand there stupidly waiting to die, this blind man is too fierce. How could Captain Broken Bee let such a person come to the nest of maggots? He should be locked in the underground prison. At least the endless hell. Everyone howled and fled away, avoiding the corners of the shadows. However, the area of the maggot nest is only the area of 30 houses. If you run away, where can you run away? For these guys. Sufong has no compassion at all. In addition, he already has a sign in task here, and the strength of the attack is a bit heavier, for fear that the system's judgment will not meet the standard. Unarmed suppression. Sufong released his senses towards the dangerous elements who were running away, and activated Shunpo again. The entire nest of maggots was already included in his fluctuating perception. Even if some people dug the wall and hid in the cave, they still could not escape the fate of being beaten up. The turbulent power released by the surging is like a turbulent ocean in a thunderstorm, covering the entire maggot nest in an instant. Under this pressure, everyone was like a mole, hiding in the corner and shivering. It's true that they're dangerous, but that doesn't mean they're fools. This posture has even surpassed some salted fish captains. Let them go up and fight recklessly, I'm afraid I don't want them to die sooner. After a short period of observation, the group of guys also found that Sufong didn't kill anyone. As a result, the timidity in my heart has also decreased a little. Until the fist touched him. Boom. Another figure was thrown to the ground, sinking deep into the giant pit. The last one. Sufong stood up from the side of the giant pit, and the power of fluctuations swam around. And the system beep sounded just in time. Host has arrived at the maggot nest and suppressed the entire maggot nest with his bare hands, and the sign-in begins. Close black lens bracket. Sign-in completed. Close black lens bracket. Quest rewards are being distributed. Advertisement. Sufong stood quietly in place, feeling the increase in the power of fluctuations in his body. That kind of enhancement visible to the naked eye is a presence that ordinary Shinigami cannot feel. G. Ashura template progress. 32%. Currently master. Wave power, wave mark, murderous perception, wave burst, advanced wave sword, ghost seal bead, evil light slash. Close black lens bracket. The power of wave is the fundamental power of Sufong, just as Shinigami is to Reiatsu. It's just that the power of fluctuation is stronger than Reiatsu in the same amount. This is the root of Kurathashi Mayuri's interest in him. The dangerous elements who were beaten up, turned into frightened quails when they faced Sufong again. Sufeng's random movements will frighten them so much that they dare not let out. So much so that when Broken Bee came to the nest of maggots again, he was stunned by the sight in front of him. Sufong was sitting on the most comfortable stone chair, with two people on the left and right rubbing gently on his shoulders. Looking at the other party's cautious appearance, I was afraid that an accident would cause Sufeng's special concern. On the other side, those guys who didn't obey discipline were even lined up neatly in several teams standing in place, not daring to take a breath. Broken Bee looked blank, her mouth was slightly open, and she looked at Sufong absent-mindedly. In the end, what happened? Sufong waved his hand lightly, and the two people beside him suddenly seemed to be amnesty, and crawled back to the team, standing very cautiously in his own position. Nothing. It's just a friendly exchange with everyone. Broken Bee looked to the crowd for confirmation. I saw a group of people called dangerous elements in Seraiti, nodding again and again, with the image of a good baby. Okay, let's not talk about them. Sufong asked with a smile, did you come here suddenly because of a new development in the incident? Heard. Broken Bee's expression suddenly became a little serious. New victims have emerged. This incident is worse than before. Sufong raised his brows and said in surprise, could it be that multiple nobles were killed at the same time? Broken Bee shook his head lightly and sighed, more than that. Members of the great noble Shiba family, Shiba were all killed. Together with a team of Shinigami accompanying him, they were also killed in the mission. Chapter 34 Metastasia. Hearing these words, Sufong fell into deep thought. Shiba has the same name, and he seems to be somewhat impressed. The current owner of the Shiba family, Shiba Kaien's wife. And the cause of her death was that she encountered the illusion created by Aizen when she was out on a reconnaissance mission. Metastasia. It is this false name. Strictly speaking, this phantom is in the range of vice captains, and has the special ability to devour infinitely. It is definitely a Menos Grande above Jillian. But Metastasia was a special experimental body made by Aizen, so the exact boundaries were not clear. But what is worth affirming is that this guy is a natural enemy to ordinary Shinigami. Because in addition to the ability to devour fusion infinitely, it also has the ability to make Shinigami Zanpakudo disappear, and just touching it is enough to make Zanpakudo disappear. Judging from all the signs, if Metastasia continues to devour, it is not impossible to match Espada. Captain Yamamoto submitted an application for your release to room 46. Broken Bee looked serious and said seriously, they agreed, but at the same time they made a new request. In the event of the death of the Shinigami team, you need to go and resolve it to avoid new casualties as much as possible. Also, this is your Zanpakudo. Heard. Sufong took over the familiar Zanpakudo, and at the same time retracted Fei Yuan's thoughts, raised his head and smiled, I understand. In that case, while it's still early, let's go to the 13th division first. Broken Bee nodded, opened the black wooden door again, and prepared to leave with Sufong. Congratulations to Send Master Sufong. However, before she stepped out of the maggot's nest with her forefoot, there was a thunderous shout from behind. Hearing this shout, Broken Bee's expression was a little weird. As the captain of the 2nd Division and the commander of the punishment team with interrogation duties, it is not difficult for Broken Bee to hear the cry of joy from the tone of this voice. Thinking of this, she looked sideways at Sufong beside her and muttered. What the hell did you do? It's just a friendly exchange with everyone. Sufong responded with a smile, look at them, they are still very fond of me. Advertisement. As Sufong turned around, a group of menacing and sturdy dangerous men almost cried. But under the coercion of his words, he could only nod his head to admit it. Lord Sufeng's words are too philosophical, I can't bear him to leave. I have learned a lot from Mr. Sufong, and I can't thank you enough. Lord Sufong, I hope you can come back and have a look when you have time, we will listen to your teachings carefully. Sufong, who had already stepped out of the wooden door, suddenly stopped when he heard this, looked back and smiled. I will. The voice fell, but I saw that group of guys seemed to be petrified, standing in the same place, unable to move for a long time. It wasn't until Sufong and Broken Bee walked away that they heard the beatings coming from the maggot's nest. The collision of fist bones and flesh and blood was dull but legato, like a symphony. Obviously, whether the talkative guy can survive today is a question. The 13th Division. The always cheerful and forthright Shiba Kyan stood there with his eyes fixed, his eyes widened and his dark smoky blue pupils shrunk to the size of pinpoints. Looking at the half-familiar body on the bed, his mentality was completely destroyed, almost collapsed. I heard that her team, Jashiro Yukitake, who was ill at the side, lowered his eyes and said sadly, it was completely wiped out. All were killed before the information was obtained, so the strength of the enemy is not clear. The Crusade team is being called now, and it will be within 2 days. However, before he could finish his words, Shiba Kyan turned his head and ran towards the outside of the team building. Wait, Kyan, Jashiro Yukitake suddenly shouted and stopped, don't be impulsive, it's still unclear about the strength of the enemy. As soon as this word comes out, Shiba Kyan's emotions also exploded, so what do you know? He glared at Jashiro Yukitake in front of him, he was no longer calm as usual, and there were even more blue veins on his forehead, which looked a bit hideous. Advertisement. I don't know anything about its appearance, name or even abilities. Shiba Kyan turned his back and walked towards the door, so I have to just stay here and wait. The convening of the Crusade team will take 2 days, but I can't wait. Step. The sudden sound of footsteps interrupted the conversation between the two. Sorry for being a little late. His delicate face caught everyone's eyes, and his slightly thin shoulders had black hair hanging down like silk. The gentle temperament attracted their attention. The only pity is that the eyes of the young man in front of him are closed, unable to see things. Brother Sufong. Rukia, who had been watching from the side, was immediately filled with joy, and then she jumped into Sufeng's arms and buried her small head deeply in his chest. A long time. Brother Sufong, has the commander-in-chief proven your innocence? Rukia raised her head and asked. It's no big deal anymore. Sufong gently rubbed Rukia's little head, like petting a cat. After a brief rejoicing, Rukia also realized that this was not the time to be happy. Vice Captain Shiba Kyan has just lost his wife and is in constant grief. And he is happy, it is really unreasonable. Hold, sorry, Lord Kyan. Rukia quickly apologized, full of apologies. Fortunately, although Shiba Kyan was emotionally distressed, he was not losing his mind and didn't say much. Captain Jashiro, Vice Captain Shiba. Sufong said slowly in a gentle voice. I have been ordered by the Commander-in-Chief to assist you in investigating this casualty incident. If you are still waiting for the Crusade team, then it should be me. Hearing this, Jashiro Yukitake was puzzled. Could it be that the teacher only asked you to go to attack the enemy alone? Sufong nodded lightly and explained seriously. I'm enough alone. Chapter 35 Shiba's Philosophy. The confidence in his words could not help but infect other people in the room. An elegant smile appeared on Sufeng's gentle face, like the first wind in the spring. Captain Jashiro, Vice Captain Shiba. Don't forget, I passed the special assessment of the Spiritual Arts Academy and won the seat of the Vice Captain in the way of the battle for the seat. Also, Vice Captain Shiba should also have a certain understanding of my strength. Jashiro Yukitake retorted worriedly, but before he could finish speaking, he saw Shiba Kyan's determined and angry gaze. Captain, since the Crusade team has been convened, then, please also tell us the relevant information. I will set off with Deputy Captain Sufong. For revenge. Shiba Kyan didn't want to wait another second. Shiba's body was still lying there, how could his heart be at ease because of it? Jashiro Yukitake sighed softly, his eyes were full of melancholy and helplessness, he slowly closed his eyes, and said calmly. I only know 2 things right now. One is that it is not a mobile type, but a resident type that builds a nest and stops somewhere to prey. 2 is, Jashiro Yukitake raised his eyelids, his eyes filled with determination. Its lair. North Rukongai, District 66. When everyone arrived here, the sky was already dark, and the sky was faintly dotted with a few stars, but it was quickly obscured by clouds. The surrounding jungle is also gradually hidden in darkness. Standing on the thick branch, Shiba Kyan looked forward. At the entrance of the mountain wall, from time to time there are powerful ryotsu overflowing from it. As if smelling the food, a shadow slowly crawled out of the cave, like some sort of upgraded insect. Compared to the jillion of its kind, the body of several meters is not very deterrent. But from the top of his head all the way to his back, the countless tentacles that kept shaking gave people the feeling of numbness on the scalp. A hideous white bone mask, with marks that burn like flames around the eyes, all 6 limbs on the ground, and the muscles are knotted. Sand value is crazy. This was Sufeng's first feeling when he saw this guy. Metastasia also noticed Sufong and others not far above for the first time. However, it did not have the slightest emotion of fear, but instead looked at them playfully with a humanized expression. Another batch of delicious food. Advertisement. Shiba Kyan stared at the enemy below, earnestly and firmly. Please allow me. Go alone. Rukia looked at him in astonishment, completely incomprehensible. Jashiro Yukitake looked sideways, then dropped. He knew very well that he could not change the subordinate's mind. Out of trust in Shiba Kyan, Jashiro Yukitake responded in his nasal cavity. Swish. Shiba Kyan got the approval, jumped off the branch, and walked slowly towards Metastasia. Hey. Looking at the oncoming Shinigami, Metastasia let out a weird laugh. Hey, start with you. Huh? Boy. Shiba Kyan stopped a dozen meters away from him, looked at him calmly, and asked aloud. Before the war, I have something to ask you. How much Shinigami did you eat? Metastasia gently opened Nisensen White Fang's naked mouth, and a hoarse and terrifying voice came from it. How much? I'm so sorry, I don't remember. The dark clouds were pushed away by the wind, and the moonlight sprinkled down like water, shining on one person and one empty body. Have you never regretted it? Shiba Kyan looked like a sword, as if to pierce through Metastasia. It is a pity that this expression is undoubtedly a wink to the blind man. The two people who are talking are not on the same channel at all. 1 FM, 1 M. What a stupid question, boy. Metastasia looked ferocious, like a ghost. I have thoughts like you. Have you ever regretted eating Shinigami? I'm right now. I regret what happened some time ago. The big mouth of the blood basin suddenly opened, and the giant snake-like tongue twisted, and it made a mocking roar. The female Shinigami I ate earlier, I didn't eat it from the head up. I'm so sorry about that, kid. This move undoubtedly ignited the anger in Shiba Kyan's heart again. Yes. I saw him pulling out Zanpakudo with his backhand, and Ryotsu rushed out like a tidal wave, raging furiously in the jungle. Advertisement next moment. Shunpo activated. The figure of Shiba Kyan disappeared in place. Puff, the sound of tearing flesh was especially loud in the silent forest. The blood like a spring overflowed in the night sky and swayed between the jungles. Just to face, several tentacles of Metastasia were directly cut off by Shiba Kyan. The correct idea is often based on absolute strength. Su Feng's sudden words made Rukia subconsciously look at the elder brother beside him. In his puzzled eyes, Su Feng's gentle voice sounded again. As one of the great nobles, the Shiba family has a completely different philosophy from ordinary nobles and even Shinigami. They respect all life, even if it is virtual, it is worthy of their respect. Rukia was stunned and said subconsciously, how is that possible? How can Shinigami respect Shu? For the virtual, we will have the idea of sacrifice to guide and purify it. Suddenly hearing a concept that was completely contrary to what she had been taught, Rukia's emotions were a little excited. In this regard, Su Feng did not care, but continued. Maybe this is where Shiba's house is different from ordinary Shinigami. In fact, it's easy to see this kind of thing. Let the bird that symbolizes freedom and the emotions of different species be its own name. This also makes respect for life not just a word of mouth, but the Shiba family has been practicing by example. Hearing this, Rukia also understood the meaning of Su Feng's first sentence. The correct idea is often based on absolute strength. The reason for this tragedy is not only the Shiba family's philosophy that is completely different from that of Shinigami, but also the lack of strength. These news, Jashiro Yukitake said slowly, does it come from the records of the Urahara family? In this regard, Su Feng smiled and acquiesced, and no longer bothered about this topic. And the battle below has already reached a white-hot stage. Shiba Kyan Shunpo reached the top of Metastasia's head, grabbed its tentacles with his left hand, and sank his fingers into flesh and blood. I saw Zanpakudo in his right hand lifted up and shouted loudly. The sky is reversed. Nejibana, however, as his voice fell, Zanpakudo, who should have completed his liberation, turned into countless spiritual children and shattered into the air. This moment. Offensive reversal, Chapter 36 Dignity and Life. Countless tentacles trembled, and a majestic force came from it, and instantly wrapped around Shiba Kyan's waist and limbs. Metastasia grinned and roared. This is an ability that can only be used once a night. The first Shinigami to touch my arm that night, his Zanpakudo will disappear. The tentacles trembled, and the entanglement became more and more terrifying, as if to tear Shiba Kyan in half. Although there is no Zanpakudo, Shiba Kyan's own qualities are still there, so that when Ryotsu broke out, he broke free and was violently thrown out by his tentacles. Boom! Its body slammed hard against the trunk, making a dull sound, and the leaves rustled, almost covering it. Master Kyan. Seeing this, Rukia leaned forward, her right hand was already on top of the sword, and she subconsciously activated Shunpo to go to support. However, before she could take a step, she was held in place by Jashiro Yukitake. Team leader, Rukia raised her head in confusion. Please let go. I have to help Lord Kyan against the enemy. Jashiro Yukitake lowered his eyes, and his face showed a look of unbearable, but he was still tough. If you go to help him, where will his dignity be placed? If you go to help him at this time, you should be able to save his life. But at the same time, he will lose his dignity forever. Rukia said angrily, what is dignity compared to life? However, this remark was once again ushered in by Jashiro Yukitake's rebuttal. No, you have to keep it in mind. There are two kinds of battles, but it is very important to know this clearly when you are in a battle. Fighting to stay alive, and Jashiro Yukitake's eyes were full of struggle, fight for dignity. At this moment, Kyan is fighting for his dignity, for the dignity of his wife, and for the dignity of his subordinates. And more importantly, for your own dignity, although his explanation makes sense on the surface. But to Sufong, it felt so pale and powerless, even if you think that persistence is boring. Jashiro Yukitaki stared at Shiba Kaien who was fighting in front of him, and said sharply. Just let him. Keep fighting, advertisement. After hearing these words, Rukia's hand on the knife tan slowly loosened, and the so-called firm belief just now disappeared. And her three views seemed to have been reshaped in the words of Jashiro Yukitaki. But, if you just abandon your life for the so-called dignity. Sufang's sudden speech caught the eyes of both of them. I saw him standing under the moonlight, and the brilliance of cold water fell on Sufang's gentle face. That would be a cowardly act. Huh? Jashiro Yukitaki's eyes widened, and some couldn't believe it was from the mouth of Sufong, who has always shown gentleness and kindness. Sufong didn't care about the change in his expression, but continued. The so-called abandonment of life to pursue the dignity of the dead, where will the living be placed? As the contemporary head of the Shiba family, just acting on his own terms, does he really take on the responsibility of the head of the house? As the vice-captain of the 13th Division, leaving the trust of his subordinates behind and acting recklessly, is he really worthy of this duty? Every word, like a blade, stabbed at Jashiro Yukitaki's heart. He was stunned in place, his dazed eyes diverged into the distance, without focus. Is it my fault? In fact, in this matter, Jashiro Yukitaki is right, and Shiba Kaien is also right, it's just a different way of looking at things. With Sufang's character, naturally he would not give up his precious life for the sake of illusory dignity. Give up everything that exists because of yourself. Dignity, sometimes really worthless. Rukia, Sufong said softly, as a brother, I only have one request from you. Rukia raised her eyes and looked directly at Sufang's face, as if she felt a gentle gaze fell on her. Whatever happens. Sufong solemnly said word by word, 10,000, don't give up hope of life. Not far below. The battle of Shinigami and Izuku had already reached a white-hot stage. Even without Zanpakudo, Shiba Kaien still has the upper hand with Shunpo and Kido alone. Hados 33. Kang Fire Pendant. The scorching blue explosion lit up the jungle sky, dispelled the darkness, and devoured it forward. Boom. Metastasia, who was bound by number 30 Bakudo, was unable to break free, so he could only eat this burst of anger. Advertisement. The flames splattered, burning the flesh and making a sizzling sound. The aroma of meat is overflowing, filling the jungle. Without Zanpakudo, I can still survive until now. Metastasia didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, and still said with a grim smile, boy, you are quite powerful. Shiba Kaien also seemed to have a more relaxed tone because he saw the dawn of victory. Of course, on a guy like you, Kido should be enough. The corners of his mouth rose, I'm sorry, I'll use it to kill you. In response to such a response, the smirk on Metastasia's bone mask became more and more obvious. Boy, don't you have a small tone? Then don't blame me, I didn't use this trick yesterday. Who told you not to take me seriously? I can't complain. However, it was not finished yet. A tsunami-like terrifying oppression came suddenly. Boom. This moment, Metastasia's face changed suddenly. The 6 sturdy limbs fell to the ground in an instant, and the head full of tentacles quickly bent down, hitting the ground with a bang. In the face of this terrifying oppression, Metastasia even fell into a state of suffocation. The tentacles, limbs, body, and even the bone mask on the face all made an overwhelmed sound, as if being torn apart. This kind of deep-seated pain made Metastasia instinctively cry out. However, the white bone mask only opened a gap, which is to add a few more cracks. Every time it struggles, it brings death one step closer. Metastasia's forehead was firmly pressed against the ground, and the expression on the bone mask became even more terrified and distorted as death approached. What kind of power is this? Is it Ryatsu? No, there is a horrible existence that I have never felt before. At this time, Metastasia is close to collapse, and its power is completely unable to be released under the shackles of the power of waves. Death has completely enveloped it. Chapter 37. The flame that runs through the sky. The tentacles were broken, blood spattered and overflowed into a river. There were even cracks on the hardest white bone mask. Hoo. Metastasia let out a heart-wrenching roar, trying to mobilize Ryatsu all over her body. Among them, the tentacles that are barely complete are twisted together in a weird posture. A faint red light condensed in the twisted center of the tentacles, rippling. Damn it, don't underestimate me. At this moment, Metastasia broke free from the shackles of Sufang's mountain-like wave power. Sero. Huge red beams of light erupted on the tentacles, stirring the surrounding air, flying towards the distant branches. Boom. The scorching red explosion swept out from Sufang's blade, turning into a substantial sword pressure like magma, and the explosion cut off. The dazzling huge Sero was instantly engulfed by it and turned into fuel the moment it collided with the blazing flame wave sword. The pillar of fire soared into the sky, completely illuminating the entire 66th district. The sleeping residents got up in a panic and looked at the scene in the suburbs that was like a day. In their blank eyes, there was a trace of fear deep into their bones. Is this the squad leader fighting? Will Rukongai be completely destroyed because of this? That trace of burning from the soul was telling them that this scene was not false. And the Technology Development Bureau far away in Seirei also captured this scene for the first time. What terrifying power! Unlike a humanoid, Bujo's green eyes protruded from the sockets, on the verge of falling, staring at the huge red dot on the screen. Slightly stubby fingers are constantly on the keyboard in front of him, making crackling sounds. Has the little guy 4 years ago grown to this point? He kept making strange noises. You must notify Captain Nee as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be arrested for experimentation. 8th Squad. Kiraku Shunsui picked up the glass and looked north of Seirei with a deep gaze, having not drank that glass of sake for a long time. This guy Sufong is really a monster. Looks like it shouldn't be a big problem. Having said that, he drank the sake from the cup, ignoring Aizen wide eyes. Advertisement, Team Leader. Aizen voice echoed in the 8th Division's quarters. You still have 398 documents to deal with today. Also, the Seirei correspondence collection is also waiting for your update. Listening to his vice captain babbling about, Kiraku Shunsui had to put down his glass, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. Haha, is there so much work? Sufeng's undisguised outbreak was noticed by most of the captains, and even some of the officers noticed the strange smell in the air. Many people even stopped their work and looked in the direction of North Rukongai. Shocked emotions spread in Seirei. Shiba stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his arms trembling slightly. Just now, he had already sensed the coming of death. However, in an instant, the feeling of approaching death has been eliminated, and it has been grafted onto the virtual body in the distance. I thought I could face death directly, but when the threat of death dissipated, Shiba still couldn't hide the fear in his heart. It has nothing to do with courage, and it has nothing to do with consciousness. This is the fear of biological instinct. Only by fearing death can we know how to cherish life. Looking at the burned Sero, Metastasia's eyes that were burning with fire marks were completely occupied by fear. This is impossible. Metastasia made a trembling voice in trembling. Why, how could it be? At this time, its tentacles have all been broken. And the explosion that spread overturned all the injuries on Metastasia into anxiety, and the thick black smoke slowly rose, covering the stars and even the moonlight. Sufong walked towards Metastasia slowly, step by step, as if printed on its heart. Just 2 encounters. The resistance in Metastasia's heart was completely destroyed. It couldn't understand why such a terrifying existence appeared in Shinigami, which was originally just food. The blind boy in front of him is even more frightening than the existence who created it. The white bone mask was slightly opened, and a strong black flame rose up from his mouth. Metastasia wanted to struggle a few more times. Which is more important, dignity or death? Sufong stood beside Shiba and asked calmly. Advertisement faced with this question, Shiba opened his mouth and hesitated. He wanted to say that dignity was more important, but when he recalled the feeling of dying, he couldn't answer. For the sake of the dead, leave the living alone. Sufong said softly, this is a cowardly act, say it. He turned and walked in the direction of Seirei, and it was only when he was far away that there was a sound. Rukia, go. Rukia, who was still in shock, suddenly returned to her senses. Looking at the scene in front of her, she shuddered, forced a smile at the captain beside her, and then activated Shunpo and disappeared. Between the captain and the elder brother, Rukia's choice was decisive. After the 2 figures were far away, Jashiro Yukitaki walked over to Shiba side and said with relief. Sufong it's also a good heart. Saying that, Jashiro Yukitaki looked at Metastasia not far away, with a hint of deepness in his eyes accompanied by a little shock that could not be dissipated. Least, this guy still has a little bit of life left. Hear this. Shiba looked into the distance a little dazedly. Metastasia already had only lingering strength left, and whether it was its ability or the virtual universal Sero, there was no possibility of it being released. Sufeng's previous explosion and wave sword almost completely destroyed its body. O King's Lander. The mask of flesh and blood, the one who is omniscient, flaps its wings, and bears the name of man. When chanting the Kido mantra, Shiba mood recovered and he recalled the past. His voice gradually became a little choked up. Carve a double lotus on the wall of blue fire, and wait for the abyss of fire in the distant sky. The 73 of Hado, double lotus Kang fire pendant. The moment the voice fell, bursting flames bloomed from the overlap of his hands. In an instant, devoured Metastasia. The battle of revenge will finally come to an end. Chapter 38 Byakuya Kuchiki's message, yeah. Poor Metastasia is charred. Not long after Shiba and Jashiro Yukitaki left, a figure landed next to the blackened Metastasia. The light-hearted Kyoto accent already indicated the identity of the visitor. Even though his whole body was hidden under the black cloak, there was no obvious trace. Ichimaru Jin picked up Metastasia, who was only half body, and said without looking back. Captain Aizen, is this guy still worth using? As his voice fell, a figure stepped out in the shadows. The figure took off the cloak, revealing short brown hair and a gentle and kind smile. The black-rimmed glasses reflected the cold light in the moonlight. Aizen Sosuke. Silver, don't give up on Metastasia. Aizen walked slowly to Ichimaru Jin's side, and his eyes under the lens were carefully studying Metastasia. Anything that exists has its corresponding use value. He smiled, even if it's the dead Metastasia, it's the same. Was talking. Aizen stretched out his hand and pressed it into the empty air, and Ryotsu burst out from his palm, like a pair of big hands, tearing the space in front of him directly. Like a fragile cloth, the torn space presents an irregular darkness. Black cavity. Even if Hogyoku has not yet been merged, Aizen at this time still has the ability to open the black cavity alone. As the black cavity expanded to a certain extent, Ichimaru Jin also smiled and threw Metastasia's body directly into it. He didn't want to know about Aizen's arrangement. Compared with Metastasia, I'm actually more curious about the peculiar power of Vice Captain Sufong. Ichimaru Jin squinted as he watched the black cavity closing and closing until it returned to peace. Such a terrifying existence. He rolled his eyes and looked directly at Aizen. Will it really affect our plan? Heard. Aizen turned his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Don't you think it's more fun that way? Let the world that was originally calm as water add a bit of turbulence. Advertisement. He raised his eyes and looked at the hook-like moon in the sky. The moonlight like water sprinkled down, reflecting on Aizen's face, setting off the gentle and windy smile. If it stays the same, how boring. First team quarters. Yamamoto Uenyujai sat on the chair with his eyes closed, and calmly listened to Sufeng's report on the incident. A long time. He slowly opened his eyes, stared at Sufeng, and a majestic voice sounded. Deputy Captain Sufeng, your decision is very correct. Dignity or not, it is often based on reality. Although Yamamoto Uenyansai is pedantic, it is only limited to the rules of the Soul Society. With the passage of time, the man who was called Sword Ghost thousands of years ago has changed a lot of stubborn concepts at this time. The lives of his subordinates are no longer just tools for him. The Shiba family has historically been sparsely populated. Yamamoto Uenyujai said in a low voice, as Shiba Kaiyan, the contemporary head of the Shiba family, if he died in this crusade, it would inevitably cause unrest that could not be quelled. The old man will truthfully report the entire process of your operation to room 46. At that time, the suspicion about you will also be cleared together. Sufeng smiled. Then, thank you Captain. In fact, the death of the nobles this time is far from resolved. The signs of Shiba's death were completely different from those of the previous two nobles. Even a character like Omeda Marichio dares to assert that the murderer twice is not the same at all. But, room 46 doesn't need to find all the murderers. All they need is a suitable, qualified reason to quell the anger and panic of the nobles. Others, not important. Walking out of the first team building, Rukia has been waiting for a long time. Sufeng stepped forward, rubbed her little head lightly, and comforted. It's all right. The two left the first team house together. Advertisement on the way back to their respective teams. Rukia finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked doubtfully. Brother Sufeng, is Lord Kaiyan's behavior completely wrong? Hearing this, Sufeng's steady steps stopped for a while, and he turned his head and smiled. Mistake. No way. He had already anticipated this question from Rukia. Despite his interference, Rukia's character is not as extreme as in the original. However, when he was promoted to the official soldier of the 13th Division through the power of aristocracy, he was still rejected by others. Even if she successfully passed the graduation assessment of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Shiba Kaiyan helped her a lot during the time she was ostracized. Worthy of the title of a qualified senior. If he died in the previous battle, it would definitely affect Rukia's mood again. In this regard, Sufeng adheres to the principle of helping one hand if he can. Saved Shiba Kaiyan's fate in battle. His expression was a little serious. Hate has blinded his mind. Actually, in this matter, the only one who was really wrong was Captain Jashiro. He asked a man blinded by hatred to fight the so-called dignity battle, which undoubtedly pushed him into the abyss of death. At this time, Rukia is still learning everything from the outside world. Sufeng doesn't mind letting her see the world in her eyes clearly. The concept of Jashiro Yukitaki is not suitable for Shinigami who are on the verge of death at any time. The two talked and walked. Before he knew it, he had already arrived at the door of the 5th Division. At this moment, Rukia suddenly remembered something very important. She hurriedly grabbed Sufeng, who was about to return to the team, calmed down her mood at this time, and said seriously. Brother Sufeng, Brother Byakuya asked me to tell you something. Sufeng was stunned and turned his head. What's the matter? There were already some guesses in his mind. Rukia's face was serious, and she said word by word. About the restoration of the noble status of the Urahara family. Chapter 39 Restoring Noble Status. Restore the noble status of the Urahara family? Sufeng was a little surprised. I think that the Urahara family was directly voted by the noble council and deprived of the noble status. Now, why would you suddenly bring up the idea of restoring your identity? Rukia nodded and continued, but this matter was not brought up by Brother Byakuya. It's a member of Suniyashiro's branch house. After these remarks, it was really beyond Sufeng's expectations. You know, since he came to this world, he has never had any dealings with the so-called Suniyashiro clan. As for the members of the branch house that Rukia mentioned, it is impossible to talk about. Is it that guy? Sufeng thought about it, thinking of Suniyashiro Tokunada, who once usurped the title of Suniyashiro's head of the family in the original book. The most insidious, most vicious existence in the entire page. It is also an integral part of promoting Aizen's own plans. It was his actions that led Tsukanami to betray the Soul Society and throw himself into what he saw as justice. This proposal should be decided by the older guys at a higher level. Sufeng analyzed. In addition to the noble meeting, I am afraid that the approval of the Golden Seal noble meeting is also required. That place is not something that a member of the branch house can call the shots. Even Byakuya Kuchiki, who is the contemporary head of the Kuchiki family, doesn't have much say in it. Sufeng, who is familiar with the structure of Seirei, did not take this to heart. Even if that guy is Suniyashiro Tokunada, before he became the head of the Suniyashiro family, he had no right to speak. As for the so-called Yanluo mirror cannon, Sufong didn't even care at all. The liberation of Zanpakudo was based on Ryatsu. If Suniyashiro Tokunada was strong enough, he wouldn't use external force. I remember this matter. Sufong said seriously, you can tell Byakuya Kuchiki the truth. Hearing this, Rukia nodded again and again. Between the two brothers, she was obviously closer to Sufong. Saying goodbye to Rukia, Sufong strolled on the corridor of the 5th Division team building, greeting everyone who came and went gently. Also learned something. Advertisement Kira Izuru was transferred to the 3rd Division to assist Ichimaru Jin during his trip to the Maggot's Nest, and served as the 3rd Division's vice-captain. And Hinamori Momo challenged the 3 seats successfully and successfully served as the 3rd officer of the 5th Division. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Sufong sensed the center of the team building. The huge Ryatsu, which was as terrifying as an abyss, seemed to see countless threads spreading out from it, covering the 5th Division, and even the Seirei and even the Soul Society. 100 years of planning, Aizen has reached out to every corner of Seirei, and it is still spreading. If you want to come to his actions, someone has long been suspicious. Such as Kiraku Shunsui, such as Yamamoto Uenuzai. But they couldn't be sure who the so-called Black Hand was. And Aizen Sosuke's character is the most popular captain in Seirei. Even if they suspected Ichimaru Jin, they would not suspect Aizen. Thinking of this, Sufong couldn't help but quicken his pace and walk to the captain's quarters. Coming out of the Maggot Nest, I haven't told Aizen yet. He is now the vice-captain of the 5th Division. Captain's quarters. Sufong put his mind right and knocked on the door lightly. Aizen's voice came from inside immediately. Is it Sufong? Please come in. He seemed to have sensed Sufeng's breath early. Hearing this, Sufong also opened the door and walked straight into it. Inside the room, Aizen sat on the charcoal gray cushion, holding a writing brush, carefully sketching on the white paper on the desk. Between strokes and strokes, there seems to be a flow of verve. Sufong did not disturb his behavior, but sat on the cushion beside him and waited quietly. A long time. Aizen gently closed the brush, placed the brush on one side, and let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the work with satisfaction, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Sorry Sufong for making you wait so long. Don't worry about it, Captain. Sufong responded with the same smile. These are what I should do. This time, I mainly want to report some things about this outing to you. As he said that, he repeated what happened these days in abridged form. Just listen. Advertisement Aizen looked apologetic, and said somewhat ashamedly, I really wronged you. As the captain, I couldn't help you, I'm really ashamed. True or false? In the eyes of people who don't know the truth, Aizen's gesture is undoubtedly able to win people's hearts greatly. Unfortunately, he was facing Sufong, a man who knows his true face. Captain doesn't have to. Sufong smiled and lowered his head, it's enough that you can fully trust me. It's getting late, so I'll say goodbye first. After all, he stood up and left the room. Looking out the window at his back, the smile on Aizen's face grew thicker, like snowflakes piling up in winter, and like Zhonglu trickling together. The breeze hit, blowing the wind chimes by the window, making a clear and pleasant sound. And under the wind chimes, on the white paper that was written. The 4 characters of Urahara Sufong are particularly eye-catching. When Sufong returned to the team building, a figure was already waiting here. The slender figure was restrained by the death tyrant, his hands were on his thighs, and he sat quietly on the seat cushion, and there was no emotional fluctuation in the depths of his dark green pupils. The vice-captain of the 12th Division, Ni Yinmeng. Deputy Captain Sufong. Aware of Sufeng's arrival, Ni Yinmeng turned around and nodded. I don't know what the vice-captain of Yinmeng is doing here for me. Regarding this Nirvana dream with some lack of emotion, Sufong felt that it would be better to communicate straight to the point. Captain asked me to invite you to the Technical Development Bureau of the 12th Division. Ni Yinmeng said neither sad nor happy, as if she narrated mechanically, he asked me to tell you that the previous promise has been fulfilled. The research has progressed considerably, heard. Sufong raised his brows lightly, remembering his agreement with Kurothushi Miyuri. Unexpectedly, how long has passed, he has already completed the research. Have to say, Kurothushi Miyuri has a talent no less than Urahara Kazuki's in scientific research, and his emotion for science is far purer than Urahara Kazuki. In that case, Sufong smiled, then asked Vice Captain Yinmeng to lead the way. Chapter 40 Wave Spirit Tool 12th Division, Technology Development Bureau. The two are not far apart, and Urahara Kazuki planned them in the same area for convenience. Since the establishment of the Technology Development Bureau nearly 100 years ago, there have been only 2 chief executives so far. The first, of course, is the founder, Urahara Kazuki. The second is Kurothushi Miyuri, who he brought out from the Maggot Nest. Strictly speaking, the scientific research level of the two is not much different. But Urahara Kazuki is far less pure than Kurothushi Miyuri. They are not one kind of people. The first time I stepped into the area of the Technology Development Bureau, I was greeted by rows of hemispherical buildings with various special devices accumulated on them. Perceiving the sudden change in the painting style in front of him, Sufong asked in a puzzled way. What are those? Ni Yinmeng, adhering to Kurothushi Miyuri's previous orders, knew everything about Sufeng's problems. The Graduate School of Communication Technology and the Graduate School of Lingbo Measurement. Those devices are used to capture the special spiritual fluctuations in the present world and soul society, and to maintain the function of the messenger machine. Although Neon Dream's fighting strength is average, but being by Kurotsushi Miyuri's side for such a long time can be regarded as fascinated. She is also quite accomplished in scientific research. In the Technology Development Bureau, there is a level of technology that exceeds the style of painting in front of him. When he walked to the door, green light swept across his body, and the door opened to both sides. Deep. Kurotsushi Miyuri is frantically tapping on the keyboard in front of him. The crackling sound is like a piano symphony, messy but not irritable. In response to the arrival of Nianming, he suddenly stopped the movements in his hands, and the corners of his mouth grinned to both sides ultimately. Hey, it's finally here. Sufong magnified his own fluctuation perception as much as possible, almost covering the entire Technology Development Bureau. But to his surprise, many areas in the Technology Development Bureau have special shielding, although the general Kido spell seal cannot shield Sufeng's perception at all. Advertisement, but after several or even a dozen Kido seals are combined. Its shielding ability has also been enhanced by geometric multiples, and Sufong can't get a glimpse of the whole picture for a while. Just when he was trying to probe the internal structure of the Technology Development Bureau. After stepping into the laboratory, the first thing I heard was Kurotsushi Miyuri's weird laughter. Ha, Urahara Sufong, the research was successful. What is reflected in the perception is the huge screen and the densely arranged buttons, among which there are even huge red buttons with prohibited written on them. Not surprisingly, that thing should be a precaution arranged by Kurotsushi Miyuri. However, without waiting for Sufong to speak, Kurotsushi Miyuri slapped the red button directly. Crunch, with the sour sound, a dark passage leading to the underground of the Technology Development Bureau was also presented in front of Sufong. This is not the place to talk in detail, please come with me. Kurotsushi Miyuri, who suddenly calmed down, had a strange tone. Sufong didn't care, he followed behind him and walked straight to the depths of the ground. Snapped. With a crisp finger snap, soft lights lit up directly in the dark passage, illuminating every corner. The appearance of this scene made Sufong once again realize that the Technical Development Bureau and Seirei's painting styles are different. Two completely different worlds. As the two continued to deepen, the passage became more and more spacious. Until passing through the exit of the passage, the wide field is also presented in front of Sufong, like an ancient coliseum. Hey. With a strange laugh, Kurotsushi Miyuri explained, this was originally an execution ground, and it has a history of hundreds of years. But after I took over the Technology Development Bureau, I applied for it through the Yamamoto captain and transformed it into what it is now. In addition to basic experiments, you can also perform some power tests of spiritual tools. In perception, advertisement Sufong found that in the corner of the execution ground, there were a large number of instruments and equipment, as well as various high-precision test tubes and other objects. As Sufong, who inherited the entire Urahara family, he is no stranger to these things. It is not impossible to even let him go up and perform simple operations. Urahara Kazuki's research level has surpassed the entire Technology Development Bureau by more than one level. Only Kurotsushi Miyuri was on the same level as him. After a brief introduction, Kurotsushi Miyuri brought Sufong to an instrument and took off the bracelet-like device. This is a special bracelet inlaid with 3 holes. In the hole, something like an eyeball twitched, as if observing the outside world. Weird feeling. When Kurotsushi Miyuri looked at the bracelet, his expression became a little frantic, as if he was gradually falling into madness. I named it the Wave Spirit Tool. It seems that after learning the name of the special power from Sufong before, he directly named the development of this special spiritual tool with the word, wave. It can convert your so-called wave power to match the special frequency between the Kido mantra and the Ryotsu, so that the Kido can be released smoothly. Kurotsushi Miyuri explained, it takes part of the setting of the corpse and the technique of the soul. And its construction material is made from the flesh and blood of Menos Grande above the Jillian level. Besides, I also made a special trip to the Zhang underground prison and collected a lot of broken souls. Unlike Urahara Kazuki, Kurotsushi Miyuri has no taboos in scientific research. It is because of the existence of Yamamoto Uenujai, otherwise, he is afraid that he is on par with a certain snake pill in the next village, or even better. Try it, Urahara Sufong. The corners of Kurotsushi Miyuri's mouth were pulled to ultimate, revealing white teeth, giving a great sense of danger. As if being targeted by a natural enemy, Sufong took the bracelet, carefully felt it, and then put it on his left wrist. Under the operation of Kurotsushi Miyuri, a suitable target was also raised on the vacant field not far away. Then let's start with the easiest. Sufong stretched out his white palm, and the power of wave was wrapped around it. Chapter 41. The Possibility of Kido. The 4th of Hado, by Lei. An elegant voice echoed in the empty field. At Sufeng's wrist, a gentle light flickered. In its perception, the huge wave force swam through the wave spirit tool in an instant, and immediately resonated with the Kido incantation. Next moment, blinding white lightning burst out from Sufeng's fingertips, and the thunderous roar shook the surrounding air and tore apart all obstacles in front of him. The bursting flames exploded on the target. A scorching smell filled the venue. Nice power. Sufong put down his palm, and a slight wave of power lifted up, blowing away the dust in front of him. The target on the ground was gone, and only the charred handle remained. Well, the power is comparable to the number 4 Hado I unleashed. As the captain, Kurotsushi Miyuri's combat strength is quite average among the captains, but his real strength is still higher than that of ordinary soldiers. The basic fighting method of slashing fists and walking ghosts is also regarded as one of the best. At his level, the power of the number 4 Hado released is quite good. Strictly speaking, there is still some room for improvement. Talking. He pressed it on the console next to him again, and several targets rose from the middle of the field, much larger than before. If the previous target was only the size of a person, then the current target is already as tall as Jillian. Experimental targets made of special materials can withstand captain-level attacks. Kurotsushi Miyuri smiled strangely. Of course, it refers to new captains like Broken Bee and Bikuya Kuchiki. As the main person in charge of the Technology Development Bureau, he knows a lot of secrets. What's more, Kurotsushi Miyuri is also a very old character in Soul Society, and he is also an old acquaintance with Kiryu Hikafuna and Shutara Senjumaru of Team Zero. So, he was more accurate when judging the combat power of the captain level. Next, you can try the higher Kido. Once Kurotsushi Miyuri entered the research state, the whole person seemed to be a little crazy. Release the stronger Kido, Urahara Sufong. Is it stronger? Sufong pondered for a moment, raised his palm, and the calm voice sounded underground again. Advertisement, O King's Lander. The mask of flesh and blood, all things, the thing that flutters high and bears the name of human beings. Sufong stopped learning Kido's wishes when he learned that his own wave power did not resonate with the Kido mantra. Right now, the 33rd Hado is the strongest Kido he has mastered. Truth and Temperance, the wall of ignorant dreams, but only on it. Hados 33. Kang Fire Pendant. The moment his voice fell, a burst of blue flames burst out from Sufeng's palm and rushed forward instantly. This moment, the whole underground was illuminated by that blue light, as if it were daytime. Immediately after, like a turbulent ocean current, the blasting flame completely engulfed the specially made target, and the scorching temperature ran rampant in the underground square. Kurotsushi Miyuri looked at the scene in front of him with a frenzy, and whispered. This is the power that can truly change the world. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, drowning out the wind and whistling sound caused by the explosion. Countless firelights burst out, splendidly under the ground. Such a scale of destruction is already more than 99% of the Shinigami level. To this, Sufong was also a little surprised. The fully chanted number 33 Hado Kang Fire Pendant, just looking at its scale, is no weaker than the equivalent Kido released by any captain. After a moment, the firelight dissipated, and calm was restored under the ground. At the moment when the dust fell, only a piece of charred black remained on the ground. Under the impact of the explosion, the original special target even turned into molten iron and was cast on the ground. If this area is not transformed from the execution ground, I am afraid that it will be destroyed to a certain extent at this time. Seiraidi's execution ground, usually by Shinigami sinners and Menos Grande fighting. There are even some of them at the vice captain level. Wow, that's quite the power. Looking at the scene in front of him, Kurotsushi Miyuri's eyes lit up. The fluctuating spiritual tool that was produced in a short period of time can have such power. It is already quite excellent. Advertisement talking room. Kurotsushi Miyuri took out various measuring equipment, ran to the place where the target disappeared, and carried out various measurements back and forth. The range of destruction, the concentration of spirits, the content of the power of fluctuation. Well, Sufong. Kurotsushi Miyuri suddenly raised his head, looked at Sufong who was not far away and asked, can the wave spirit tool withstand your limit? Heard. Sufong raised the weird bracelet he was wearing on his wrist and thought. 1/10. Any more, and this thing will blow up. In fact, when he released Kido just now, he had already sensed the limit on the bracelet. Judging from the power of volatility that was injected just now, this wave spirit tool can only withstand Hado under the number 80 at most, and if it is higher, it may collapse. Hear this. Kurotsushi Miyuri's pupils shrank suddenly and returned to normal immediately. As a maker, he still has a considerable understanding of the strength of the wave spirit tool. According to Ryatsu's calculations, at least an ordinary captain level burst of full force would not immediately destroy the wave spirit tool. Only after using it several times in a row will some of the abilities of the wave spirit tool be disabled. I should have said. Kurotsushi Miyuri let out a weird laugh again, as expected of the vice captain Sufong, who is known as a genius. 1/10, that's a scary number. However, according to this progress, there is still a lot of improvement in the wave spirit tool. He figured his chin, his slender fingers shaking unconsciously in the air, as if he was calculating something. The only pity is that there seems to be insufficient materials. Do you want to go to Hueco Mundo again? Sufong was curious. What material? Kurotsushi Miyuri bent his fingers, knuckles against his temples, and drilled slowly. Naturally Menos Grande's flesh and blood. The current wave spirit tool uses Jillian's flesh and blood as the main material. In the follow-up, you have to start with Ijukas, right? Chapter 42 Suniyashiro Tokunada's Goodwill. Ijukas? Sufong raised his head, his expression a little surprised. As the backbone of Menos Grande, Ijukas at this stage is the existence of the leader of the standard. As for the higher Vasto Lord, it has already surpassed the captain level. According to Kurotsushi Miyuri, if you want to go further, you need the flesh and blood of Ijukas as the main material. Then if you want to release the highest ranking Kido and even the inner Kido and the Kido forbidden technique. Does it have to be a Vasto Lord level Arancar? It's really an equal exchange. Sufong chuckled lightly. When there is a chance, let's talk about further wave spirit tools. For now, this thing is enough for the time being. As he said that, he raised his wrist and gently shook the bracelet called the wave spirit tool. On it, the strange eyes made a gurgling sound, giving people a shuddering feeling. The appearance of this thing is really hard to compliment. Kurotsushi Miyuri's aesthetics on some test items are already beyond the comprehension of normal people. But thinking about the not-so-normal existence of the Technology Development Bureau, this level of aesthetics is quite normal. Fortunately, the sleeves Sufong wears on weekdays are long enough to cover it. Hey. Kurotsushi Miyuri let out a weird laugh. Now that the deal has been reached, what you promised earlier. Is there a device that stores the power of fluctuation? Sufong turned his head and asked. The transaction is naturally fair. I saw Kurotsushi Miyuri rummaging around on the operating table, and took out more than a dozen test tubes inlaid with bright gems. Murder stone? Sufong clearly noticed the decrease in the activity of the spiritual suns near the dazzling gem. Kurotsushi Miyuri also seems to have carried out special treatment on the murderous stone, so that its appearance looks different from the murderous stone in Sufang's cognition. Well, because the murderous stone has a restraining effect on the spiritual child. He explained earnestly, so to a certain extent, everything related to the spirit sun will also be affected by it. Heard. Sufong knew it. There are fluctuations in the spiritual sun, and the two are also interdependent. Advertisement use murder stone to suppress the activity of wave power. Can only say. As expected of Kurotsushi Miyuri. After filling the test tube, Kurotsushi Miyuri's eyes stayed on it, and there was no intention of greeting Sufong at all. See. Sufong also bid farewell to Kurotsushi Miyuri and left the Technology Development Bureau. The fifth squad. When Sufong returned to his room, he also saw an unexpected visitor. In the place where he usually sat, there was a young man with dark green hair, dressed in luxurious aristocratic clothes and lined with death tyrant clothes. With his handsome appearance and fair skin, he looks like a big man in the nobility. Only those sinister and vicious eyes destroyed all temperament, making this person look a bit cold and cruel. Oh, the Lord is back. He let out a playful laugh like Lion Majesty in the shadows. First of all, let me introduce myself. I am the owner of the Shimo Tsunayashiro branch house, Tsunayashiro Tokunada. Before Sufong could speak, this guy was the first to reveal his news. Hearing this person's words, Sufong also looked at him seriously in perception. Sure enough, it is worthy of the most sinister and vicious name. This appearance alone is worthy of this evaluation. Even more intimidating than Ichimaru Jin looks. I wonder if Your Excellency Urahara has received the kindness from you. Tsunayashiro Tokunada's smile did not give people a feeling of relaxation and peace, but more of a creepy, numb scalp. A proposal for the Urahara family's return to the nobility. It seemed that he was worried that Sufong didn't know, and he reminded him specially. Well, Rukia already told me. Sufong responded lightly, neither sad nor happy. Oh, that commoner adopted by the Kuchiki family. Tsunayashiro Tokunada was disgusted with his aristocratic status because he had witnessed the historical steal left by his family since he was a child, so he knew the dirty secrets between the Spirit King and the five nobles. But at the same time, he relied on his aristocratic status to do evil everywhere. In short, this guy is an extremely double-standard treasure. Advertisement. His mentality seemed to have been distorted to a certain extent. Please pay attention to your words. Sufong didn't mean to be used to him. Rukia is also my sister. Sarah, I'm so sorry. Although he said apologetic words, Tsunayashiro Tokunada's tone was not apologetic at all. These are the minutiae. Just listen to him continue. I wonder what the Urahara family thinks about my previous proposal. As the Urahara family returning to the noble seat. Sufong said lightly, I don't care about that. It's just a mere aristocrat. What's the point of it? Hear this. Tsunayashiro Tokunada's expression was startled. Sufang's answer completely exceeded his expectations. Nobles. That is the existence above the top of the Seraiti, a noble existence that can freely release the evil in his heart without paying the price. How could you possibly have no idea? After being stunned, Tsunayashiro Tokunada's expression was a little distorted. Could it be that the head of the Urahara family doesn't have the idea of bringing the Urahara family back to glory? In this regard, he seemed a little unwilling to continue to ask. I have already applied to the noble council. As long as a vote is made, the Urahara family can become the most noble existence in the Seraiti again. In Tsunayashiro Tokunada's heart, the status of aristocrats is not comparable to Gote 13 or even Kido. Sorry, no. Sufong walked to him slowly. The so-called nobles are nothing more than roundworms lying on the behemoth of soul society, sucking blood. In the face of this malicious Tsunayashiro branch house owner, Sufang's words are no longer restrained. I don't care at all about returning to the noble seat. As soon as this word comes out, Tsunayashiro Tokunada's expression was even more distorted. He just wanted to say something. However, Sufong issued an eviction order. Tsunayashiro, I still have some business to deal with. Sufong said indifferently, right now, I won't entertain you anymore. Also, your expression, pretty ugly. Chapter 43, Yan Luo Mirror Cannon. As soon as this word comes out, Tsunayashiro Tokunada immediately froze in place, his expression solidified on his face, as if he had been petrified. I thought that Sufong could only perceive general things through Reiatsu. But Sufang's fluctuating perception is not only able to see everything in front of him, but also to see everything within a certain range. If not using Kido for seal protection, Sufong almost watched whatever he wanted. Certainly, he's not that boring either. You. After regaining his senses, Tsunayashiro Tokunada looked at Sufong with extremely vicious eyes. In fact, he only wanted to win Sufong and cooperate with him this time. In Tsunayashiro Tokunada's idea, as long as he allows the Urahara family to return to the noble seat, then Urahara Sufong will become his most loyal partner. With supporters, the next plan can be launched smoothly. He Tsunayashiro Tokunada, the man destined to stand at the apex of the three realms. A mere civilian, Tsunayashiro Tokunada grinned like a shattered glass, how ignorant and arrogant. Returning to his calm, he completely released his malice. Sufong looked indifferently and faced the owner of Tsunayashiro branch house. No matter what means he used to get to his current position, it has nothing to do with Sufong. As for the so-called plan after Tsunayashiro Tokunada, Sufong didn't want to have anything to do with it. And if he wants revenge, then, the real hell will also be presented in front of it. If you continue to talk nonsense here. Su Feng's indifferent voice echoed in the room, I don't mind being a sinner wanted by Soul Society. The moment the voice fell, the power of the vast wave is like a mountain, bursting out on Sufong. The roar seemed to penetrate Tsunayashiro Tokunada's eardrums, and the endless terrifying weight pressed against his body, causing his bones to squeak. PFF'd. No surprise. Su Feng's sudden outburst made Tsunayashiro Tokunada kneel on the ground like a worm, with no dignity at all. This move, undoubtedly, it pressed its poor dignity to the ground and rubbed it. Advertisement. Not too bold. Shit. Damn. Guy. Tsunayashiro Tokunada mobilized Reiatsu, trying to get up from the ground, I'm going to kill you. Have to say, at this time, Tsunayashiro Tokunada, Reiatsu's level was not weaker than ordinary captains, and even stronger. The power of this fluctuation alone is not enough to overwhelm the opponent. Su Feng increased the output. Boom. Boom. Tsunayashiro Tokunada fell heavily to the ground, directly smashing the floor out of the pothole, and a large number of wooden boards were shattered as a result, and sawdust scattered in the room, which looked particularly messy. Suna of Tsunayashiro. Su Feng's voice gradually lost its emotional fluctuations, if you really want to exchange your life for me, I am wanted by Soul Society. Then let go. Liberate your Yanluo mirror cannon, and let me see how many Zanpakudo powers you have mastered. The voice fell. Tsunayashiro Tokunada's body suddenly stiffened, and the original vicious and sinister expression also solidified on that face. He rolled his eyes and met Su Feng's face with an ugly look. Beneath the gentle water-like appearance, there was an undisguised killing intent. Tsunayashiro Tokunada believed that if he really did this, he would definitely be hacked to death by the young man in front of him. But he surprised him even more. It was Su Feng's previous words. He stared at the person in front of him, trying to see the slightest flaw in his expression. The secret about Yanluo Jingdian. How did Urahara Sufong know? At this time, Tsunayashiro Tokunada's thoughts had become a mess, and the impact of Su Feng's words was greater than the impact on him caused by the outbreak of the fluctuation. He didn't understand that he was hiding so perfectly. How can others find out where the secret is? See, it gave up resistance. Su Feng also relieved the power of the wave that was oppressing him, and walked to the side leisurely. And this time, the soldiers of the 5th Division also noticed the abnormality of the vice captain's quarters, and swarmed in this direction. If you don't want today's events to spread throughout Seraiti and even Soul Society. Advertisement. Su Feng picked up the intact teacup on the table, poured a cup of warm tea, and said slowly, better get out of here quickly. Hear this. Tsunayashiro Tokunada struggled to get up, then took a deep look at Su Feng, activated Shunpo, and disappeared into the room. Left a mess. Lord Vice Captain. What happened? Has an enemy invaded here? A large number of leisure soldiers rushed into the room, pulled out Zanpakudo with their backhands, looked around, and waited. It's just a little skirmish. Su Feng explained calmly, the other party has already left. At that time, I will report to Captain Aizen. Hearing this, everyone saw that Su Feng was fine, so they put down their blades and stopped worrying. By the way, please help everyone to clean up. Su Feng showed a gentle smile, as refreshing as the spring sunshine. Please. Kind people are often able to be treated kindly. After handing over everything in the room to the team members, Su Feng also put down the teacup in his hand and walked towards the captain's quarters. Some things. Superficial work still needs to be done. Noble Street. Tsunayashiro's house. Bang. How dare he? How dare he? Tsunayashiro Tokunada had absolutely no grace as a nobleman, and threw everything he could see in the room frantically. A layer of debris piled up on the ground, perfectly interpreting the word mess. When there was nothing left to fall, Tsunayashiro Tokunada sat slumped on the tatami beside him, staring blankly at everything in the room. Su Feng's words completely exceeded his expectations. Yanluo Jingdian, as his secret, is an integral part of his plan. When it is known, does it mean that Su Feng knows far more secrets than he expected? Tsunayashiro Tokunada had a hint of despair in his expression. Could it be that everything you do is being observed by others? Obviously, he fell into deep self-doubt about his plans. 2 at Chapter 44 Invitation by Byakuya Kuchiki the 5th Squad. Su Feng is not clear about Tsunayashiro Tokunada's thoughts, and he is too lazy to care so much. With that guy's current size, he didn't dare to cause much trouble. Suniyashiro Tokunada would never launch his plan easily until he was completely sure. For now, let's try Aizen again, Captain Aizen. Sufeng's calm voice sounded in the room. Please sit down, Sufong. Aizen smiled. Is it to explain the power that erupted in your room earlier? Yes. Sufong frowned slightly and said puzzledly, the guest who came to visit me earlier was the owner of Suniyashiro branch house. Suna of Suniyashiro. He told me about the restoration of the noble seed of the Urahara family, and he himself applied to the noble council. But at the same time, the owner of the Suniyashiro branch house also wanted me to cooperate with him to complete some of the things he requested. Aizen listened silently by the side, and did not express his own advice. I don't want to do that. Sufong sighed, just because I don't want to be restrained too much. But at the same time, a conflict broke out between us. I am very sorry for the damage to the team room. Say it. Aizen's generous smile appeared and comforted. No need to blame yourself, Sufong. You just did what you wanted to do. Tokunada Suniyashiro is too arrogant. Hear this. Sufong suddenly understood. Since the captain doesn't blame me, then I'm relieved. Aizen's remarks, although not too much, but it can also be vaguely judged that he knows a thing or two about Suniyashiro Tokunada's plan. Even if it is only a trivial point, it is enough for him to judge the whole picture. Aizen, which has planned for a century, is ultimately superior to the latecomers. Suniyashiro Tokunada is just picking up people's teeth. Well, I'll take care of the Suniyashiro's house in person. Advertisement. Aizen's gentle smile warms people's hearts, but now there is a new appointment that requires you to go. Talking. He took out a delicate invitation at the top of the document on the desk. This is from the vice captain of Yin Jiro. According to him, he invited you to go to the 6th division to discuss this matter. About the restoration of the noble seed of the Urahara family. Sufong was a little surprised by this, but after thinking about it, it made sense. Byakuya Kuchiki doesn't have any grudges against himself. And Rukia also joined the Kuchiki family, and there is still such a relationship between them. After Suniyashiro Tokunada applied, Byakuya Kuchiki would naturally do his best. After all, the status of the Kuchiki family is unlikely to be affected by this. One more seat in the Urahara family will not affect the status quo of Seirei. I understand. Sufong took the invitation and got up to say goodbye to Aizen. Captain, I will leave first. Looking at its distant figure, the cold light reflected under the black-framed lenses. Aizen's expression didn't change, but it suddenly gave people a sense of danger. Yeah, is the Urahara family coming back? The soft Kyoto accent sounded in the room, and after a wave of air, Ichimaru Jin's figure also appeared under the black cloak. The black cloak can completely hide Shinigami's Ryotsu, and when paired with the number 26 bent light, it is enough to allow the user to hide his presence in a small space. This spiritual tool was originally invented by Urahara Kazuki. After it escaped from Soul Society, it was collected by Aizen. Return or not? Aizen's faint voice sounded from one side. It won't have much impact. Urahara Kazuki is still wanted, and Sufong is still hiding his purpose. What we can do? Having said this, his tone paused slightly, and the smile returned to his face. That's to make things more interesting. 6th division. The camellia, which symbolizes nobleness and rationality, is inlaid on the stone pillars on both sides of the door. Advertisement. This is the team flower of the 6th team. At the same time, it is also their philosophy. As the 6th division of the noble Praetorian Guard, the captain has always been the current head of the Kuchiki family, who is responsible for safeguarding the interests and rights of the nobles. And the Suniyashiro family is also among them. In fact, the head of the 5 nobles is not the Kuchiki family, but the Suniyashiro family who manages the Great Spirit Book Corridor. The Kuchiki family is nothing more than a model of the nobility on the bright side, and they have been in charge of the 6th division for generations. Sufong stepped into it, and what he perceived was the 3-story tidy building. The rockery in the courtyard was dignified, but it did not lack a touch of exquisite beauty. The architectural style here seems to reveal noble rationality all the time. Certainly, there may also be a personal aesthetic reason for Byakuya Kuchiki. Deputy Captain Sufong. Yin Jiro came towards him and seemed to be waiting here for Sufeng's arrival. Deputy Captain Jin Silver Jiro. Sufong responded with a smile. He is a little curious about this Jin Jiro, who is immersed in his own optical shop and does not want to resign all the time. Is this optical shop business in Seirei really good? You know, if it wasn't for Sufeng's small wealth, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to afford the consumption in the optical shop. Like the goggles given to Aburai Renji before, with Aburai Renji's financial resources, it is estimated that it will take a long time to save enough. Even if he has now become the chairman of the 11th team. Come with me quickly. Jin Jiro pushed the new fashionable glasses on the bridge of his nose, as if he had put them on for sales purpose. The captain has been waiting for you for a long time. Under his leadership, Sufong also met the captain of the 6th division again. Contemporary owner of the Kuchiki family, Byakuya Kuchiki. Brother Sufong. Obviously, Rukia was surprised by the arrival of Sufong and was unexpectedly happy. Seeing Rukia happily running towards Sufong, Byakuya Kuchiki frowned slightly and fell into self-doubt. Is this girl not Kuchiki but Urahara? Sufong rubbed Rukia's little head and smiled at Byakuya Kuchiki, saying, Long time no see, Captain Byakuya. Chapter 45. The long-lost sign and task. Haven't seen you for a long time. Byakuya Kuchiki is as cold as ever, as if nothing in the world can move his mood. Deputy Captain Sufong. When Rukia and Sufong sat opposite him, the purpose of Byakuya Kuchiki's invitation to come this time was also directly stated. Regarding the restoration of the noble seat of the Urahara family, the Noble Council has issued a new order. Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes dropped slightly, and there was no emotional fluctuation in his calm tone. It has been jointly decided by the Golden Seal Noble Council and the Noble Council. Given that Urahara Kazuki has been exiled from the world for 100 years, and the Urahara family has also been exiled from Rukongai for 100 years, the crime has been completely washed away. From today onwards, the Urahara family will resume their nobility status, and they will continue their power as they had 100 years ago. If Urahara Sufong is willing, he can go to the second division and also serve as the supervisor of the team, in charge of examining the maggot nest. A series of words came down. Rukia on the side was a little stunned, thinking about the information contained in these words. On the other hand, Sufong nodded slightly, and his gentle smile did not change at all. Is there something wrong with the maggot nest? Byakuya Kuchiki pushed the teacup in front of him, and the fragrance of tea swirled in the room. Is that inferring the core of the problem? Should I say, is it really worthy of being Deputy Captain Sufong? As Sufong said, since he left the nest of maggots, the place where the dangerous elements were imprisoned has become a mess. Although the level of broken bees is enough to suppress the entire maggot nest with bare hands, it does not mean that the group of guys will be easily subdued. The dangerous elements who had been taught a lesson by Sufong obviously also learned to be false and condescending. And their gang is constantly expanding. As long as there are beings who are defined as dangerous elements to join, the nest of maggots will be a little more dangerous. Lately, even Broken Bee seems to be a little overwhelmed. The Council of Nobles has no demands. Byakuya Kuchiki doesn't seem to be paying much attention to the matter. They just want to restore the maggot nest to its original state. I don't know, Deputy Captain Sufong, what do you mean? I reject. The decisive answer made Rukia let out bursts of exclamations, echoing in the empty room. Advertisement, sorry, Big Brother Byakuya. Realizing Byakuya Kuchiki's unkind gaze, Rukia resolutely confessed. But after she confessed, she turned to look at Sufong and asked seriously, Brother Sufong, why? Obviously such a good opportunity. Sufong rubbed her little head with a chuckle and explained. Since you have known me, have you ever seen me distressed by being deprived of my noble status? Rukia put her fingers on her chin, thinking. The previous Urahara family was nothing but the lower-level nobles of the Shihuan family. Empty bears the title of a noble. Sufong had no idea at all about becoming a noble again. Well, the expected answer. Byakuya Kuchiki tapped the table. If that's the case, then I know how to respond to the Noble Council. As for the nest of maggots. His words were stagnant, and it seemed that he couldn't think of any suitable way. Leave it to Captain Ni. Sufong raised his mouth slightly as a senior who came out of the nest of maggots. He has a pretty good, unique treatment, there. As that guy Kurothushi Mayuri, Byakuya Kuchiki thought thoughtfully, I see. Thank you so much, Deputy Captain Sufong, for coming to be invited. Sufong smiled, it should be done. Rukia stayed at Kuchiki's house for so long, and she knew Ya's intentions, got up and followed Sufong, and sent him out of the 6th team. Looking at the two figures in the distance, Byakuya Kuchiki lightly rubbed his eyebrows and sighed. How did you observe? Is it worth your further exploration of his secrets? The voice fell, and a figure walked out from behind the screen not far away. Luxurious aristocratic costumes, with star pliers tied up in a bun, and silver-white wind veil worn around the neck. Although the face is old, it has a majestic momentum. The former captain of the 6th Division, the former head of the Kuchiki family. Kuchiki Silverbell. He is also Byakuya Kuchiki's grandfather. Advertisement. A little guy who is very good at hiding. The majestic and slow voice of Kuchiki's Silverbell echoed in the room. That peculiar power protects him, even the old man can't see through it. He is much smarter than Shangha. I think it shouldn't be like Shangha, and it will not be reduced to the current situation. Go on with your work, the old man will go to the 1st team. The voice fell, and without waiting for Byakuya Kuchiki to respond, he activated Shunpo and disappeared in place. Call, Byakuya Kuchiki let out a sigh of relief, and his frowning eyebrows relaxed. Hopefully it won't cause any unexpected turmoil. Sufong, who walked out of the 6th team, also felt a little more in the direction of the 1st team. Whether it was Ichimaru Jin, who was hiding in the 5th Division's hut, or Kuchiki Yinling, who was hiding behind a screen, they couldn't escape his perception. Sufong could also guess one or two of their thoughts, but he didn't care. Ichimaru Jin is nothing more than observing himself as part of the Aizen program. After all, as an existence that is not affected by Kyoga Suigetsu, his power is also beyond the standard range, and naturally he must be included in the object of observation. In order to prevent the plan from being destroyed, they will naturally examine their own variables when making them. As for the Kuchiki Silver Bell, it is estimated that it should be worried about the appearance of a second Kuchiki ringing river, so as to observe himself. Because if you count Rukia, Sufong has a certain connection with the Kuchiki family. Since the end of the Shiba Kaien incident, the Seirei has also regained its calm. But this calm, like the tranquility before the storm, gives people a feeling of depression. Until one morning, Sufong walked out of the room, and a black hell butterfly tumbled in front of him. He put his fingers deep and let them fall on his fingertips, accepting the message conveyed in them. Captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Ishin's Ryatsu disappeared in this world? The corners of Sufeng's mouth raised slightly. Can you finally hold back, Captain Aizen? And as his voice fell, The long-lost system prompt sounded again. The new sign-in task has been released. Chapter 46 Shiba Ishin's Death. Sign-in task. Please go to the present Karakura town to sign in and repel the incoming enemies. Close black lens bracket. Task reward. GE Ashura template increases the progress by 3%, which can comprehend the new wave energy. Close black lens bracket. Current template progress. 32%. A familiar voice rang in his ears, and Sufang's good mood for the day also unfolded at this time. As for Shiba Ishin's disappearance, it's just that Aizen is already ready to start his plan. After the hollow experiment made new progress, Aizen and others also prepared a new round of hollow experiment and set the target at Naruki City in the present world. After mastering the approximate range of activities of the Visor Group, Aizen is also ready to kill two birds with one stone. At the same time that Zubai was put into Naruki City for a new round of hollow experiments, it also lured Hiriko Shinji and others to appear. As Aizen said, everything is in the master, but unfortunately, this time the plan did not go ahead as they expected. Shiba Ishin suddenly appeared in this world and confronted Shushiro head-on. Although he was sneak attacked by Aizen from behind, he was finally able to solve the false white with the help of Kurosaki Masaki. But at the same time, Kurosaki Masaki's soul is also invaded by the power of Shushiro, showing the state of hollow. Then, with the help of Urahara Kazuki, Shiba Ishin used his Shinigami power as a medium to establish a soul connection with Kurosaki Masaki and save his life. As for himself, he was also left in the present world. Shiba Ishin's Ryotsu, who disappeared into the world at the same time, caused quite a stir in Soul Society. The disappearance of the captain has various effects. Fortunately, at this time, Shiba Kaien did not die as in the original book, and the identity of the Shiba family can still be maintained. Let's go to the first team building first. After arranging some thoughts in his mind, Sufong drove away the hell butterfly on his fingertips and walked towards the first team building. At this point in time, officially Shiba Ishin Ryotsu just disappeared. In other words, the world is about to usher in a large number of Shinigami. Perhaps, this will be an opportunity for him to go to Karakura town to sign in. First team quarters. When Sufong came to the main court of the team building, there were already many people waiting here. Advertisement Broken Bee glanced at him sideways, then quickly turned his eyes away. From her guilty performance, it is not difficult to see that Broken Bee has gained something from Shiba Kong. Possible. She and Shihu and Yoruichi have already met once. Thinking of this, Sufang's mouth slightly raised. With the character of Broken Bee, Urahara Kazuki will be a little troublesome. Finally found you. Fighting intent was surging behind him. Zaraki Kenpachi opened his mouth like a demon, white steam visible to the naked eye escaped, and his slightly narrow pupils stared at the person in front of him. Urahara Sufong, come and fight with me, life or death, is the true meaning of battle. This move naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Many captains waited for the further development of the situation with the attitude of watching the play. They are also very curious about the newly promoted vice captain of the 5th Division. Sufang's performance in recent days has already surpassed the average vice captain. Judging from his various achievements, he is a well-deserved genius. Apply for battle or something. Sufang's gentle smile did not change because of Zaraki Kenpachi's provocation. It always has to be approved by the captain? With Yamamoto Uenujai here, Sufong is not worried about Zaraki Kenpachi's sudden attack and provocative battle. The disappearance of Shiba Ishin Ryotsu is overwhelmed by such events. Yamamoto Uenujai will never allow any mistakes in the captain's meeting. This is the most serious moment. Really? Captain Zaraki, please be patient. There was a hint of anger in the majestic voice, as if a suppressed active volcano had the possibility of erupting at any time. Yamamoto Uenujai held a cane in his hand, and a cold glow flashed in his slightly closed eyes. The captain's meeting will be held soon. Hey, boring. Zaraki Kenpachi's fighting spirit was suppressed, and he backhanded Zanpakudo on his shoulders and stepped to his own position. Sarah, it's really interesting. Ichimaru Jin's soft voice was full of jokes. Captain Zaraki is the object of provocation every time he meets, from Captain Kuchiki to Vice Captain Sufong. Advertisement, it seems that Captain Zaraki thinks that Deputy Captain Sufong is stronger. Deputy Captain Sufong is worthy of the name of the strongest genius in a century. As soon as these words came out, the other captain's gazes on Sufong had more meanings. This is not the first time Sufong has participated in a captain's meeting. What happened recently was also conveyed to the captains and vice captains one after another through the Seradi communication collection and the Hell Butterfly. Sufang's performance somewhat surprised them. Several captains invited him to join their squad at the same time. The first time he joined the team was to become the vice captain in the form of a battle to win the seat. He completely surrendered all the dangerous elements in the maggot nest, and killed Shiba Kaien with one blow. Opponent. Now, it is completely targeted by the fighting maniac Zaraki Kenpachi. These things are enough to prove the value of Sufong. Captain Ichimaru is rude. Sufong responded with a smile. Compared to you as a senior, I still have a long way to go. Ichimaru Jin used to be the vice captain of Division 5, and to a certain extent, is indeed Sufang's predecessor. Tom. The dull percussion sounded, and everyone's eyes turned to Yamamoto Uenujai, who was sitting in the middle. Okay, the discussion ends here. Everyone, please hurry up and join the ranks. The next captain's meeting is very important. In Yamamoto's tone, there was a rare anger suppressed. None of the people present touched him at this time, and they all returned to their positions. Sufong also stepped to Aizen's side, waiting for the official start of the meeting. This time, I would like to inform you all about the disappearance of Shiba Ishin Ryatsu, the leader of the 10th Division. Yamamoto Uenyuji cleared his throat and looked around the crowd with a majestic look. Half a month ago, Captain Shiba Ishin went to the world to perform a mission, and then Ryatsu disappeared. The Technology Development Bureau reported it to the first team as soon as possible. Considering that the disappearance of Captain Ryatsu is a frequent event, it is pending for the time being. But now, its Ryatsu has disappeared beyond safe limits. As he said that, his eyes stayed around Kurotsushi Mayuri, signaling him to explain in detail. I saw Kurotsushi Mayuri spread his hands and explained with a weird smile, because of the instability and volatility of the Ryatsu. The Ryatsu Survey Department cannot accurately capture and locate its Ryatsu's position and condition at all times. So based on historical experience, it is normal for Captain Ryatsu to disappear within 2 weeks. Speaking of which, Kurotsushi Mayuri's mouth grinned to ultimate, and Captain Shiba's Ryatsu has been missing for 15 days and 13 hours, so it is also listed as a first-level incident. Simply put, Shiba Ishin is missing or already dead in this world. Chapter 47 Responsibilities of the 5th Division, what did you say? Kurotsushi Mayuri's voice fell, and a figure rushed in front of him aggressively, directly pulling up his collar, with a fierce expression on his face. Of course, he himself looks very fierce. Captain Shiba, although he is lustful and lazy, he is useless, and he often grabs drinks with me. Matsumoto Rangaku pinched Kurotsushi Mayuri's collar, but he will never die in this world. Please let go of Captain Nirvana, otherwise I will fight back. As an artificial Shinigami, Niinu cares about Kurotsushi Mayuri's safety very much. She didn't make the first move, because Matsumoto Rangaku's strength is not enough to threaten him. Otherwise, as early as the moment she rushed over, she would have launched an attack. Oh, don't be so excited. The corners of Kurotsushi Mayuri's mouth grinned, and the smile looked particularly eerie against the background of the black and white mask. I just listed a small possibility. After all, according to the records collected by the Technology Development Bureau, if Ryatsu has been missing for more than 2 weeks, the mortality rate is as high as 97.2%. Even the captain is no exception, heard. Matsumoto Rangaku was even more furious, Tom. Yamamoto Uenyuji couldn't stand it any longer, he slammed the cane in his hand, and the sparks scattered at the bottom. Deputy Captain Matsumoto Rangaku, please keep calm. Captain Kurotsushi Mayuri is just stating details. Under the pressure of his might and the persuasion of Hitsugaya Dashiro, Matsumoto Rangaku took a deep breath and returned to his place. In the case of Shiba Ishin's disappearance, she came to the meeting as the acting captain. And Hitsugaya Dashiro, as the third seat, accompanied her to participate. On the other hand, Tashiro's short stature stood beside him, looking rather comical. Obviously, at this time, the two did not realize that in the next few decades or more, they would all come to the captain's meeting with this attitude. Kurotsushi Mayuri didn't take it to heart, but went on to explain. Judging from the data provided by the Lingbo survey section, Shiba Ishin's Ryatsu traveled to the medium-sized city of Narugi before disappearing. I saw him snap his fingers, and Niinming took out a special projection screen from his cuff and played a map projection of the world directly above the team building. As a member of the 12th Division in the Technology Development Bureau, advertisement their style of painting is completely different from others. With Naruto City as the center, it will include hundreds of surrounding cities. Kurotsushi Mayuri's arm-length nails tapped lightly on the projection. This is the range calculated by the Lingbo Survey Department. If Shiba Ishin is alive, it must exist in these cities. As for my advice. Having said that, Kurotsushi Mayuri's smile became more and more weird, and even glanced at Matsumoto Rangaku. It's better to give up. After all, the data will not be falsified. Matsumoto Rangaku's beautiful eyes widened, and was about to have another attack, but Toshiro grabbed the corner of his clothes and pulled it back to the spot. Listen to the commander-in-chief's arrangement. Toshiro hurriedly persuaded. Right now, he has only 3 seats, and he has no right to speak. Yamamoto Uenyuji also coughed softly under the eyes of everyone. The disappearance of Captain Shiba Ishin, Ryatsu, is temporarily classified as missing. In view of the fact that this matter needs to go to the present world for exploration and rescue, it belongs to the responsibility of the 5th Division. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around, so the 5th Division is fully responsible for this matter. Captains, do you have any other comments to make? The duty of the 5th Division is to rescue the Shinigami who are in trouble in this world, but the 1st Division's approval is required before dispatching. The previous practice of Aizen and others rescuing the soul burial was a very clear example. Ichimaru Jin squinted his long and narrow eyes and said with a smile, considering the excitement of the 10th Division team members, I suggest suspending the activities of the officers and some team members. Let them stay safe in Soul Society until things are settled. Having said that, Matsumoto Rangaku is like a cat with fried fur. Wow, Toshiro, don't stop me. I'm going to tear this guy's mouth apart. Toshiro held on to Matsumoto Rangaku's clothes and responded with a dark face. Captain Ichimaru Jin, this suggestion is not reasonable. Captain Shiba is the captain of our 10th Division. As a team member, we are obliged to go to find his traces and clues. Hear this. Hitsugaya Dashiro was also a little unable to hold back his character and refuted it. Sasa, Hitsugaya 3 seats. Ichimaru Jin's fox-like smile gave people a fake feeling, I'm thinking of you too. Advertisement. When you're excited, you can easily encounter danger after going to the world. Players like you are the mainstay of Seirei. Even though he said that, the people around didn't hear Ichimaru Jin's concern at all, but instead, they were full of sarcasm. Only Sufong. Looking at the scene in front of him with great interest, he even wanted to take out a handful of melon seeds and sit there watching the play. Tom. Yamamoto Uenujai couldn't stand it any longer, and his crutches hit the ground heavily, making a dull sound. Quiet. This matter will be dealt with like this for the time being. He no longer has the patience to continue listening to the group of guys in front of him. And the situation is indeed as Ichimaru Jin said, if the 10th Division team members are really allowed to go to the world, it will inevitably cause unimaginable turmoil. Find Shiba Ishin and leave it to the 5th Division. Captain Aizen. Yamamoto Uenujai's eyes shifted. At this time, it's up to your 5th Division, and you can't go to the world until things are decided. Soul Society can't afford to lose at the level of Captain. Heard. Aizen's expression was slightly startled, and then he said helplessly, in this case, it can only be handed over to Sufong. The voice fell. Many eyes suddenly fell on Sufong, and Sufong, who was still watching the play, was also startled. This is, eat melon and eat yourself? Yamamoto Uenujai pondered for a moment, as if thinking. Since it was Captain Aizen's recommendation, the old man has no opinion on this. What about Deputy Captain Sufong and the captains? The eyes looked around again. The answer to him was silence. Sufong has already proved his ability with facts, and everyone agrees with him going to the world. As for Sufong himself, there would be no problem. Okay, then this matter will be handled by Deputy Captain Sufong. Yamamoto Uenujai said seriously, and within the allowable range, Deputy Captain Sufong can lead a team to the world. Let's go now. Chapter 48. Welcome to Urahara Store. The present. Naruto City. The quaint door opened in the suburbs, and a coherent figure walked out of it in an orderly manner. Sufong, who was wearing a black death tyrant with a handsome face and a slightly thin face, walked slowly to the end. Deputy Captain Sufong, the Shinigami of the 10-man squad, saluted respectfully. Well, just do as I said before leaving. Sufong said mildly, each person is in charge of 10 cities and searches for them through special spiritual detectors. Avoid all unnecessary fighting to avoid casualties. Yes. With an order, 10 figures launched Shunpo one after another and disappeared in place. The concentration of spirits in the present world is much lower than that of the Soul Society, which also allows Shinigami to fly in the air by condensing spirits on the soles of their feet. The denser the concentration of spirits, the more difficult it is to manipulate like this. However, the existence of Sufong, who uses the power of fluctuation, is not affected by this. The power of fluctuation exists in the Spirit Child, but it is higher than the Spirit Child. In the words of Kurotsushi Mayuri, it is a force capable of changing the status quo of the world. Sufong paused for a while, and after identifying the direction down, he also activated Shunpo and jumped into the sky, his figure moving at a high speed in the direction of Karakura town. According to information provided by Kurotsushi Mayuri, Shiba Ishin personally went to investigate the death of several Shinigami in Naruki City, and defeated a special Menos Grande who was all black, only the mask and hair were white, and the void was filled with unknown substances. Its rank is the rare Vasto Lord in 100 years. And it blew up and died during the battle with Shiba Ishin. The above is the specific information that Shiba Ishin retold to Yamamoto Motoyazai after returning to Soul Society. But, however, Sufong knows the details. As Aizen's new round of hollow experiments, Zubai was put into Naruki City for testing, and he tried to use it as a bait to catch the nearby Visored. But Shiba Ishin's intervention turned the originally perfect plan into an accident. Kurosaki died of the collaboration between Shiba Ishin and Kurosaki Masaki, but in the self-destruction before her death, she injured Kurosaki Masaki and instilled the power of void into her soul, making her appear as hollow. After Shiba Ishin returned to the Soul Society and reported to the end, he also went to Naruki City again, and encountered Ishida Ryugen and Kurosaki Masaki, who was on the edge of hollow. Advertisement end. With the help of Urahara Kazuki, he successfully used his Shinigami power as a medium to establish a soul link with Kurosaki Masaki's virtual power, and successfully saved his life. The Limbo Survey Division was unable to capture Shiba Ishin's Ryotsu, and that's how it started. Karakura Town. Sufong stepped on the sky, and the fluctuating perception directly pushed the range to the limit. The outline of the entire city is presented in his perception. Although the Urahara store is covered with many Kido seals and is accompanied by the concealment of various special spiritual tools, even Sufong cannot determine its exact location. But that didn't stop him from finding similar places in his memory. Just need to find them one by one, and this time. In the Urahara store, a man dressed in green feather knitting, with one hand on his green and white fisherman hat, walked out of the room yawning. The slightly upturned blonde hair seems to be similar to his own personality. While being reckless, he is suppressed by reason. Oh, everyone, good morning, manager, it's already 12 o'clock noon. A burly man wearing a white t-shirt and reflective lenses walked out of the next room and responded with a serious face. Also, this is Miss Yoruichi's food bill last month. Saying that, he took out a wad of paper from the pocket of his blue apron and handed it to Urahara Kazuki. While Urahara Kazuki took the bill, he took a sip from the teacup from the table. Puff, after seeing the numbers on the bill, the tea that had not been swallowed was sprayed out like a shower. Fortunately, Tessai Tsukabishi had been prepared for a long time, and with his backhand, he pulled out the lid of the pot and blocked it in front of him. Wow, How come there are so many? Urahara Kazuki kneeled on the ground with his hands on his chest with an expression of pain. He felt his heart aching. All of a sudden, at least a few months of marketing has been lost. Tessai Tsukabishi looked at the scene in front of him calmly, without any emotion, and even pushed his glasses. Advertisement, manager, please restrain your emotions. This is the consumption bill when you made a special corpse for His Excellency Shiba Ishin. Urahara Kazuki took another wad of paper tremblingly. After seeing the numbers on it clearly, he could spray a mouthful of old blood on it. Why is it so expensive? This is definitely the profiteer who deliberately framed the old man. The astronomical figures on 2 consecutive sheets of paper made Urahara Kazuki, a former high-spirited Soul Society scientific research genius, as if his soul had been taken away. Lost and helpless. Bang bang. A steady and rhythmic knock on the door sounded at the right time. Quick, Tessai, go open the door. Forget it, I'll open it, you go and release the Kido seal around here. Be sure not to let any of the guests go. Hearing the knock on the door, Urahara Kazuki immediately stood up like a chicken blood, and activated Shunpo at the fastest speed to come to the door. After he calmed down, he slowly opened the door. Long time no see, Mr. Kazuki. What caught Urahara Kazuki's eyes was a handsome young man wearing a Death Tyrant outfit. The only pity was that his eyes were slightly closed and he couldn't see anything. Bang! Urahara Kazuki closed the door with a backhand and shouted, "Move, move now." The creditor came to the door. This place can't stay. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a dark shadow burst out from the room deep in the store and slammed a claws on Urahara Kazuki's head. Idiot! Can escape solve the problem? The black cat landed on the floor, supervising Urahara Kazuki to open the door again to confront his creditor. To be precise, the creditors of all of them. Oh, after all, I was called to the door. Urahara Kazuki looked downcast and completely lost his life, like a zombie. Welcome to the shop, the 20th fourth generation owner of the Urahara family. Urahara Sufong. Chapter 49. The eyes have been sleeping, and the heart has turned into eyes. You are welcome. Sufeng's gentle smile is like the warmest wind in spring. Mr. Kazuki. Facing the embarrassed and smirking Urahara Kazuki, Sufong had no intention of helping him at all, but walked into the Urahara store on his own. As the best leveling place in the novice village, the Urahara shop has been perfected at this time. Various types of current goods, as well as items used by Shinigami, are stacked in various corners. The vast underground space was created by Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi. Kido forbidden technique paired with scientific research techniques. Pretty good idea. Your Excellency Urahara Sufong, please drink tea. When Sufong sat on the tatami, Tessai Tsukabishi also served him tea quite competently. But the only pity is that the tea leaves soaked in this cup are probably not already 100 years old. Urahara Kazuki maintained a sneering posture, sitting cross-legged opposite Sufong, waiting for him to speak. Mr. Kazuki, let's talk about the Urahara family. Sufeng's first words almost didn't make Urahara Kazuki activate Shunpo to leave here. He thought that he had never owed anyone, but when facing the current Urahara patriarch, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Because of him, the Urahara family was stripped of its nobility and exiled to the Rukongai, with fewer members. Nowadays, even Urahara Sufong was the only one left. Cough, what are you talking about? The corners of Urahara Kazuki's mouth twitched, showing a tendency to give up on himself. The Urahara family is here because of you. Sufong didn't move the teacup on the table because he didn't know whether he could withstand the erosion of the century-old tea leaves. Right now, there are only you and me left in the Urahara family, shouldn't we make some compensation? Hear this. Urahara Kazuki fell back, his whole body spread out like a big letter, and the smell of salted fish spread in the room. You can take whatever you like, it doesn't matter if you take it all, the assets are all here. Even that black cat can be taken away, too much to eat. Before he could finish speaking, he crouched on one side of the counter and jumped up, jumping directly to Urahara Kazuki's face, grabbing frantically, so as not to send him back to Soul Society. Advertisement. Wow wow wow. Urahara Kazuki let out a scream of pain, but couldn't resist. After half an hour, he just stopped the farce quietly, and Sufong also enjoyed the farce by the side. It's not necessary to take something away. As for Miss Yoriichi, if I take her away, I'm afraid she will be assassinated by someone in the middle of the night. Heard. The black cat's pale yellow pupils immediately locked on Sufong, and murderous aura ran rampant in the room. Could it be that? Sufong nodded decisively and admitted, well, I did it. Otherwise, Broken Bee will not be able to contact Shiba Kong. Shihuan Yoriichi bowed his back and frowned, and seemed to be about to pounce on Sufong again, but suddenly she stopped moving and seemed to remember something. Forget it, you are also a victim. She became a little disinterested and crouched in the corner, no longer showing her teeth and claws as before. Urahara Kazuki is also trying to figure out his chin, his expression is a little serious. You seem to know a lot. Since I escaped from Soul Society, I have never had any contact with the family because I was worried that the Urahara family would be further implicated. Where did you know about Miss Kongi's line? Urahara Kazuki, who has entered a serious state, still looks very reliable. Unfortunately, he is not very reliable most of the time. When a secret circulates, it is no longer called a secret. Sufong smiled mysteriously, I know, far beyond your expectations. Like this. He raised his right arm, and the epaulette belonging to the vice captain of the 5th Division also appeared in front of several people. See. Urahara Kazuki's pupils shrank suddenly. The 5th division? The moment the voice fell. Whether it's the Black Cat or Tessai Tsukabishi, they're all on their guard, even ready to go. No need to be nervous. Sufong sat on the spot gently, with the same smile. It's just that he is the deputy captain. I'm not in any of Aizen's programs. Advertisement. Urahara Kazuki's mentality is much stronger than the other two. He looked at Sufong calmly and asked aloud, how did you know these things? I saw Sufong stretched out his hand, tapped lightly on his chest, and said seriously. Look carefully. The eyes have been sleeping, and the heart has turned into an eye. The so-called secret is no longer a secret, as soon as this word comes out. The eyes of everyone looking at Sufong changed again. I understand. Urahara Kazuki lowered his head, smiled, and continued, then, maybe we will stand on a united front. Secrets about Aizen. Sufong stretched out his hand to stop it and said, there is no need to repeat too much, I know the truth of the century-old hollow incident very well. It's precisely because I know the truth that I won't face you with swords. And I came this time because of the disappearance of Shiba and Ryatsu. Urahara Kazuki's eyes flashed with surprise, and he murmured. Too much scientific research and the hollow emergency has clouded my mind. The disappearance of the captain level will inevitably cause a shock to the entire Seirei and even the Soul Society. Sufong nodded, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The situation is far more serious than you think. As the vice captain of the 5th division, I led a 10-man team to screen more than 100 nearby cities with Naruki City as the center. Of course, Karakura Town is among them, besides. Having said this, he paused, although the members of the 10th division are grounded, they will never be willing to wait in Soul Society. The present world will usher in a large number of Shinigami. Urahara Kazuki took off the green and white bucket hat and put it on the table. Normal Shinigami can't find the location of the Urahara store, plus the Kido enchantment outside. Not even the captain can enter here without Tessai's permission. Speaking of which, he suddenly realized one thing. Tessai Tsukabishi doesn't seem to lift the Kido enchantment. So, how did Sufong enter this area? Chapter 50 Accept the verdict of justice. Don't look at me like that. Sufong smiled and said, you should be able to sense the Ryatsu I unleashed. No doubt, this is all I have Ryatsu, as soon as this word comes out. Everyone present showed a surprised and puzzled expression. Judging from their Ryatsu perception, Sufeng's Ryatsu level is only barely up to the standard of joining the Shinigami team. With this level of Ryatsu alone, let alone becoming a vice captain, it would be difficult for even the elite Shinigami to reach the level. With such a level, how did you enter the store through the anti-soul barrier? Naturally because of Zanpakudo's power. Sufong did not elaborate, my power, different from Ryatsu, is my own special power. Its name is the power of volatility. He naturally attributed the power of waves to the power of Zanpakudo. This is also the most acceptable reason for Urahara Kazuki and others. Zanpakudo's powers are all kinds of strange, some special, but also within the normal range. As for me being able to easily enter the Kido enchantment, it is also one of Zanpakudo's abilities. Heard here. Urahara Kazuki no longer asked, Zanpakudo's abilities were meant to be kept secret. Like his Hongji, until now no one knows the true abilities of his post-Bankai. Another example is Aizen. If his Zanpakudo abilities were known, more than 90% of his plans would be in vain. Back to business. Sufong tapped the tabletop and made a rhythmic sound. I need to know the exact location of Shiba and determine its current status. As for whether to report to Seirei, it depends on how the situation develops. Urahara Kazuki spread his hands and smiled helplessly. You've already found this place. The tricks on Shiba Ishin's specially made skeleton should not be able to hide from you. He is now deprived of the power of Shinigami to preserve the life of a pure-blood Quincy. As for the details, I can call him to tell you in detail. Sufong nodded, but did not refuse. Until the so-called incoming enemy does not appear, he should stay in the Karakura town in this world. Before he set off, Yamamoto Uenujai did not stipulate any time. Advertisement nothing to do, it's not impossible to listen to a big play. I see. Urahara Kazuki took out the phone with his backhand, dialed the keys skillfully, and got the receiver next to his ear. Mosamoxi, Mr. Ishin. Haha, if you have nothing to do, why not come to the Urahara store? No, how could I betray you? Don't slander people's innocence, okay? My Urahara Kazuki's reputation is one of the best in this world. Hello? Sufong could hear clearly, and the earpiece was already covered by blind tones. Damn it, you don't believe me. Urahara Kazuki saw that he couldn't meet, so he looked directly at Tessai Tsukabishi. Mr. Tessai, please take a trip. Be sure to tie that guy here intact. Tessai Tsukabishi was more willing to listen to Urahara Kazuki's orders. Although they are all used skeletons, they can also exert some power. For a Shiba Ishin who has completely lost the power of Shinigami, it's simple. 5 minutes later, Shiba Ishin with a blue nose and a swollen face appeared in front of Sufong. Are you the vice captain of the 5th division? Obviously, he still knew Sufong. Explain in detail. Sufeng's expression was serious, with a businesslike look. It's about why your Ryatsu disappeared, and the power of Shinigami was handed over to the pure-blooded Quincy. You should know better than me that this is a crime to go to Sokyoku Hill. Think later. Rukia simply handed the power of Shinigami to a human, and was directly tied to the hill of Sokyoku. And her predecessor Shiba Ishin went even further, handing the power of Shinigami to Shinigami's enemy, the pure-blooded Quincy. For such a crime, it is really unreasonable not to go to Sokyoku Hill and feel the enthusiasm of the King of Destruction. Shiba Ishin sneered, sitting on the spot like a big fool, without saying a word. Advertisement. He knew that this topic could not be taken up. At this moment, the majestic Ryotsu came crashing down over the Urahara store. When sensing this Ryotsu, Shiba Ishin's face changed suddenly, and he collapsed immediately, muttering, "How can this be more reckless than Zaraki Kenpachi?" Sufong also came to the spirit, a little surprised. Is the enemy attacking at this time? Before Urahara Kazuki could explain, his figure disappeared. "Mr. Urahara, it's over to you." Shiba Ishin fell back lifelessly. Yoshitsune can't stand the battle between captain levels. Urahara Kazuki took out a folding fan out of nowhere, covered half of his face with a weird smile. "Hey, I'd really like to see how good this junior from the Urahara family is. If he can join our plan, the odds of winning will increase by a few points." While the two were talking, Shihuan Yoruichi, who had turned into a black cat, had already sprung out of the store and came to the roof. Tessai Tsukabishi is releasing Kido light with both hands, strengthening the anti-soul barrier. Sufong didn't deliberately use wave perception to probe. When the attacker's face broke into his perception range, he just discovered that the other party was not what he thought. It is the so-called incoming enemy. Hand over Ishin him. The girl with orange side-parted short hair held a small Lingzi short bow, matched with a sacred arrow, and locked Urahara Sufong, who walked out of the store. Pure blood Quincy, Kurosaki Masaki. She came here as soon as she learned that Shiba Ishin had been kidnapped after school. Because Shiba Ishin explained the rules of Soul Society to him before, and also analyzed what happened after he was taken away. This inevitably made him a little flustered, and now he was a little unscrupulous. Well, there's a hint of Shinigami in Ryotsu. Urahara Sufong did not immediately explain. He was also very curious about the power of the Quincy. Instead of facing it later, it is better to get in touch in advance. Looks like you were the Quincy who stole the power of Captain Ishin's Shinigami. Sufong raised his finger, and the eyeballs on the wristband suddenly made a gurgling sound. Although the hatred between Quincy and Shinigami has eased, it is because you took away Captain Ishin's power. So, please accept the ruling. Hados 33. Kang Fire Pendant. Advertisement Chapter 51 Pure Blood Quince Boom. Blue rays of light rushed out from Sufeng's fingertips, turning into flames that burned everything, raging towards Kurosaki Masaki's direction. Even the temperature in the air has increased a lot, and the burning smell is spreading. In the face of such an attack, Kurosaki Masaki's expression was very firm, and the fingers that were pulling the bowstring were also released directly. The lightning-like sacred arrow pierced through the sky, tearing apart the blue explosion that covered everything in front of it and engulfed everything. Under the blessing of Ultimate's penetrating power, Sacred Arrow went straight to Sufong. She didn't hold back, however, it did not lock Sufeng's vital position, just aimed at his arm. Her kind personality makes her always subconsciously show mercy when facing enemies other than Shu. This kind of power. Sufong realized that Kurosaki Masaki was not as weak as she seemed. On the contrary, as a pure blood quencher, she definitely has the combat power of a captain or above, and this Sacred Arrow alone is enough to break through the defenses of most Shinigami and even Menos Grande. Not to mention, there are still blood equipment with amazing defense and other conventional abilities. It's a little troublesome. Sufong pulled out Zanpakudo from his waist with a backhand, and the wave force wrapped around the blade, slashing down, forming a strong burst of ripples, and instantly met the lightning like Sacred Arrow. Boom! The collision of the wave sword and the Sacred Arrow caused a terrifying storm within the range of the Urahara store, sweeping in all directions. It's scary. Under the strong wind, Urahara Kazuki suppressed his jumping fisherman's hat. Should I say that I am a genius of the Urahara family, or should I say that I am one of the few pure-blooded Quincy masters? A hoarse, dull voice sounded on his shoulder. At their rate, the Urahara store will be demolished soon. Shihuan Yoruichi's tone was cold, as if stating a fact, then you'll have another bill on your back. As soon as these words came out, Urahara Kazuki's face suddenly collapsed and he stopped speaking. At this time, he didn't want to stop Sufeng's battle. After all, Sufeng is his biggest creditor. If you can, it's better to keep the creditors happy and maybe get some debt off them. The holy killing arrow was gradually wiped out by the wave sword, disappeared, turned into a spiritual child and escaped in the air. Advertisement C. Kurosaki Masaki's face turned black. She obviously did not have a clear understanding of her own strength. Especially when seeing that any Shinigami can block his own attack. Damn guy. Kurosaki Masaki is not the type to give up easily, and even when he pulled up the Reiki bow again, several sacred arrows condensed above. Multiple holy killing arrows. Her attack method is still extremely monotonous, but it is simple and effective. The sacred arrow blocked all possible angles for Sufeng to avoid, and there was a spiritual link between them, enhancing each other's power. This attack will be several times more than that of the previous sacred arrow. The moment Kurosaki Masaki loosened the bowstring, the multi-sacred death arrow also directly tore the wind, penetrating the smoke and dust remaining in front, and arrived in an instant. The air vibrated and made a dull sound. Face such attacks. Sufeng didn't mean the slightest bit of panic, and several wave marks of Madara appeared on his side, which instantly merged into the Zanpakudo held in his right hand. Endless bright light blooms on the blade. The blue radiance condensed and spun, instantly turning into a huge ball of incomparable energy, covering everything in front of Sufong. Ghost print beads. The multiple sacred arrows that originally fixed the attack route also changed the direction of the flight due to the unreasonable absorption force of the ghost seal beads. Chi flew towards the ghost seal bead. Boom! The two collided, and the majestic energy collided, shattering everything around them. A lot of dust is flying, covering the sky and the sun, and the ground is collapsing and sinking. Even the anti-soul barrier covering this area was shaky under the impact of the aftermath. Finally, the multiple sacred arrows were smashed by the power of the ghost seal beads, and the ghost seal beads also exhausted all the energy and disappeared in the air. Kurosaki Masaki, who returned without success, already had a bad premonition in his heart. Well, pretty good power. Sufong smiled kindly, like a brother next door. Unfortunately, it's a little worse. Kurosaki Masaki didn't dare to give up, raised the Reiko shortbow in his hand again, and pulled the bowstring. Advertisement. But before she could condense the holy annihilation arrow, the figure of Sufong was lost in front of her. What? I advise you to give up. Sufeng's voice came from her ear, causing her expression to change suddenly. The 4th of Hado, by Lei. The dazzling thunderlight gathered at Sufeng's fingertips and the violent shock burst out. Before Kurosaki Masaki could turn around, he was bombarded by the white thunder on the back, and his whole body flew away like a tattered sack, and slammed into the Urahara store. Hit the wall directly into a huge pothole. She herself also rolled straight into the interior of the store. When Kurosaki Masaki, who was intact under the blessing of the still blood suit, raised his head and looked at Shiba Ishin, who was bewildered. The air became a little quiet for a while. Are you okay? Agitated, Kurosaki Masaki stuttered as he spoke. Shiba Ishin sneered and said embarrassedly, maybe Sufong didn't mean to take me back. For Kurosaki Masaki is fighting outside, and he can only sit here and wait. Shiba Ishin, who has always aimed to protect others, can't help but feel a little uncomfortable. After half an hour, Sufong sat back in his original position, while Kurosaki Masaki and Shiba Ishin were kneeling obediently opposite him, waiting for their hair to fall. It's up to someone else, and it can't be beaten. What else can I do? The two looked at each other, and both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. It has been repeated in detail. Sufong adheres to the principle of business affairs and executes the process. Shiba Ishin sighed and narrated the matter in its entirety, including the 3 dark shadows that attacked him at the time, and the strange white place. Lastly, he didn't forget to sell Urahara Kazuki. That's what happened. Just listen. Sufong nodded, but did not intend to pursue further investigations. Let's keep it as it is for now. I will live in this world for a period of time, and after I observe you, I will make a judgment. Chapter 52. Long time no see. In fact, Sufong is also to scare 2 people in one hand. If you really bring Shiba Ishin back to the Soul Society, let's not talk about whether Kurosaki Masaki's character will forcefully break into the Soul Society, which will lead to a war between the remaining quintiles and Shinigami. How will the follow-up Kurosaki wall appear? After that, where should Sufeng's sign and task go to make up for it? Is it really possible to face Hogyoku Aizen, the all-knowing and all-knowing friend Habak, with this attitude? I'm afraid I'm not losing my mind. Although Sufong is confident, it is not yet to this point. Next, I'll sell down at the Urahara store temporarily. To this, Urahara Kazuki naturally agreed with both hands and feet, but he was worried that he couldn't think of any way to compensate Sufong. At the moment, no matter what kind of requirement, as long as it does not exceed his bottom line, it can be satisfied. That's it. Sufong also temporarily settled down in this world. As for whether Kurotsushi Mayuri was able to observe his position through the Lingbo survey section, that was a trivial matter. After all, the partnership between the two is still in the honeymoon period. Kurotsushi Mayuri will never be demolished without fully uncovering the secrets of the power of wave. The next period of time, Sufong also fully entered the state of fishing, drinking tea and cuddling cats every day. Occasionally encountering broken bees sneaking into the world, they will also be temporarily ignored. Under the perseverance of Broken Bee, Shiba Sora betrayed his friend Shihuan Yoruichi in order to live a quiet life. Directly informed Broken Bee of the exact location of the Urahara store. Long before Sufong came to life, Broken Bee had approached Shihuan Yoruichi more than once. Certainly, as Urahara Kazuki said, when the two first met, it was not as peaceful as it is now. At the Urahara store at that time, Haoshuen was not directly smashed by Jakuho Raikoben with a single shot. But now the two are very harmonious. Shihuan Yoruichi brought various commodities and scientific research equipment to the Urahara store through Broken Bees, which facilitated further research by Urahara Kazuki. To this, advertisement Sufong also did not forget to find something to do for Urahara Kazuki. For example, research is like a new round of strengthening on the original basis of the Wave Spirit tool. Underground space. Urahara Kazuki looked at the bizarre bracelet in his hand with the gurgling eyeball in his hand, and was amazed. Kuretsuchi Mayuri, his scientific research has improved a lot. Sure enough, it was a wise decision to bring him out of the maggot nest. This Wave Spirit tool cleverly uses the connection between the Spirit Child and the power of Wave to assimilate the resonance of the Kido mantra, so that you can release Kido smoothly. After just a few minutes of observation, Urahara Kazuki understood the details of the Wave Spirit tool. Certainly, if you want to improve, it also takes a lot of effort and time. After all, Kurotsushi Mayuri's research on the power of volatility has been going on for several years. And Urahara Kazuki is just getting in touch, after half an hour. He picked up the wave spirit tool and said seriously, there are 2 tentative improvement methods. One is the simplest and the most effective. Replace the flesh and blood of Menos Grande to improve its quality, thereby releasing the higher Kido. As for the second method, it is to optimize the resonance method and build the Kido mantra into the spirit tool. When you release Kido at that time, even if it is a cast of abandonment, it will still have the power of a full chant. By analogy, if you sing the Kido mantra, you will achieve the effect of double chanting, and the power will be multiplied. Heard. Sufeng's expression changed slightly, should I say, as expected of one of the special combat powers that symbolize means. In such a short period of time, it was possible to think of such an optimization method. No wonder in the original, Urahara Kazuki was able to crush Kurotsushi Miyuri for 100 years or more. Sufong thought to one side. Urahara Kazuki was still talking to himself, however, the second optimization still has a new problem, that is, its upper limit still depends on the material. It's a pity that the Vasto Lord in Naruto City blew itself up, and not even the spiritual child was left. Urahara Kazuki, who entered the state of scientific research, said that he was chaotic on the console behind him, and the crackling sound kept echoing in the empty room. New problems have arisen. It didn't take long before Urahara Kazuki frowned and said again, this guy Kurotsushi Miyuri has set a self-destruction setting on the wave spirit tool. Advertisement, if you forcibly dissect it, this thing will explode directly. Sufong was stunned and asked subconsciously how to solve it. If it is fully decrypted by time, it is estimated that it will take a year or more. Urahara Kazuki raised his fingers and said with a slightly exaggerated expression, after all, Kurotsuchi Miyuri is a genius who is not inferior to me in terms of scientific attainments. Heard. Sufong sighed, life is not easy. A year is too long, is there a faster way? Have. Urahara Kazuki nodded decisively, just ask Kurotsuchi Miyuri directly. However, with his personality, there is a high probability that he will report the location of the Urahara store directly to Captain Yamamoto. At that time, I am afraid that this place will be surrounded by more than 5 captains. If there is no accident, Aizen should also appear in it. Sufong waved his hand and said, don't worry about this. I have a temporary partnership with Kurotsuchi Miyuri, and he will only keep it a secret. After seeing Kurotsuchi Miyuri's fanatical attitude towards the power of waves, Sufong believes that he will definitely restrain his disgust for Urahara Kazuki and keep this secret strictly. Since you're so sure. Urahara Kazuki took out an enlarged telephone from under the console, with a slender antenna on it, reaching to the ceiling. After he made one operation, snowflakes began to flicker on the projection screen in front of him. I have a backer in the Technology Development Bureau. Just through this Lingbo amplifying device, I can cut off the signal of Kurotsuchi Miyuri's exclusive research room at a certain frequency. Seemingly seeing Sufeng's doubts, Urahara Kazuki explained it in great detail. Talking. He kept pressing on the enlarged version of the telephone, and the snowflakes on the projection screen not far away also flickered violently. After the snowflakes flickered, the image of Kurotsuchi Miyuri also appeared above, holding a test tube in his hand, as if he was conducting some kind of research. Mosamoxi. Kurotsuchi Miyuri suddenly raised his head and looked at the corresponding projection screen. Enter the eye. A malicious smile appeared on his disgusted face. Haven't seen you for a long time. Urahara Kazuki grinned, Kurotsuchi Miyuri. Chapter 53 The duplicitous Kurotsuchi Miyuri, it's ugly. Kurotsuchi Miyuri regained his former calmness, and there was no trace of emotional fluctuations in the depths of his eyes, like a robot. Do you use such words to evaluate your former boss when you meet again? In contrast, Urahara Kazuki seemed much more relaxed. It really makes me sad. What made you risk being discovered by the Soul Society, cut off the spiritual wave here, and launched a cross-border call? In Kurotsuchi Miyuri's pale yellow eyes, the pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. About Sufong? He noticed Urahara Sufong behind him. What Sufong said is really good. Urahara Kazuki held the small folding fan he had pulled out from nowhere and rhythmically flapped it under his chin. You have a good relationship with him. Kurotsuchi Miyuri was expressionless. Hey, it's just taking advantage of that kid. Just an equal partner. Tell me, what is the reason for contacting me? Urahara Kazuki put down the folding fan, and his expression became serious. The analysis of the wave spirit tool and its enhancement plan. Also, help me monitor Seirei, and if you can, transmit any anomalies to the world through this device. Saying that, he patted the enlarged phone beside him. Why should I help you? A dangerous smile appeared on Kurotsuchi Miyuri's face. Speaking of which, you are still a wanted criminal in the Soul Society. With my technology, it's not that difficult to lock your location through the current link. Instead, Urahara Kazuki calmed down and said earnestly and sincerely. Because I need your help. As soon as these words came out, Kurotsuchi Miyuri on the opposite projection screen suddenly widened his eyes and approached with a terrifying gesture. Don't say that kind of vain lies. It seems that you have seen through me completely. Before getting along, what you saw was just a very small part of me. Even if I take over the Technology Development Bureau you founded, I'm still very unhappy with you, a hypocritical guy. Urahara Kazuki raised his fingers and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, as if he was winning. We already had this conversation in the maggot's nest. Advertisement, as the original result, you will not reject me. Heard. Kurotsuchi Miyuri looked slightly startled and asked subconsciously, why? Although I only studied it briefly, I can vaguely discern the painstaking effort and energy you put in betting on the volatile spiritual tool. Urahara Kazuki raised his eyes, and there was a flash of light in the depths of his eyes. From what I know about you, this definitely took a lot of your time. As a bargaining chip, have you fully mastered the secret of the power of volatility? During the conversation between the two, the wave spirit tool on the operating table made a grunting sound from time to time. The eyeballs on it turned, giving people a creepy feeling. After a brief silence, Kurotsushi Miyuri grinned, with a hint of danger in his smile. You haven't changed at all, it's really unpleasant. Idiot who thinks he's a master, although the words are full of disdain and ridicule. But under Urahara Kazuki's smile, he informed in detail about the decryption method of the wave spirit tool, and the two of them simultaneously strengthened the method. Menos Grande's flesh and blood is a precious material, and there is no room for it to go to waste. Under the simultaneous cooperation of the two scientific research geniuses, the strengthening plan of the wave spirit tool has been greatly strengthened. That's it for today's conversation. Kurotsushi Miyuri pressed his somewhat swollen temple. I will delete this experience from my memory as soon as possible, your disgusting posture. Don't forget to help me monitor Seirei's anomalies. Before Urahara Kazuki could finish speaking, the cross-border call was cut off. Before the projection screen goes out, a sound can be heard faintly from it. Crap. Sufong admired the scene in front of him with great interest and didn't mean to interrupt at all. Even in the second half of their conversation, he went to Tessai Tsukabishi to ask for melon seeds and tea, and sat not far away to enjoy their argument. Although Kurotsushi Miyuri is full of disgusting words. But the duplicity is reflected in him most vividly. And Urahara Kazuki saw through this and just cooperated with it. Give me a share. Advertisement. Urahara Kazuki moved his stiff neck and went to Sufong to ask for a handful of melon seeds. Completely ignored the melon seed skin in that place. As you can see, Kurotsushi Miyuri has one set on the surface and another on the back. He seems to have assumed the identity of the family elder and is teaching Sufong earnestly. If you cooperate with him, remember to be more careful. Sufong spat out the slices of melon seeds and responded with a smile. This is natural. He didn't expose Urahara Kazuki's subtleties. Strictly speaking, the reason why Urahara Kazuki knows Kurotsushi Miyuri so well is that they are the same kind of people. It's just that Urahara Kazuki has more bottom lines than Kurotsushi Miyuri. You must know that the half-finished Hogyoku is also made from the soul, but just replace the Shinigami with the virtual. Alright. Urahara Kazuki got rid of the last melon seed and moved his body, then it's time to improve the wave spirit tool. How much time is required? About half a month. Urahara Kazuki scratched his head. This can only be achieved with the help of Tessai. Inscribing the Kido incantation or something, but it's a delicate job, and it can be sloppy. Tessai Tsukabishi, the former chief of Kido, has no doubts about his accomplishments on Kido. Think later. When he cracked down on Hollow's Ichigo, he started with Bakudo number 99. In the next period of time, Sufong went out from time to time to gather the Shinigami advance team, conduct intelligence analysis, and let them continue their work. With a specially made skeleton of Urahara Kazuki, even if they stood in front of Shiba Ishin, they couldn't find out that it was the former captain of the 10th Division. Except for the job. In his spare time, Sufong is in the underground space of the Urahara store, observing Urahara Kazuki's transformation of the wave spirit tool. At the same time, learn the master of Kido mantras with Tessai Tsukabishi. In Sufeng's cognition, the so-called Menos Grande flesh and blood is not as precious and rare as imagined. You know, in the near future, not to mention the Menos Grande, even the Arancar has been flooded. Chapter 54. The enemy from this world, Hados 33, Kai Artillery. An indifferent voice came out of Sufeng's mouth, and a crimson light burst out from his outstretched palm. Boom! Under the deafening crackling sound, the red fire directly hit the huge rock not far away. The scorching flames rose, accompanied by choking gray smoke, obscuring the sight of onlookers. Wait for the dust to dissipate. The huge rock that was originally surrounded by several people has turned into a fragment of the ground, plus countless dust. The surroundings were even more charred and black smoke was exuding. Oh. Applause came from Sufeng's side. Urahara Kazuki grinned. It's really spectacular. With such power, it is no weaker than the red cannon released by Mr. Tessai. Sufong nodded. Even if you don't sing the Kido mantra, it's still as powerful as before. As expected of Mr. Kazuki. Hey, you're satisfied. Urahara Kazuki has absolutely no so-called dignity here in Sufong. Perhaps. This is the creditor and the debtor. These days, Sufong also learned a lot of commonly used Kido from Tessai Tsukabishi. Basically, Kido mentioned in the original book is already all master. As for those other Kidos, most of them are castrated or erroneous versions of existing Kidos. In effect, there is basically no major change. Updated version of the wave spirit tool, except for the previously mentioned Kido inscription. Urahara Kazuki explained with a smile. For the material, a little bit of the remaining Ajuka's flesh and blood was used. It should be enough for now to release the fully chant Kido below the 80th. Although the previous version of the wave spirit tool is also enough to release Kido number 80, it will collapse directly at most once or twice. And now there is such an improvement, Sufong is quite satisfied. The appearance of the wave spirit tool has enriched his attack methods to a certain extent. After all, every time they fought, it was a bit too violent to kill the opponent with a single blow. At the same time, Naruto City, not far from Karakura Town. The top floor of the tallest building. Two figures in black cloaks stood in the howling cold wind. The cloak stirred, making a hunting sound. Captain Aizen, do you really want to implement the plan you made earlier? Advertisement. There is no emotional fluctuation in the dull voice, as if a machine is stating the truth. However, with such a sentence, Aizen glanced sideways at the other party. Yes, you are hesitating. Because Sufong is in the same category as you, did you shake your beliefs? Tusen Kanami under the black cloak bowed his head in silence, without saying a word. A long time. Aizen looked below the tall building, the mirror reflecting the cold light under the scorching sun, obscuring his original vision. Just a simple test. If Sufong really died in this plan, it would be really boring. Yes, go and execute it. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a dangerous aura spread on the roof. Let's enjoy this big play. Yes. Tusen Kanami bowed his head and responded respectfully. Next moment, he pulled out Zanpakudo from his waist, and the blade slid across the blank space in front of him. The black cavity full of cracks, like sawtooth, was directly torn apart. As its scope continued to expand, Tusen Kanami followed suit. In the next few days, Su Feng's life returned to calm again. Familiar with the second-generation wave spirit tool, go out from time to time to collect the information of the team members, and occasionally clean up a few stray fish that do not have long eyes, and the life is quite leisurely. However, someone doesn't seem to want to see him alive like this. Store Manager Urahara, Your Excellency Sufong. Tessai Tsukabishi opened the door with a serious face, and a low voice rang out in the room. A huge Ryatsu fluctuation was detected in Narugi City, and a group of Menos Grande suspected to be lower-level Menos Grande Jillian and above appeared. Ignoring the slightly confused expressions of the two, Tessai Tsukabishi walked quickly to the console of the projection screen. After a skilled crackling operation, the projection screen also showed the movement of Naruto City. A huge crack appeared in the sky above the city, and terrifying Ryatsu fluctuations came from it. Shinigami, who was in charge of purifying the miscellaneous fish in Narugi City, was fleeing to the outskirts in a panic. Such a large-scale black cavity is simply not something he can resist at this level. But before escaping, he did not forget to notify Soul Society through the messenger. Soon, the enlarged version of the telephone in the research room also rang. Sufong stepped forward and picked up the arm-length receiver. Urahara Sufong, Captain Yamamoto asked me to inform you, try to hold on for as long as possible. Kurotsushi Miyuri's voice came from the receiver. The other captains went to the underground prison to suppress the unrest. Advertisement, as soon as the turmoil is resolved, Zaraki Kenpachi and the others will go to the world to support as soon as possible. Hey, don't die. The voice fell, and before Sufong could speak, Kurotsushi Miyuri hung up the communication. In the last sentence, the very obvious sarcasm was not concealed in the slightest. His bad character was manifested incisively and vividly at this time. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi also set their sights on Sufong at the same time. With the sudden Menos Grande crisis, it's hard not to wonder if this is an Aizen conspiracy. Urahara Kazuki put away his usual flirtatious gesture and analyzed it seriously, maybe. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Sufong. Doubt or something, it will be waived for the time being. If there is an abnormality or something, it is enough to directly buckle it on Aizen's head. He sighed lightly and put his hand on Zanpakudo on his waist. What's important now? It's better to solve the crisis in Naruto City first. The voice fell. Su Feng's figure has disappeared in place. Naruto City. The most prosperous area is full of high-rise buildings. Sufong appeared on the top of the tallest building here, perceiving the black cavity opening that was constantly torn apart not far away. Like an abyss, swallowing the soul. Urahara Kazuki and the others did not keep up, but stayed in the distance, observing the changes. Right now, they're still the sinners of the Soul Society. If Shinigami finds out with Sufong, it will definitely bring him a lot of trouble, and even Aizen will find out. Urahara Kazuki looked into the distance blankly and said slowly. This time, there's a lot of trouble. The expression of the black cat on its shoulders is also extremely serious. Such a huge Ryatsu, at least more than 10 Menos Grande. Hear this. Urahara Kazuki glanced sideways at Shihu and Yoruichi, and the strange gaze made him a little creepy. No, Yoruichi. If it's just a virtual group, then don't worry too much. He looked into the distance again. Ordinary Menos Grande or something, it's hard to threaten Sufong. This time, it's Arancar who broke the line between Shinigami and Hollow. When he finished speaking, Shihu and Yoruichi frowned and looked at Haichu with vigilance. End of sight. An overwhelming despair like terror Ryatsu erupted, engulfing countless souls in an instant. Chapter 55 Courage as a hymn. It's really troublesome this time. Tessai Tsukabishi stood beside Urahara Kazuki, with his arms clasped. Cold sweat was faintly visible on his forehead with a slightly higher hairline, glistening in the sun. As a participant in the Hollow incident that year, although he was not framed by Aizen. But Tessai Tsukabishi also really felt how terrifying it would be to break the line between Shu and Shinigami. Whether it is Arancar or Mask, its power has been unimaginably increased after breaking the boundary. Is there really no need to worry about leaving the battle to Sufong? Shihu and Yoruichi's hoarse voice revealed concern. He's just been promoted to vice captain. It didn't even take long for me to graduate from the Academy of Spiritual Arts. Hearing this, Urahara Kazuki's movements stopped a little. Immediately, He looked back at Shihuan Yoruichi and Tessai Tsukabishi with a reassuring smile. Don't worry. Sufong, he is a real genius. Seeing him like this, the two of them were a little relieved. When he turned his eyes to the black cavity that had begun to close slowly, a black dot also slowly walked out of it. This look. Shihuan Yoruichi's cat pupils shrunk to the size of pinpoints, and she, who has the best eyesight among the three, can already see the black spot clearly. Shu breaks the limit and will gain the power of Shinigami, and at the same time his mask will be broken, revealing the appearance of a human. Urahara Kazuki explained softly, this level of emptiness is Arancar. According to my research in recent years, the lowest Arancar also evolved from the Ajuka's level Menos Grande. Judging by strength alone, an Arancar of this level is no weaker than Vasto Lord, a superior. As soon as this word comes out, whether it was Tessai Tsukabishi or Shihuan Yoruichi, their expressions were a little stiff. Vasto Lord, the existence of combat power that exceeds the level of captain. The two who once occupied a certain position in Soul Society, naturally have seen the relevant records of Vasto Lord. Urahara Kazuki sighed, not only that, Arancar also has steel skins that normal Shinigami can't break, and high-speed regeneration. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Shihuan Yoruichi slapped him on the head with a paw. You just let Sufong face this level of guy alone? Advertisement. Urahara Kazuki grabbed back the bucket hat that flew into the air, and smirked Kido. Hey, don't be so rude. As I said before, Sufong is a real genius. Even if his opponent is Arancar, who is above the captain's strength specification. The prosperous part of Naruto City, above the sky. Sufong stepped into the sky, letting the wind beside him hunt, whistling constantly. After fishing in Karakura town for so long, we finally met the so-called incoming enemy. But at the same time, there was a trace of doubt in his heart. How could a monster of this level appear in this world? And the location chosen was Naruto City, where a captain-level battle had taken place before. It's hard not to wonder if it's Aizen's handwriting. Crawling reptiles back and forth, disgusting to disgusting smell. The figure in the black cavity gradually became clear, with a tall figure of more than 2 meters, wearing a single eye patch on his face, with long black hair and a mid-parted hairstyle, and the collar showed a round, Jiaolin shape. Espada Fifth, Neutra Gilga. A presence that symbolizes despair, a fight that doesn't require any reason. In his hand, he held a huge sickle that looked extremely exaggerated, even much taller than himself. The scythe has a rather bizarre shape, with a double crescent shape, and its hilt has a chain wrapped around his waist. Rumbling. Just a subconscious swipe, the violent sword pressure that tilted was to destroy a high-rise building, and swayed the dust in the sky. Completely ignoring his masterpiece, the pair of crescent-shaped giant scythes in Neutra's hand slammed down continuously, destroying one high-rise building after another. In just a few breaths of time, the bustling neighborhood was turned into ruins. Damn guy. An unexpected presence appeared. Seeing a Shinigami with a huge fluffy explosive head, Shunpo stepped in the air to the opposite side of Neutra, and shouted in a stern voice. Ooh. In the name of Shinigami, the elite of the 13th Division, Yoshinosuke Chetani, I order you to stop destroying. Looking at the tall figure in front of him, the Ryatsu that he released unconsciously was enough to make him faint. Shanosuke Chagu's body was shaking, and even if he tried his best to lift the Zanpakudo in his hand, he could still clearly see the huge amplitude of the shaking of his arms. Advertisement. Neutra tilted his head and looked sideways at the strange guy who suddenly appeared in front of him. You, actually have the courage to stand in front of me? Waste, nonsense. Masanosuke Chetani seems to be raising his courage by shouting loudly, I am the elite Shinigami who guards this city. Sir Cheiji Shanji, help, good morning, catfish. Not talking nonsense with Neutra, Yoshinosuke Chetani knew very well the gap between himself and the guy in front of him. It's an abyss that can't be seen directly. Taking advantage of the other party's unpreparedness, he directly freed his Zanpakudo. I saw it suddenly put Zanpakudo in front of him, holding the handle of the sword in his right hand and stroking the body of the sword in his left hand. After a burst of brilliant light, the ring-shaped earth catfish was held in his hand. Shinigami. Neutra looked at Yoshinosuke Chagu with interest. I'm going to tear you to shreds little by little. But he hasn't waited for his next move, but he saw Chetani. Yoshinosuke directly swung the catfish down and slammed it down. Rumbling. A deafening sound gushed out from under the ground, and several soil pillars sprang up to the sky like mushrooms after rain. Great. Seeing that Neutra was successfully sealed, Chetani Yoshinosuke launched Shunpo immediately and stepped in the air to Sufong. As early as when Haijang appeared, he was guarding in Naruto City. He was planning to flee as soon as possible, but after seeing the arrival of Sufong, who did not hide his Ryatsu breath, Chetani Yoshinosuke still made a decisive move, preparing to buy time for him to escape. After all, judging from the strength of Ryatsu, the blind boy in front of him is not as good as himself. Follow me and run away. Shanosuke Chagu said anxiously, I'm afraid only the captains can handle that guy. However, he had just finished speaking. The suffocating despair like Ryatsu behind him erupted again, and ripples that were visible to the naked eye oscillated in the sky above Naruki City. The stone pillars formed by the soil catfish were also all turned into powder under this pressure. Humble worm, how dare you treat me like this? Neutra's emotions were directly detonated, and he released Ryatsu wantonly in the sky. Tear you to pieces. Chapter 56. Espada Fifth, Neutra. An aura of despair spread and hovered over Naruto City. Sealed by an existence so weak as a worm, Neutra's already insignificant dignity seemed to be insulted. Such treatment will directly make him fall into a mood that is so irritable that he wants to destroy everything. The wanton release of Ryotsu, full of despair and fear, enveloped Naruki City, and even Sufong and Cheiji Shanosuke in the distance. Give me death. Neutra licked his lips, his killing intent soared, and disappeared in place like a teleportation, appearing directly above Sufong. He stepped on his head with a foot. Gollum, under the pressure of Neutra's Ryotsu, Masanosuke Chaya didn't even have the strength to activate Shunpo. He could only look at the approaching soles of his feet in despair, and his eyes had even begun to flash back to the lantern-like memories. Am I going to die? Hado number 33. Kangfire Pendant, 95. Su Feng's calm voice awakened Shegu Yanosuke's memories. Before he could look back, there was a scorching blue explosion from the side, like a soaring waterfall upstream, burning the air and shaking the spiritual energy. Boom! Neutra's pupils shrank suddenly, and he said subconsciously, "What are you doing?" Before he could finish speaking, he was engulfed by the blue torrent, and the fiery explosions did everything to smash his defenses. The violent impact that came with it directly sent Neutra flying a distance of dozens of meters, and fell to the ground ruthlessly, smashing out huge potholes and swaying dust all over the sky. It wasn't until Neutra flew far away that Chetani Yoshinosuke turned his head to look at Sufong like a stiff machine. The new vice-captain of the 5th Division, Urahara Sufong. 730. Su Feng's gentle smile gave people a great sense of security. Leave this to me for the time being. Oh, alright. At first, Yoshinosuke Chetani thought that Sufong was just a new Shinigami stationed in the present, so he came to the rescue regardless of the danger. And that's where his personality shines. Lord Sufong, you must be careful. Knowing that he would only be a drag, Inosuke Chagu raised his hand and inserted Zanpakudo back into the scabbard around his waist, and the Ryotsu gathered on the soles of his feet. I'm going one step ahead. Before Sufong could reply, his figure had turned into a black spot and disappeared at the end of the sky. In the face of the threat of life, Cheiji Shanosuke is definitely a smart person. No nonsense. Damn it, damn Shinigami. Neutra also flew out of the ground again. Although the whole body was charred black, but upon closer inspection, there was no obvious scar. As he possessed the strongest steel skin in Espada, even the Kanghuo Pang released by Sufong with all his strength was not enough to break his defense. Neutra pulled out the scythe that was stuck on the ground, his face grimacing to the extreme. Why, you are going to appear in front of me one by one, and you dare to resist. Isn't it good to die honestly? The moment the voice fell. He suddenly disappeared in place, approached Sufong in an instant, raised his scythe and slashed forward. What a despicable way to fight. 35 Sufong whispered, backhanded Zanpakudo from his waist, and slashed towards the giant sickle. When the huge sound of gold and iron interlaced echoed and spread over Naruki City. Go to hell. 35 Neutra roared frantically, and the Ryotsu exploded from his entire body, bursting with golden light. The violent power spreads out above his arms. The figures of the two fell from the sky like meteors. Next moment. Boom! The ground collapsed frantically under Neutra's violent power, and huge cracks spread into the distance. Like an earthquake, it turned into a wave, hitting the few intact buildings. Feel the despair of death? Ha ha ha. After Neutra entered the fighting state, the whole virtual seemed to have lost his mind. As one of the Espadas, he has killed quite a few Shinigami expeditions going to Hueco Mundo. Those Ryotsu Shinigami like the little devil in front of him couldn't withstand one of his slashes at all, and they turned into tattered flesh and blood, dripping in the white sand of the virtual circle. Thinking of this, a cruel smile appeared on Neutra's hideous face. This Shinigami kid must have died horribly like his fellows, right? I can't wait to see that beautiful scene. Neutra's smile grew crueler, he raised his hand to withdraw his scythe, and then destroyed the disgusting city in front of him. But just as he made this move, his face suddenly changed. Advertisement: the sickle was actually stuck in place. Neutra's eyes widened, his pupils shrank suddenly, and a look of disbelief appeared on his hideous face. In the thick dust, a figure loomed. Is Espada 5th, Neutra Gilda at this level? A calm voice came from the dust in the sky. Next moment. The wind howled, and Su Feng's figure appeared in front of him again. He held Zanpakudo with one hand, just in time for the merging of the pair of crescent moons on the giant scythe. The blade is slightly inclined. Looks like it's not a normal Shinigami. Surprise flashed in Neutra's eyes, then turned into murderousness. But this will make it more interesting. The voice fell. A scarlet color appeared in the depths of his eyes, and a golden yellow spiritual pressure burst out, turning into a beam of light, shooting straight into the sky. The majestic Ryotsu like the sea affects the wind and clouds, causing the sky of the whole city to change. The wind howled on the top of the cloud swept over, and turned into a grinding wheel, turning at high speed. The golden yellow spiritual pressure was condensed on the giant sickle, and in an instant it broke free from Su Feng's shackles. Neutra raised his scythe aloft and slashed downwards again with a loud bang. The golden yellow spiritual pressure smashed the sky, shattered the thick cloud layer above, and collapsed the earth. Do your best to cut. What an arrogant and unruly guy. Su Feng's expression was flat, without any waves. Boom. A more violent force rose into the sky in front of him, stirring up a terrifying storm, sweeping in all directions, tearing apart Neutra's golden materialized spiritual pressure in an instant. Far away. Urahara Kazuki and the others watched with solemn expressions, suffering from the sudden terrifying oppression. Shocked emotions flashed across their eyes. Is this Sufang's true strength? It really deserves the name of a genius. The end of the line of sight. A huge skull like a high-rise building appeared, opened its terrifying mouth, and let out a silent roar in the sky above Naruto Wood City. Completely engulfed that golden spiritual pressure. Soul Society, 12th Division, Technology Development Bureau. Nirvana will start the detection equipment of the Lingbo Survey Department at the first time, and use the Shinigami's messenger machines in the present world as an anchor to broadcast real-time images. Although there is a slight delay due to the gap between the two sessions, it is not a problem. Does not affect his data collection, it's magnificent. Ni Yuli let out a strange laugh. This is the true strength of that guy Sufong. The power to change the world, the 13th Division. In front of the huge crossing gate on the top of the mountain. Rukia and Abarai Renji crept down the road, occasionally looking behind them vigilantly. But when they walked to the gate of Chuanje, they were caught by Shiba Kaiyan. First team ban. At this stage, no Shinigami may travel to the world without permission. Shiba Kaiyan's expression was serious, and there was absolutely no room for negotiation. Yes, Brother Sufong, he. Rukia didn't know where the news came from. Did you just watch Big Brother Sufong face the Menos Grande group? Obviously, her intelligence is still in a backward stage. And Abarai Renji on the side was ready to draw his sword and force his way through the gate. Remove the ingot. After Shiba Kaiyan finished saying this, he turned around and opened the gate. Only this time, the next time is not an example. Seeing this, Rukia and the others suddenly lit up, and without even bothering to say thank you, Shunpo walked directly into the gate. Not long after the two left. Shiba Kaiyan also quietly opened the gate of crossing the world again after looking around, and walked carefully into it. After his figure disappeared, Jashiro Yukitaki just walked out of the shadows. After coughing softly, he looked worriedly at the piercing gate and whispered. Be careful of everything. The present world, Naruto City. Sufong, who had completely released his power, let the skeleton above his head roar recklessly. Advertisement. Although it is silent, the impact of the picture is directly full. Even Neutra, who has always been fearless, was sluggish when he slashed down. Resist, struggle, finally, meet the fate that the weak will surely usher in. The tyranny once again devoured Neutra's little sanity, and the raised double crescent-shaped giant sickle finally slashed down. The surrounding ground made an overwhelmed shattering sound, and cracks were added one after another, superimposed on. Destiny. The corners of Sufang's mouth raised slightly. The master of destiny is in his hands. The so-called fatalism is nothing but a reason for the weak to give up resistance. 35. For Neutra, Menos Grande, who rose in Hueco Mundo, was given new powers by Aizen before stepping into higher-level battles. In fact, it is very sad in the bottom of my heart. The law of the weak is the most basic rule of survival in the virtual circle. Living in the survival law of the virtual circle ecology is the meaning of Neutra's existence. And that's the main reason for his weird personality. Either become stronger in battle, or die in battle. Oh, to say such stupid words. 35. The corners of Neutra's mouth grinned open, revealing the dense forest of white fang teeth like a demon, gleaming coldly under the sun. The strong cannot avoid fighting, and if they do not become stronger in battle, they will die in despair in battle. I really want to try the taste of death, hoping to die in the hands of the strong. I wonder if you, Shinigami, can fulfill my small wish? Boom. The collision between Zanpakudo and the double crescent side sparks that can be seen with the naked eye. The aftermath of the shock centered on the two of them swept away in all directions, with dust flying and gravel beating. The spiritual pressure swirled, and the waves were entangled. Neutra's grim expression changed, and his arms bent subconsciously. Only a loud bang was heard. He was actually at a disadvantage in the frontal confrontation, and the whole person was directly thrown out, plowing deep marks on the ground full of ravines, and did not stop until he hit the collapsed building. How is this possible? Neutra stared at the boy in front of him with an ugly face, one eye full of cruelty. Merely Shinigami, how can there be such a level of power? Impossible. 9. As if embarrassed and angry, Neutra's forehead burst into blue veins, and with his backhand, he inserted the double crescent sickle into the ground beside him. Next moment, the violent Ryotsu was released recklessly, attacking the entire city without any scruples, shrouding everything in it. Food, orders. He has completely ignored it. At this time, only the fighting can vent the anger and tyranny accumulated in Neutra's heart. Only fighting is the supreme enjoyment. The golden yellow Ryotsu appeared in Naruto City like a scorching sun, and it turned into a huge beam of light, rising into the sky. Ringing. Almost teleported, Neutra appeared behind Sufong, and the double crescent sickle slashed down like a spiral, blocking all the space for dodging. The Neutra broke out again, and its strength and speed also skyrocketed. Under the sudden attack, Sufong was directly knocked into the air, turning it into a black dot and disappearing from sight. Neutra's strength was unforgiving, and he opened his mouth, and the front of the tongue with the number 5 tattooed with a golden spiritual pressure condensed 1.9 gathers, and finally ran through everything in front of him with a roar. Wangshu's flash. Unlike ordinary Sero, Wangshu's flash can only be used by Espada. It is their own power, and there is an abyss-like gap in power. Because its power is too exaggerated, it can twist the face space, and it is also forbidden by Aizen to use it inside the Void Knight Palace. But, right now, in the present world, he is carrying out the task given by Aizen. Neutra has no scruples, let alone the death of human beings like insects. His mouth grinned open, and under the light of Wangshu's flash, he revealed his cruel face, as if he saw the destruction of the Shinigami kid. Sufong stopped where he was, and faced the terrifying Sero that was coming in an instant. It's an exaggerated performance, in that case. He held Zanpakudo in both hands, waved and engraved the disc, and the power of wave wrapped around the blade and slashed forward. Evil light slash. Under the plain tone, the power of fluctuation also agitated. The moment the blade fell, the huge sword that covered the sky slashed forward, facing Wangshu's flash. At this moment, there is only this sword pressure emitting a gorgeous light in the world, and everything around it is distorted. The ground collapsed, and the remaining buildings kept shattering. Boom, Shie Guangjian collided with Wangshu's flash, and the terrifying breath blocked the sky. The colorful sword ripped apart everything, and in Neutra's unbelievable eyes, the flash of Wangshu, who should have destroyed everything, was cut off from the middle, and disappeared into the air as a spiritual child. Even that sword continued to fly towards him without diminishing its prestige. Chapter 57 Prey, Holy Crying Mantis. What a joke. Neutra held the double crescent-shaped sickle in front of him, stubbornly resisting the swiftly approaching evil light slash, and gritted his teeth fiercely. I am Neutra Gilga, the strongest being in Espada. The roar echoed in the sky above Naruki City. The last bit of evil light slash's power was also eliminated and completely dissipated. And everything in front of Sufong was as smooth as if pushed across by dozens of bulldozers. The only one standing was Neutra. How could Wangshu's flash be cut in two? 35. A trace of fear flashed in Neutra's eyes, but more of it was the ultimate madness. How could there be a monster like you in Shinigami? Impossible. I will never admit that you are stronger than me. 39. Just a dirty, disgusting Shinigami. 35. A frantic roar echoed in the empty city. Far away. Hey, what an exaggeration this is. Even Urahara Kazuki, who had always had great confidence in Sufong, could not restrain his shock. Is this guy really just a vice captain? Tetsusai, can you take on this guy who just became Shinigami head-on? Urahara Kazuki suddenly turned his head and asked. This question made the face of Tsukabishi Tetsuai, who has always been good-natured, darken directly. I don't think any Kido can handle this level of sword pressure head-on. Also, don't compare me to this monster. Shihuan Yoriichi on one side looked at everything that was pushed down in the distance, his eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. But judging from his increasingly dangerous expression, it must not be a good thing. Neutra breathed heavily and looked grimly forward, looking at Shinigami Sufong who was walking towards him step by step. Obviously he is the strongest existence. Climb up step by step from the weakest trash and become the fifth in the Espada. No matter what the cost, even if someone pays for it in the name of despicableness, he doesn't care, and he even murdered the first three-blade Nilu with extremely bad means. With the steel skin of the strongest defense in Espada, the terrifying Ryatsu that is enough to destroy the soul 23, the speed of the sound that cannot be distinguished by the naked eye, and the endless ambition. These are the capitals of his present achievements. Neutra's eyes were full of unwillingness and madness. What is this Shinigami kid in front of you relying on? Why is he stronger than me? The teleport-like sound was activated again, and Neutra disappeared in place. In an instant, it approached Sufeng's right side, and the double crescent-shaped scythe in his hand slashed like a madman. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of gold and iron interlaced, like a symphony, echoed in the empty city. All the surrounding buildings have long been smashed by the aftermath of the two's battle, turning into dust in one place, like a desert. Compared to Neutra, which is like a ghost, Sufong is more like a dancer walking on the tip of a knife. Every time he hits and slashes, he looks extremely relaxed and comfortable. The oscillating air formed ripples visible to the naked eye, spreading in all directions. And Sufong is also in the rhythm of this attack, and gradually has the upper hand. Neutra was horrified to find that with the increase in the number of collisions, he changed from being suppressed to being suppressed. And that Zanpakudo, which was flickering with cold light, actually gradually formed an afterimage. With his vision, he couldn't see the opponent's attack clearly, and he could only rely on his virtual instinct to meet the falling blade. Scoff! The sound of tearing flesh resounded in Neutra's chest. Blood splattered and splattered in the air. Neutra's eyes widened, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he stared at the series of blood beads in amazement. I was actually injured? With the strongest steel skin, my defense was broken by a Shinigami? Absolute, unforgivable, like a beast, the blood stimulated Neutra's already sensitive nerves, making this guy go berserk again. Even at this moment, the speed of its slashing has risen more than one step. The violent figure even formed an afterimage. From a distance, it looks like several Neutra are besieging Sufong together. But, advertisement under this storm-like attack, Sufong was still as relaxed as a spring breeze. Zanpakudo staggered, back and forth to meet the falling double crescent sickle. Puff! There was another sound of tearing flesh, and the blade slashed Neutra's arm again. Blood spilled. Neutra's swollen confidence was also lost in this slash. The proud and strongest steel skin was like a piece of paper in front of Sufong. The strange power wrapped around its blade, which is completely different from the spiritual pressure, seems to have some special effect of breaking the defense, and a very random knife will break its steel defense. And the speed of this Shinigami kid is also climbing steadily, as if there is no limit. Damn it, Neutra grows more irritable. Go to hell, disgusting thing. 35. Scoff another scar was added, allowing Neutra to seize the opportunity to counterattack. I saw that he ignored the injury and grabbed Sufeng's Zanpakudo blade with his backhand, completely ignoring the blood-splattered palm under the impact of the wave force. Neutra's mouth opened, and the tip of the tongue tattooed with numbers appeared again with a terrifying Ryatsu. I am the real winner. 35 Wangshu's flash. The bright golden light condensed on the tip of his tongue, scorching his eyes like a real sun, radiant. The desperate Ryatsu shocks even distorted the surrounding space. Neutra laughed frantically, as if seeing Sufeng's death. At such a close distance, this Shinigami kid couldn't release the sword pressure like before. Only death is his final destiny. Sufeng's expression was calm, even when facing Wangshu's flash, he still did not show any signs of timidity. He raised his left hand and stretched out his index finger, facing the burst of Wangshu's flash. The waves of colorful colors were engraved on the fingertips and swirled around. Ghost seal beads. The moment the indifferent voice fell, the 5-wave imprints spiraled at high speed to condense the fingertips, and the majestic power burst out from it. The vast blue light blooms, like the roar of the ocean, condensing in the spiral sphere. Boom! Ghost Yinzu and Wangshu's flashes collided in an instant, and suddenly a tornado gust swept across the sky, stirring the thick clouds on the ceiling. The entire city was also plunged into a raging storm in an instant. Oh, this guy is too strong, isn't he? Urahara Kazuki faced the gust of wind and lowered the bucket hat on his head to prevent it from being blown away directly. I understand now why this kid still dares to serve as Aizen's vice captain after knowing those secrets. In the Black Cat state, Shihuan Yoruichi's hoarse voice revealed unconcealed surprise. This strength alone is enough to make him die at will under the eyes of Aizen. Tsukabishi Tetsusai was still the solemn and silent man with his arms folded, his expression dignified and silent. But from the sweat dripping from his forehead, he could vaguely see the complicated emotions deep in his heart. At the same time, another direction from Naruki City. The quaint door quietly opened, and 3 figures streamed out of it. As soon as they landed, they froze in place. This is Naruto City? Rukia looked at the ruins like seen with a stunned expression. Aren't we teleporting to the wrong place? Shiba Kaien looked into the distance, sensing the desperate and suffocating Ryatsu in the air. He looked serious. This is Naruto City. 99, only utterly destroyed by combat. 35. Heard. Rukia and Abarai Renji looked into the distance in shock, and a huge beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky, as if to penetrate the sky. Boom! A deafening crackling sound erupted the moment the two touched each other. Under the blessing of the 5-wave imprints, the destructive power of the ghost imprint beads is also magnified to the extreme. The flash that did not belong to Wangshu at all was even stronger to some extent. The ghost seal beads that engulfed the golden light, Yu Wei bombarded Neutra's chest unabated. I didn't wait for this guy to react. The whole virtual is directly blown out. Boom! Amid the sonic boom that was enough to tear one's eardrums apart, Neutra dragged the blue tail waves and disappeared from everyone's sight. Next moment, the building thousands of meters away collapsed suddenly, and a huge amount of dust swept up 100 meters high, covering the sky and the sun. Advertisement, okay, so exaggerated. Abarai Renji stood at a high place and stared at that scene in a daze. This kind of outbreak is far less than the full state of the 3 seats. Brother Sufeng's strength, is it so terrifying? Rukia also froze in place, unable to return to her senses for a long time. The last time they saw such a spectacular scene was the last time. On the other hand, Shiba Kaien seemed calmer, but his slightly trembling palm on the handle of Zanpakudo betrayed his mood. The last time I met Sufong, he instantly killed the special virtual that he had not been able to defeat for a long time. It's only been a few days, has this guy become so terrifying? Or, at the time, Sufong didn't exert his full strength at all. Sufong didn't let down his guard completely because Neutra was so embarrassed. He activated Shunpo and disappeared in place. As an existence who knows him very well, Sufong is very clear that Neutra has not released his true strength at all. And his sign in task is far from complete. When he came to the front of the collapsed building, a more terrifying and profound spiritual pressure was about to move. The breath of despair spreads and boils in the ruins. Although the attack just now was very strong, it hit Neutra's vitals head on. But it wasn't enough to inflict fatal injuries on the 5 blades with the strongest steel skin in the Espada. Even with its high-speed regeneration ability, this injury is enough to recover in an instant. Sufong could face Neutra Gilga in a full state at any time. The terrifying spiritual pressure rose again, and the dust in the sky could not cover the dazzling golden light. The Ryatsu was like a burning golden flame, wrapping around Neutra, sweeping the dust and sand flying nearby, making it spiral upward toward the sky. Neutra staggered out of the dust with twin crescent sides. Like a beast on the verge of death, that madness had completely engulfed his sanity. The violent murderous aura was condensed in the golden spiritual pressure of burning 730, as if it was about to turn into a real evil spirit, entangled around it. At this time, Neutra was already extremely embarrassed. The white clothes were covered with contamination dust, and the collar of the collar was directly interrupted. In his chest, a large area of charred black occupies a large area, and the terrifying flesh and blood is in the shape of a thread, and a faint blue energy can be seen lingering on it. The scars left by the ghost seal beads, and as he continued to walk out, the granulation grew rapidly on the chest cavity. This is Menos Grande's high-speed regeneration. Menos Grande mostly gave up high-speed regeneration for stronger power when he broke the line between Shinigami and Hollow and became a ragged face. But that doesn't mean they can't recover from their injuries. In the true sense of high-speed regeneration, there are only Ulquiorra, Zubai and Aizen in Hogyoku state. As for the other Menos Grande and Broken Face Espada, it is not a problem to simply recover from a broken leg and broken hand. Neutra is already recovering from a serious injury. It's a terrifying power. He smiled grimly, however, what can't kill me will definitely make me stronger. Come on, Shinigami, let us give up everything and fight to the fullest. 99. This will be a battle that will only end if one side falls completely. And I will be the final winner. As its frantic voice sounded, the burning golden spiritual pressure seemed to have been poured with a lot of oil, turned into golden flames, and boiled again. I saw him roaring angrily, holding up the giant double crescent sickle, and the crescent-like curved blade also burst out with a dazzling golden spiritual pressure. The gust of wind swept and roared at its center, returned to the blade. The tone that suddenly calmed down seemed like the last tranquility before the destruction. Pray, holy crying mantis. The golden flames completely engulfed it, and the flying dust and sand also covered the sky, as if the end of the world. The breath of despair spreads until it covers the whole city. A cruel smile emerged from the dust, from which Neutra stepped with heavy steps. After returning to the blade, he also appeared in front of the Shinigami for the first time. The crescent-shaped horns penetrated the head, and the crossed yellow face lines added a bit of brutality to it. The eye mask that originally covered the void was turned into a mask with dense teeth. A strong sense of oppression blows. Neutra stretched out the four newly born arms and waved the crescent-shaped double-edged sickle, perfectly interpreting the word ferocity. Meet the fate of death, Shinigami. The violent golden Ryotsu erupted again, submerging Sufong and engulfing the entire city. Chapter 58. Although the eyes sleep forever, the heart still exists. After Neutra finished returning to the blade, the injuries on his entire body have recovered as before, and there is no longer any residue left. And his spiritual pressure also seemed to come to another dimension, like a scorching golden flame burning everything around him. Even if the distance is extremely far, they can only vaguely look at the two people in the battlefield. Rukia and Aburai Renji still felt breathless. Their eyes flashed hard to hide their fear, as if they were facing the abyss of death. The two of them today are not enough to face Espada, who has completely returned to the sword. Shiba Kaien also had a dignified expression, with Ryotsu surrounding him, ready to liberate Zanpakudo to support him at any time. Even Urahara Kazuki, who was farther away, became slightly serious. Always be ready for support. Breaking the face under this stance, the growth rate of Ryotsu is not even weaker than that of Shinigami's Bankai. Shihuan Yoruichi looked surprised, and murmured, is the special form called the Return Blade, the way to return itself to the attacking ability of the virtual itself? New information worthy of attention. Tsukabishi Tetsuai on the side had already put down his clasped hands, and the glow of Kido's light could be faintly seen in his palms. From his ready posture, it is not difficult to see that the former Big Kido is a high-ranking Hado above the 80th. For Neutra's rudeness, he obviously has no intention of holding back. Is this all your strength? Sufong stood in front of Neutra indifferently, completely ignoring the terrifying Ryotsu as vast as the ocean. It's really disappointing. I thought that Neutra, who had returned to the blade, would be able to burst out with satisfactory strength, but now it seems that it is still a bit lacking in specifications. The so-called Espada is the strongest, but it's just his own imagination. Stop ranting there. 39. One of Neutra's arms is holding a double-edged sickle until Sufong, and the cruelty is self-evident. Now you, but only have the strength to parry. As he said that, he waved his 6 arms in unison, and the spiritual pressure turned with it, turning into a golden death spiral, sweeping everything around him. Gravel, dust, wind. In the storm, Sufeng's figure was looming, as if engulfed by it. The 6 double-edged sides blocked all the space where Sufong could dodge. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted, and black distorted lines appeared near the side blade. Above the sky, as if it had been cut off, it was full of traces of the raging golden spiritual pressure. The moment the double-edged sickle fell, the ground shook violently, as if the earth dragon had turned over. The swept sandstorm even turned into a large-scale dust storm, covering the entire city and engulfing everything around it. Under such a terrifying attack, Sufeng's Ryotsu also kept decreasing until it disappeared completely. I can't feel the spiritual pressure of Sufeng's brother, 35. Aburai Renji has been trained by Madarei Mikaku all the year round, and his strength is also much stronger than Rukia. How come? Rukia's eyes widened, and then she lost the corresponding perception. The two of them didn't hesitate any longer, and they directly pulled out Zanpakudo and rushed towards the center of the battlefield. Instead, Shiba Kaien held them back with a backhand. Don't panic. 35 at this time, he seemed extremely calm. Don't forget Sufeng's particularity of Zanpakudo. Shiba Kaien's eyes were deep, and he looked at the stormy battlefield in the distance. That's a completely different battle from Ryotsu. The other side. Urahara Kazuki's pupils shrank suddenly, staring at the center of the dust storm, and murmured with a serious expression. Is this the power that Nimori is trying to discover? As his voice fell, in the battlefield, new changes were born again. The golden slash turned into a storm, engulfing the location where Sufong was. When its spiritual pressure is eliminated and no longer remains. Neutra also stopped the tyrannical way of fighting, showing his white teeth and smiling cruelly. Finally dead, Shinigami. In this world, the disappearance of Ryotsu means complete death. The ultimate winner is still me, Lord Neutra Gilga, 5. The strongest among Espada. Neutra let out a frantic laugh, echoing in the storm. Entel. What gave you the illusion that you've killed me? Buzz one by one the violent wave force turned into a huge skull and appeared in the sandstorm. The moment its bloody mouth opened, the extreme impact oscillated in all directions. Volatility erupts. With one finger, Sufong controlled the huge skeleton that could engulf the city. The majestic wave force is almost condensed into substance, circulating around it, as if the flow of water marks lingers. Advertisement 5 colorful waves are engraved on Sufeng's right hand, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Neutra's laughter stopped abruptly as if the pause button had been pressed. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Sufong, who was unscathed, inexplicably irritated in his heart. Why? It's just a mere Shinigami. Why don't you die under this level of attack? Did you mistakenly think that victory belongs to you without noticing my Ryotsu? Sufong lowered his arm, pressed it on the handle of the knife, lifted it up in front of him, and stroked the blade with his left hand. Have you not noticed yet? 39? The gap between you and me cannot be made up by returning to the sword at all. 35. This is the existence of two different dimensions. What kind of delusion did you rely on to defeat me? With his words, on the blade that exudes a cold light, a wave of power reappears again, as if a spiral circles up, until the tip of the blade. Witness it. The corner of Sufeng's mouth raised slightly. This is the first time you have seen the existence of this power. The sky suddenly turned gloomy. It was as if darkness had come again, and it was like the last tranquility before the storm. The power of fluctuation overflowed, solidified the wind, and also stopped the light. Sufong slowly raised his hand and held Zanpakudo upside down, the sharp blade reflecting Neutra's stiff expression. With a calm expression, he slowly said Zanpakudo's liberating words. Although the eyes are asleep, the heart still lives. The wind and clouds suddenly returned to the past, and they circled backwards towards the sky where Sufong was, turning into the center of the storm. Seeing all phenomena in the world, they are all fluctuations. 99. As soon as the voice fell, the Zanpakudo in Sufeng's hand burst into the extreme light, and it went straight to the thick clouds on the sky and rolled back. The brilliance that penetrated the sky returned in an instant and was gathered into Sufeng's palm. This is Shikai. The world is authentic. Sufong stood in the same place, and Zanpakudo, which was originally in a sealed state, also changed its shape. The blade, which was originally 80 centimeters in length, also became 120 centimeters in length after the light converged. On the translucent knife body, the bright blue light seemed to reflect the sky, and a faint wave of power wrapped around it, slowly turning. Shikai? Neutra looked at Sufong, who had returned to peace in front of him, and a trace of imperceptible fear flashed in his narrow pupils. Obviously not as aggressive as before, it's just like a normal Shinigami. But where does this inexplicable fear come from? Neutra, who was tortured to the point of madness by the fluctuating emotions, could no longer bear it. Stop looking down on people there, use all your strength. 5. He roared frantically, like a beast. Shinigami of your strength must be the Master Bankai. 95. Come on, let me know, let me see your true strength. The moment the voice fell, Neutra has disappeared in place, the double-edged sickle in his hand is crossed, carrying the force of the wind to tear Sufeng's outermost wave. Go to hell. 35 The double-edged sickle slashed, shredded the wind, and shredded everything in front of it. Puff blood splatter. Neutra froze in place, his pupils shrunk to the extreme, and a large amount of blood splashed and bloomed in front of him like a beautiful flower. One of his arms was directly cut off and flew into the air. You are too fragile. Sufeng's expression is like calm lake water, it is difficult to produce the slightest waves. And it was this gesture that deeply stabbed Neutra's already fragile nerves. Stop looking down on people there. Granulation sprouts on Neutra's broken arm, and a brand new arm grows in an instant. It's just a sneak attack. If I get serious, I will definitely kill you. The double-edged scythe flew back into the newborn arm. He opened his mouth wide, let out a frantic laugh, moved loudly, and disappeared in place. Ding, ding, ding. The flickering figures danced in the ruins of the city, and the raging golden Ryotsu was like a raging flame, burning everything around. Neutra is like a madman, spinning the double-edged scythe in his hand, stirring up a storm of death. Even the aftermath of the battle between the two, the remaining buildings dozens of meters high were instantly turned into dust, rippling in the sandstorm that filled the sky. Obviously I have the upper hand, advertisement, but why? Why is this guy not nervous at all? I am the strongest. Neutra leapt into the air, and the 6 double-edged scythes crossed and chopped down. The violent force even made a vacuum around Sufong. You're an eyesore. Go to hell. 35 Sufong held Zanpakudo with one hand, and just raised it slightly. It was precisely at the intersection of the 6 double-edged sickles. Crazy if it can get stronger. 99. That Zaraki Kenpachi may become Soul Society number 1. The lines on his face were distorted, and Neutra stared at the calm young man in front of him, cruel meaning flashed across his eyes. I don't know anything about Zaraki Kenpachi, but I know. Your Zanpakudo has been imprisoned by me, as soon as this word comes out. Seeing that his 6 arms were intertwined, the double-edged scythes stuck Sufeng's Zanpakudo in place at a strange angle. Neutra opened his mouth again, sticking out his long, pointed tongue. On it, the black number, 5, is particularly obvious. The violent golden spiritual pressure gathered on the tip of his tongue, and it instantly turned into a small sphere, and the surrounding space was also shaken and distorted by this sudden surge of spiritual pressure. The light is blooming, and even overwhelms the sun above the sky. Go to hell. Boom. The golden ball of light shot out from the tip of his tongue, and the light completely enveloped Sufong in it. Back to the blade. The flash of the fully charged Wang Shu. Click. With Sufong as the center, a huge cobweb-like crack emerged, spreading to the entire city in an instant. The ground was cracking and collapsing, and stones with a diameter of tens of meters rose up, like waves surging in the sea. This kind of movement even spread to everyone watching the battle from a distance. They cast shunpo one after another and flew into the air to avoid the ground that was constantly engulfing everything. Rukia, who was being held by Shiba Kaien's collar, turned pale, looking at the ground beneath her feet and the sun-like rays of light in the distance. Only now did they really understand. They couldn't even bear the aftermath of such a battle. There is nothing to do but wait for the final battle result. Neutra stared at the figure under the double-edged scythe, letting the aftermath of Wang Shu's flash erode his body, causing his flesh to fly. But he didn't care at all. As long as you can kill the Shinigami in front of you, it's worth taking more. Boom, the blue, Jiao Hao, beam of light erupted in the golden light, soaring into the sky, stirring everything around. In Neutra's unbelievable gaze, the blue beam of light spreads around at an extremely fast speed, swallowing its golden flame like spiritual pressure in an instant. The huge skull also reappeared, different from before. The size of this skull was more than several times larger than before. The skeleton arms also appeared on both sides, and the vast wave force turned into a scribbled cloak attached to its surroundings. The huge mouth opened, and the skeleton seemed to be the god who controls death in the true sense, annihilating all things. Neutra instinctively sensed the threat and wanted to escape. But, why, my footsteps can't move. Drenched in cold sweat, Neutra's face was occupied by the desperation of death, and his body was completely stiff under the torrent of wave power. This moment, he just realized that the gap between them is like the abyss. Urahara Kazuki and others on the edge of the city looked at the huge skeleton in the sky like a god in shock, and their expressions were already frozen. Shihuan Yoruichi, even under its threat, instinctively fried his hair and made a threatening cry. The entire city was surrounded by skeleton arms, shattering everything. Wait until the power of volatility dissipates. The original Naruto city was turned into an endless ruin. The powdery white sand rolled around like a second Hueco Mundo. Baron. Neutra stood stiffly in place, the light in his eyes gradually dissipating. Looking at the looming figure in the light, he instinctively remembered the man who gave him strength. How similar are the two? Despair completely enveloped him. Fifth Espada, Neutra. Chapter 59 Killing Intent Fluctuations, Neutralized Kyoka Suigetsu. Soul Society. Technology Development Bureau. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans slid from Nimori's black and white mask. In front of him, the projection screen flickering with snowflakes made a squeaking sound, which was especially clear in a quiet room. When Sufong Shikai released the wave burst, it also directly destroyed the monitoring equipment of Ni Yuli. But it did not affect him watching the performance of Sufong alone. That totally crushing battle. Ni Yuli's low voice echoed in the research room, absolute monster. How could Shinigami have such power as Master, 35? Even if. He raised his eyes again and looked at the projection screen flickering with snowflakes, as if he had made up his mind. The present. Naruto City. Sufeng's expression was calm, and he took back Zanpakudo indifferently, releasing Shikai's state. As in the Shikai language, his Zanpakudo is called Kan's Masamune, and his ability is absolutely related to the power of waves. And in appearance, it is roughly the same as the famous sword, Guanshijungzong, in Sufeng's impression. After liberation, the wave energy released by it, such as Wave Burst, Advanced Wave Sword and Evil Light Slash, will also be increased to varying degrees according to the amount of wave power instilled. As for the burst of volatility that covered the entire city, it was Sufeng's near full blow. The results are also very impressive. Neutra Gilga, who possesses the strongest steel skin in Espada, completely lost all hope of life under the crushing force of the majestic wave. While he died, the system also sounded a prompt sound at the right time. Open black lens bracket. The host has arrived in the present Karakura town, and has driven back the incoming enemies. Close black lens bracket. Sign-in begins. Close black lens bracket, in the task reward method. The moment the sound of the system fell, a clear stream gushed out of Sufeng's body again, and the already majestic power of fluctuations also grew and gathered together, and it also had a new ability to directly master. Template progress. 35%. Close black lens bracket, the new wave energy has been mastered. Killing intent fluctuation. Close black lens bracket. Currently master. Wave Power, Wave Mark, Advanced Wave Sword, Wave Burst, Ghost Seal Bead, Evil Light Slash, Killing Intent Fluctuation. Close black lens bracket. Does the killing intent fluctuate? Sufong recalled the use of this ability in his mind, and there were already many different ways of using it. 730 for him, this is reality, not a game. Skills that take on an inherent form are not applicable everywhere. While he was thinking, Shiba Kaien and others also flew to his side by Shunpo. Brother Sufong. 9. When Rukia saw that Sufong was intact, she let out a cheery voice. She threw herself into Sufeng's warm embrace, sniffed the familiar smell, and whispered, "You're all right, 35. That is really good. Abarai Renji also looked at Sufong with rejoicing eyes, and he was relieved, and finally let go of his worried heart. TK. His eyes were firm. Next time I must fight side by side with brother Sufong. Shiba Kaien's expression when looking at Sufong was rather complicated. From the initial encounter with Shiba's house, Dao Hulai had intervened strongly in his revenge battle. Although Metastasia was spared, he did not let him take revenge with his own power after all. But when Jashiro Yukitaki repeated Sufeng's original words to him, Shiba Kaien was at a loss. For the philosophy that the Shiba family has been adhering to, he also sticks to it with his life. However, in the end, he found that the concept he adhered to was not correct, and to fight for the protection of dignity with one's will, even put the hope of the living behind. Totally selfish behavior. A long time. Shiba Kaien seemed to let go of the heaviness in his heart, his clear eyes stayed on Sufong, and said softly, "Thanks." What responded to him was Sufeng's gentle, windy smile. For Shiba Kaien's complicated emotions, he didn't care at all. And what Shiba Kaien will think of him, Sufong will not take it to heart. What he said on the night of revenge, he just said it at will, and what kind of influence it can have depends on Shiba Kaien himself. Hey! Exaggerated exclamations came from a distance. Your Vice Captain Kaien-sama? It was Yoshinosuke Chetani who came to the battlefield to investigate the situation after seeing the end of the battle. 7 seats left, Rukia Kuchiki-sama. As he spoke, he looked at Abarai Renji with puzzled eyes and said in surprise, "By the way, who are you?" Advertisement. The difference in attitude before and after almost made Abarai Renji pull out Zanpakudo with his backhand and smash the explosive head in front of him. Remember, this uncle is the 5th officer of the battle team, and so is Abarai Renji. Destined to be a captain-level police officer. Before he finished his self-introduction, Yoshinosuke Chitani went to Shiba Kaien and Rukia to show his hospitality. As the elite Shinigami of the 13th Division, properly pleasing the boss is a must-have skill in the workplace. As for irrelevant people, he was selectively ignored by him. Damn guy. Abarai Renji immediately pulled out Zanpakudo. "I'm going to chop off this ugly afro." Seeing this, Rukia hurriedly stopped him and pulled him away. Brother Sufong, goodbye to Soul Society. Before leaving, he did not forget to say goodbye to Sufong. Yoshinosuke Chagu also hurriedly followed, and said hurriedly, "Lord Rukia, I'll open the gate of transcendence for you." Shiba Kaien laughed and shook his head, looked at Sufong, and explained aloud. "We were not allowed to go out this time, so we hurry up and go back." After all, he also said goodbye to Sufong, and then chased after the 3 of them. On the other hand, Sufong was interested in the fluctuating perception of Cheiji Yushanosuke, who was joking. Sufong was aware of it as early as when Shunpo flew over. The elite Shinigami stationed in the world, when facing himself, his body trembled slightly. Kind of. She trembled as if facing a natural enemy. Obviously, this battle that destroyed the entire city made him feel awe in his heart. Yoshinosuke Chetani, who had never seen a battle of this scale, fell into deep self-doubt and fear. After Rukia and the others left through the gate, Sufong was also the first to use the messenger machine to summon the Shinigami who were stationed in the present world and searched for the Shiba Ishin advance team. After handing over the ruins of Naruki City to them, Sufong also activated Shunpo and disappeared in place. Fortunately, the previous battle between Shiba Ishin and Zubai also caused a lot of damage to the city, so that Soul Society used the technology of the Technology Development Bureau to transfer a large number of humans in advance. Otherwise, with this battle alone, Rukongai has no idea how much population will be added. The edge of Naruto City. Above the sky, under the originally calm clouds, ripples suddenly appeared, as if the stones fell on the lake surface and swayed in circles after circles of ripples. 3 figures in cloaks loomed in the light of Kido. Tisk tisk, what an exaggerated performance. The lighthearted Kyoto accent has already explained the identity of the other party. Ichimaru Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, like a smirking fox. Is this the Sufong-kun after the liberation of Zanpakudo? It's no worse than any captain. Even, an ordinary captain can't compare to Mr. Sufong. As soon as this word comes out, Tusen Kanami under the black cloak seemed to be moving, and the slightly dull voice also came from the side. The existence of Urahara Sufong has become the biggest variable. Captain Aizen, we should. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Aizen. Yes, Sufeng's appearance makes the originally peaceful plan more interesting. Isn't it? Neutra is my work and being able to beat him so easily has said, CDBJ, a lot. 5. Aizen stood in the sun, and the entire city was reflected in the depths of his eyes. Perhaps, he can jump off the chessboard and stand opposite us. What I'm more curious about is how much this gentleman Sufong can achieve. The pupils under Aizen's black-framed lenses did not waver, but the corners of his mouth raised a slight arc. Urahara store. After the simple finishing work, Sufong handed over the rest of the aftermath to the Shinigami who came, and also informed Soul Society at the first time. The destruction of a city is not a trivial matter. Even in the history of Soul Society, it is an extremely rare event. Its specific aftermath process is generally resolved by the current Technology Development Bureau. As for whether Naruto City can be restored to its original state, it depends on the level of scientific research Niyuli has done in related fields in recent years. Sufong sat calmly in front of the tea table, held up the teacup gracefully, and sniffed the fragrance of tea floating on it. After he gave advice to Urahara Kazuki, the original 100-year-old tea was also replaced with the more precious Luhun tea in Soul Society. Certainly, the provider is a generous gift from the lower-level noble bee family and its owner, Soifon. In the room, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Sufong with a serene posture. It seems to be some kind of huge magnet, attracting their eyes. Advertisement, hey, is it too exaggerated? With a baseball bat on his shoulder, the red-haired kid with a startled expression, Hanakari Jinda roared in the room. How could someone be able to destroy an entire city? 99. Sufong put down the teacup, sighed in his heart after a good tea, and said slowly. Correct, I'm Shinigami. What are you kidding? Hanakari Jinda held the baseball bat in his hand and kept making a flapping sound. Shigami can't be beyond the common sense. Snapped. Urahara Kazuki slapped the red hair and gestured. Go and clean up warehouse 36. Some time ago, a new batch of goods was imported, and it has not yet been sorted out. Although he was resentful, under Urahara Kazuki's order, he obediently walked towards the back of the Urahara store. But before going out, he heard Urahara Kazuki's answer. Jinda, Sufong, he can't judge with common sense. Sometimes, people's thinking has to radiate further upwards. Hanakari Jinda left thoughtfully. Left over. There are 3 pairs of eyes of different sizes, staring at Sufong, as if looking at some rare treasure. Don't look at me like that. With Sufang's strong psychological endurance, he was also a little nervous at this time. Urahara Kazuki and the others seemed to be dismantling themselves. To be frank, Urahara Kazuki pondered the stubborn stubble on his chin, and said thoughtfully, I now gradually understand why that guy Nimori is so calm. 5. Under the deterrence of this level of police force, it is difficult for him not to put away those dangerous thoughts. 5. Like dissecting you or something. A dull voice suddenly sounded, and Tsukabishi Tetsusai expressed his opinion. Mr. Urahara, I think to a certain extent, the power of Lord Sufong is a huge improvement for us to further fight against the Aizen conspiracy. Maybe we could try, take the initiative? 35. The black cat licked its paws on the tea table, followed by a hoarse voice. It's not ideal. Although Sufong is powerful, he may be supervised by Aizen at this time. Also, we don't know how many subordinates he has. As the former captain of the 2nd Division, Shihuan Yoruichi still has a very far-reaching vision, and more importantly, that ability can be called incomprehensible. Kyoka Suigetsu, as soon as this word comes out. The room suddenly fell silent, to put the enemy at will, so that he loses his ability to judge the things in the world. The hoarse voice continued, this is Kyoka Suigetsu, complete hypnosis. AJ. Sufong took over the conversation and said with a smile, it doesn't have any effect on me. According to the time I was the vice captain of the 5th Division, I discovered the only 2 little pieces of information. 1. Only after seeing the liberation of Kyoka Suigetsu can you fall into complete hypnosis. He raised his fingers and said in detail, the second is. To undo Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis, touch Aizen's blade before it is fully liberated. The voice fell. The room fell silent again. Urahara Kazuki decided to remember this day as it would be their most silent day. By the way, how did you get this information? Shihuan Yoruichi's pale yellow pupils flickered with suspicion, and he was unwilling to accept that Sufong had obtained such important information in such a short period of time as the vice captain of the 5th Division. This is my secret. 35 Sufong didn't answer. After all, it can't be said that he got it from Ichimaru Jin. Therefore, Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu doesn't work for me. Heard. Urahara Kazuki fiddled with the folding fan in his hand, his eyes gradually becoming serious and deep. Because of that, when you're not on Aizen's side, he'll be extra wary of you. 35. Anywhere that has a significant stake in his plans will selectively avoid you. Sufong responded with a gentle smile, but his next words made their hearts go cold. Perhaps, my every move is under his supervision. Or, he has found the Urahara store in Karakura town. Chapter 60 The Secrets of the Past, The Great Prophet. The empty room fell into silence for a while. Only the swishing sound of the rain outside the tsunami house was constantly reaching the ears of everyone, reminding them that time was still flowing. In fact, as Sufong said, the location of Urahara Kazuki and others is not a secret in Aizen's eyes at this time. But he didn't take the initiative. The reason for this is mainly in Urahara Kazuki's incomprehensible brain circuit. 100 years ago, because of being judged by the 46 chambers, they and the masked army fled to the present world. The Hogyoku created by Urahara Kazuki through the virtual soul was also taken away from the Soul Society and used to maintain the lives of the masked army and others. This situation has been maintained until he has developed a relevant method, so that the lives of the masked army and others are no longer threatened by Hollow's power. After that, he returned to the Soul Society through the self-made piercing gate, and implanted Hogyoku into the soul of Rukia, who was still in the ignorant period. So that, when Sufong discovered Rukia and adopted her, with the continuous increase of her wave power, she also discovered Hogyoku in the depths of her soul. Whether it is Urahara Kazuki's follow-up plan, or Aizen's calculation on the future Ichigo. Their ultimate purpose is not really to hide Hogyoku or to acquire Hogyoku. It is the Spirit King who is aloof. Although the current Spirit King is already a human stick-like existence, this does not affect him as a wedge that maintains the 3 realms. Hello, Sufong. 35 Urahara Kazuki panicked, don't make such a ridiculous joke. 99. Don't worry about it. Sufong didn't mean to apologize at all, it's just to liven up the atmosphere. But, He tapped the tabletop, making a slow rhythm sound, judging from the appearance of the special Vasto Lord Menos Grande and Neutra in Naruto. 5. Aizen has doubts about your place in this world. 35. It's only a matter of time to be discovered. Plan ahead, Mr. Kazuki. 35. These words are just a shot at Shihuan Yoruichi and Tsukabishi Tetsuai. With Urahara Kazuki's character, I'm afraid it's not early enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't take Rukia as a bet and plan everything in the future. At the moment, it can only be said that only Sufong exceeded his plan. Urahara Kazuki took a deep look at Sufong, and there was no emotional fluctuation in the depths of his eyes. I see. Underground space. Solved Neutra after completing the sign in quest. Sufong did not rush back to Soul Society to report the details of the battle. Instead, it will continue to stay in the present world and carry out a new round of strengthening. Broken face of the Ajuka's level. Urahara Kazuki wore what looked like a welding mask on his face, and looked carefully at the preserved flesh and blood of Neutra. Ajuka's on a normal level, not on one level at all. If you use this material, you may be able to bring out the true limit of the Wave Spirit tool. Sufong directly acted as a hands-off shopkeeper, without any intention of mixing. After all, he is not omnipotent. It might be okay to fight, and he has a little understanding in scientific research, but if he really joins it, he won't be able to see the back of Ni Yuri or Urahara Kazuki without the accumulation of dozens or hundreds of years. Another month has passed. Urahara Kazuki also lived up to his expectations and created the strongest Wave Spirit tool at the current stage. When he gave Sufong an extremely simple white bracelet, he also got Sufeng's unexpected expression. Sufong was a little surprised. Why is it completely different from before? Urahara Kazuki scratched his short light yellow hair, which was slightly raised, and explained with a smirk. It may be because of Ni Yuli's unique aesthetics, Luo. During the second round of manufacturing, I discovered that it resets the look. When considering your own style of painting, he crossed his hands and took a picture-taking pose to Sufong. I chose the simplest appearance. That's what you have in your hands now. 35 After hearing this, Sufong was silent. He felt that he had to go back to Soul Society and have a good chat with Nimori. Sometimes, scientific research, experiments and research can be done behind closed doors. Personally experiencing the changes in the power fluctuations may be able to bring him a lot of inspiration. Silently putting the Wave Spirit tool back on his wrist, Sufong also posed a new question to him again. Mr. Kazuki, have you heard of sanctification? Urahara store? Shiba Ishin, Kurosaki Masaki and others put their hands flat in front of them, like obedient students waiting for Sufong to speak. And this move is also what they took the initiative to show when they heard the news about the ancestor of the Quencher. Advertisement. Sufong tapped on the table, coughed twice, and said slowly. Everything I say next, you can ignore it, but these will be about your life. As for how to choose, it's all up to you. The founder of the Quincy, Yuhabak, fell into a deep sleep after he was defeated by Yamamoto, the commander of the 13th team of Gode, in the war 1,000 years ago. To be more precise, it should be regarded as a seal. Because he lost his heartbeat, consciousness and strength. Speaking of which, Kurosaki Masaki suddenly raised his hand with a puzzled face. Please speak. 9 In general, Sufong is very gentle. Without the heartbeat and consciousness, isn't that a complete death? When Kurosaki Masaki's voice fell, Sufeng's face was slightly darkened. He forgot the character of the other party. In a way, the pure-blood Quincy Kurosaki Masaki is somewhat similar to Erha. Don't let this idiot talk. To be a human being, you must learn to respect your ancestors. Sufong raised his finger, one of Bakudo, Sai. Light overflowed from his fingertips, directly binding Kurosaki Masaki's mouth. No, Kurosaki Masaki is like a live cub, full of unwillingness to tear up Sufeng's bondage. If you bust this Kido, Sufong said lightly, then I will use number 99 Bakudo next time. Joke. What pity for fragrance and jade does not exist at all. Woman, it will only affect the speed at which I draw the knife. Then, can anyone tell me what I just said? Shiba Ishin, on one side, carefully stretched out his hand and replied with a smirk. Loss of heartbeat awareness and strength. Sufong nodded with satisfaction and continued. To destroy the world again. Yuhabak began to regain all his power, and then at the peak of his state. Crash the whole world. The process of regaining its power. That is, holy. Under his screening, all non-pure blood Quincy masters will be taken away by the Holy Spirit and everything. Of course, this category of everything also includes life. Heard here. Shiba Ishin reached out his hand cautiously, and asked cautiously, but she is. It's a pure-blood Quincy. 35 Kurosaki Masaki, who was beside him, nodded repeatedly. Urahara Kazuki chimed in. Let me explain your doubts to you. Saying that, he pointed to Kurosaki Masaki with a very serious look. After being corroded by the empty soul, Miss Masaki's soul is no longer pure. 99. Accompanying it, her bloodline is also polluted by the power of the void. In other words, the current Miss Masaki is just a special half-blood Quincy. Sufong nodded and added. If left unchecked, when sanctification is activated, death will follow. There was silence in the room. It's not that they don't believe Sufeng's words, but that these words are too amazing. Let's not talk about the war thousands of years ago. Just how did he know about what was going to happen in the future? Could it be that Sufong still has the ability to predict the future? Sufong picked up the teacup and took a sip, feeling the sweetness and aftertaste in his mouth, and did not interrupt their thinking. In fact, this conversation was just a whim. Telling the secret of sanctification to Shiba Ishin and others is also a new attempt to prove him. Can the power of wave isolate the power of Yohabak? This requires Kurosaki Masaki to cooperate, but there is a certain difference in time. Sufong can't always tell the specific time of the Holy Police. That would be a bit outrageous. At that time, let alone Kurosaki Masaki doubts it. I am afraid that even Urahara Kazuki, who believes in him the most, will have doubts. That's about it. Sufong removed the bakudo from Kurosaki Masaki. Now it's time to talk about your opinions. Half an hour. Shiba Ishin asked solemnly. Since Mr. Sufong brought it up, there must be a solution. Advertisement as the head of the Shiba family branch, Shiba Ishin knows many secrets that ordinary Shinigami and even the captains do not know. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers. It is of course clear to Yohabak. Even Shiba Ishin knew some of the secrets of the Spirit King. As for everything Sufong said today, after thinking for a while, he chose to believe it. Sufong admitted very generously, if you want to come to my special power, you should know something about it, right? In the beginning, there was a huge shock in Rukongai, and it was already that the Captain Yamamoto called a captain's meeting directly. That time, Shiba Ishin is also the captain of the 10th Division. Yes, he smiled brightly, it's only been a while. While talking, Shiba Ishin suddenly realized, in just a few years, Sufong has jumped from a resident of Rukongai to a vice-captain level figure, and his strength is no weaker than any captain. Such a rapid progress is enough to be called a genius rarely seen in 100 years. Even Hitsugaya Toshiro is far behind. Urahara Kazuki on the side took over the conversation and laughed arrogantly. Haha, don't forget Sufang's surname. He carries the hope of the revival of the Urahara family. Snapped. A punch that brings Urahara Kazuki back from fantasy to reality. In view of the particularity of the power of volatility, Sufong said slowly, I want to try to form a structure similar to the anti-soul barrier to isolate the influence of holy power. Point 0. As for success, it all depends on luck. The only researcher in the room suddenly fell into thinking and made a deep comparison between the two. Maybe it works. After Urahara Kazuki thought about it, he analyzed, however, the power of wave alone is not enough to achieve this effect. It also needs to be supplemented by the changes in the spirit and the resonance of the Kido mantra. As to how far the actual implementation needs to be, further research and experiments are required. Point 39. Listening to the analysis, Sufong nodded in agreement. You don't mean to. Seeing him like this, Urahara Kazuki had a bad premonition in his heart. The task of researching the new enchantment is left to you. Sufong patted Urahara Kazuki on the shoulder and explained, it's also time for me to report back to Soul Society about this battle and the news about the murder of Captain Shiba Ishin in this world. Shiba Ishin was stunned when he heard the news of his own death. Immediately, he came back to his senses and hurriedly flattered, that's right. Shiba Ishin, the captain of the 10th Division, has died tragically in this world, and when he was found, he was only left in a dilapidated death tyrant. 5. In order to stay in this world, Shiba Ishin directly handed over the death fighter he wore when he came to Sufong. If there was no interference from Sufong, he might still be hesitant because of the Shiba family. But having Sufong changed the fate of Shiba Kaien's death. Even if Shiba Ishin disappears in this world, it will not cause the Shiba family to decline directly. After all, Shiba Kaien is also a genius, the best among the vice captains. Certainly, this must first exclude Sufong, the vice captain of the open hanging. With Shiba Kaien in charge of the overall situation, Shiba's family doesn't have to worry about Shiba Ishin too much. Well, that's also possible. Sufong has no opinion on this. So ever. A world where only Urahara Kazuki was injured was born. After collecting Shiba Ishin's forged Deathlord outfit and handing over some of his wave power to Urahara Kazuki, Sufong also convened an advanced team of 10 people in the world, and opened the gate of crossing the world over the nearly half-recovered Naruto city. Soul Society. In front of the tall mountain-style building standard crossing gate, the movement like ripples of water lit up in front of the gorgeous light curtain. Deputy Captain Sufong. The Shinigami guarding on both sides recognized the identity of the returning Soul Society and others. Then, what is that? They noticed the mutilated Deathlord suits in the hands of the advanced party Shinigami. There are many scars on it, and there are multiple marks such as burns, cuts, and breaks. Sufong sighed and shook his head and explained in a low mood. We didn't find Captain Shiba Ishin in this world, we just found this Deathlord outfit. It has the team emblem belonging to the 10th Division and the Uzumaki pattern of the Shiba family's collapse. The guard Shinigami suddenly widened his eyes and murmured subconsciously. Could it be that Captain Shiba Ishin was killed? Chapter 61 Shiba Ishin's death, the vacant captain seat. Soon, the news of Shiba Ishin's murder in the present world spread throughout the Soul Society. Whether it is the streets and alleys of Rukongai, or the quarters of the various squads in Seirei, or the residence of the nobles. They are all discussing this. Without him, just because of Shiba Ishin's identity, it is too special. The captain of the 10th Division, the head of the Shiba family branch of the noble family. Whether it was the Godei 13th team or the nobles, they all attached great importance to this matter. The 10th squad. Impossible. Matsumoto Ranju slammed the table in front of him and made a loud noise. How could that old pervert, Captain, be killed in this world? He's so strong. Hitsugaya Toshiro on the side also widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. Did you encounter Menos Grande above the Vasto Lord level? As the calmest member of the 10th Division, Toshiro immediately thinks of the strange Vasto Lord Menos Grande that Shiba Ishin encountered before going to the world. Perhaps only that kind of adversary can put Captain Ishin in danger. 39. Second team quarters. Shiba Ishin is dead. Broken B jumped up from his seat, his eyes widened, and he said in surprise, before I clearly. As she was about to blurt out, she suddenly remembered some taboos and stopped in time. Broken B's eyes shifted, and it seemed that she had already made plans in her heart. As Shiba Ishin, another captain who often sneaks into the world, she knows far more secrets than others. However, Shihuan Yoruichi was worried that Aizen would see the clues of the Broken Bees, and thus would be murdered by the other party, so he did not tell her the culprit of the hollow incident. It's just a vague mention that 730 in Soul Society has a black hand who controls everything. 8th Squad. Kiraku Shunsui was dressed in pink haori embroidered with patterns, and the news that Aizen Naneo had just brought back swirled in his mind. For a while, some couldn't come back to their senses. A long time. He lowered his hat and sighed softly. Seirei, it's going to be messed up again. 12th Division, Technology Development Bureau. In the core research room. Shiba Ishin is dead. Ni Yuli stopped the movements in his hands, and his frantic eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. For some research, he has not closed his eyes for several days. Ni and Meng stood respectfully by his side, with her hands folded in front of her, waiting for his orders. It shouldn't. Ni Yuli put away the test tube and other high-precision equipment, took out a rather strange-looking telephone, and dialed directly. Just ask that disgusting guy Urahara Kazuki, first team quarters. Sufong sat cross-legged in front of Yamamoto Uenujai, and told the other party in detail the battle that took place in the world and the death news of Shiba Ishin. Noitra Gilga, broken face Espada. 35 There was a hint of hoarseness in the majestic voice of Yamamoto Uenujai. Where did Deputy Captain Sufong find out about the Death Tyrant outfit with the Uzumaki pattern of falling from the sky? Suburbs of Naruto City, Sufong said without blushing and panting. Anyway, the entire Naruto City has begun to rebuild, let alone clues. I am afraid that even the traces of the previous battles are almost gone. What do you say if Shiba Ishin reappears? It's none of my business. I'm just responsible for bringing back this dead tyrant outfit. Whether he is alive or not, and what does it have to do with me? Yamamoto Uenujai didn't doubt anything. After thinking for a while, he looked sideways and said, Sasaki, prepare for a captain's meeting. Meeting on the loss of Captain Shiba Ishin, 99. Yes. Chojiro Sasaki responded in a deep voice, walked out of the room steadily, and found the Hell Butterfly to formulate relevant information. Yamamoto Uenujai's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, looking directly at Sufeng's gentle face. Deputy Captain Sufeng, there is something I need to ask for your opinion. About the position of Captain of the 10th Division, would you like to take it? Sufeng, who was thinking about it, suddenly heard these words, and he was stunned on the spot, showing a look of surprise. Was the decision of the Captain Yamamoto a little too hasty? After half an hour. The first team building, the captain's meeting room. The captains have gradually arrived at their positions, waiting for the meeting to start. Advertisement considering the seriousness of the situation, in addition to the arrival of the vice-captains, even Jashiro Yukitaki, who has been absent for many years due to illness, arrived at the meeting room on time. However, the occasional coughing sound eased the solemn atmosphere of the conference room. As for the position of the captain of the 10th Division, it was still occupied by Matsumoto Ranki and Hitsugaya Toshiro. This form should continue until a new captain is elected. Yamamoto Uenujai, who was sitting in the front, was leaning against the back of the chair, leaning on a cane in both hands. His eyes were slightly closed, and he didn't say a word. Sufeng also walked to Aizen's side, smiled gently, and nodded. Captain, I'm back. Looking at the conscientious vice-captain in front of him, Aizen couldn't help but recall the wonderful battle he watched in this world. Thinking of this, the corners of Aizen's mouth raised slightly, and he seemed to smile happily. You'll be fine. It's just a pity that Captain Ishin has him. As soon as these words came out, it caused another person to speak. A light Kyoto accent rang out in the conference room. The captain-level members won't die easily. Ichimaru Jin did not deliberately lower his voice, as if to attract hatred. And an existence at the level of Captain Ishin died in the line of duty, and he will never leave behind a Death Tyrant outfit, 99. His long and narrow pupils looked around in the conference room. He seemed to be pointing. As we all know, when the members of the captain-level police die, they will not be able to reincarnate because of the high spiritual pressure. The existence of the soul burial ceremony is for them. Heard. Sufeng's heart moved, and he suddenly remembered the relevant information. When a member of the Godei 13 team dies, the special police will hold a team funeral ceremony for him. The member's body will be placed on a temporary wooden platform, and the body will be set on fire by several masked personnel to be cremated. And the existence of the captain level is because the spiritual pressure is too high, the body cannot be spiritualized, and the soul can only fall into hell after the soul funeral ceremony. So, judging from the words alone, Ichimaru Jin's suspicions are reasonable. Captain Ichimaru Jin, do you mean? Komamura Sajin's muffled voice came from under the barrel-like mask. Yeah, this kind of thing still needs to be explained by the parties involved. 35. Kyoraku Shunsui raised his hat, looked around, and finally stopped on Yamamoto Uenuzai's body. Boom. A dull percussion interrupted everyone's debate. Yamamoto Uenuzai's slightly closed eyes slowly opened, and a low and majestic voice echoed in the conference room. Since you are all here, then, the meeting officially begins. Regarding the murder of Captain Shiba Ishin in this world, 35. Yamamoto Uenuzai's eyes stayed on Sufong. I will trouble the deputy captain Sufong to repeat it. Sufong nodded slightly and said slowly, I fought a broken-faced Menos Grande from Hueco Mundo, in Naruto. And after the battle, while rebuilding the city, Shiba Ishin's death fighter was found in the rubble. When it was discovered, there was still a small amount of Reiki on it. The simple narrative did not convince everyone directly. Especially Matsumoto Ranki and Hitsugaya Dashiro from the 10th Division. In addition to being aware of Shiba Ishin's relevant information, they also noticed the so-called broken-faced Menos Grande in Sufeng's mouth. Broken face? Menos Grande? Sufong nodded and briefly explained the relevant information about the broken face. And after he finished speaking, there was a strange silence in the conference room. Breaking the line between Shinigami and Hollow, Menos Grande who mastered the power of Shinigami. The muffled voice sounded like thunder, and Komamura Sajin's expression was covered by a mask, but it was not difficult to hear the surprise and puzzlement in his tone. The old man seems to have heard similar incidents there. Byakuya Kuchiki opened his eyes closed and rested, glanced at each other, and explained coldly. 100 years ago, Captain Hollow incident. According to the testimony provided by Urahara Kazuki at the time, those captains were also masters of illusory power. Ichimaru Jin suddenly took the words, the corners of his mouth moved like a fox. Unfortunately, those captains do not have the power of a master. Instead, one by one they became virtual. Kyoraku Shunsui sighed slowly, obviously thinking of his former vice captain who never returned, Yadumaru Lisa. The expressions of other people are not very good looking. The Hollow incident was an irreparable loss for Seirei. For these members who get along day and night, it is a grief that can never be erased in their hearts. Then, as Captain Ishin still alive, Matsumoto Ranju stared at Sufong opposite and asked word by word. Sufong noticed the sadness in the other party's eyes, but did not speak out to attack, but answered speciously. Nothing can be determined until the body is seen. I just brought back Captain Ishin's Deathlord outfit. Advertisement heard. Yamamoto Uenuzai nodded and added, Captain Shiba Ishin is temporarily out of contact, and the task of finding him is entrusted to every member of the 13th Division stationed in this world. What's your opinion on this, captains? Jashiro Yugataki was the first to respond. On behalf of the 13th Division, I undertake this long-term mission. Old man Shan. As another disciple of Yamamoto Genryuzai, Kyoraku Shunsui doesn't respect his teacher so much in addressing him. Does this kind of labor-intensive thing really have to last for a long time? You know, because of Deputy Captain Sufong. Having said that, he glanced at Sufong deliberately, the manpower is very tight now. As soon as the voice fell, it attracted Aizen's rebuttal. As the captain who loves his subordinates, he naturally has to explain and excuse Sufong. Being the leader of the Jing Band, fighting in this world is not Sufeng's original intention. After all, if you don't solve the other party, the world will suffer more serious damage. 5. I'm sorry. Kyoraku Shunsui scratched his head and smirked, and said apologetically, my remarks were a little too extreme. 5. Yamamoto Uenuzai interrupted the argument between the two, and an old voice sounded in the conference room. There is no need to dispute this matter. What Vice Captain Sufong does is for the sake of the present world and for the Soul Society. As for the search for Captain Shiba Ishin, let Captain Jashiro ask him in the 13th Division. He looked at Jashiro Yugataki first. Let's choose the voting system and let the team members decide for themselves. Jashiro Yugataki bowed his head and responded respectfully, yes. When one thing ends, there are new things that need to be resolved. Yamamoto Uenuzai's majestic eyes looked around the conference room and swept over each captain. Next, it's about the position of captain of the 10th Division. The 10th Division, as a patrol and guard unit, is responsible for the communication of emergency information in Seirei, and the importance of the position of captain is unquestionable. So, the old man hopes to elect a new captain as soon as possible. Can you recommend someone suitable for this? Heard? Sufong took a step forward and struck first. Seeing his actions, everyone suddenly had different guesses. Doubtful eyes circulated around Sufong. However, when he opened his mouth, almost everyone's expressions turned into consternation. I recommend the 3rd officer of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Dashiro. Yamamoto Uenuzai's eyes were bright, and he said solemnly, then Deputy Captain Sufong, what's your reason? Sufeng's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly. Hitsugaya Sanshi, as a genius rarely seen in Soul Society in a century, successfully graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy in 1 year, and he is also the master of Zanpakudo, the strongest in the ice department. In addition, he has an excellent reputation among the team members, and during the tenure of Captain Shiba Ishin, he has helped him with official duties many times, and 1.9 has accumulated considerable experience. More importantly, according to reliable sources, Hitsugaya Sanshi should have successfully mastered Bankai at this time. After some words, Hitsugaya Dashiro was still in a dazed state, his green eyes filled with confusion. Who I am? Where am I? What happened? Why am I suddenly a candidate for the captaincy? Oh, Hitsugaya actually already has Master Bankai? Kyoraku Shunsui smiled and said, that's really the most suitable candidate, 99. Master Bankai, and is familiar with the handling of documents and official business of the 10th Division. Komamura Sajin muffled, the old man has no opinion on this either, 5. Agree. Seconded. I think so. In just a few breaths, more than half of the captains in this conference room agreed with Sufeng's proposal. And this is already about to reach the standard of becoming a captain. Since you have no opinion, then. Yamamoto Uenujai looked at Hitsugaya Dashiro, who was still in a dazed state, and asked. 3 seats in Hitsugaya, what do you think? What? Hearing Yamamoto Uenujai calling his name suddenly, Hitsugaya Dashiro just came back to his senses. The position of captain, I'm afraid. Before he could finish speaking, his mouth was covered to death by Matsumoto Ranju beside him. Captain, I agreed for him. 35 Matsumoto Ranju responded with a smile. When will the captain's assessment be held? 55. Yamamoto Uenujai lowered his eyes and stopped thinking too much, and said in a deep voice. If that's the case, then. The captain's assessment will be held in 3 days. Chapter 62 The Absolute Authority of the Soul Society, the Shaobai of Master Bankai. In a captain's meeting, 2 things were decided. Among them, Shiba Ishin's state was temporarily classified as missing, and was handed over to the soldiers stationed in the 13th Division for a long time to find. As the purification team, they have been burdened with the task of finding all kinds of Soul Society sinners and missing persons all year round, and they are already afraid of being bitten by lice. There was no objection to this. Shiba Ishin's disappearance, with the passage of time, the 10th Division members are also gradually accepting. It was this second incident that once again caused a lot of turmoil in Soul Society. Have you heard that the Genius 3 of the 10th Division was recommended by several captains to become the new 10th Division captain? That Hitsugaya Toshiro-sama, who graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy in 1 year. Hey, as expected of a once-in-a-century genius, he was promoted to captain so quickly, 39. The captain's examination will be held in 3 days, and I heard that he has already mastered Bankai. Conversations like this take place in different places in Seirei and even Rukongai. In the 10th Division team building, it is performed in different ways every day. Shaobai, cheer up. Matsumoto Ranju patted Hitsugaya Toshiro's face hard, with a look of encouragement. The color embryo of the captain is gone, and now the 10th Division is only you who can carry the banner, 35. Snapped. Hitsugaya Toshiro angrily slapped the palm of his face off his face, and said displeased ly. Shouldn't I apply for this kind of thing myself? That Urahara Sufong, why are you making an assertion? Also, I learned about Bankai, how did he know, 35. Heard. Matsumoto Ranju was stunned and muttered, didn't you tell anyone else? Of course not. Hitsugaya Toshiro quickly calmed down and pondered, I only succeeded Master Bankai a few days ago. I was thinking of waiting for the captain to come back to surprise him, but... Having said that, he shook his head and stopped talking. Obviously, everyone knows what happened next, this guy. Matsumoto Ranju's eyes flashed, 23 if the captain is still alive, he will know something. There's no time to think about those things for a while. Hitsugaya Toshiro shook his head and said, in 3 days, the captain's assessment will be done. If nothing else, the last person in charge of evaluating me is also a captain, and I must do my best. 5. What? Matsumoto Ranki approached, grabbed Hitsugaya Toshiro's cheek, and said cheerfully. It does not matter. Shaobai, you will definitely pass the test and become the captain. I'll leave everything to you when I fish and drink in the future, 35. So ever. The entire 10th Division team heard the angry voice. Let go of my face, and, call me Hitsugaya. 5th Squad. Captain's Quarters. As soon as the captain's meeting ended, Aizen invited Sufong to come to the captain's quarters for regular condolences. He felt a terrifying existence not far from him, like an abyss. Sufong calmed down a little. Compared to the Neutra he fought in this world before, Aizen is like an endless sea of stars. The two are not on the same level at all, even if he doesn't merge with Hogyoku now. But Sufong believes that as long as he wants to, it is not so difficult to kill Neutra as the 5-blade without using Zanpakudo Kyoga Suigetsu. Sufong, you have worked hard for this trip to the world. Aizen said with a smile, like a boss who genuinely cares about his subordinates. These are what I should be doing. Sufong responded with the same smile. When facing Aizen, only with the same attitude, he would not be deliberately suspected by the other party. Although he has found Aizen spying on him many times in the dark. But the face-saving effort still has to be maintained. Actually, Aizen pushed his glasses, his smile remained the same. I'm a little curious that, with your strength, Sufong, you can absolutely recommend him to be the captain of the 10th Division, 35. But why did you give Hitsugaya 3 seats? After pondering for a moment, Sufong explained calmly. Naturally because I don't want to work too hard. You Aizen is stable under the command of Captain Aizen, which is obviously much easier than taking the position of captain. The 5th Division has always been known as the most relaxed division in Seirei. Many team members dream of wanting to join the squad. Advertisement Sufeng's remarks can't find the slightest fault. It's a simple pursuit. Aizen laughed and said, Sufeng, it is my honor that you are willing to be my vice captain. The captain is serious. Sufeng nodded and said, actually, I would be more grateful if you could ask Hinamori to help me with some official duties. 5. Heard. Aizen's expression was startled, and then a smile appeared again. What an unexpected request. However, you'd better ask Hinamori himself about this kind of thing. It's hard for me to be in charge of others. The actors are rushing to each other's acting skills, and no one can see through the other's thoughts. The camouflage on the surface has already turned into the hardest protective layer. 3 days passed in a hurry. In a blink of an eye, it was the day Hitsugaya Dashiro participated in the captain's assessment. The location of the assessment was also set at the training ground in the 10th Division team building. Considering that the battle between the captains may cause unimaginable damage, Ni-Yuli started to strengthen the training ground through black technology as early as the end of the captain's meeting. So much so that when everyone arrived, they found that the internal environment was wrapped in a hard silver coating. In the sky above the training ground, there is also the Kido barrier constructed by the Kido group. According to the words of the current chief Kido, this Kido barrier can withstand the full attack of several captains, and can be called the strongest defense in history. Yamamoto Uenujai was standing on the highest platform in the northernmost part of the training ground, leaning on crutches. On either side of him are the two most senior captains, Kyoraku Shunsui and Yunohana Retsu. There are 3 ways to become a captain in Seirei. One is to pass the captain's assessment under the witness of the 3 captains, including the chief captain. The second is to be recommended by more than 6 captains and approved by 3 captains. The third is to officially defeat the current captain under the witness of more than 200 team members. Zaraki Kenpachi, the current captain of the 11th Division, succeeded in being the captain in the third way. Because the latter 2 methods are not practical for Hitsugaya Dashiro. Therefore, the captain's assessment was officially launched under the witness of the captains. As others continued to enter the training ground, Yamamoto Uenujai looked at the sun that was exuding heat in the sky, and his majestic voice suddenly spread throughout the training ground. Everyone, the captain's assessment is ready to begin. Those who came to watch the captain's assessment were not only the captain, but also many team members who were on vacation. Including but not limited to the 10th Division, they are still extremely curious about the replacement of the captain and the method of the captain's assessment. Under the premise of the black technology of Niuli and the protection of the Kido enchantment of the Kido crowd, this group of soldiers is not afraid at all. One by one, they were discussing and arguing in the spectator seat with great interest. One by one, saliva splattered, as if they were about to fight. Until Yamamoto Uenujai opened his mouth, and they quieted down just now, looking at the high platform ahead with awe. In view of the hurriedness of this captain's assessment, his slightly closed eyes made it impossible to see clearly what he was thinking. After discussing with the captains, the old man decided to appoint the examiner as the vice captain of the 5th Division. Urahara Sufong. The voice fell. There was an uproar in the spectator seats again. Is it a little too childish to ask Deputy Captain Sufong to assess the 3rd seat of Ipangu? Could it be that Deputy Captain Sufeng's combat power is no less than that of the captain? This way of opening the back door is a bit too clumsy, isn't it? Master Chief, I strongly request that the assessor be replaced. Boom. Hot flames leapt up on the high platform, and the terrifying temperature flashed away in the training ground. Quiet. The not-so-loud voice spread throughout the training ground at this moment. Accompanying, it is the terrifying spiritual pressure of Yamamoto Uenujai. It was as if the sky had collapsed, and a mountain-like cloud layer fell around the soldiers. A sense of suffocation completely enveloped them at this moment. At this time, they finally recalled that it came from the fear brought by Soul Society's strongest Shinigami, Yamamoto Motorianai. It's scary. A frivolous voice sounded from Yamamoto's side. Kyoraku Shunsui raised his eyes and looked at the frightened quail-like teammates in the spectator seat. Old man Sean, don't go too far. Some of the kiddies are about to pass out. Yamamoto Uenujai groaned and withdrew the ryotsu that was pressing on the hearts of everyone. This matter is decided by the old man and the captains, and there is no need for further discussion. At this time, the team members just realized what the absolute authority of the Soul Society is. Advertisement. The original dissatisfaction was also dissipated when the spiritual pressure shrouded in just now. Such an important task really makes me a little uneasy. 35. Su Feng's voice came from behind them. Captain, why don't you play for me? Aizen smiled sideways, the sun reflecting off the lenses, dazzling white. Su Feng, don't belittle yourself. I still have confidence in your strength. 995. The voice just fell. Another gentle voice echoed. Su Feng's record is not weaker than the captain. Yunohana Retsu's hands are hanging down, crossed in front of him, and the corners of his mouth are drawn to the sides, giving a feeling of gentleness like water. I believe you will be able to bring a wonderful assessment. Do not know why. Although Yunohana Retsu's voice was extremely gentle, there was always an ominous feeling in Su Feng's heart. He tried to think about whether he had offended her in some way. Until, Brother Su Feng, didn't you say you were going to the 4th Division to exchange kendo with Captain Ujiwa? A whispered reminder from Rukia beside him made Su Feng's expression stiff. When did it happen? Because of a series of incidents, he had left this matter behind for a long time. No wonder. That inexplicable killing intent always haunts me. Su Feng took a deep breath and regained his former modesty. Captain Usahana is joking. When the captain's assessment is over, I will definitely go to the 4th team's quarters as soon as possible. Yunohana Retsu smiled unchanged and nodded slightly. It's a word. The conversation between the two ended at 730. On the other side, Hitsugaya Toshiro was also dragging the hangover Matsumoto Ranki to the training ground. I'm sorry, the captains, Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yamamoto Uenujai. Let's start the captain's assessment. Your opponent is Deputy Captain Urahara Sufong. Heard. Hitsugaya Toshiro was stunned and said in surprise, isn't it the captain? After saying this, he just came back to his senses and hurriedly said. Sorry, Deputy Captain Sufong. I don't mean to look down on you, it's just. Sufong waved his hand, indicating that he didn't take it to heart. It's just what the Yamamoto captain meant. Okay, let's stop chatting here. Yamamoto Uenujai tapped the cane in his hand on the ground and made a dull voice. You two, prepare for the battle. This battle is about the captain's seat of the 10th Division. Hope you two will pay attention. 35 say it. Sufong and Hitsugaya Toshiro also walked slowly down the high platform and into the training ground. Looking at the figures of the two, the soldiers on the spectator stand were all excited, as if they were excited to see the captain-level police fighting. What a vibrant young man. Kiraku Shunsui stretched a little lazily, and said vaguely with the grassroots in his mouth, I just don't know who the final winner will be. 5. Hey, Captain Jing, what nonsense are you talking about? Matsumoto Ranju blushed and shouted, as if he had not sobered up. Our little white has already mastered Bankai. The winner will be his. Although he often drinks with her, Kiraku Shunsui couldn't help covering his face with one hand when he saw her like this, and sighed. How much did you drink last night? Before Yamamoto's face grew darker, Kiraku Shunsui pulled Matsumoto Ranju aside in time. He was worried about continuing like this. With the character of the old man, I am afraid that there will be a fire to burn the city. Although Sufong is the vice captain of our 5th division, it can be seen from the fact that the 3rd seed of Hitsugaya has already mastered Bankai. Aizen analyzed regretfully, Sufong, he is afraid that he will be defeated. Yah! Ni Yuli, who was playing with the strange equipment, finally arrived on the high platform with Ni Yinming. Does Captain Aizen dislike Urahara Sufong so much? On the contrary, I think that guy will easily win this time. Aizen's eyes drooped slightly, and a smile appeared. Oh? In that case, let's wait and see. 35 In the conversation of everyone, Sufong and Hitsugaya Toshiro have already walked to the center of the training ground. Combat is imminent. Chapter 63 Under Kido Gatling, all beings are equal. Deputy Captain Sufong, draw your sword. Hitsugaya Toshiro looked like he was waiting. However, although he said such words, he showed no sign of drawing his sword. Has your confidence increased after becoming a master of Bankai? Sufong chuckled, if you are like this, I will be very distressed. Originally, the time of Master Bankai of Hitsugaya Toshiro was not mentioned in the original work, but after Master Sufeng's killing intent fluctuated, the perception of the power of fluctuations also improved. So much so that during the captain's meeting, he noticed that Hitsugaya Toshiro was hiding, but there was a faint chill. Logically speaking, as a genius, Hitsugaya Toshiro was able to master his own Zanpakudo after graduating from the Spiritual Art Academy. Such signs should not appear in him. Therefore, Sufong deduced from this that the kid in front of him should have already mastered Bankai, resulting in a dispersal of power. However, in just 3 days, Hitsugaya Toshiro had already restrained a wisp of chill. As expected of a genius of the Soul Society once in a century, Sufong decisively excluded himself as the opener. Didn't Daewunahara-sensei teach you? Sufong raised his arm and probed with his fingertips, an array of Kido light bloomed on it. Whenever you face your own enemies, you must go all out. The 4th of Hado, by Lei. There was a rustling sound in the air, accompanied by a trace of anxious smell. A scorching thunderlight penetrated the air, and instantly approached Hitsugaya Toshiro. Hitsugaya Toshiro was directly knocked out and slid several meters on the ground. He held the knife in front of him with one hand, and just now avoided the end of the whole person turning into Kurozumi. When he raised his head, the surprise in his green pupils could not be concealed. How come, such a mighty 4 Hado? Hitsugaya Toshiro looked at Sufong in front of him in shock. Underestimate your opponent, you have to pay a price. Sufong blew the wisps of white smoke wafting from his fingertips, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and the dangerous breath continued to spread. Sufong is an unexpected existence. Kiraku Shunsui looked at the training ground with interest, and brushed off the dust that fell on the feather weave. Obviously, when he was in the Lingshu Academy, he was criticized by others for not being good at Kido. Later, I chose a special assessment, and the reason was the so-called not good at Kido. But looking at it now, tisk tisk. Yunohana Retsu's gentle voice also echoed, the power of Kido is not weaker than us. 5. Yamamoto Uenujai quietly watched the changes in the field, and an inexplicable light flashed in his slightly closed eyes. Obviously, his thoughts were not as calm as they seemed at this time. On the other hand, Ni Yongli nodded with satisfaction. He couldn't find any fault with Sufeng's performance. Although the wave spirit tool was transformed by Urahara Kazuki for several rounds. But strictly speaking, this thing still refers to his design concept and general structure. Kido? 35 Hitsugaya Toshiro's puzzled voice sounded on the training ground. Don't be surprised. Sufong explained with a smile, it's just with the help of the outside world. Hitsugaya, you are pulling out Zanpakudo before me now. As soon as this word comes out, Hitsugaya Toshiro blushed, and clenched the Zanpakudo in his hand. Obviously, he has also heard the rumor that Sufong is not good at Kido, otherwise he would not be so careless. Soon, Hitsugaya Toshiro put away his underestimation, calmed down and looked at Sufong seriously. In that case, Deputy Captain Sufong, Please be careful. The voice fell. His figure has disappeared in place. That's right. Sufong's smile didn't change, his fingers raised again, but... You should be the one to be careful, Hitsugaya-sanshi. Bakudo number 21. Kai-Yan escape. 39. A large amount of red smoke spewed out from the fingertips, blocking the sight of outsiders, and even more blocked the sight of Hitsugaya. When Sufong's spiritual pressure is weak to a certain extent, this red smoke escape can play a very good disguise. Advertisement, Hato's 31 red cannons. The red smoke swept through, the wind howled, and the scorching temperature instantly approached Hitsugaya Toshiro. The huge fireball, the size of a house, seemed to engulf it directly. Hitsugaya Toshiro's expression changed slightly, and Shunpo under his feet suddenly increased his speed again, rushing out of the range of scarlet mist in an instant. However, he has just stood firm, and he has not yet made the next move. Sufong's gentle voice sounded again on the training ground. Bakudo number 63, Chain Lock. 35. The golden chains like giant pythons rushed out from his fingertips, turned into a torrent, rolled over the training ground, covered with red smoke, and also blocked all the escape routes of Hitsugaya Toshiro. Hitsugaya Toshiro's eyes widened, before he could lift the Zanpakudo in his hand. The endless chains engulfed him directly. Hey, is it too exaggerated? Kyoraku Shunsui's eyes widened, watching the changes in the training ground, and exclaimed, Kido of so many smashing chants in a row has been released. What's more outrageous is that the power of these Kido is not weaker than full chant. The other captains didn't fare much better, complex eyes, staring at the changes in the field. Until the atmosphere was broken by a strange laugh. These are all thanks to my master Nirvana's exquisite research. Niyuli's words attracted everyone's attention, using the special power of Sufong's Zanpakudo, assisted by Menos Grande's flesh and blood as the main material, and the resonance between the Kido incantations, we can create a superior class that can instantly cast Kido. Spirit Tool. You must know that the power of Urahara Sufong's broken chant Kido is comparable to that of full chant. Everyone looked at the training ground again in astonishment. Sufong's successive Kido releases were like machine guns in the world, and there was no reason at all. Among them, there is even no shortage of mid to high Kido who are locked down to number 63 Bakudo. At this time, they were no longer in the mood to listen to Niyuli's self-selling and boasting. A common question is rising in the hearts of everyone. Damn, is this guy's power limitless? Even if it is to sing the abandonment, this level of Kido release, even the current chief Kido can't do it, right? Bakudo number 6 Earthquake. 35. Hato number 11, Suspension Thunderbolt. The ground rolled like an earth dragon, and a large area of earth waves gushed out, destroying the Shunpo root of Hitsugaya Toshiro. Along with it, there are countless lightning flashes. They cling to the earth waves, giving Hitsugaya Toshiro a paralyzing effect from time to time. Sufong was more like an elegant magician at this time, and when he waved his fingertips, powerful magic poured out of it. It's just that the magic has been replaced by Kido. Bakudo number 37 Hanging Star. Bakudo, which was originally used to catch objects falling from the sky, was also deployed by Sufong to block Shunpo's evasion from Hitsugaya Toshiro. Bakudo number 26 Kagwang. 9 of Bakudo, Collapse Wheel. The Kido light in the training ground and the various forms of Kido, under the coverage of a large range of curved light, directly eliminate the appearance. By surprise, Hitsugaya Toshiro was directly entangled by the crash wheel. On the spectator seat, the players stared at everything on the field in amazement. Such a fighting method really challenges their three views. As early as the moment they entered the Spiritual Art Academy, the Shinigami teachers emphasized one thing, that is, to make good use of every trace of spiritual power and avoid ineffective fighting methods. In actual combat, every trace of spiritual power will be the key to your victory. But, can anyone explain this scene to them? I counted, and Deputy Captain Sufong has used 68 Kido in a row, and it's not the same at all. This is definitely not from the 5th Division, he must be from the Kido crowd, right? 39. Don't talk nonsense, we Kido don't have such outrageous guys. He can lead a team by himself. Everyone has gradually changed from shock to numbness. Speaking of which, can Lord Hitsugaya really win? 35. With the continuous release of Kido, everyone's confidence in Hitsugaya Toshiro turned into suspicion. Sit on the frosty sky, Hiramaru. In the sphere formed by the golden chains, there was a low roar of grief and indignation, and the majestic spiritual pressure also burst out. In the training ground, the temperature suddenly dropped to freezing point. Above the sky, overcast clouds covered it, and the surroundings suddenly became dark. Advertisement in the air, small ice crystals gradually appeared and smashed onto the silver plating on the ground. Frost filled the golden chains, engulfed in an instant, and the spiritual pressure followed. Click, click. The sound of shattering came from it, accompanied by a dazzling slash. Hitsugaya Toshiro also escaped from the seal of Bakudo. He gasped heavily, looked at Sufong reluctantly, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. There has never met this opponent. It is completely covered by firepower, and it makes no sense at all. Among the series of Kido, there are even Kido he has never seen or even heard of. How did this monster master so many Kido? What Hitsugaya Toshiro didn't know was, the one who taught Sufong Kido was the former chief Kido chief, Tsukabishi Tizai, who had the most master Kido in the Soul Society. Above Kido alone. Even more than masters like Aizen. After all, There are still a lot of Kido developed and researched by the Kido community, such as the four beasts plug the door, the standing ovation, and the six-sided ceiling formation. Sufong observes Hitsugaya Toshiro with perception. Zanpakudo, who was originally in a sealed state, gave birth to a slender chain at the end of the handle after liberation, and the end of the chain had a crescent-shaped blade, just like the tail of an ice dragon. At this time, ice and snow were already falling from the sky, dyeing Sufeng's hair and blending into his deadly outfit. He stretched out his palm, took a few snowflakes, felt the coldness in his palm, and whispered. Are celestial phenomena coming? Hiranmaru, as the strongest Zanpakudo in the ice and snow category, has no doubts about its potential. But with Hitsugaya Toshiro's current Ryatsu, it's impossible to fully master the Zanpakudo, and even Bankai is only a half-finished product. This so-called celestial phenomenon is coming, and everything that is known as the sky will be controlled by it. But in essence, it was just because Hitsugaya Toshiro couldn't control Hiranmaru perfectly. Aren't you willing to do your best? Sufong faced Hitsugaya Toshiro, smiled and said, do you look down on me like that? Looking at his sincere expression, Hitsugaya Toshiro was at a loss for words. It's not that I don't know what to say, but that there are too many things I want to say at one time. Just blocked. How dare you say such a thing, you guy who didn't even pull out Zanpakudo? Hitsugaya Toshiro said with a displeased expression, I mustn't let you continue to be arrogant. Around him, the spiritual pressure was surging, gradually condensing into substance. Next moment, Hitsugaya Toshiro had disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already leapt into the sky. The escaping spiritual pressure turned into an ice dragon soaring in the sky when the temperature dropped to freezing point. Ga! Jiao Hao! Squeak! The sour voice sounded on the Kido barrier of the protective training ground. It was actually covered with pale ice crystals, and it was still spreading. Oh. Sufong flicked his fingertips, and the power of waves was wrapped around it. Say something like Zanpakudo is not pulled out. 99. I'm obviously fighting with all my strength. 99. Heaven's pride, a city wall built of iron. When he began to sing the Kido mantra, the captains watching the battle on the high platform suddenly realized that something was wrong. Hey, these two guys are really hot. 99. Just release the high-ranking Kido like this, as expected of Sufong. Hey, this is wonderful, this is the captain's assessment. Yamamoto Uenuji's slightly closed eyes opened, and there seemed to be a burning flame in them. Although the battle was intensifying, he had no intention of stopping it. His eyes stayed on Sufong, staring, thinking, waiting. Hitsugaya Toshiro no longer waited for Sufong to continue singing, and immediately held Hiranmaru high, controlled the soaring ice dragon, and slashed straight down. The dragon walks, the lion roars, the tiger roars, and the wolf runs. Sufong stretched out his palm and stood in front of him, cut off the world before it collapses. Before the ice dragon came, he read out the last chant. Bakudo number 81. Splitting Void. The majestic power rushed out from Sufeng's palm, like a torrent that burst **e, instantly traversing the sky and the earth. A transparent wall of light stood upright in front of him, blocking all attacks. Boom. The deafening sound of the collision echoed in the training ground, and a large number of ice chips splashed and scattered on the light wall like an avalanche. Only momentary time. The entire training ground was completely covered with ice and snow, as if entering the winter season. Chapter 64. Anti-guests, the snowflakes covering the sky. Hitsugaya Toshiro threw the ice dragon down at one time and smashed it hard on the splitting void. Although it failed to cause Sufong to suffer any harm, it directly froze his remaining Kido to avoid his harassment. Those Kido didn't do him any real harm, but they were very annoying. One after another smashed over, let alone an attack. Just evading is consuming a lot of spiritual power. Nice attack. Sufong praised with a smile, then try these. 55. As he said that, he raised his right hand again, facing Hitsugaya Toshiro who fell from the sky. See. Hitsugaya Toshiro's scalp suddenly became numb, and without even thinking about it, a series of ice bombs were thrown out, trying to stop Sufeng's movements. Pity. He was so late. The 73 of Hado. Double Lotus Kang Fire Pendant. The scorching blue explosion was like a waterfall, rushing out from Sufeng's palm. On the training ground that was full of chills, there was suddenly a touch of warm temperature, melting the surrounding ice and engulfing the falling ice crystals from the sky. Even Sufong was surrounded by blue, like a small sun. How come? Hitsugaya Toshiro didn't have time to think too much, and immediately fell with a knife. The ice layer overflowed above the blade, turning into a defense similar to the splitting void, traversing the training ground. The blue explosion instantly melted it, and the remaining power continued to attack Hitsugaya Toshiro. Faced with such a level of Hado, he could only continue to form an ice wall to resist. Finally, the scorching explosion was extinguished by the icy cold, turned into plumes of white smoke, and dissipated in the air. Stop it. Sufong seemed a little disappointed and said, then why don't you try this? Hado number 88. Flying Dragon Strikes Thief Thunder Cannon. When the voice fell, it wasn't just Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was fighting against him, whose scalp was numb, but also a group of captains who were watching the battle on the high platform. As for the other team members in the spectator seats, they were already numb as early as just now, and they were completely shocked by what Sufong did. The current battle has completely exceeded their cognition. Even the current Chief Kido asked in a low voice when he heard the number 88 Hado. 730. Vice Chief Kido, is Urahara Sufong the Chief Kido, or am I? The current Deputy Kido stared at the training ground, the blue-white light that quickly took over everything, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Maybe it's the guy below. In an instant, the sizzling thunder light condensed in front of Sufang's palm and roared. Next moment, the blue-white light beam, which far surpassed the previous blue explosion, rushed out from Sufang's palm in an instant. Between heaven and earth, it seems that only this voice is left. In the roaring blue-white light beam, the thunder was circling and swirling, and the power was so fast that it directly engulfed the Hisugaya Dashiro in the distance. It's scary enough. Kyoraku Shunsui spit out the grass roots in his mouth, and his frivolous expression was also under this hado, and he became a lot more serious. The 3 seats of Hitsugaya won't be killed directly, right? 35. If he is killed, just let Sufong go to the top post. Ni Yuli smiled gloatingly, the captain who can be instantly killed by hado number 88, it's best not to appear. The Ryatsu of Hitsugaya-sensei is still very active. Unohana Retsu explained calmly, the dark clouds in the sky are getting thicker and thicker. Although Sufong is very strong, he will not be able to kill Hitsugaya-sensei with a single blow. As she said, when the blue-white light beam disappeared, the figure of Hitsugaya Dashiro also walked out from another corner. At this time, his expression was already extremely solemn. If he hadn't used the ice stand-in just now, he would exchange his position with the stand-in to avoid the words of hado number 88. This time, even if he didn't die, he was seriously injured. A strange ability. Sufong noticed the opponent's means and praised, it was very easy to escape this thunder cannon. I admit that I underestimated you before. Hitsugaya Dashiro had spiritual pressure surging around his body, condensing into substantial ice crystals surrounding him. He said solemnly, but I will definitely do my best next. Because it's still not possible to become a complete master, please be careful. Even if the battle was such a fire, Hitsugaya Dashiro still reminded Sufong that he didn't want to see him injured by himself. CDBJ. Advertisement. When the voice fell, there was continuous spiritual pressure condensation around it, and the temperature in the vicinity was getting lower and lower. The cold air seemed to be real, lingering in the training ground, and even spread to the players in the spectator seats. Every time they breathed, a large amount of white air was produced, making the surroundings hazy. I saw Hitsugaya Dashiro holding Hiranmaru, and his voice was firm. Bankai, 35, Daigor and Hiranmaru, 35 Karara. The sound of the ice layer condensing came out from Hitsugaya Dashiro's body, agitating. On the cold air visible to the naked eye, a huge ice wing covering the sky and sun spread out from his right hand, covering the whole person. Behind him, 3 huge petals of ice crystals were suspended, exuding a chill that was enough to freeze his soul. After that, the brand new ice dragon condensed, and its huge and terrifying volume was more than several times that of the previous ice dragon, and the huge ice wings unfolded behind it almost enveloped the entire training ground. The ground with silver coating, because it couldn't bear the icy aura, it continuously formed an ice layer, spreading and covering it towards the distance. Is this the Bankai of Hitsugaya's 3rd seat? Ni Yuli's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a trace of unconcealed desire to find out. It's magnificent. Should it be said that it is the strongest Zanpakudo of the ice and snow type? 35. Kyoraku Shunsui on the side couldn't help but look at him and reminded, Captain Nirvana better not hit him. 99. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. With the sound of his words, Yamamoto Uenujai, who was standing at the front of the crowd, also flashed an undisguised Ryatsu. As if, the most burning flame. Ni Yuli glanced at him with jealousy, and let out a strange laugh. The Jingband has been serious. Although he is crazy, he is not a fool. Hitsugaya Dashiro, if you don't have all the assurance, maybe after being frozen, he will be roasted at the stake for 10 days and 8 days. Even after 1,000 years. The captain of the Gode 13 team, Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni, is still the absolute authority of the Soul Society. The ice wings vibrated. Scattered ice crystals. Hitsugaya Dashiro disappeared in place in an instant, and his Shunpo's speed was also improved by more than 1 grade after Bankai. Be aware that it varies according to individual circumstances. Shinigami's combat power also soars 5 to 10 times after Bankai. As a famous genius in the Soul Society, Hitsugaya Dashiro's Ryatsu directly soared tenfold, and his combat power even surpassed the previous ones. Just a moment. That biting chill was already close to Sufong. Hitsugaya Dashiro slashed down with Hiranmaru in hand. Dragon Rack. At the moment when the tip of the knife fell, a violent chill spurted out from the blade, instantly blocking everything around, and the ice cubes condensed and spread, as if to freeze Sufong. Click. Above the ice layer, cracks are spreading. Sufeng's right hand was printed on it, and the power of fluctuation burst out in his palm, and the killing intent began to spread and breed around it. Killing intent fluctuates. This moment, Hitsugaya Dashiro seemed to be stared at by a natural enemy, and despair and fear spread and shrouded in his heart. Even his substantial spiritual pressure is constantly shattering and disappearing under this strange power. Fright flashed in the green pupils, the ice wings vibrated, Hitsugaya Dashiro instantly moved away from Sufong and disappeared in the center of the training ground. But no matter where he fled, the strange killing intent enveloped him, pressing down on his heart, as if death had opened his eyes and stared at the sky. Sufong stood on the spot, letting the wave of killing intent spread until it covered the entire training ground. With his current level of wave power, he can completely sustain the large-scale wave of killing intent for a long time. In fact, the combat effect is also very amazing. To some extent, the fluctuation of killing intent can eliminate spiritual pressure. When the spiritual pressure is completely consumed, what is eliminated again is its vitality. That is to say, the existence of the captain level of Hitsugaya Toshiro cannot see the effect in a short period of time. If it is changed to sashimi or ordinary Shinigami, it will not be able to carry a few breaths of time. After all, Ryatsu levels are not on one level at all. The continuous dodging made Hitsugaya Toshiro realize one thing: unless Sufong in the center was completely defeated, this strange power would not disappear at all. He gritted his teeth and immediately did not hesitate to dodge and flew towards Sufong again. As the ice wings fluttered, the cold wind whistled, and the temperature of the entire training ground dropped a little again. In the spectator seats, even if the team members had the protection of Kido enchantment and the protection of their own spiritual pressure, they were still shivering under the erosion of this cold current. Even when they breathed, the white air they exhaled condensed into ice and fell on the ground. The violent Ryatsu condensed icicles, standing one by one in the training ground, blocking all possible escape routes. Advertisement: although from the beginning of the battle to the present, Sufong has been standing in place and has never moved. Boom, boom. One after another, icicles stood up like tall buildings, instantly creating a city of ice. Sufong noticed that the position of the icicle seemed to completely surround him, leaving no room for evasion. Hitsugaya Toshiro clenched Zanpakudo, and the amazing blue-white reiki escaped from his palms and wrapped around the blade. The spiritual pressure turned into a beam of light and shot straight into the sky. Millennium Ice Prison. 35. He breathed out lightly white air and said with a firm expression. The moment the voice fell, the icicle made a loud noise and merged towards the middle at an alarming speed. Although the killing intent fluctuates in a very wide range and its formidable power is amazing, it is not enough to wipe off all the icicles in an instant. Until the icicles merged completely and turned into a thick layer of ice, completely freezing Sufong. His expression was frozen, and his right hand only had time to raise it high, and the power of the wave on his body seemed to be frozen and sealed, and there was no sign of it. See. Hitsugaya Toshiro breathed a sigh of relief, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Finally won. If it wasn't for Vice Captain Sufeng's carelessness, this battle would. However, before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head and looked into the ice layer not far away in shock. Sufong, who was originally frozen, had a wisp of wave power flowing around him. Click. The crisp cracking sound also sounded in the ice layer, followed by the dense cracks. Volatility erupts. Boom. The violent force rushed out from the ice layer, and a huge skull appeared on the top of Sufeng's head, making a silent roar. Next moment, the thick layer of ice that was hundreds of meters high was completely shattered. Sufong put his palm down, and the skeleton dissipated. He walked out of the ice-filled position slowly, with a gentle smile on his face, like a harmless teenager. The three seats in Hitsugaya all said not to restrain yourself. 35. He said slowly, if you underestimate me like this, it will really be very distressing. Gollum. Hitsugaya Toshiro subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling his mouth dry, and his heart even more bitter. He wanted to tell Sufong that he had done his best. If you still keep your hands or something, you will be beaten to death just now. Gift. Sufeng's dangling right hand pushed the knife dart lightly, making a clear sound of knife chirping, echoing excitedly on the training ground. Under the sky. Colder. After a brief period of confusion, Hitsugaya Toshiro's eyes became firm again. For the expectations of the players behind him, in order to find Captain Shiba Ishin faster. He will never give up the captain's seat this time. The spiritual pressure erupted and turned into a beam of light that shot straight to the ceiling. Under the impact of the spiritual pressure beam, the dark clouds spread like a spiral. As if the torrent of AD*E burst, the endless ice cold poured down from the sky above the training ground, engulfing the entire training ground. Its firm voice also sounded in the icy cold, the ice sky and 100 flowers burial. Snowflakes fell one after another, rendering the training ground a beautiful winter scene, dancing in the air. And when it touches the ground or touches the towering ice layer, it instantly blooms an ice flower that exudes an extreme chill. The ice flowers were entwined and danced, instantly spreading to Sufeng's front, as if to engulf it. This is Hitsugaya Toshiro's master's strongest move. When snowflakes fall on the enemy, layers of ice flowers will bloom in an instant, and the moment the ice flowers fill the whole body, the enemy's life will come to an end. Sufong naturally sensed the extreme spiritual pressure contained in the snowflake, but he did not dodge it deliberately. At Hitsugaya Toshiro's current level, it wasn't enough to hurt him. Especially when the killing intent fluctuations are released. Nice trick. The corners of Sufeng's mouth were slightly raised, and his gentle smile was reflected in the ice and snow, giving people a hint of warmth in their hearts. Then let's have a feast of ice and snow. The blade was unsheathed, a cold light lit up, and the power of fluctuations wrapped around it, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a little again. His indifferent voice echoed on the training ground. Ice Blade Wave Sword. Chapter 65. Treating the body of others with the way of others. The moment the voice fell, Sufong raised his hand and chopped it down, and the wave force spurted out along the blade. Layers of icicles spread up under his feet, heading straight for Hitsugaya Toshiro, who fluttered above the sky. The snowflakes adhered and fell around Sufong, blooming again and again, bursting out countless ice thorns. Sufong released the power of the wave of killing intent. Like a scorching fire, The ice flowers on his death tyrant melted and disappeared in an instant, turning into steam and melting into the low temperature. To some extent, the killing intent fluctuation is not a large-scale killing technique, and Sufong prefers to use it as some kind of defense method. Normal attacks, such as Sero, sword pressure, etc., are constructed by Ling Li Ling Ya. The wave of killing intent is triggered by the power of wave, as long as its intensity is high enough to completely shatter those attacks before they approach. It's like the burial of 100 flowers in the ice sky right now. The icicles that climbed layer by layer soon approached Hitsugaya Toshiro. There was a hint of panic in the deep green eyes. Before facing this uncontrollable icicle, no one knew the mood of Hitsugaya Toshiro at this moment. Hiranmaru, as the strongest Zanpakudo in the ice and snow system, once completely liberated, the ice and snow between heaven and earth will fall under its control. But this seemingly slow icicle in front of him is completely out of control. It even gave him a great sense of threat. The subconscious mind is vigilant against it, and even instinctively fears and trembles. Hitsugaya Toshiro didn't want to challenge the limit, and immediately shook the ice wings, activated Shunpo, and dodged in the distance. But weirdly, the icicle also turned and followed him. Perceiving its trajectory, Sufong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, letting Hitsugaya Toshiro dodge. With the power of his current fluctuations, it is not too difficult to cover the entire training ground with icicles, and even freeze the 10th squad. So, no matter how the other party dodges, it is inevitable that they will be frozen. Carrara, finally. With 3/4 of the training ground frozen, Hitsugaya Toshiro was finally caught up and banned in it, his expression completely frozen. The trace of despair in the depths of his eyes was a bit unbearable for anyone to see. However, the team members who watched the entire assessment throughout the whole process also had varying degrees of despair in their hearts. Is Urahara Sufong really just a vice captain? Why do you think he is even scarier than his own captain? On the high platform, the captains looked at the scene in front of them, and they were also a little complicated. Too outrageous. Kyoraku Shunsui's expression was a bit exaggerated. In this case, is it difficult for the captain of the 10th division to let Sufong take over? 99. Old man Sean, what do you think? Yamamoto Uenujai looked at the icicle covering everything, but also seemed a little silent. Not to mention him, even Aizen, who watched Sufeng's battle, didn't expect this scene to happen. Tomorrow's Toshiro Banya is the Shinigami of the strongest Zanpakudo in the ice and snow category. But why was he frozen so thoroughly, although I didn't want to see this happen? Unohana Retsu lowered her gaze slightly and said in a low voice, but from the current point of view, he has undoubtedly failed in the third seed of Hitsugaya. 5. The captain's assessment, he did not pass, in the training ground. Sufong smiled and walked towards the frozen Hitsugaya Zinshilong. There is a reason for choosing the Ice Blade Wave Sword for the final finish. Even if his moves are composed of the power of wave, but in essence, the power of this Ice Blade Wave Sword in Hiranmaru is not much different. Therefore, even if Hitsugaya Toshiro rolls over, it will not be so easy. In his perception, Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was frozen in the icicle, was still very active, and the Ryotsu was in a state of poised to go. Simply put, he is acting. As if unaware, Sufong walked to the icicle and pressed his right hand on it. It's a pity, Hitsugaya has 3 seats. He shook his head and sighed. I was in charge of the captain's assessment, but you didn't pass. Cracks spread across the icicle, like cobwebs, covering everything in an instant. Click. With a soft sound, the ice debris scattered all over the sky. Hitsugaya Toshiro also moved at this moment, the ice wings fluttered, and he approached Sufong in an instant, and the Hiranmaru in his hand also happened to be at the position of Sufeng's heart. This moment, offensive reversal, sorry for disappointing you. Hitsugaya Toshiro's eyes were firm, and the chill spread in the palm of Hiranmaru's hand, as if to freeze Sufong in the same way. Advertisement, this time, I'm sure to win, on the spectator seat. With cheers, the team members praised Hitsugaya Toshiro's wit, and also rejoiced for him to pass the captain's assessment. However, in this scene, it is somewhat like a warrior who has gone through untold hardships to defeat the development of the Great Demon King. It's careless. Sufeng's gentle smile remained unchanged, allowing the chill to spread. Well, this time I lost. If he didn't admit defeat, he was worried that Hitsugaya Toshiro would not be able to completely freeze himself. At that time, if you want to be a good actor, you will not be able to do it. Let Hitsugaya Toshiro be the captain of the 10th division. After all, he was used to the various official duties of the 10th division. That scene in the training ground can deceive Hitsugaya Toshiro, and can deceive the team members in the spectator stand. But it will never deceive the captains on the high platform. The century-old captain's career may not bring them much strength growth, but it undoubtedly broadens their horizons a lot. 35 Kyoraku Shunsui's eyes flashed a hint of relief, and he put the grass roots in his mouth again. Should I be a member of the Urahara family? It's really similar to Urahara Kazuki back then. Ni Yuli gave him a cold look, and retorted with a disgusting gesture. Don't say such disgusting words. Sufong is Sufong, Urahara Kazuki is Urahara Kazuki, 99. The two must not be confused. Unohana Retsu's eyes curled, and there was a hint of tenderness in her smile. Anyway, the captain's assessment is over, isn't it? As for Hitsugaya's position as the captain of the 10th division, everyone should have no opinion. The old man agrees with Captain Unohana's statement. Yamamoto Uenujai's eyes are still focused on Sufong in the training ground. No matter the battle process or not, the result can be as you wish, 99. The team members will not have any objection. Aizen didn't speak, but looked at Sufong with deep eyes, and there was an inexplicable meaning in the corner of his slightly raised mouth. The black-framed lenses reflected the light on the ice. Covering his eyes, it also covered the thoughts in his heart. Sufeng's acting skills at this time are quite poor. That is to say, the team members in the spectator stand, and Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was tortured and exhausted by Kido, did not find it. If they looked closely, they would find that Sufong never used Zanpakudo's liberation from beginning to end, and even rarely used moves such as kendo. On the contrary, the captains, as the strongest in the Soul Society, naturally sensed the gap between Hitsugaya Toshiro and Sufong. Strictly speaking, the two at the moment are not on the same level at all. Hitsugaya Toshiro's fighting skills were a little too immature in front of Sufong. On the training ground, after hearing Sufeng's words, Hitsugaya Toshiro finally breathed a sigh of relief and released Bankai. He has just mastered this ability not long ago, and with his current Ryotsu, it is not enough to sustain it for too long. Congratulations, Captain Hitsugaya. Sufong said with a smile, the next 10th division will be handed over to you. It's going to be a tough day. Hitsugaya Toshiro gasped, and glanced at Sufong gratefully. After comparing the state of the two, he didn't know where the other party was releasing water, and the amount of water was not enough to drown the entire Seirei. This time, it's just a fluke. Obviously, Hitsugaya Toshiro still failed to understand Sufeng's idea. Master Bankai's Shinigami like you is qualified to be the captain. Sufong put the knife into the sheath and walked slowly to the side of Hitsugaya Toshiro, with a green light blooming in the palm of his hand. Under his surprised gaze, Sufong slapped Hitsugaya Toshiro's head and kneaded it mercilessly, as if pressing dough. Return. Sufeng's smile remained unchanged, it's just a small attempt, 99. Although Sufong pressed his head, his heart was full of shame. But Hitsugaya Toshiro Nien did not make any rude words when the other party was well-intentioned, but the black line on his face became more and more obvious. Tsukabishi Tizai, as the chief Kido chief, was very good at all the Kido recorded. And this, of course, also includes Wei Dao. Only in terms of proficiency, it is probably not as good as Yunohana Retsu of the 4th division. Sufong is very different from the usual Shinigami's way of learning Kido. Katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot. He didn't need to study the resonance between Kido incantation and the spiritual child, nor did he need to study the path of spiritual power in his body, nor did he care about the form of Kido's release. Advertisement in the presence of wave spirit tools and wave power. Sufong only needs to control the amount of wave power poured into, and the standard of chanting the Kido mantra. To put it simply, the wave spirit tool was developed by Niyuli and is exclusive to Sufong. But, in the follow-up conversation between Urahara Kazuki and Nomori, it was vaguely known that Nomori had begun to study the regular version of the wave spirit. At that time, Shinigami team members should also be able to use related spiritual tools. Just imagine Sufong, like Gatlin, releasing all kinds of Kido. I'm afraid I can only think about it in a dream. At this level, even a captain-level Ryotsu cannot do it. Perhaps, only the likes of Aizen and Yamamoto Yuanyujai can try it. In general, Sufong thought in his heart, Niyuli's invention, in a sense, has greatly enriched my methods. Maybe try to agree to his trade request, just when he was distracted. The captains on the high platform also walked in front of them. The examination is over. The majestic voice of Yamamoto Yuanyujai echoed in the training ground. In the spectator seats, it was as silent as a cicada. The soldiers couldn't help but recall the terrifying Ryotsu that was pressing down on them before the battle. As if on the brink of death, Deputy Captain Sufong conceded defeat, and Toshiro Hitsugaya won this battle. Congratulations, Hitsugaya. 35. Looking at Hitsugaya Toshiro, Yamamoto Yuanyujai's slightly closed eyes were also a little gentle, as if the erupting volcano was about to be suppressed. After a short rest, prepare for the inauguration ceremony of the captain. Team 10, it would be more convenient for someone to be the captain earlier. After all, he turned and left. In terms of responsibilities, the 10th team is docked with the 1st team. For example, the highest level strict order needs to be signed by the captain of the 1st team and the 10th team before it can be released. However, even in the history of Soul Society, the highest level of strict order has not happened a few times. Ha ha, Xiao Bai, I knew you could do it. Matsumoto Ranki, who had sobered up, saw Yamamoto Yuanyujai's departure, and immediately jumped to Hitsugaya Toshiro's side, rubbing his white hair unceremoniously. Matsumoto Ranchu. Having been rubbed his head by Sufong earlier, Hitsugaya Toshiro was already at the stage of jumping. This Matsumoto Ranju came to intervene again, and immediately let him directly fry. I am going to kill you. Hey, it's so full of energy. Kyoraku Shunsui walked to Sufeng's side and looked at the two who were chasing after him with emotion. Beijing band leader can join them if you don't mind. Sufong said with a smile. Haha, this kind of thing is still avoided. Kyoraku Shunsui scratched his head and smiled. I'd better go back to work earlier. Otherwise, Xiao Shishu will cut off my wine again. 35. After all, he waved his hand and left the 10th division. Urahara Sufong. The corners of Ni Yuli's mouth grinned, revealing nearly miserable white fang teeth, giving people a creepy feeling. Following related experiments will require multiple attempts. Remember to come to the Technology Development Bureau as a guest. He didn't mention Urahara Kazuki's participation at all, and he didn't have any ideas to improve the wave spirit tool in Sufeng's hands. Obviously, during this period of cooperation, Urahara Kazuki got along very well. Least, Nomori is willing to keep a secret for Urahara Kazuki. Yunohana Retsu also walked up to Sufong, and a gentle voice sounded in his ears. Mr. Sufong, don't forget your promise. The 4th Division team welcomes you at any time. If you don't come, I would be very distressed. Although her voice was gentle, Sufong still heard such a slight threat from her tone. After all, she left the 10th Division team building with Huche Yongyan, who came with her. Aizen walked slowly and said with a chuckle, Sufong, you showed me a wonderful battle. Captain is overrated. Sufong always maintained a humble attitude in front of him. Treating people in disguise, the same disguise, is often the best response. Chapter 66. The Genius Ni Yuli, Sufong and the Quince's Deal. The inauguration ceremony of Hitsugaya Toshiro's captain, nothing unexpected happened. And he also mentioned at the inauguration ceremony that the biggest goal is to get Shiba Isen back in addition to fulfilling his responsibilities. Sufeng's expression was a bit strange when he heard it from one side. He didn't know what ecstasy soup Shiba Isen had given them. The only thing that is clear is that, when Shiba Isen reappears in front of Soul Society, I'm afraid it won't end well. At least the burial of 100 flowers in the sky cannot be avoided. Certainly. A few days after the assessment ended, Hitsugaya Toshiro also sensed something was wrong. The strength Sufong showed was not as outrageous as the intelligence records. And this also made him doubt whether the other party was putting water in the assessment. Later, he asked this question through the celebration banquet prepared by Matsumoto Ranju for him. Over the banquet, sake, spirits, spirit sake, Kuchiki liquor, black liquor from the Technology Development Bureau. Matsumoto Ranki has a wide range of friends and can be called the first courtesan of Soul Society. She often met squad members, noble members and even members of other departments in various taverns. There are even captain-level crossbows like Kyoraku Shunsui and Komamura Sajin. After all, drinking is one of their few recreational activities. I won't go home if I don't get drunk today. Matsumoto Ranju raised his glass and smiled boldly at the crowd. In front, the people who came to celebrate with different images also raised their glasses in response. Celebrate Hitsugaya as captain, the youngest captain ever, 99. I watched the entire assessment battle. Captain Hitsugaya's Bankai form is super handsome, 730. Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was sitting on the left side of Matsumoto Ranju, listened to these bursts of praise, and his old face flushed, and he could not wait to find a crack to get in. Captain, don't be shy. 99 Matsumoto Ranju toasted, come on, let's drink one first. Hitsugaya Toshiro looked at the ink like wine in the wineglass, and his old face turned from red to black. This thing is a black liquor developed by the Technology Development Bureau, and its purity has exceeded 99% of the liquor on the surface of Soul Society. Even more outrageous, the researcher who developed this black wine, even through the spiritual filtration technology, made it impossible to use spiritual pressure to eliminate the negative state of drunkenness. That is to say, as long as you drink too much black wine, it is designated that you can't tell the difference between east, west and northwest. Damn Matsumoto. Hitsugaya Toshiro took the glass, unable to swallow. He came today, but he still wanted to ask Sufong to verify one thing. Sarah, Matsumoto. Kyoraku Shunsui said, at the age of Captain Hitsugaya, it's not yet time to drink black wine. Matsumoto Ranku was disappointed. She also wanted to see how Toshiro Hitsugaya was drunk. Hearing this, Hitsugaya Toshiro breathed a sigh of relief, and while the people at the banquet were in full swing, he quietly walked to the corner. Sufong is tasting the Luhun wine, reminiscing the sweetness of it. Different from black wine, Raijinshu belongs to sake, its degree is not high and the taste is very soft. Even someone like Sufong who has never tasted alcohol can easily drink a lot. It is said that the 4th Division team developed alcohol to relieve work fatigue. Urahara Sufong. Hitsugaya Toshiro was holding a wine glass and sat beside Sufong. In the previous assessment, why did you release water? His eyes were bright and he looked directly at Sufong. What? Sufong put down the glass and replied with a smile, Captain Hitsugaya, don't talk nonsense. If the Commander-in-Chief finds out, I'm afraid he's not going to trouble me. I'm so lucky not to be killed by you. Hitsugaya Toshiro's face was full of black lines, and the more he thought about it at this time, the more wrong he felt. On the training ground, Sufeng's relaxed attitude reminded him of the scene when Shiba Isen played against him when he first joined the team. The two were generally the same. As Shiba Isen said at the time, although he has great potential, it has not yet been fully developed. Unless Bankai is the real master, otherwise, he is no match for those veteran captains. But when he mastered Bankai and fought Sufong, he just let it go. That sense of powerlessness reappeared. This lie can't deceive me. Hitsugaya Toshiro is very serious. I will definitely work harder until I surpass you. 35. Say it. Seemingly because he was more emotional, he gulped down the black wine in the glass in one gulp. Next moment, advertisement Hitsugaya Toshiro's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it developed in the direction of black. Black in red. Boom. Without any suspense, his head slammed heavily on the table and fell asleep directly. Sufong was stunned in place, but did not respond for a while. Although he had heard of people with poor alcohol intake, such as Hitsugaya Dashiro, this was the first time he had seen them. Pity. He shook his head and sighed, you have no luck enjoying this banquet. 55. After finishing the captain's assessment, Sufong also fell into leisure again. As for what he said to Aizen earlier, ask Hinamori Momo to help with official duties or something. Naturally, Hinamori Momo would not refuse, and was even extremely happy. Gradually, she took Sufeng's official duties together. Just to be able to get in touch with Aizen more, look at his face and listen to his voice. Sufong is happy and leisurely, wandering in Seirei all day long. Time flies by so quickly. According to his calculations, the holy police ceremony of Yohabak will also start soon. And right now, Ni Yuli sent an invitation, Technology Development Bureau. The exaggerated technological span makes Sufong feel like a world away every time he comes here. All kinds of black technology appear in the place at your fingertips. Among them, there are even various types of high destructive weapons, as well as various strange flesh and blood experiments. Just like Ni Yuli, the members here are also weirder than each other, and there is no hesitation at all about their own transformation. Along the way, Sufong even saw the researcher who had Zanpakudo inlaid on his arm. The frantic look on his face was like a lunatic, or genius and lunatic are just a thin line apart. Sufong shook his head and walked straight into the development laboratory dedicated to Nimori. Welcome. Ni Yuri's strange laughter sounded in the development laboratory. Under the slightly dim light, the dull breathing sound constantly echoed in the room, giving people a feeling of depression and heaviness. And within Sufeng's perception range, a dark-skinned monster with two strange lanterns hanging from the curved horns above its head leaned against the wall, staring straight ahead with only wide-eyed eyes. The huge V character on its abdomen is separated by a hideous scar, which completely interprets the word ugly. This is my latest work. Ni Yuli opened his arms and laughed frantically. The special golden scorpion kills Jizo. I gave it a nice name, Demon Embryo Syndrome. And the inspiration that created it. While speaking, his yellow pupils also stayed on Sufeng's body faintly, as if to dissect it. It is also from you, Urahara Sufong. Heard. Sufong was stunned, and immediately laughed. He still has a certain awareness of the things in front of him. Jizo is originally the Zanpakudo of Nimori, different from other Shinigami. Ni Yuli regards his Zanpakudo as a tool, and has no idea of his so-called partner at all. And when the Kijo Jizo was destroyed, he directly repaired it, and even transformed it into its current appearance in the future. The appearance of Sufong just moved this time forward a little. As far as he knows, according to the information conveyed by Nimori, the demonic fetus will generate different types of Jizo, and control the battle perfectly in his own hands. It can be said, after the successful transformation of Kisha Jizo, Nimori's combat power has risen by more than one level. Quite excellent research and development capabilities. With the power of waves, Sufong turned into running water like traces, probing the body of the demon fetus and analyzing its secrets. Hey, it looks like you've figured out something. Ni Yuli didn't care. The body of the demonic fetus was just a tool for hatching, fighting, and killing Jizo. Even if other people know its secret, there is no need to worry. Is that why you invited me here? Sufong didn't care about that. Of course not, that's just part of it. 99 With a wave of Ni Yuli's palm, Kido's rays of light flashed away, and the body of the demonic fetus was reincarnated as Zanpakudo and landed in the palm of his hand. That guy Urahara Kazuki contacted me. Someone wants to meet you. He grinned and said the man's name, another pure-blood Quincy, Ishida Longshan. Advertisement: the present. Karakura Town. Sufong appeared directly on the outskirts of the city through the border crossing gate set up in the Technology Development Bureau. Ni Mayuri is indeed a duplicitous fellow. 35 He stepped out of the portal full of strange aura, and the next step was to appear above the sky. Obviously I hate Urahara Kazuki very much, but I have never been sloppy in cooperation. As this? After Sufong pondered for a moment, do you love each other and kill each other? In just a few breaths, he came to the Urahara store again. Yeah, the guests are finally here. Urahara Kazuki has been waiting outside the store, his palms on his eyebrows looking out, and his appearance is extremely unseemly. As for the request, you'd better describe it yourself. He glanced sideways at the young man beside him. The short side parted hair covering the forehead showed a rare silver color, and under the narrow frame glasses, a pair of deep blue eyes flashed a hint of worry from time to time. Ishida Dragon String. Inherit the existence of pure blood quenchers in this world. Sufong stepped down in the air and walked to the front of the two, with a gentle smile that was no different from usual. Sufong, you asked me to do research before, and it has been successful. Urahara Kazuki seemed extremely active. Also, this is Ryugen Ishida, and he also entrusted me to invite you to this world. 35. Contemporary head of the Urahara family, Urahara Sufong. 9. Sufong did not introduce himself as a member of the Godding team. After all, Quincy and Shinigami have been mortal enemies for millennia. It was extremely rare that they didn't fight when they met. The contemporary head of the Ishida family, Ishida Longshan. At this time, Ishida Longshan has already inherited everything from the Ishida family, including all the abilities of the previous family owner. Sarah, come in and talk. Urahara Kazuki invited. Underground space. In the empty research room, two small figures were busy cleaning the ground and walls. It is Hanakari Jinda and Drizzle. Sufong immediately noticed the difference between the two. Different from Shinigami, human or virtual. To be precise, Hanakari Jinda and Shiwuyu belong to a kind of artificial soul, and they are also created using the righteous soul technology and the righteous skeleton technology. Strictly speaking, Nirvana Dream also belongs to the same kind of existence, but it is not as high as their plasticity. According to what Sufong knew, these two people can stuff Hogyoku and a lot of souls at critical moments, thus replacing the Spirit King and becoming a wedge to stabilize the three realms. Of course, these are just guesses. The specific effect, Urahara Kazuki has never admitted. Tsukabishi Tizai, relying on his strong body, constantly carried various experimental equipment in the laboratory, often hundreds of thousands of pounds of objects. Every time it was placed on the ground, it caused a strong vibration. Let's talk. Sufong smiled at Ishida Longshan and asked, I don't know the purpose of Mr. Ishida's invitation to 1.9 this time? Ishida Longshan pondered for a moment, but there was no coy attitude. At this point, he is obviously much stronger than his son. About sanctification. My wife, Katagira Hei, is a half-breed quencher. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the deep blue flashed away. If sanctification cannot be avoided, death will eventually be ushered in. I don't want to see that scene. After listening to Masaki's narration, I entrusted Mr. Kazuki to invite Mr. Sufong to come and talk about this world. 99. Please agree to my request and save Yi Hui's life. Sufong was a little surprised by Ishida Longshan's attitude. He never thought that a person who was so proud and cold in the original book would actually bow his head for love. His heart is not as cold and ruthless as his appearance. Well, it's not that difficult. Sufong turned his head and said, Mr. Kazuki, do you mean that the power of wave I provided cannot maintain a wide enough enchantment? Heard. Urahara Kazuki scratched his head, a little embarrassed. The difficulty of the wave barrier is much higher than I thought. Even with the help of Tizei and Yoriichi, he succeeded only after failing 3,945 times. The remaining material can only create an enchantment that is less than level. The study of the power of volatility is far more difficult than Sufong expected. That's it. The corners of Sufeng's mouth raised slightly. This request is not a problem. Mr. Ishida only needs to grant me a small request. 5. Ishida Longshan was stunned and asked subconsciously, what? Sufong stroked his palm and said slowly, about the cultivation of Ishida Yulong. Chapter 67 shaped in advance. The son is not as good as the father. Rain Dragon? Ishida Longshan was stunned, unable to react for a while. He didn't understand how a Soul Society vice-captain of Gode 13 knew his son's name. Could it be that the Soul Society has begun to target the remaining Quincy? Do not misunderstand. Sufong seems to have guessed his thoughts. It has nothing to do with Soul Society and Seirei, just my own thoughts. Regarding Yuryu Ishida, I will not interfere deliberately. 35. And my request is very simple. He flipped his palm over, and a wave of power flashed over it. Before he became an adult, he had a captain-level combat power. Abilities such as the Swarm of Spirits and the Sacred Arrow can be taught to him. Heard. Ishida Yulong hesitated, frowned, thinking about the pros and cons of this, as well as the thoughts of Shinigami in front of him. He doesn't understand. Why would a Shinigami stare at his own son in exchange for nurturing him? Sufong stood on one side, quietly waiting for the other party's answer. In fact, this idea came up temporarily. If he hadn't seen Niyuli's progress, he wouldn't have thought so. The body of the demon fetus was created in advance by Niyuli. If Ishida Yulong did not make a million points of progress, I am afraid that he would not be dissected as an experimental body. Although the battle between them did not disturb Sufong at all. It's nothing to ask for. Ishida Longshan's frowning brows could not be stretched out, and the spirits around him also showed a strange dynamic. This scene proved from the side that his heart was not calm at this time. A long time. He took a deep look at Sufong. After all, love overwhelmed reason. I agree to your request. I will seriously cultivate Ishida Yulong. As to whether he can reach the height you mentioned, that is another matter. Sufong smiled. Don't look at other people too badly, even if he is your son. Ishida Yulong is quite a unique existence among the half-blooded Quincy masters. His talent is by no means inferior to yours. 23. He vaguely remembered that Ishida Yulong once said to Ishida Yulong, I am not interested, you are not talented, which really shocked Ishida Yulong at the time. Of course, it turns out, Ishida Yulong's talent is indeed not as good as Ishida Longshan. But this does not prevent him from being a very special existence. After all, he is the only hybrid Quincy who is immune to sanctification. The only pity is that the same teaching has created two completely different beings. Ishida Longshan is known as the most talented and capable Quincy master. Under the guidance of Ishida Zongshan, he easily has a captain-level combat power. And Ishida Yulong, under the same teaching and at the same age, is still with Jillian Jozan, and can't even defeat. Don't skimp on your talents. Sufong reminded again, Ishida Yulong's specialness is far beyond your imagination. Ishida Ryuji nodded. I will honor what I say and keep it going. 55. And with this, the reputation of the pure blood quencher family is suppressed. Very good. 99. Sufong was very satisfied and turned to Urahara Kazuki. What do you need me to do about the wave barrier you said? 35. Urahara Kazuki saw that the two had reached an agreement, and his smile was extremely strange. Second collaboration between Shinigami and Quincy. I seem to be a witness to history. The first naturally refers to Shiba Ishin and Ishida Ryuzen. However, according to the Shiba family's philosophy, it is an alternative in Shinigami. They have never hated any Quincy. The wave barrier has been simplified to the extreme by me. When Urahara Kazuki saw that Ishida Ryuzen's expression could not be suppressed, he hurriedly took out a crystal ball the size of a human head in his arms. Don't worry about those details. Hanakari Jinda was dumbfounded on the side. He didn't understand how such a big thing, Urahara Kazuki, was stuffed into his arms and not found by others. Just a little trick. He looked at Sufong and explained, just pour the power of wave into it. When used, it's like this. Saying that, Urahara Kazuki released the light of Ryotsu from the palm of his hand, and the Reiki shrouded the crystal ball like water. Next moment, with its palm as the center, it spreads out a hazy enchantment covering a flat or so in all directions, and it is dotted with countless Kido incantations, which bind the wave enchantment like a chain. Volatility barrier. Urahara Kazuki's expression gradually became serious. When I failed 3,000 times in a row, I realized that the simple power of wave and the structure of the Reiki cannot form a stable structure. Not to mention immune sanctification, even a complete form cannot be shaped. So, I borrowed a little bit of virtual power, the negation that exists only in the records. Sufong was a little interested in this, and pressed one hand on the wave barrier. A hazy light enveloped his palm, and a strange force wrapped around it, rippling like running water. Advertisement, negation. 39 Urahara Kazuki goes on to explain. It is a world that is isolated from each other inside and out. Once the target is enveloped by the negation's beam, it is equivalent to being in another space, which is inaccessible to outsiders. 5. And the same is true for the wave barrier, and, under the continuation of Kido's forbidden technique, even the time is out of sync. Like this. As his voice fell, everyone clearly saw that Urahara Kazuki's every move seemed to be slowed down by more than 10 times, and when he opened his mouth, his voice was constantly lengthened. Very weird, but soon, Urahara Kazuki was back to normal again. The wave enchantment can recognize the power of the void, Shinigami, and the Quincy, and thus be immune to the power of sanctification. 55. It seems that in order to dispel Ishida Longxian's worries, he also broke apart the most detailed aspects and explained in detail. When space and time are completely disrupted, I don't think even the creator of the three realms can pinpoint a specific existence. Hear this. Ishida Ryuzen glanced at him with a strange look. He didn't know those many secrets, he just thought Urahara Kazuki was talking big. But Sufong is clear. Urahara Kazuki had researched on the Spirit King, otherwise, he would not have created the alternate existence of the Spirit King such as Hanakari Jinda and Shiwuyu. It is precisely because of this. Sufong just believed that there was absolutely no adulteration in Urahara Kazuki's words. As for the effect of the wave enchantment, he let go of the wave power, contracted the wave perception, condensed it at a point, and covered it on the wave barrier. In its vision, the position where Urahara Kazuki was standing was like nothingness, and no existence could be detected. Was completely wiped out. Just like an eraser rubbing on white paper, there is no trace left at the end. But, the shortcomings are also very obvious. Although Sufong couldn't see, even his perception was blocked. But in the range of his perception, there appeared a special space different from the surrounding, even mixed with the familiar power of wave. Say it. Sufong pressed his palm on the wave barrier again and asked, how is the defensibility of the wave barrier? Urahara Kazuki's expression was a little embarrassed. Because too much power is mixed, the defense is quite poor. Even Jinda's home run can shatter the wave barrier without leaving any traces. It's even more unfortunate. He lowered his eyes and looked at the crystal ball in the palm of his hand. Because of the special effects of negation, nothing can be delivered during the maintenance period. 5. If possible, I hope that the wave enchantment can expand to a sufficient range to accommodate some food and daily necessities. Better, be able to include a house in it. Heard. Sufong pondered for a moment and said, let me try it first. 99. He didn't know how much the crystal ball could convert the power of wave. Urahara Kazuki lifted the wave barrier and handed the crystal ball to Sufong. As the power of waves poured in, things like golden dust also fell from the crystal ball. Like an hourglass, the golden dust accumulated at the bottom of the crystal ball and kept climbing. A simple accommodating display function. Urahara Kazuki explained, when the golden sand is full, it means that the capacity of the crystal ball has reached its limit. 5. It's also just enough to cover an entire house building. Sufong had a bottom line in his heart and increased the infusion of the power of volatility. In just a few breaths of time, the golden dust filled the crystal ball and couldn't hold any more. Urahara Kazuki gave Sufong a very surprised look. In his calculations, if the power of wave and spiritual power were exchanged, if he wanted to fill the crystal ball, it would be enough to drain a captain. On the other hand, look at Sufong. There was no change in his expression, and he didn't even catch his breath. It was as if he had just walked a few steps. My advice is to get everything ready as early as possible. 39. Sufong said softly, sanctification may begin at any time. 35. If you regret it, then it will be too late. Ishida Longxian was silent and lowered his head. Urahara Kazuki looked familiar, patted his shoulder skillfully, and arranged. Go and tell Shiba. Ah no, Kurosaki Ishin should be called now. And Masaki and the others, I have enough space here. Advertisement, and we just need to build a house. Ishida Longshan no longer hesitated, he raised his head, took a deep look at Sufong, and disappeared in place. Flying sickle feet. Sufong sensed the strangeness of its disappearance trajectory. Equal to Shunpo, it seems not to be higher than Shunpo. The difference between the two seems to be better judged from the level of master. It's just that there are subtle differences in the use of spirits. He shook his head, not taking it to heart. Shunpo, based on the power of wave, is enough for him. Also, there are a few high-end tricks in Shunpo. Because there is no need to resonate with the Kido incantation, Shunpo is also a kind of basic combat power for Sufong. Say it. Sufong turned to Urahara Kazuki and asked, "Where's Miss Yoruichi? I am very interested in some of the inheritance of the Shihuan family." Tsukabishi Tetsusai in the distance shuddered when he heard this. He seemed to recall the unforgettable scene when he taught Sufong Kido before. Whether it is the Kido in the records or the Kido created by him, they are all passed in front of Sufong. With the blessing of the Wave Spirit Tool, Sufong only needs the chanting standard and content of the Master Kido incantation, and then he can successfully learn Kido. The appearance of this scene. It is also that Tsukabishi Tizai has completely subverted his understanding of Kido over the past few hundred years. After Sufong left the world, he still couldn't get out of it for a long time, and it was only now that he eased a little. Hopefully, Miss Yoruichi doesn't suffer some kind of mental trauma from this. Tsukabishi Tetsusai shook his head, picked up the machine that was nearly 3 meters high, and walked towards the other end of the underground space. Urahara Kazuki decided to build a new research room in 730. This also made Taijai busy. Kurosaki Masaki, Katagira Hei. Sufong looked at the two people in front of him, which was different from the meeting a few years ago. At this time, Kurosaki Masaki has become a lot more stable, but occasionally he will show an ignorant side. Since the two have arrived, please enter it. Urahara Kazuki arranged everything, prepared a lot of food, and all kinds of daily necessities, enough to last a year of life. Thank you. Kurosaki Masaki and Katagira Hei thank you sincerely and sincerely. After all, it's about their lives. Immediately after, the two took the crystal ball and walked into the old scientific research room together. With the unfolding of the hazy wave formation, their auras also disappeared from everyone's perception. See, Shiba Ishin and Ishida Ryujin were also relieved. Although they didn't know whether the enchantment could actually work, they were still willing to believe in Urahara Kazuki and Urahara Sufong. After all, it was he who saved Kurosaki Masaki's life and restrained Hollow. And Sufeng's performance. Shiba Ishin and Ishida Ryushuen looked at each other, and they seemed to remember the Battle of the World a few years ago. Destroyed the entire city. Maybe they can do it with their strength, but it will never be as easy as Sufong. Hope everything goes well. The worried eyes of the two of them stayed on the sparkling wave barrier. Shihuan Yoruichi also returned to the Urahara store a few days later. In her words, she went to the Soul Society to gather information. However, Sufong could clearly smell the lingering smell of alcohol on her body. Well, it still seems to be the best spirit wine, 35. As soon as these words came out, the black cat in front of him subconsciously frowned and hurriedly retorted. What kind of spirit wine? I have never heard of it. Why would Kong be willing to entertain me with soul spirit wine? We just had a drink. Halfway through the words, it stopped abruptly. The black cat froze in place, stared at Sufong with suspicious eyes, and said seriously, "You little brat, it seems to have inherited the tradition of the Urahara family perfectly. Like that guy Kazuki, he likes to tease people." Shihuan Yoruichi is still talking about Urahara Kazuki's shortcomings. Sufong is straight to the point. "Miss Yoruichi, I have another offensive request to see you this time." The black cat raised his head, his eyes becoming more and more suspicious. "The Shihuan family and the Urahara family cannot marry, even if I have been exiled to this world, 35. Sufong was stunned, and immediately reacted, naturally it's not a marriage or something. It's about Sifung's secret footwork. Chapter 68. Niyuri's Bold Guess, the Humble Shinigami Association. Shihuan Yoruichi, who had returned to his human form, looked at the flickering figure not far away with a surprised expression. Couldn't get back to God for a while. For the first time, she saw the existence of Master Sifung's secret footwork in just a few days. Even Shunpo skills such as flashing flowers and turning the sky are completely masters. Sufeng's talent is far beyond Shihuan Yoruichi's imagination. Like a monster, Shihuan Yoruichi stood beautifully on the boulder, his golden eyes locked firmly on Sufeng's position. From time to time, it changes with its flickering figure. It made her look a little weird. Just when Sufong practiced to a critical moment, Shihuan Yoruichi suddenly slapped the ground with a palm. A large amount of Reiki poured in, accompanied by the light up of the blue Kido light. Dozens of high-temperature thunderbolts spread out in all directions with the palm as the center, but as if an identification system was installed, they instantly locked Sufong in the distance. The thunder and lightning staggered vertically and horizontally, fused and magnified, and instantly enveloped Sufeng's practice place. All its dodging positions are completely blocked. And at the moment when the thunder and lightning fell, Sufeng's figure flickered, like a film that had been cut off, and stopped abruptly in place. Next moment, a strand of sleeves slowly fell in the air. And Sufong himself had already come behind Shihuan Yoruichi, with a relaxed expression that Shihuan Yoruichi had never seen before. Empty cicada of Sifung's secret footwork. Shihuan Yoruichi only felt his throat dry and couldn't take it for a while. Even though she is known as Flash Goddess, she still spends a lot of energy when practicing this one-step method. Even at Soul Society, she wanted to teach Byakuya Kuchiki the technique. But the opponent tried many times, but still couldn't master. Instead, it was a small skill in the fight, flashing flowers, and the master was extremely skilled. However, it seems that Byakuya Kuchiki had just learned about the empty cicadas when they left Soul Society. It seems that we can continue to improve. Sufong suppressed the restless wave power if you use your own power to replace coats or other items. It seems a bit like Phantom Burst. This is a good idea, and whether it can be realized or not depends on the follow-up improvement. Sufong can replace a complete coat with a piece of clothing, which is already a very skilled master. Even Shihuen Yoruichi is only at this level. Thank you, Miss Yoruichi. No matter when, Sufong still maintains a modest attitude. You are welcome. Shihuen Yoruichi suppressed the shock in his heart and waved his hands indifferently. This is what the Shihuen family owes you. 9 Shihuen Yoruichi fell into deep guilt when he learned that the Urahara family was deprived of their noble status and the Shihuen family was involved. After all, strictly count. The Urahara family is considered to be the lower-level nobles of the Shihuen family, and the relationship between them is relatively close. But in the end, it was the Shihuen family who chose to abandon them, which made the Urahara family fall into such a state. A little compensation is nothing at all. As long as Sufong thought about it, even if Shihuen Yoruichi took out an artifact similar to Tiandazan, she would not have any hesitation. These things, compared with the loss of the Urahara family, are not on the same level at all. Then, about Aizen. Urahara Kazuki came from a distance, and the new research room was already constructed. I mean, are we just waiting for him to reveal his plans? He was holding a flower umbrella that he took out from nowhere, and matched it with his fisherman hat, which looked extremely weird. Let's do it step by step. 35 Sufeng's voice was a bit low, although I am immune to Kyoka Suigetsu who manipulates the 5 senses. Do you want me to fight with you? Until the other party has not achieved his goal, it is completely impossible to estimate what means he will take. 35. It's not impossible to control all of Shinigami's 5 senses. Hear this. Shihuen Yoruichi couldn't help but fell into contemplation, thinking about the solution to Kyoka Suigetsu. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't avoid the ability that could be called incomprehensible. The root of Shinigami is Ryotsu. Kyoka Suigetsu can even complete hypnosis Ryotsu perception. This alone has already killed more than 90% of Shinigami. Everything you see is just what I want you to see. How to spell? Is it possible to kill everything clean? Advertisement, just observe. Urahara Kazuki also calmed down some depressed mood. If Sufong is in the 5th division for a long time, at least Aizen will be restrained when he acts. 5. Hypnosis cannot be controlled by Kyoka Suigetsu, and it must be able to hinder its actions. Seeing that both of them thought so, Shihuen Yoruichi could only give up those unrealistic ideas. Maintain the protection of the wave barrier. Sufong raised his head and tapped his fingertips on the open space in front of him. The danger of sanctification will be fatal to a half-blooded Quincy. There are certain special secrets that Mr. Kazuki should know better than me. Speaking of this, his fingertips rippled, as if they were on the water. The 2 closed doors slowly emerged from the ripples, as if gushing out of the water. The power of mixed blood is far beyond imagination. Goodbye, you two. After Sufong finished speaking, he stepped into the gate without looking back and disappeared in front of the 2 of them. And Urahara Kazuki also looked at the direction of his departure and fell into deep contemplation. As Sufong said, the power of mixed blood is far beyond imagination. The son of Shiba Ishin and Kurosaki Masaki has gradually shown his extraordinary potential in ordinary times. Maybe you can find an opportunity to fully guide its power. At that time, he will be a trump card against Aizen. It's impossible to put everything on Sufeng's body. Urahara Kazuki murmured, it's not reasonable and it's not fair. Let's discuss it with Ishin. He shook his head and walked towards Shunpo in the Urahara store, and the figure disappeared into the underground space. Soul Society. Sufong quietly returned to the Technology Development Bureau, just in time to see Nirvana Lee B************ G on the body of the demon fetus. As the first person to transform Zanpakudo in Soul Society, his level is also constantly practiced on the Jizo. As the Zanpakudo of Nirvana, killing Jizo is the worst. For this guy's future betrayal, Sufong said that he was not at all surprised. After all, having endured so many inhuman tortures, even his body has been completely changed now. Sarah, have you completed the promise? 35 Ni Yuli noticed Sufong standing not far away, and the slowly closing door. Actually, I'm curious. Who is the Black Hand you and Urahara Kazuki say? It can't be Yamamoto Uenujai who can have such a means. 99. When Ni Miyuri mentioned the name of Yamamoto Motonuzai, he didn't mean the slightest bit of respect at all. Sufeng's expression was slightly startled, looking rather surprised. Why such a rude thought? Captain Yamamoto has followed Seirei for thousands of years, guarding the rotten rules to this day. Why do you think he manipulated everything 100 years ago and even now? Heard. Ni Yuli put down the large cross knife in his hand, spread his hands, and showed a strange smile. Look at the whole Seirei. 35. The only one who can make you and Urahara Kazuki so jealous is Yamamoto Motoyujai. He broke his fingers and counted. At the moment, the captains who have been qualified for more than hundreds of years are nothing more than Yamamoto Uenujai, Unohana Retsu, Kiraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki. The rest, mostly chosen after the hollow incident. Speaking of which, his voice stopped abruptly, as if the pause button had been pressed. Is it the new captains? Hey, do you hide your identity, ability, and strength? 99 feet? The yellow eyeballs are like some kind of uncontrolled creature, spinning at high speed in an irregular state in the eye sockets of Nomori. What a dangerous bunch of guys. As the captain of Gode 13 with countless secrets, Nomori obviously also knows most of the secrets in the Soul Society. Because of identity, he has researched more than once about the secrets between the Spirit King and the Five Nobles, including the meaning of the existence of the Zero Squad and the dirty transactions between the nobles. It is about whether he can safely pursue scientific truth. It is precisely because of this that Master Ni Yuli has learned the secrets that the ordinary captain does not know, and also allows some of his dirty experiments to be carried out. Although he is not a noble, but those nobles will spontaneously maintain everything about him, including helping him keep a secret. Otherwise, based on his actions, he would have been arrested and judged by Central 46 long ago. Sufong once briefly estimated that some of Yi Ni's actions were only known to him. Being sentenced for thousands of years is not too much. And have to be imprisoned in the endless hell. Sufong has seen too many things like meat bombs. Advertisement many times, the lives of the soldiers of the 12th Division do not belong to them at all. These are just your own guesses. Sufong said indifferently, in this regard, my suggestion is not to try to challenge the unknown. A useful partner like you is not so easy to find. Urahara Kazuki is too much by the so-called rules. Hear this. Ni Yuli was stunned and murmured. I can see this as you think I'm stronger than that disgusting guy. Sufong paused and said, of course. 99, in a way, you do play better than Urahara Kazuki. Ni Yuli lowered his head and let out a strange laugh, until the laughter became louder and louder, echoing in the room. Thank you for your compliment. 35. The laughter stopped abruptly, and Ni Yuli wiped the tears from the black and white mask. The whole person looks weird and crazy, secret or something. He returned to his old posture again. There will always be a day when it will be revealed, isn't it? I don't care about manipulating Seirei black hands or anything. But if you can see Urahara Kazuki overturning, please call me. Whether it's Yamamoto Uenuzai or Unohana Retsu, one day people will be known. Obviously, Ni Yuli still thinks that the mastermind behind the scenes is among those veteran captains. As for purpose, he never thought about these things. Just as he went to study those taboos, the purpose is not important and the result is not important. What matters is only the process. The process of dissecting the truth bit by bit is what he seeks. Sufong left from the Technology Development Bureau. Naturally, he would not take Ni Yuli's request to heart. When everything is revealed, Nirvana will discover everything in it, so as to truly understand where the truth of this world lies. Sufeng's life has returned to peace again. Everything about Soul Society is like a calm lake, only the gently swaying ripples can vaguely attract everyone's attention. During this period, some minor things happened. For example, Abarai Renji came to invite him to join the Men's Shinigami Association, one of the most statusless associations in the Seirei. After inspecting the offices of the Male Shinigami Association, Sufong decisively refused. From a prison somewhere in the 9th Division, to the sweaty battlefield of the 11th Division, to a Rukongai residence provided by Hisagi Shuhei. Compared with the Women's Shinigami Association, it's like a sky and an underground. However, at the begging of Abarai Renji, Sufong promised him to be an honorary member. No need to attend various meetings, just hang your name on it, Zhao Hao. Certainly, Abarai Renji did not invite him alone. When he came to the 5th team, he also sent an invitation to Aizen at the same time. The reason is that there is a lack of symbolic figures like captains in the Male Shinigami Association. Besides Aizen, Jashiro Yukitaki has already agreed to join. This also made Sufong reacquainted with how good Jashiro Yukitaki is. But, according to the information given by Abarai Renji, Jashiro Yukitaki wants to relax his mood more through certain activities, so as to avoid further deterioration of physical diseases. In this regard, Sufong also believed. Jashiro Yukitaki was critically ill when he was a child and was on the verge of death, and was sent to the ancestral hall of the One-Eyed Great God by his parents. At the cost of his internal organs being taken away, he gained the ability to become a substitute for the Spirit King, and at the same time, he also maintained his life down. In short, his fate is also extremely tragic. For Abarai Renji's invitation, Aizen just thought about it and agreed to join. So far, Sufong expressed his silence for his captain. As far as he knows, the Male Shinigami Association, under the leadership of the shooting range Tezeman, moved the meeting place from the storage room to the most secret and safe place in the Soul Society. There, they will not be exploited by the Women's Shinigami Association. After all, that place is the men's toilet, not after that. It was Abarai Renji who was recommended by Madarei Mikaku and Yachiryu Kusaka as the vice-captain of the 6th Division. As for the former vice-captain Jin Jinjiro, he went to take care of his own optical shop. According to Abarai Renji, 90% of Soul Society's glasses business is occupied by Jin Jinjiro. Quite hot. Shortly after Abarai Renji became the vice-captain of the 6th Division, Rukia went to the world alone at the suggestion of Shiba Kaien. Responsible for garrisoning Karakura town, Chapter 69. The beginning of everything. It is night, and the moon is like a hook. Under the cold night, the black butterflies dance lazily under the breeze. A petite figure dressed in a black death tyrant, standing on the roof, glanced at the messenger, and then affirmed. It should be around here, and I can indeed sense strong spiritual pressure fluctuations. Karakura town is stationed at Shinigami, Rukia Kuchiki. As she walked in the air, Shunpo exerted her best, searching for the center of the Ryotsu fluctuations. Until Rukia went straight into someone's house. Stepping on the desk without any scruples, he tried his best to capture the surrounding Ryotsu with his Ryotsu perception, trying to find the hidden virtual. Just as she jumped off the desk, a big foot quietly appeared behind her. Boom! Rukia fell to the floor like a rolling gourd. Hey, 35 the orange-haired boy in Karakura No. 1 Senior High School shouted dissatisfiedly, are all thieves so blatant now? I don't care if the master is at home or not, just break into it, 99. Don't look at your young age, but I must send you in. Rukia lay bewildered on the wooden floor, completely unaware of the situation. Can you see me? The movement of the two also attracted Kurosaki Ishin. When the father and son met, they punched and kicked, which fully reflected the harmony of the family. This chaotic situation continued until Rukia explained everything clearly. Although Kurosaki Ichigo is still reluctant to believe it. One of Bakudo Sai. Rukia pointed with one hand, and the reiki overflowed from the fingertips, turning into invisible ropes that bound his hands and feet completely. Don't look at me like this, I'm more than 10 times older than you in terms of age. Also, watch it carefully. She pulled out Zanpakudo and slammed the hammer down with a hilt attitude. Boom. The imprint of the word, soul, appeared on the forehead of a soul, and Rukia completed a soul burial ceremony with the fastest speed. This is Shinigami's exclusive ability called soul burial. Rukia explains, it's also part of Shinigami's work. It seems that it was the first time she met a human with high spiritual power who could see her, and she didn't mind giving him some common sense about Shinigami and the soul. Until there was a shrill scream from downstairs. This is Yuzu and Natsumi's voice. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes widened, subconsciously trying to get up. However, being bound by Bakudo, he could do nothing at all until the riot of spiritual power in his body swept away Bakudo 730. Kurosaki Ichigo rushed downstairs as fast as he could, seeing the hollowness in Rukia's mouth. Then, that is false. Appearing in front of him was a huge human-like creature, with a burly body comparable to a one-story building, with twisted patterns on its hideous mask, and its teeth were wide open, giving off white air that was visible to the naked eye. Fishbone D standing on the roof of the building in the distance, Sufong explained lightly, a kind of miscellaneous fish. In terms of strength alone, it is by no means an opponent of Rukia. 9. Urahara Kazuki held up a flower umbrella under the moonlight and said with a smile, are you just watching how things are going? Rukia was adopted by you as a child. Sufong raised his finger, and an imperceptible wave of power emerged and disappeared. Bakudo No. 4. This rope. Before Urahara Kazuki could react, he was tied up by the golden light rope that suddenly appeared. The one under his feet was unstable, and he fell directly from the top of the building. I wanted to do this a long time ago. Sufong sighed, this is an excellent opportunity. 55. Far away. Kurosaki Ichigo overcame the fear in his heart, picked up his baseball bat, and charged towards Fishbone D with a roar. Pity. The disparity in strength made him fly backwards very quickly. And Rukia is to save Kurosaki Yuzu and Kurosaki Ichigo, also under the attack of Fishbone D, was seriously injured and could not get up to fight again. Do you want to save your family? Rukia leaned against the wall, raised Zanpakudo in his hand, and pointed at Kurosaki Ichigo. The only way, that is. You become Shinigami. After a while. The dazzling light bloomed on the street, like a flash bomb, illuminating everything around. Swish. The blade flashed away in the light, puff. The sound of tearing flesh and blood came from Fishbone D's sturdy arm. Immediately. A whole arm flew into the air, blood spilled and scattered behind it, and the scene was once very spectacular. Advertisement. The next battle showed a one-sided trend. Kurosaki Ichigo, who stole all of Rukia's Ryotsu, has initially shown his power to hang on the wall. Completely brutal stance. Kurosaki Ichigo held a man-high Zanpakudo, like a god of war, dismantling Fishbone D's limbs. It's just a few hours. That monster like Fishbone D was slashed by Kurosaki Ichigo from the top of his head. It turned into a spiritual child in the sky and disappeared into the air. And Kurosaki Ichigo also passed out because of excessive mental stress. The rest of the aftermath was completely handed over to Rukia. For example, the use of the magic machine to erase all the memories of Kurosaki Ishin's family, and replace it with other memories to wake up, so as to avoid inappropriate disturbances. However, this god-changing machine can only erase the memory of ordinary souls, and for Kurosaki Ishin, who is still Shinigami, it has no effect at all. Even if his power is used to suppress Zubai, it's our turn to appear. Urahara Kazuki broke free from Sufeng's Kido and stood on the roof again, shaking a folding fan in his hand and said with a smile. Correct. Sufong said lightly, it's just you, not us. 35. Sarah, it's really heartless. Urahara Kazuki shook his head and said, if little Rukia knew, how hurt would she be? He wasn't finished yet. It was because he was directly enveloped by a strange force, making him feel as if he was in a world of ice and snow, and the chills shot up to the sky under the soles of his feet. Deep into the bone marrow. Urahara Kazuki shivered involuntarily and murmured, is this also the application of wave power? What a weird way to use it. Seeing that Sufeng's face was not good, he stopped talking and activated Shunpo to disappear in place. You are? After finishing everything, Rukia looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of her with a dazed expression. Urahara Kazuki raised the corner of his mouth and smiled mysteriously, just a passing businessman. Trade, on the basis of all things being equal. As long as you can afford the money, then everything is fine. Why did you pass out? Urahara Kazuki also held the unconscious Rukia on his shoulders and followed Sufong directly back to the Urahara store. The work of stitching up her injuries was handed over to Shihuan Yoruichi. As the former captain of the 2nd Division, although his level of repairing injuries is not as good as those of the officers of the 4th Division, he is far superior to the General Shinigami. With the various wound medicines and repairing agents provided by Urahara Kazuki, Rukia's injuries are also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inside the room, Urahara Kazuki looked at Sufong in front of him seriously and asked, "Do you really need me to provide the soul foreign body extraction medium? Although I can't produce it now, if it is made again, it will only take time and energy." Sufong put down the teacup and whispered, "Go ahead as planned. People always have to experience to grow." 99. What's more, it's a great opportunity. 35. Perhaps under the influence of Hogyoku, the potential of Rukia can also be further developed. Urahara Kazuki thoughtful, but soon, he frowned again, looked at Sufong in confusion, and was about to speak. But it was interrupted by Sufong. "Have you offended many people with the past of the Urahara family? My experience is far more exciting than yours in this world. Whether it's ordinary civilians, or those nobles who have fallen into trouble." Sufeng's voice, like a light wind in the mountains, rustled the leaves. "It wasn't a good time." 99. "But it was my fastest growing stage, CDBJ, isn't it?" He faced Urahara Kazuki, as if looking at him. Although he didn't look directly, Urahara Kazuki seemed to have been pierced by a sharp sword through his heart, and he was a little breathless for a while. As the former head of the Urahara family, no one knows the past of the Urahara family better than him. Because of this, only then did he understand Sufeng's past better. "Is this?" Urahara Kazuki lowered his eyes. "I see. Since it is your request, then business as usual." 39. Sufong nodded and left the Urahara store before Rukia woke up. It is still the gate of the fixed passage. When he appeared again, he was already back in the Technology Development Bureau. The transaction between Ni Yuli and Urahara Kazuki became the best cover for Sufeng's turnaround in the world. No one doubts the relationship between Sufong and Ni Yuli. It's no secret in Soul Society that the two of them researched the powers of their respective Zanpakudo. And this, at the same time, made Sufeng's reputation, deeply influenced by Ni Yuli, mixed with the good and the bad in Soul Society. Advertisement certainly. Sufong didn't care about this. Just some gossip. "If there is any change in the world, please let me know." Before Sufong left, he did not forget to explain it to Ni Yuli. "Oh, is it your dirty deal with Urahara Kazuki again?" Ni Yuli seems to have learned a little bit of secrets through cooperation. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, after being warned by Sufong, he was able to suppress his curiosity and not investigate at all. "Everything is as usual." "Yeah." 99. Sufong admitted decisively, "Don't pay attention to those details, just remember to inform me about the abnormality." Previous time. With the death of a large number of half-blooded Quincy masters, Ishida Ryuzan also guessed the beginning of sanctification. And this state of affairs has continued for quite some time. After the death of the half-blood Quincy, the wave barrier continued for another year or so. Ryuji Ishida is not a cruel person, but he is not a fool at the same time. He will not use his kindness to test the bottom line of others. He will not let his relatives lose the chance to live because of a momentary recklessness. To him, the half-blooded Quincy was nothing but a stranger. He never mentioned other half-breed Quinces to Kurosaki Isshin or Urahara Kazuki. As Sufong said, sanctification is the ritual of taking away everything from the half-blooded Quincy, and it is also the beginning of Yohabak's recapture of his own power. Kurosaki Masaki and Katagira Hei avoided the fate of death. 1 year after the death of all the half-blooded Quincy masters, the two of them also returned to the present world and the place where they lived. It was only at Sufeng's request that he deliberately hid his power. Relatively speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Yuryu had a better childhood than before. Time flies by. 2 months later, Technology Development Bureau. Lingbo Survey Section. Bujo stared at a pair of eyes that were almost completely protruding, and kept searching for various information on the screen in front of him to capture the information of the world, so as to provide it to other squads to perform their respective duties. A pair of palms inlaid with strange equipment kept jumping and clicking on the keyboard in front of him, even forming an afterimage. Intel. Hum in the room, a lot of red light flickered, and a harsh alarm sounded, echoing on the wall. This is... Bujo's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets, and the originally active fingers stopped abruptly. He stared intently at the giant red dot on the screen, his lipless mouth trembling uncontrollably. Again, the Menos Grande is here again. Notify the captain immediately. Ignoring the louder and louder alarm sound in the room, Bujo left the Lingbo survey section and went straight to Ni Yuli's research room. The momentary panic even made him forget the communication equipment at hand, the messenger. Mainly because of the previous accident, Menos Grande appeared in the current Naruto city, directly in the Battle of Vice Admiral, and the entire city was turned into ruins. The members of the Technology Development Bureau also worked overtime for 3 consecutive months before fully restoring the city. During that time, it was a complete nightmare for an otaku like Bujo. He didn't understand the exact gap between Jillian Ajuka's and Vasto Lord, but it was clear that it would be an unimaginable accident. And after Ni Yuli received the notice and came to the Lingbo Survey Department, something weird happened. The siren that rang through almost the entire Technology Development Bureau disappeared. Oh, Ni Yuli narrowed his eyes and tapped on the keyboard in front of him, trying to catch the remaining traces. Is this the power of the Quincy and the unregistered Shinigami? Interesting. Is this what he calls anomaly? Bujo, draw up a report and notify each squad. He stared at the screen in front of him and said word by word. It just said that one unaccounted for and a major violator was found. A request to the Chief Yamamoto for a ruling, the 5th squad. As soon as Sufong stepped out of the gate of the team building, he sensed the hell butterfly slamming in front of him. Extend your finger and let it rest on your fingertips. Has it been found? A thoughtful look appeared on Sufeng's face. In that case, then go straight to the first team quarters. I think the Yamamoto captain should choose the right person and go to the world. Or, the deceased Central 46 will directly issue an announcement. Facing the direction of the underground council hall, he seemed to see the tragic scene of corpses lying everywhere. Chapter 70. Trafficking of a girl. It is recommended to be sent to Karakura Town Prison. Sufong never had any doubts about Aizen's means. Even if there is such an abnormal existence in the 5th Division, it is still difficult to hinder the implementation of his plan. In fact, it was as early as 100 years ago when the Hollow incident happened. Aizen has already unfolded the chess game, waiting for the move in the infinite calculation. While Sufong is wary of Aizen, why isn't Aizen wary by Sufong? Born blind, he made him immune to Kyogo Suigetsu, but at the same time absolutely gave up joining Aizen's camp. For Aizen, one of Tusen Konami is enough. Relative justice is what he needs. Sufong put down many thoughts in his heart and walked towards the direction of the first team building. As predicted, the new hell butterfly came and landed on the fingertips, conveying the wishes of Yamamoto Uenujai. Urahara Sufong, deputy captain of the 5th Division. Byakuya Kuchiki, the captain of the 6th Division, immediately went to the 1st Division house when he received the summons, no mistake. Sufong released the hell butterfly on his fingertips and let it return to its original residence. As guest, choose the 2 Shinigami who are closest to Rukia and go to Vice Admiral to capture them back in Soul Society. What a bad taste. When receiving this summons, Sufong could already conclude. The 46 rooms, which were rotten like maggots, had completely died in Aizen's hands. This is not too difficult for Aizen. With the help of Kyogo Suigetsu, I just lost a little bit of hands and feet when avoiding Sufeng's observation. Actually, for this vice captain who cannot be influenced by Kyogo Suigetsu, Aizen is also extremely helpless. After all, right now, he has no idea of fighting against the entire Soul Society. Take your thoughts away. Sufong stepped towards the first team building again. This trip will definitely kick off everything. First team quarters. Captain's chamber. When Sufong walked into it slowly, he was already aware of the Ryatsu of Byakuya Kuchiki and Yamamoto Uenujai. The Ryatsu of the two showed completely different attitudes. It seems that to some extent, emotions are also affecting the manifestations of their respective Ryatsu. It's been a long time since I heard about the violators. The first person to break into the Soul Society's designated rules is Shinigami, an officer-level officer. Even what he violated was already provoking the majesty of the entire Godei 13 team, and even the Soul Society. In Sufeng's perception, Yamamoto Uenujai's Reiki is like a raging flame, scorching everything around him to his heart's content. Even if he tried his best to restrain himself, standing beside him could still feel the terrifying temperature that burned everything. If Byakuya Kuchiki is a little weaker, it will definitely be affected by it. And Byakuya Kuchiki after receiving the arraignment. His Reiatsu showed a low and worried attitude, and it seemed a little sluggish as a whole, like scattered cherry blossoms, melting into the soil piece by piece. For Rukia's concern, Byakuya Kuchiki never falsified. He really saw it as his own family, Captain Yamamoto. Sufong put away his usual gentle smile, and his expression was much more serious than before. I don't know why you called me here. Yamamoto Uenujai's slightly closed eyes slowly opened, and a flame that could not be extinguished burned in his pupils. Previously, Captain Nimori discovered in the Lingbo survey section, Rukia Kuchiki, the 5th officer of the 13th Division, who had been missing for a long time. He did not give Byakuya Kuchiki a chance to speak, but continued, and during the investigation, it was discovered that Rukia Kuchiki privately distributed the power of Shinigami to the human beings in this world. 39. Making a Shinigami who was never registered, this move is outrageous and violates the rules set by the Soul Society. Now, Central 46 has issued a first-level strict order. Yamamoto Uenujai's angry gaze passed around the two of them. Bring the sinner Rukia Kuchiki back to the Soul Society at sunrise tomorrow. Make no mistake, 9 Byakuya Kuchiki was silent, and his Ryatsu was more restrained, integrated into himself, and was not easily detected. If it weren't for the influence of Yamamoto Uenujai on the side, I'm afraid he would be more restrained. Is the first-level strict order in the 46th room? 35? In contrast, Sufong appears to be much calmer, a rotten and useless parasite. Boom. A violent hurricane like Ryatsu swept through the captain's conference room. Deputy Captain Urahara Sufong. Yamamoto Uenujai was already angry, but when he suddenly heard such rude words, he couldn't hold back his anger at all. Watch your words. 35. Central 46, as the highest judicial organ of the Soul Society, has the right to formulate laws and judge crimes. 35. Advertisement, don't mistake yourself. It seems that he also realized that he was a little gaffe. When Yamamoto Uenujai's words fell, Rei immediately restrained himself and returned to his original posture. Only the flames emerging from the depths of those eyes could not retreat. Still as violent as Ryujin Jaka, Sufong said lightly, 1,000 years have passed, hasn't the Yamamoto captain changed a bit? You don't need to worry about this old man's business. 35. Yamamoto Uenujai snorted coldly, if you want to violate the rules of the Soul Society, I don't mind changing a captain to come to the world for you. Before waiting for Sufong to speak again, Byakuya Kuchiki, who was beside him, walked straight out and said in a cold voice. Deputy Captain Sufong, don't delay any longer. 99. Go to this world and catch the sinner, say it. He just left the captain's meeting room without looking back. As a paragon of nobility, Byakuya Kuchiki left without even saying hello to Yamamoto Motoenai, and something has been amply explained. In this regard, Yamamoto Uenujai is also aware of it. But with his stubborn character, he won't give in at all. He will only think that Byakuya Kuchiki wants to challenge the rules of Soul Society now. Reflection. Sufeng's expression didn't change in the slightest, even though he was directly impacted by Yamamoto Uenujai's spiritual pressure. It's something each of our members should do, Captain Yamamoto, it's not a secret move right now. 99. It can be said, Yamamoto Uenujai is the most stubborn existence. His motto is, he who neglects justice, the old man will never forgive. This shows that his position is firm. However, the justice in his heart is based on the regulations of the Soul Society, which is completely different from the justice that ordinary people understand. After saying the last words, Sufong also slowly left the captain's conference room. Looking at the silhouettes of the two moving away, the flames in Yamamoto's eyes gradually subsided. Instead, it is a touch of contemplation. Walk out of the captain's conference room. Sufong quickened his pace and walked side by side with Byakuya Kuchiki. Speechless between each other, they walked out of the first team building together. The moment he stepped out of the gate of the team building, Byakuya Kuchiki suddenly sighed and looked sideways at Sufong. How do you feel about this matter? In the calm voice, no emotional fluctuations could be heard. How to treat? He was a little surprised by Byakuya Kuchiki's question. Although the other party cared about Rukia very much, but never expressed it before the execution. Even its vice-captain, Abarai Renji, never saw it. Certainly, that doesn't rule out Abarai Renji being a reckless man. Sufong thought for a moment, then pondered. If it is possible, I think Soul Society needs to be fundamentally reformed. For example, the 5 nobles, the 46 rooms, the noble meeting, and the so-called Golden Seal noble meeting. For thousands of years, the world has gradually decayed. Byakuya Kuchiki's face darkened as he listened. What is this all about? What he clearly wanted to ask was about Rukia being sentenced as a criminal. Just when Sufong was ready to talk at length, Byakuya Kuchiki interrupted his thoughts with a black line on his face. It's not about the direction of Soul Society. What do you think about Rukia? Heard. Sufong stopped his remarks and turned the question back to Byakuya Kuchiki. Both brothers, what will you do? Byakuya Kuchiki hesitated. But immediately, his eyes were firm, and he said word by word, I will guard the last reputation of the Kuchiki family and maintain the rules of the Soul Society. In that case, Sufeng's smile came back, I will respect your choice and stand firmly on your side. Hearing this, Byakuya Kuchiki was stunned for a moment. Before he could say anything, Sufong already quickened his pace and walked towards the end of the street. As a member of the proud army, duplicity has become Byakuya Kuchiki's standard way of doing things. To this, Sufong naturally would not choose to be used to it. Since you want to uphold the Soul Society's rules, go ahead and uphold them. I hope in the end, don't change your position. Advertisement. Sufong is looking forward to Byakuya Kuchiki standing on his opposite side. Want to come? For flowers, that scene is bound to be fun. The two left the first team building and went to the Technology Development Bureau first. According to the information provided by Nimori, he has captured Rukia's few remaining Ryotsu and developed a special locator. Welcome. Niyuli fiddled with the equipment in his hand and said without looking up, the locator will take a little time. Please wait a moment. After 10 minutes, a locator like a small radar was also delivered to Byakuya Kuchiki. I wish you two good luck on this trip. Niyuli's joking voice, as if waiting for a good show to be staged. The present. Karakura town. Leaving a note, Rukia jumped out of Kurosaki's window and walked cautiously through the dark streets. Perhaps because of worry, she didn't even dare to walk on the street with streetlights, and she specially picked out corners where she couldn't see her fingers. At the same time, the two figures stood under the full moon, and the dark clouds gradually drifted behind them, obscuring the moonlight. The surrounding atmosphere also became more and more dull. There was a sense of anxiety in the air. Let me make sure. 35. Sufong stood on top of the house and confirmed it with the locator. The backfit is 113, and the neural connection rate is 88.5. It's a fairly well-made skeleton. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at his running figure, his eyes were low, and his emotions seemed to be well hidden by him. Rukia's thoughts were racing, and countless memories flashed back in her mind. She looked at her palm subconsciously, and whispered, have I been here for too long? But Ryotsu. Ryotsu hasn't recovered for a long time, right? A gentle and familiar voice came from behind, making Rukia's petite body immediately stiff, as if the pause button was pressed, and it was fixed in place. Long time no see, Rukia. 99 Sufong lightly stepped on the cement road and walked step by step in the direction of Rukia. The gentle footsteps seemed to be stepping on his heart. While matching the heartbeat, it also brought endless pressure to Rukia. Even if Sufong didn't release any power, he just stood not far from him in the calmest posture. But that psychological pressure was enough to make Rukia's mentality unbalanced. She turned her body stiffly, like a rusted machine, and even made a slight creaking sound with too much force. Just a few months. 99 Sufong observed with wave perception. Have you completely forgotten my teaching? 35. Byakuya Kuchiki also walked out from behind Sufong slowly. His appearance was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Cold sweat rolled from his forehead. Rukia's pupils shrank suddenly, her expression horrified. Although she was very aware of her crimes, she never imagined that the Soul Society would send two people closest to her to hold her accountable. Big brother Sufong, big brother Byakuya. Rukia was pale and her pupils shrunk, like a cat in the sun. Sufong took a step forward, put his hand on the top of her head, and said slowly with a smile. Tell me about the human who stole your Shinigami power? In this case, Captain Kuchiki and I can also cover you up. He spoke boldly and provocatively against the laws of the Soul Society, ignoring the increasingly dark face of Byakuya Kuchiki next to him. Just put that guy to death. Crimes or something, I'll vouch for you. Heard. Rukia was a little anxious and was about to explain. At the end of the street, in the darkness, a powerful Ryotsu erupted. Next moment, the berserk spirit cluster pierced through the sky and headed straight for Sufong. Destroyer. Sufong raised his palm as if he had expected it, and the explosion formed in an instant, engulfing the fleet of spirits in an instant. The indifferent expression has never changed in the slightest, as if he just did a trivial thing. In the darkness, a figure walked out slowly. The school uniform of Karakura No. 1 Senior High School, with short mid-parted hair that covers both ears, midnight blue, under the glasses, a pair of eyes full of justice stares directly at the three. The spiritual bow with black and white patterns was held in his hand, and a faint spiritual pressure was exuding on it. Abducting and selling underage girls in high school. A light flashed from the spiritual bow in Yuryu Ishida's hand. People like you should be sent to Karakura Town Prison. 3 at Chapter 71. The enhanced rain dragon against the background of the streetlights, the small spirit bow looks exceptionally splendid. In the icy eyes, there is not the slightest emotional fluctuation, just like the reflection version of Ishida Ryujin. Substantiated Ryotsu surrounds the surroundings, rippling around it. Ishida Yulong did not put down the spiritual bow in his hand, but in a posture of combat readiness, facing the two of them, he said coldly. I hate this way of coercing people. If there is no good reason, you'd better stay. Who are you? Byakuya Kuchiki's indifferent gaze, as if looking at a dead man. I'm just Rukia's classmate. Yuryu Ishida seems to have been taught quite well by Ryuzen Ishida, a Quincy who hates Shinigami. He doesn't even take out some sort of convenience bag as an excuse to cover up. Ishida Yulong, who was fully armed, locked the two standing on the spot with his spiritual bow, and had no intention of retreating at all. Sure enough, this trip was not smooth. Byakuya Kuchiki was slightly serious, not that kind of ordinary Quincy. At this age, even in the Quincy family, he is considered a genius. 99. From his point of view, the spiritual pressure released by Yulong Ishida alone is no weaker than any of the officials, and even surpassed. In that case, Byakuya Kuchiki raised the palm of his hand, and seemed to be rushing against it, adding a touch of color to his fair skin. Then kill you here. The moment the voice fell. Ishida Yulong's pupils shrank suddenly, and he filled the spiritual bow in his hand with lightning speed, and the surrounding spiritual suns also mobilized. The cluster of spirits was formed in an instant, and it came out of the string in an instant. Boo! The air of 763 was directly torn, and even white air visible to the naked eye was formed, and it went straight to Byakuya Kuchiki. Hado's 31 red cannons. The red flame in Byakuya Kuchiki's palm was not released until the ensemble of spirits approached, turning into a huge fireball that engulfed the cluster of spirits. The crackling sound echoed in the street. The strong impact also spread out in an instant, and the strong wind blew everything around, making a hunting sound. The first tentative confrontation. Ishida Yulong did not fall behind. The red artillery engulfed the power of the spiritual child cluster, but at the same time it was also exhausted, turning into a spiritual child and disappearing into the air. The charred black that pervades the ground is telling the strength of the two. Well, you actually blocked Captain Kuchiki's red cannon. Sufong stood by Rukia's side defenselessly, with a gentle smile that was the same as usual. As I said before, he is a genius of the Quincy clan. Heard. Ishida Yulong looked sarcastic and said disdainfully, I am nothing but a trash that corrupts the family's reputation. I don't even deserve the surname Ishida. However, he raised the Lingzi short bow in his hand again, and the Lingzi light on it was even more radiant than before. It's not that difficult to resist the two of you. 39. If you only have this level, get out of Karakura town as soon as possible. The voice fell. A large number of spirits around him violently gathered on his spirit bow, and in just an instant, a thicker cluster of spirits was formed, and the power also increased several times. Sufong sensed the scene in front of him with great interest. I have to say that Ishida Longshan's education method is quite unique. Although it is not clear what kind of thoughts he instilled in Ishida Yulong, this guy calls himself a waste, and bluntly says that he does not deserve the surname Ishida. But it is undeniable. Ishida Yulong's strength is much stronger than his impression. If Byakuya Kuchiki is in his current state, it would be a bit tricky not to liberate Zanpakudo. No one can stop the implementation of Soul Society regulations. Byakuya Kuchiki nudged his thumb, and a cold light flashed away under the moonlight. The spirits burst out in a cluster, and rolled backwards in the air, setting off a gust of wind howling, and everything around them instantly dimmed. Rukia looked at the scene in shock, and subconsciously covered her face with her hands. Even with the daytime battle as the foundation, when she saw this scene again, she still couldn't hide her surprise. From her point of view, Ishida Yulong was definitely not weaker than any of the officers in the Godai 13 team, and even stronger. Unfortunately, Shunpo activated. Byakuya Kuchiki's figure disappeared in place, Zanpakudo lifted up, exuding a biting chill in the air. He didn't mean to dodge. As the captain of the 6th Division and one of the Soul Society duo, Byakuya Kuchiki has a dignity that cannot be let go. The blade fell. The cluster of spirits like tree trunks was directly cut open by the cold light, escaping towards both sides, and turned into spirits again to escape into the air. Byakuya Kuchiki lost his speed and went straight to Yuryu Ishida not far away. Advertisement in this battle, he has already moved to kill. Big brother Byakuya. Rukia's expression was a little anxious. Ishida is innocent. She couldn't bear to see a friend she knew in this world die by Byakuya Kuchiki's sword. Do not worry, Sufong said with a smile on the side, that little devil of the Quincy was not killed so easily. Facing Byakuya Kuchiki who was approaching in an instant, Ishida Yuryu couldn't see the slightest emotional fluctuations on his face, as if he had completely abandoned the interference of emotions. He also activated the flying sickle feet at the same time, in order to widen the distance from Byakuya Kuchiki. His fingers flicked quickly, and several small silver and iron-colored bottles protruded from his cuffs, which were directly smashed by the cluster of small spirits, and a large number of high-concentration spirits were scattered. Captain Kuchiki, if you despise your opponent. Sufong seems to have discovered Yulong Ishida's thoughts, it may be a big loss. As his voice fell, the high-concentration spiritual particles scattered from the silver iron-colored vial scattered directly in the surrounding directions, sealing Byakuya Kuchiki in it. On the lens, a cold light flashed. Ishida Yulong stood on the spot, pushed the frame lightly, and said in a low voice, "Accept this grand battle formation." Holy bite. Like a volcanic eruption, the violent spirits rushed out from the ground and engulfed Byakuya Kuchiki in an instant. Far away. Rukia's pupils shrank suddenly, unable to believe the scene in front of her, and subconsciously murmured. How is this possible? The voice fell. A figure appeared around the surging spirit stream. Although it looked unscathed, the leader Yuri on his body was already swallowed by the violent spirit stream. If it weren't for Kong Chan, the third of Sifeng's secret footwork, I'm afraid he would have been injured. Captain Kuchiki. Su Feng's voice came from behind him. You seem to be underestimating each other a little bit. This is a big taboo in battle, without any exaggeration. Byakuya Kuchiki completely ignored Yuryu Ishida. Even if the other party's spiritual pressure is not weaker than that of the seat officer, even if the other party does not fall behind in the previous test, even if he perceives the formation of the battle formation. Yes, in the history of Soul Society. In the war between the Quince and Shinigami, the Quince belonged to the defeated side and was almost slaughtered. It is precisely because of this that he will despise each other. It is precisely because of this underestimation that Byakuya Kuchiki was at a disadvantage in this battle. I understand. Byakuya Kuchiki was not furious at Sufeng's words. He's not a bad character like Nimori, on the contrary. Byakuya Kuchiki is extremely knowledgeable about listening to what others say and looking at himself. Typical external cooling and internal heating. I will give you the respect you deserve. Byakuya Kuchiki fell on the street, ignoring the huge pothole that appeared beside him, with the blade in his hand standing in front of him. And grant you the death you deserve. Let's scatter, Senbon Sakura, 35. The blade disintegrated, turning into countless tiny blades and flying into the air. Under the moonlight, the cherry blossoms dance along with them, like a beautiful spring scene, blooming in the night. After Shikai, Byakuya Kuchiki regained his graceful posture again, stood on the spot, raised his palm slightly, and then lowered it gently. Countless blades ripped through the air, swept the wind, and rushed towards Ishida Yulong, as if to engulf it. At this time, Ishida Yulong also truly recognized the huge gap between him and the captain. Rain of light. He leapt into the air, and briefly stagnated himself in the air with the ability to fly sickle feet. The stream of spirits visible to the naked eye converged on the short bow of its spirits, emitting a dazzling light like the sun. Ishida Yulong stared at the endless blade that flew by, and his tense fingers suddenly loosened. Next moment, the violent rain erupted from the Ling's short bow, directly occupying everything in front of it, engulfing the endless blade. The majestic momentum even directly suppressed Byakuya Kuchiki's Senbon Sakura in the frontal confrontation. Cold sweat fell from Ishida Yulong's forehead. As a side of the battle, he knew better that the scene in front of him was just an appearance. The small and imperceptible blade is constantly destroying his rain of light, breaking it down bit by bit. When he noticed this scene, he gritted his teeth, and immediately took out a strange thing similar to the handle of a knife in his arms. Advertisement. When the spiritual child poured in, a blade-like light bloomed from it. The high-frequency vibration on the blade made Byakuya Kuchiki aware of the abnormality. I saw Ishida Yulong put the hilt on the spiritual bow, and ignoring the blood spilling from his fingertips, he suddenly pulled the bowstring. It's over. He locked onto Byakuya Kuchiki, who was manipulating Senbon Sakura from a distance, and let go of the bowstring. Boom! Cherry blossoms fell from the sky and landed before the attack that cut through the sky, shaking the terrifying impact, shattering the ground and collapsing the walls. This aftermath alone is enough to smash the ordinary fish. Things that pierce the soul. Sufong recognized Ishida Yulong's secret weapon. Through the high-speed vibration of the spirit on the blade, it decomposes the opponent's spirit. 39. It's a pity that Captain Kuchiki's Senbon Sakura is even better. The Q***** Master Kid is sure to lose. The dust in the sky dissipated, and Byakuya Kuchiki appeared unscathed in Yuryu Ishida's line of sight. Goodbye, Quincy. Byakuya Kuchiki was expressionless, ignoring the front, and waved his white palm down again. Thousand Sakura turned into a ball, like some kind of rolling stuffed creature, and flew to the top of Ishida Yulong in an instant. And the blood overflowing from Ishida Yulong's fingertips was already unable to open the bowstring of the spirit bow again. Bang! The violent blade slammed into his chest, directly knocking his entire body into the air. The blood dyed Ishida Yulong's chest completely red. With just one blow, he was completely incapacitated. Like a rolling gourd, Ishida Yulong collapsed to the ground, raised his head blankly, and looked at Byakuya Kuchiki not far away. Is this the gap? This moment, he seemed to recall his father's teachings, and his unabashed demeaning and sarcasm made him doubt himself for a while. If it weren't for the safety of his mother, he would have lost his motivation to become stronger. But now Ishida Yulong flicked his fingers. I can't fight anymore. 35. Byakuya Kuchiki raised his palm again, and Senbon Sakura moved like a living thing under his control. Just when the endless tiny blade was about to fall, another violent Ryatsu erupted at the end of the street. Immediately after, the sword pressure formed by the terrifying spiritual power ripped apart the sky and once again broke the silence in this area. The cherry blossoms flew up and resisted the powerful impact before the sword pressure. 3. A faint surprise flashed in Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes. He turned his head sideways and asked, Rukia, is he the human who stole your Shinigami power? Perceiving the familiar Ryatsu, Rukia's face paled to the extreme, as if she had already seen the fate of the two of them. If Byakuya Kuchiki is alone, there may be hope of escape. She subconsciously raised her head and glanced at Sufong beside her. Her eyes had completely lost their vigor. After seeing the fight between Sufong and Neutra, in Rukia's cognition, the person who adopted himself was tantamount to standing at the top of Soul Society. Boom! A figure fell from the sky, a black death tyrant outfit, orange hair and a disdainful expression, surrounded by a powerful spiritual pressure. Good. He answered Byakuya Kuchiki's question, and pointed the blade in his hand. If you want to take Rukia, you have to pass me first. Stupid. Rukia seemed to overcome her inner fear and glared at Kurosaki Ichigo. Didn't I tell you to leave it alone? 99. What does this have to do with you? Get out of here. Kurosaki Ichigo froze in place, tilted his head to look at Rukia in the distance, and grinned. How could I let these two guys take you away? 35. Saying that, he took off the Zanpakudo on his shoulder again, and in a fighting stance, faced Byakuya Kuchiki and said loudly, Let's fight, face paralyzed monster, as soon as this word comes out. Byakuya Kuchiki's already cold face was more like a frost coat. The ignorant. Just as he was preparing to continue to control Shinbon Sakura to fight, Sufang's voice came from behind. Captain Kuchiki, will you leave this guy to me? 35. He looked back and saw that Sufong still had that kind of gentle smile on his face. If it's all up to Captain Kuchiki to solve the battle. 5. Doesn't that make me seem too useless? Chapter 72 I guarantee my life. Byakuya Kuchiki stopped what he was doing and looked at Sufong in surprise. A long time. He dismissed Shibon Sakura's Shikai. Since this is your request, I'll leave the rest to you first. 5. Saying that, Byakuya Kuchiki walked slowly to Rukia's side, looking down at her. So far, do you still retain a trace of fantasy? Or? He glanced sideways at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was dazed in the distance. Do you have any hope for this human who robbed you of your Shinigami power? There was a hint of despair under Rukia's pale face. She slowly shook her head and said in a faint voice, Byakuya bro, I'll go back to Soul Society with you. Can you let them go? Before Byakuya Kuchiki could speak, Sufong slowly shook his head. No way, Rukia. 55. If there is no severe punishment, where will the rules of the Soul Society be placed? Byakuya Kuchiki nodded in agreement. It should be. Hello. 99 not far away. Kurosaki Ichigo shouted impatiently. If you don't fight, leave Rukia as soon as possible. 39. Then go back to the Soul Society. I'm not interested in what you call rules. 35. However, when his voice fell, weird fluctuations swept across Sufong, followed by terrifying oppression. What a rude b****************. D. 99 Sufong smiled at Kurosaki Ichigo and said seriously, didn't your family tell you? Don't arbitrarily interrupt other people's conversations? Boom. The power of fluctuation visible to the naked eye erupted directly with Sufong as the center. The ground was collapsing, and a large number of cracks appeared on the street, causing the already unsightly concrete floor to smash directly. Sufong took a step forward, and the terrifying force of oppression fell on Kurosaki Ichigo. Boom! His whole body was directly suppressed and bent, and he couldn't even raise his head to look directly at Sufong. Far away, 23 Ishida Yulong, who was barely leaning against the wall, looked at the scene in front of him with shock. I thought the one named Byakuya Kuchiki was strong enough. But now it seems that this existence with closed eyes seems even more terrifying. Just this sense of oppression is enough to make people suffocate. Crunch. Kurosaki Ichigo put Zanpakudo in his hand on the ground and propped up his body, but he still made a sound of being overwhelmed. Every bone in his body was protesting to him. Eyeballs were bloodshot, and Kurosaki Ichigo found in horror that he couldn't even resist the opponent. Under such oppression, even standing up straight has become luxury. Give me, he gritted his teeth, the potential in his body was being stimulated, and the Ryotsu was roaring. Get moving. A hint of surprise flashed in Sufeng's heart, and he secretly said, should it be said that it was an open affair? This level can explode again. Kurosaki Ichigo, raging, turned into a torrent visible to the naked eye, overflowing the streets, and even captured the brilliance of the moon. Break free from the suppression of the power of volatility. He rose into the air, and the spiritual pressure was wrapped around the blade, condensing into a substantial light visible to the naked eye. The crescent moon is rising. The sword pressure condensed by the high concentration of spiritual particles fell, and went straight to Sufong. And what made him even more frightened happened. The crescent moon, which has always been invincible, actually seems to have been weathered, shattered bit by bit, and retransformed into a spiritual child and dissipated in the air. Long before the release of volatility bursts, Sufong surrounds himself with the wave of killing intent, so as to achieve a defense without dead ends. As he imagined, to a certain extent, the fluctuation of killing intent is more effective in defense. Uncontrollable potential. Sufeng's smile did not change at all, it will only become a drag. Have you never tried to fail? Can you bear the taste of failure? Before waiting for Kurosaki Ichigo to respond, Sufong raised his right hand, the index finger was deep, and the power of wave was wrapped around it, like a spiral circling. Ice blade. Tiny ice blades formed on his fingertips, the temperature on the street seemed to drop to winter, the cold pierced the bones and eroded the spirits of others. Kurosaki Ichigo raised the blade subconsciously to resist. However, the ice blade went straight to meet him, cutting off his Zanpakudo without hindrance, turning it into countless pieces of ice and scattering. No resistance. Kurosaki Ichigo stared at the ice shards flying all over the sky, his pupils shrank suddenly, and the shock on his face couldn't be further added. How is this possible? The scene in front of him was completely beyond his cognition, even beyond his imagination. Even Menos Grande, who was lured by false bait, was comparable to a monster-like existence, and would not be 1/10 terrifying of the person in front of him. Advertisement with just a flick of his finger, it shattered his Zanpakudo directly. Because of this, the spiritual pressure in his body suddenly went out of control and went berserk. But he didn't wait for Kurosaki Ichigo to make the next move. However, Sufong waved his hand, and the countless ice shards carrying the fragments of Zanpakudo arrived in an instant. People, learn to pay for their actions. 35 Puff. At this moment, the sky was full of blood, and countless wounds were torn on Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Like a flower of evil blooming. Puff. Kurosaki Ichigo fell to his knees weakly, his eyes staring blankly forward, and he had completely lost his fighting power. You cut off his locks in sleep? Byakuya Kuchiki stood there, glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo with indifferent eyes, and found the key point. Not only that, Sufeng's smile at this time was like a demon, his body was also slashed by ice blades at every joint, and a large amount of blood seeping out would cause him to die within 5 minutes. His power was completely deprived, and even his spiritual power was wiped out. 35. Perhaps, death is the best place for him. 35 Hear this. Byakuya Kuchiki's expression didn't change at all. In his heart, these two human beings who suddenly broke out are no match for Rukia. In that case, return to Soul Society. 35 I saw Byakuya Kuchiki's palm stretched out, and Kido's light bloomed in the palm of his hand. Uzumaki appeared in front of it, and immediately formed a quaint gate of crossing the world, with hell butterflies stumbling on both sides. Tick. Raindrops fell from the cloudy sky, soaking the scorched black street and the dilapidated ground, and Kurosaki Ichigo, who was still on the ground, was still unconscious. The blood and rain mixed, flowing and spreading towards the distance. Despair gradually devoured Kurosaki Ichigo's heart. The rain above his head was covered by a flower umbrella. Mr. Yulong. Urahara Kazuki's voice came from under the hood. Need help? 9 When hearing this voice, Ishida Yulong in the distance also lost consciousness and passed out. Yeah, did this pass out? Urahara Kazuki looked slightly startled, and when he recovered, he crouched down beside Kurosaki Ichigo and examined it in detail. It's really hard to start. 99. I'm sorry, Tease. Take the two of them back to the Urahara store first. 99. Next, it's time for an exciting training camp. Under the hood, a pair of eyes shone like bright gems in the dark night. It's really exciting. 35 Soul Society, in front of the gate. The black hell butterflies danced, and 3 figures stepped out of them. Are you still worried about that human? Byakuya Kuchiki's low voice sounded, as if it was in Rukia's mind. You have been in this world for too long, and you have been infected with those who should not be. So-called friendship. Rukia lowered her head, her expression extremely lost. In her opinion, Kurosaki Ichigo has died in the hands of Sufong. But from a rational point of view, she shouldn't hate Sufong, she should even be grateful to him. If there is no Sufeng's behavior, perhaps she will be directly sentenced to death by the 46th room. Everything Sufong did was to justify his own crimes. From start to finish, in Sufeng's heart, he was worried about Rukia. Take Rukia into the 6th Division's prison for the time being. Sufeng's expression was indifferent, as if nothing had happened. I will describe the details of the next mission to Captain Yamamoto. I'm also very curious about the trial in room 46. After that, he cast Shunpo and disappeared from the two of them. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at his distant back, a trace of unease flashed in his deep eyes. With Sufeng's character, he wouldn't do anything impulsive. Probably. First team quarters. Yamamoto Uenujai sat in front of the window of the captain's team building, closing his eyes and resting, as if waiting for the return of Sufong and others. After passing through Chojiro Sasaki's announcement, Sufong also saw the irascible and stubborn captain again. Captain Yamamoto. Different from the past, Sufong stepped in without the usual politeness. Rukia Kuchiki has been temporarily held in the 6th Division's prison. Regarding her trial, I hope that room 46 will consider it carefully. Sufong got straight to the point and went straight to the topic, which surprised Yamamoto Moriyasu. Advertisement. He slowly opened his slightly closed eyes, and flames flashed across his pupils, as if indicating his somewhat restless emotions. In violation of Soul Society regulations, the power of Shinigami is transmitted to humans without authorization. Staying in this world for a long time, even deliberately hiding Ryotsu to avoid the Soul Society's detection. Such a crime, according to the law, at least one must be imprisoned in the endless hell for 100 years. Heard. Sufong nodded. The endless hell is a small problem, and 100 years of imprisonment is acceptable. In this regard, what I want to express is actually very simple. Rukia is one of my few relatives. As long as he is not put to death, everything is negotiable. Yamamoto Uenujai understood what he meant, nodded slightly, and said. The old man will try his best. As for the 46th room, I think I should also follow the advice of the old man. After all, the actions of the sinner Rukia did not affect their interests. Sufong was a little surprised. Yamamoto Uenujai was able to say these words. In his mind, shouldn't room 46 represent the highest judicial body of the Soul Society? How can it be related to dirty interests? There's no need to show such a gesture. Yamamoto Uenujai seemed to see what Sufong was thinking. The 46th room is composed of 40 sages and 6 judges gathered in the entire Soul Society. They are essentially living beings, not mere machines. Since it is a living existence, there must be a conflict of interests. Sufong sighed lightly. Since that's the case, then I'll ask Captain Yamamoto. Rukia's mentality was still a little low at this time, so I left first. He walked out of the first team building, and his expression returned to his former gentleness. Sufong had no doubts about Yamamoto's words. If it is true 763 room 46, as the captain of Yamamoto Uenujai, he will definitely be able to speak and provide advice. With Rukia's behavior, he won't be punished so severely. Even the punishment of the great underground prison can be avoided. But now, all the members of the 46 rooms were killed and replaced by the will of Aizen Sosuke. Torture is absolutely unavoidable. Thinking of this, the corner of Sufeng's mouth raised slightly. In that case, then let the whole Soul Society liven up. 99. 6th Squad. Private prison. Incarcerated in prison, Rukia's treatment is also the best of many sinners. As the younger sister of the 6th Division captain, Byakuya Kuchiki, if you don't have some privileges, it's hard not to wonder if this is the Soul Society. Deputy Captain Sufong. I have seen Deputy Captain Sufong. Along the way, there was no shortage of team members who saluted him. Even if they don't belong to the 5th Division, Sufeng's deeds have gradually spread in Seirei over time. Among them, many team members even speculated that Sufeng's strength is no less than that of any captain except Yamamoto Uenujai. And there is no shortage of good people, making him the strongest vice-captain in the history of Soul Society. When this kind of news reached the 11th Division, it was natural that Zaraki Kenpachi's blood boiled at that moment. In addition to completing some daily quests, Zaraki Kenpachi wandered around in Seirei, looking for Sufeng's figure. It's weird. Until now, he hadn't even touched the vicinity of the 5th team's quarters. In terms of Lu's degree of idiots, he and Kaolu Bachanliu are no weaker than the green algae head on the sea next door. Are you here to visit Miss Kuchiki? The team members in charge of guarding the nearby prison respectfully said. Sufong nodded and asked in a low voice, how is Rukia? The team sighed softly, looked into the depths of the prison, and said helplessly. It's still the same. Since the time he was incarcerated, he has been sitting there. 55. Sufong stepped on the corridor. The sound of steady footsteps echoed on both sides and transmitted to the depths. Rukia. I have come to see you. 35. Inside the exclusive prison, Rukia turned around and looked at Sufong indifferently. Brother Sufong, am I really going to be executed? The discussions of the guards made Rukia realize the seriousness of her crime again. Facing the person she used to be closest to, she finally asked this question. Sufong paused and said, you'll be fine. A gentle smile appeared on his face again, just like when the two first met. I pledge my life. Chapter 73. We don't rob prison, rob the execution ground. Heard. Rukia froze in place, then lowered her head and was silent for a long time. Thank you, Brother Sufong. Her mood seemed to ease a lot. At least not as silent as before. Don't worry too much. 35. Sufong's smile did not change, like a spring breeze blowing through his heart. I have already explained the reason to the captain. 55. Captain Kuchiki should also intercede for you at the captain's meeting and apply for a reduced sentence. 39. After all, he is also a brother and he will not watch you be executed. But hearing this, Rukia couldn't help but lower her head further, instead of soothing her mood more, with a sadness that could not be relieved between her brows and eyes. He will kill me. A slightly hoarse voice sounded in the prison. Rukia lowered her head and murmured, I know very well what kind of person he is. I was adopted by the Kuchiki family, and big brother Byakuya has never looked at me directly. In prison, there is silence. Sufong leaned against the fence of the prison, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Very disappointed? Do you feel like you made the wrong choice? Rukia shook her head slowly. I'm not disappointed, I just feel a little guilty for not being able to help you, eldest brother. 5. I thought that after joining the Kuchiki family, I would be able to help big brother Sufong. Listen. 99 Sufong said seriously. Rukia, you have already helped me. 35. What? Rukia was a little surprised. Do you think it would be so easy just for the Urahara family's noble seat? Sufong analyzed. Not every noble wants to see their interests divided. To be precise, no one wants to see new nobles appear. Benefits are redistributed, even power. If the current head of the Kuchiki family does not come forward, the Urahara family wants to restore the seat of the nobility. It's a long way off. Rukia was stunned, her eyes filled with puzzlement. But Sufong, you are already the deputy captain. Hear this. Sufong laughed sarcastically. Do you think the nobles will look down on the vice captain? 35. As the most decadent members of the Soul Society, their history is much older than you might think. Even in a sense, the nobility was born before the Seirei. He knows that history very well. The 5 nobles stabilized their rule at the cost of sneak attacking the Spirit King, and also turned the Spirit King into a wedge to stabilize the 3 realms. Although the Spirit King was voluntary, he could not deny the filthy actions of the nobles. Then came the founding and naming of Seirei and even the Soul Society. Even before this history, Yamamoto Genyaze did not even exist. Having said that, Sufong paused, as if waiting for Rukia to digest the information. The nobles pride themselves on being noble, above everything and even the laws of the Soul Society. How can such an existence care about a mere vice captain? Only the words of the head of the Kuchiki family, who are also nobles, and even the 5 nobles, can make them pay attention and change their thoughts and opinions. 99. Rukia was puzzled. But Byakuya brother, he never saw you in the eye? The corners of Sufeng's mouth raised slightly, the joking meaning was a bit heavier. He had already noticed the figure who walked slowly to the entrance of the prison. The white Captain Haori is very eye-catching, don't get me wrong. Sufong said earnestly word by word, Captain Kuchiki is not looking down on you, nor is he disgusting with you. It's because of guilt. Guilty? Deputy Captain Sufong, your words are too much. A stern voice resounded on the road between the prisons. It was followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. The figure of Byakuya Kuchiki appeared in Rukia's line of sight, with a stern expression, as if his subordinates made a mistake. The visitation time ends here. Deputy Captain Sufong, it's time for you to leave. Sufong spread his hands and said helplessly, okay, 95. Let's go, right. Rukia, calm down for a while, everything will be fine. 55. After all, he left with his hands behind his back. Rukia was in prison, looking at Byakuya Kuchiki curiously. From his expression, he could see annoyance turned into anger, but also a trace of worry. Perhaps, things didn't go as smoothly as Sufong said. The 5th squad. When Sufong returned to his room, he was surprised to find that someone was already waiting. Advertisement. The familiar Captain Haori, under the dreadlocks of brown hair, the black-rimmed glasses reflected the sunlight, making it difficult to see his eyes. Sufong, you are back. The same gentle smile, the same disguise. Aizen sat cross-legged at the table, waiting for him. Please forgive me for entering without authorization, but there is nothing I can do to wait for you to come back. 99. I was told by Hinamori earlier that you were out on an urgent mission. 35. Speaking of this, a worried look appeared on his face. Why? Is the mission still going well? 39 to be frank. If Sufong didn't know the essence of Aizen, he might have been really moved by the scene in front of him. The boss put down everything, just waiting for the subordinates who went out to perform the task. When they met, they were even more worried. Pity, Sufong nodded and sighed softly. The task is going well, but... He hesitated. Aizen put his hands on his legs and said seriously, is there any confusion? Might as well say it, maybe I can help you solve it maybe. 35. Regarding Rukia, Nimori just informed Yamamoto Uenujai and him. The other captains don't know. Certainly, Aizen, who is the mastermind behind the scenes, naturally understands that at this time he is just disguising himself better. Or, win people's hearts. Sufong sat opposite Aizen and gently rubbed the eyebrows to stretch them out. Rukia's Shinigami power was taken away by humans, and the news reached first team in 46 room, 55. And my mission on this trip is to bring Rukia back to the Soul Society together with Captain Kuchiki for trial. Heard. Aizen was a little surprised and immediately fell into contemplation. If it's Rukia, I will help to intercede with the Commander-in-Chief in the 46th room, 99. Hopefully it will work. Sufong nodded and said gratefully, then thank you, Captain. 5. You are welcome. In Aizen's smile, with a little apology, who made us a family? I'll try my best. Shortly after Aizen left, Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo also came to visit Sufong and asked for details. About Rukia being escorted back to Soul Society, they have been vaguely heard. In terms of specific details, we still have to wait for Sufong to answer. And while they were talking, the hell butterfly kicked in again. Sufong stretched out his finger and let it fall on his fingertip, receiving the message contained in it. Communicate Central 46 verdict, first-degree felony. Sufong recited word for word. Rukia Kuchiki will be imprisoned as a prisoner in the fourth deepest prison in the Palace of Sins, and will be sentenced to death at the Jenyang execution ground 25 days later, 99. This is Soul Society's final decision. How come? Kira Izuru's eyes widened and she said in shock, could it be that room 46 completely ignores the Kuchiki family? Rukia is a member of the Kuchiki family. Hinamori Momo on the side also had a worried expression and remained silent. Sufong lowered his head and said in a low voice, Room 46 doesn't care too much about the so-called Kuchiki's house. 5. The current Room 46 was replaced by Aizen et al. How could they care what the Kuchiki family thought? Aizen will absolutely use any means to achieve its goals. Life, in his eyes, does not have any district police with Kaojiao. If he is not allowed to achieve his goal, I am afraid that there will be more dangers, wandering around until it comes completely. 25 days, there is still time to recover. Kira Izuru sincerely regards Rukia as his friend, and racks his brains to find a remedy. I can ask the captain to intercede in room 46, and Deputy Captain Sufong can go to Captain Aizen, 99. And Captain Kuchiki, the Shiba family, he broke his fingers and pointed to the people who could make a difference. No need, Kira. Sufong waved his hand, captains can't interfere with the thoughts of room 46. Not to mention, I've thought of a better solution. Heard. Kira Izuru's eyes widened again, a guess flashed through her mind. You shouldn't be. Before he could say it, Sufong stood up and said. Okay. 35. You don't need to worry about this matter for the time being, I will handle it properly. Kira Izuru hasn't spoken yet. Advertisement. Sufong has disappeared in place and left the 5th division. There is no reason for him. Just because of, sign in task. Please go to the Confession Palace to sign in, and intercept the prisoner. Close black lens bracket. Quest reward. GE Ashura template increases the progress by 5%, and you can comprehend the new wave energy. Close black lens bracket. Current template progress. 35%, currently master. Wave power, wave mark, advanced wave sword, wave burst, ghost seal bead, evil light slash, killing intent fluctuation. Close black lens bracket. A new sign in task appears. Sufong immediately understood in his heart, with the issuance of the Central 46 ruling. The prison where Rukia is being held will also be transferred from the prison in the 6th division to the Palace of Repentance. And to his surprise, before Kurosaki Ichigo and others invaded the Soul Society, someone risked being killed to help her escape. Have to say, this courage alone has surpassed the vast majority of people. Sufong thought to himself that the figure had disappeared at the end of the street. At the same time, in front of the Confession Palace, 2 black figures were watching from the shadows, the buildings that were densely arranged like stone pillars. The Palace of Repentance is divided into deep prisons, arranged in numbers. See that white tower? One of the figures said in a very serious voice, those are made of murderous stones, which can effectively isolate the spiritual child. If there is a fight in it, the battle must be resolved quickly, otherwise the consumption of spiritual power will not be replenished, and the duration of the battle will be greatly reduced. 5. Another figure nodded again and again, indicating that he remembered everything. If that's the case, then, the action begins. The voice fell, and the 2 of them launched Shunpo at the same time and disappeared in place. However, just as they were about to pass through the building and reach the deep prison of the Palace of Penalties, a familiar figure appeared in front of them. Brother Sufong. Deputy Captain Sufong. Facing the surprise of the 2, Sufong calmly faced. If I hadn't come to visit the prison, I didn't know there would be such a big gain. Kayan, Renji, are you preparing for a prison robbery? Seeing that their identity was discovered, the 2 took off the hoods on their heads and looked at Sufong with a helpless expression. I've already asked for details. Rukia is innocent in this matter. It was mentioned in the Shinigami purification regulations. Before Shiba Kayan came, he obviously did his homework. If you encounter an unsolvable danger, you can use all means to avoid it. Rukia was not voluntary, but Zhao Wang is good. Sufong interrupted his tirade. The so-called all means does not include giving the power of Shinigami to humans. More so. 99. He shook his head and said with some dissatisfaction, you are too conspicuous. The 2 were puzzled. Break into the Confession Palace and overthrow the jailer. Sufong said with fingers crossed, then take Rukia, what's next? Abarai Renji raised his hand and replied, then take her to Rukongai and go through the Shiba's specially made gate to the world. The prison robbery plan has already been arranged. Heard. Sufong sighed again, with a very helpless expression on his face. Do you think the whole Seirei is nothing? This extremely exaggerated way of robbing prison is undoubtedly slapping the entire Goding 13 team. The two looked at each other, both seeing the embarrassment in each other's eyes. However, we can't just watch Rukia being sent to the Moro execution ground. Shiba Kaien is the vice captain of the most protective subordinates. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, one must never give up easily. 35. If the Confession Palace was robbed of prison, Sufeng's expression became serious. You will face the wanted of the entire Soul Society. This includes, but is not limited to, the entire Godai 13. I don't think you guys can stand up to Captain Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka. Abarai Renji found out where the blind spot was. Sufong did not come to stop the two, but to persuade them. Brother Sufong, don't tell me. He widened his eyes and looked at Sufong with surprise. Well, it's not a waste of my teaching. Sufong nodded. I have a better solution for the torture. That is to put everything directly on the bright side. We don't rob the prison, we directly rob the Genyang execution ground. 95 Chapter 74, the 13th team. Genyang execution ground, also known as Sokyoku Hill, Sokyoku Terrace. On it stands the Destruction King with the destructive power of a million Zanpakudo, which has traditionally been used to execute criminals who have committed major crimes. However, the number of times it is used is very small. Generally, the 46 chambers will judge people, banish them from the world, or in Hueco Mundo. Slightly harsh, that is the underground prison. If it was more cruel, it would be the endless hell. In fact, those enemies that they cannot solve are also imprisoned in the endless hell. As far as Sufong knew, the former Mochung Shuangye and the Fure Aizen belonged to the latter. The robbery ground? Abarai Renji's eyes widened, and excitement appeared in them. Are you sure already? 9 Sufong nodded and pointed to the fourth prison where Rukia was being held. Beware of the guards of the fourth deepest prison. Don't tell me that the book is blocking the two vice captains. Even the two chiefs are easy enough to take away from their vice admiral people. The question is, how to resist the captains who came to rescue. He paused for a while and continued to explain. Let's not talk about Yamamoto Yuanyujai, the captain of Tucson who is responsible for guarding the prison is enough to fight two of you. Not to mention the reckless Kenpachi, Chun Shui, Gao Leng Byakuya, Jashiro the sixth seedling. Sufong counted one by one, ignoring the darkened faces of the two. Although this sounded a little wrong, they couldn't find the right words to refute. He could only retort a little stubbornly and unwillingly. Hey, show some respect to our captain. Feel sorry, although he said so, but Sufong did not see the slightest apology on his face. If these guys really fight, I'm afraid they won't tear the whole Seirei apart. Of course, you will also be demolished. The two looked at each other and shivered involuntarily. Now, come with me to visit the prison. Sufong turned around. Don't think about the prison robbery for now. Before the execution, let's calm down Rukia's wounded heart. Don't keep her down. Penitentiary Palace. Fourth prison. Vice Captain Urahara, Vice Captain Shiba, Vice Captain Abarai. A jailer in a white uniform was guarding the door of the deep prison, and when he saw someone coming, he couldn't help but be startled. This is the first time he has seen so many vice captains come to visit the prison at the same time since guarding the Penitentiary Palace. However, when he remembered the identities of the three and the sinners who were imprisoned in the fourth deepest prison today, he also felt relieved. Mr. Vice Captains, please also keep in mind the rules of the Repentance Palace. Don't make contact with sinners, and the visit time is only half an hour. In addition, there are murderous stone structures inside and outside the White Tower, and it is normal to feel that breathing is not smooth. The jailer spoke very respectfully, and the dull voice seemed a little weird in the mask. And also, he glanced at everyone with some fear. Aren't you here to rob prison? Before leaving, the jailer suddenly remembered this possibility, and his body suddenly stiffened. How come? We're law-abiding people. 35. Yeah, I would never do something that violates Soul Society regulations. Shiba Kaien and Abarai Renji broke into a cold sweat. How can anyone see what they think? Could it be that they really wrote the words, prison robbery, on their faces? This development is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Cough cough. Sufong interrupted the two's cranky thoughts and urged. Let's go and see Rukia first. 35. Time is very precious. The jailer had no doubt that he was there, walking in the forefront to lead the way. In the Confession Palace, the lights were dim, and there was a depressing and gloomy aura. With the decrease in the concentration of the surrounding spirits, it gave people the feeling of being breathless. With continuous deepening, the expressions of the three of them also seemed a little heavy. The atmosphere of this detention alone is enough to make them sympathize with Rukia at this moment, not to mention the execution that will come soon. Rukia sat in a prison with dozens of layers of Kido enchantments, her eyes lowered, and she wondered what she was thinking. She has, gradually, accepted her own destiny. For death, it is no longer as fearful as before. The only one who feels a little guilty is the friend who died because of her. Rukia, we're here to see you. The familiar voice made Rukia turn back sharply. What caught my eye was that reassuring smile. The present world at the same time. Karakura Town, Urahara Store, underground space, rumbling. Above the sky, the black hole exudes a terrifying aura, and several stone pillars rush out of it, splicing together to form a portal. Advertisement. Urahara Kazuki snapped his fingers, attracting everyone's attention. Come on, this is the gate to the Soul Society. His expression suddenly became serious. Please remember what I said below, and don't cause death because of your own mistakes, thus implicated others. It's different from the gate that the Shinigami communicate with. In terms of the function of traveling between the two worlds, this world traveling gate has added a spirit conversion machine, which can convert the tools of all substances in the world into the spirits that constitute the main substance of the soul. In this way, you will be able to go to Soul Society as your original form as a soul. Everyone listened very carefully and raised their own questions from time to time. Until Urahara Kazuki's expression became serious again. The problem is time. The door to the realm of Soul Society opens in just 4 minutes. When the time is up, it will be completely closed, and you will be trapped forever in the break between the present world and the Soul Society. Furthermore, in order to place a virtual invasion of the Soul Society, there is a restraint that prevents the soul from moving. He put his hand on the fisherman's hat, and his voice became deeper and deeper. Once you are entangled in the detainees, it is almost impossible to leave the boundary within a limited time. Just keep going. Shihuan Yoruichi in black cat form took over from Urahara Kazuki. What matters is where the heart goes. It's about having the will to keep moving forward. Are you ready? The gate of crossing the world is about to open. The crowd did not speak, but stood firmly behind the black cat. Seeing this, Urahara Kazuki raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and the crutch in his hand slammed into the bottom of the gate. Boom! Violent spiritual pressure fluctuations were released in the underground space at this moment, and a large number of spiritual suns erupted on the gate. Get ready to go. Urahara Kazuki pointed at the crutch. A new destiny awaits you. Soon, the figures of everyone disappeared into the light curtain of the gate. Looking at the piercing gate that was still in Weiji, Tsukabishi Tizai's face that was like a black pot showed a rare hint of hesitation. Mr. Urahara. After thinking for a long time, he finally asked the question in his heart. Is it really good to just send Mr. Ichigo and others to Soul Society? Or, is it really safe? Urahara Kazuki looked sideways, smiling as usual. Calm down. Don't forget who followed them. 55. Remember how we escaped from Soul Society in the first place. Tsukabishi Tetsusai froze in place and couldn't help but recall the past. Even if tried by Central 46, even if they were framed by Aizen and others, they still fled to the world in the Soul Society under the circumstance of heavy besieging. Among them, Shihuan Yoruichi's contribution accounted for more than 90%. Certainly, among them, there are also other captains who released water, such as Kiraku Shunsui Jashiro Yukitaki, etc., which did not mean to encircle and suppress them at all, and even informed them of the gap in defense. Because of this, they had just become the first successful example of escaping from the trial in room 46. So, Tsukabishi Tetsusai looked at the portal again. Come to think of it, they will be the second case. The fifth squad. Since returning from the visit, Sufong has been in a closed position. And those official duties that belonged to him were taken over by all Hinamori Momo staff. In this regard, Hinamori Momo has no complaints. Not even the other team members had any opinion. It was only occasionally that when passing by Sufeng's room, there was a hint of unbearable expression on his face. In their opinion, Sufeng was completely depressed because of the news of Rukia's execution. I hope the vice captain can come out. No one wants to see such a thing. 39. If I could, I'd really like to chop up those 46 rooms up there. 35. Shish, keep quiet. You're dying? Many voices from the outside world did not reach Sufeng. Since the end of the visit and intercepted Shiba Kaien and Abarai Renji who were preparing for the robbery. The first sign in task without the use of force was also successfully completed. Host has arrived at the Penitentiary Palace and intercepted the prisoner. Close black lens bracket. Sign in completed. Close black lens bracket. Quest rewards are being distributed. The power of volatility increased a little again, giving Sufeng more confidence for the next action. When there was no sign in task before, he was constantly sharpening everything about himself, such as kendo, shunpo, and the control of his own power. The current Sufeng can perfectly utilize every wave of power and use it to exert more powerful power. Template progress. 40%. Close black lens bracket. The new wave energy has been master. Unparalleled wave. Close black lens bracket. Currently master. Wave power, wave mark, advanced wave sword, wave burst, ghost seal bead, evil light slash, killing intent wave, unparalleled wave. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement just when Sufeng was getting acquainted with Wushwangbo related memories. There was also a commotion in the courtyard. The fluctuation perception was released, and instantly enveloped the entire 5th Division team building. At the center of the street, the spirit tablet with the Kido spell on it vibrated violently, accompanied by a piercing alarm sound. The west side outside the city has a crooked reaction. A vigilance order is issued from areas 3 to 8, repeat. All the soldiers are under martial law, and immediately set off to the Seirei Gate in the west. Sufeng, who noticed this scene, showed a bit of surprise on his face. Have you entered the Soul Society so soon? 35. Kazuki's efficiency is much higher than I expected. 95. Well, it's time to go out. Sufeng stopped what he was doing, got up and walked out of the courtyard. Lord Vice Captain. An unknown entity has invaded the Soul Society through illegal means. 39. The moment he walked out of the house, there were quite a number of team members reporting to him in vain. Obviously, for the strength of his vice captain, the team members still trust him. Especially when Aizen is out on some official duties. I see. Sufeng nodded slightly. I'll go to Zijing Lingmen. 35. Next moment, His figure just disappeared. Seeing Sufong leave, the hearts of the team members were relieved. In their opinion, Sufong, who is no weaker than any captain, is fully capable of solving all these troubles. With his shot, there is no need to worry anymore. West Rukongai. In front of Jingling Gate, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the huge creature in front of him in surprise. I can finally move my muscles and bones. The dull sound was like thunder, booming. This uncle is a famous hero in the Soul Society who guards the Baidomen here, Yigibansi Danfang. Break into the Seirei, die. Boom. A huge axe the size of a house fell from the sky, bursting with unimaginable terrifying power. The ground suddenly cracked, and countless boulders turned up and turned into a wall, blocking the other people who would come to help. You guys don't know the rules very well. Listen, there are rules in the city. 35. Guanbongshi Danfang broke his fingers and said, first of all, you must wash your hands when you return home from outside, and secondly, you can't pick up things that fall on the ground and eat them. 39. Also, when you are dueling, you have to come one by one. Are you ready? He looked down at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was not tall enough for his calf. Pay for your actions. 99. The heavy axe fell. The ground trembled, and a large amount of dust scattered, accompanied by a violent impact, sweeping towards the surroundings. The dust dissipated. Kanbansi Danfang looked down with disbelief. The short and orange-haired boy with bad stature actually blocked his attack head-on. Ha ha ha. 35. After Guanbongshi Danfang was stunned, he laughed loudly. It has been many years since no one can hold my axe. I can finally have a good fight today. Take the call, the 10C pills will be sacrificed. The double axe was like a vegetable chopping knife, slamming downwards at an extremely fast speed. The ground trembled, as if the earth dragon turned over. The violent power is fully reflected in Guanbongshi Danfang, which perfectly fits his body shape. The results of Kurosaki Ichigo's training were also revealed for the first time. When facing open players, even if Kanban Sadanfong has the power far beyond the ordinary Shinigami, he is powerless to fight back. Just one hit. The double axe in his hand was directly cut off and turned into pieces scattered on the ground. Please go. 35. Kansaka Sadanfong was very moved by Kurosaki Ichigo's willingness not to hurt himself. I approved it. You can pass the Baidomen now. Talking. Guanbongshi Danfang raised the Baidomen forcefully with both hands, and the muscles in his arms bulged, as if they had swelled several times. However, when he saw the opposite side of the door clearly, the expression on his face suddenly solidified. Fright emerged, and sweat instantly wet his Death Tyrant outfit. Opposite him, the white Captain Yuri was swaying in the wind, and under the short light purple hair, the small eyes narrowed slightly. That calm smiling face gave Guanbongshi Danfang an unimaginable fear. Captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin, Chapter 75. The Bond Baidomen, Sari Sufong. Who is he? Kurosaki Ichigo sensed danger with his keen combat instincts. Guanbongshi Danfang's body was trembling, and he stammered and replied. Third, the captain of the 3rd Division, Lord Ichimaru Jin. Facing the crowd, Ichimaru Jin's smile remained unchanged, his mouth opened slightly, and a calm voice came from it. Hey, how does this work? 99. The voice fell. A silver-white light flashed out from the palm of his hand, ripping apart the air in an instant, and cut off the Ryatsu defense of Guanbanseiden, Fang. Ding! A crisp golden and iron interlaced sound rang under the Baidomen. Guanbansi Danfang's pupils shrank suddenly, staring at the two terrifying sharp blades standing in front of him. A handful of Zanpakudo. An ice blade. Oh, Ichimaru Jin's smile was replaced by surprise, and he looked sideways in the direction where the ice blade flew by. It turned out to be Deputy Captain Sufong. What a coincidence. Sufong dissipated the ice blade that almost penetrated Guanbansi Danfang's head, and walked towards the direction of Ichimaru Jin. Is it the rule of the 3rd Division to act recklessly on subordinates? He said calmly, if that's the case, then I'm a little worried about Kira. If you accidentally do something wrong one day, I'm afraid you will be killed by the captain. Ichimaru Jin took back Zanpakudo Shinso and replied with a smile. Yeah, what Sufong said about me makes people a little too sad. As a guard, Guanbansi Danfang allows intruders to break into Seirei at will. Shouldn't it be a little punishment? 35. He looked up at Guanbongshi Danfang's head, and there was a hint of playfulness in his soft voice. And, if it wasn't for Shinso blocking him, I'm afraid that the head has been penetrated by Sufong Jun's ice blade. Guanbongshi Danfang listened to the conversation between the two, and only felt his throat dry, as if he was in a desert polar region, completely enveloped by death. His arms were trembling, cold sweat soaked the Death Tyrant outfit, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Master Ichimaru Jin, Master Urahara Sufong. I lost to the opponent in the battle, so that's why. Guanbansi Danfang tried his best to defend. What are you talking about? Ichimaru Jin looked up, his smile full of danger, like lion majesty. The mission of the guard is to guard with death. If you lose, then die. He raised the Zanpakudo in his hand again, and the spiritual pressure was wrapped around it. Just as he was about to launch an attack, he suddenly looked sideways at Urahara Sufong who was beside him, and joked. Mr. Sufong, I don't know your explanation for me. 35. Are you satisfied? Sufong nodded and responded calmly, although it's a bit too harsh, it's for a reason. Heard. The corners of Ichimaru Jin's mouth rose, since even Sufong has agreed. Then go to hell. 99. The spiritual pressure on Shinso increased sharply, and at the moment when the attack was about to fall, a figure appeared in a flash outside the Baidao gate. When? The sound of shock echoed in the street. Hey, do you two guys take me seriously? Ichimaru Jin felt the power conveyed by the blade, with a little surprise. See, Danfang and us have won or lost, but you guy actually attacked from behind. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at him angrily. And you, the one who took Rukia away, right? Hand over Rukia, otherwise I'll have to kill you. Ichimaru Jin tilted his head and seemed to remember something. So, you are Kurosaki Ichigo. If that's the case, then I won't let you pass. While speaking, he walked towards the rear. What do you want to do by standing so far away? Kurosaki Ichigo didn't understand Ichimaru Jin's actions. Could it be that you want to fly the short sword over? Ichimaru Jin raised his arm and held the shortened Zanpakudo in his hand. It's not called short sword. This is my Zanpakudo, 99. I saw his arm retracted, making a piercing action, hidden under a smile. Is the ultimate danger. Shoot him, Shinso, base. In an instant, a dazzling white piece pierced the sky, and the scorching air seemed to be torn apart directly. Before Kurosaki Ichigo could even see what it was, he sensed the danger of death. He subconsciously moved the wide blade to the front of him, resisting the thrust. However, the terrifying power carried on the blade flew towards the rear directly against him, until it collided with Guanban Si Danfang, rushing the two out of Baidomen. Buzz one by Baidomen lost the support of strength and quickly sank towards the bottom. Boom. Advertisement. The ground trembled and made a loud noise. Let go of the outlaws who invaded the Soul Society, 35. Sufong calmly perceived the scene in front of him. Is this how Captain Ichimaru Jin does things? Or, are you deliberately covering up the other party? Heard. Ichimaru Jin seemed surprised, looked at Sufong with puzzled eyes, and asked. Why does Sufong have such a dangerous idea? I am very innocent, it's just that when I started, I used a little bit of force. Sufong shook his head and said, this is not the reason why you let the intruder go. Before they pose a threat and become a calamity, it's better to deal with them as soon as possible. Ichimaru Jin was a little distressed and said, but the Baidao gate has been closed. With your and my strength, it shouldn't be able to lift it. 35. The Baidao gate, which guards Seirei, and the surrounding walls are all made of murderous stone, which can completely cut off Reiki and Ryotsu. If there is no pure strange power, it is impossible to lift Baidomen. Blessings like Ryotsu are completely ineffective before the murder stone. It's okay. Under Ichimaru Jin's unexpected expression, Sufong slowly raised his palm. Just apply a little force and that's enough. At the center of his palm, the blue light was as pure as the sky, converging and rotating in large numbers, forming an irregular uzumaki visible to the naked eye. At Sufeng's wrist, the 5-wave imprints revolved around and then merged into the blue at the palm of his hand. Under the horrified eyes of the team members, Sufong pushed the ghost seal bead in his palm directly to Baidomen. Boom! A huge explosion resounded in Soul Society, a large amount of dust shot straight into the sky, and countless debris flew in the air. The eardrums were bulging, as if to be torn apart by the sound. Everyone slowly came to their senses in daze and shock. After all the dust dissipated, I saw a huge gap in front of the street. The Baidao gate that has guarded Seirei for thousands of years was directly blown up. Wow! The violent impact smashed away countless pieces of gravel and smashed them into the streets near Baidomen. Kurosaki Ichigo and the others looked at the scene in front of them with horrified expressions. The whole person was dumbfounded. What happened? Baidomen was blown up. What exactly does the other party want to do? Ichigo, who was worried about Kurosaki who had received Ichimaru Jin's full blow, was shocked by the sight in front of him the next second. Whether it is Guansaka Sadanfong or Shihuan Yoruichi who is familiar with all kinds of secrets. The mood at this moment, in addition to shock, is shock. Shihuan Yoruichi disappeared in place, shuttled through the shadows between the alleys, and changed his clothes as quickly as possible. Although she has a big heart, she is not ashamed at all. The dust slowly dissipated, and a figure slowly walked out of it. Those who broke into the Soul Society. Sufeng's fingertips had thunder and lightning jumping, like a living thing. Please come with me. You're breaking the law, 99. Hado's 33. Kang Fire Pendant. The moment the voice fell, the lightning flashed by the fingertips flew out in an instant, heading straight for the people on the ground. Boom. The impact of the explosion suddenly sent them flying. Damn guy. After the training of Urahara Kazuki, Kurosaki Ichigo has made a qualitative leap in strength. Although he has not yet mastered Bankai, he will not lose to any captain in terms of flat cuts. He adjusted his state in the air and swung down with a knife. Don't underestimate people too much, the crescent moon is rising. The sword pressure condensed by pure high-concentration spiritual particles flew out from the blade, and in an instant it was close to Sufeng's side. Bakudo number 39. Round Gate Fan. Sufeng stretched out his palm without even moving his position. A large amount of Kido light burst out from his palm, forming a circular shield directly in front of him. Buzz one by one the round gate fan vibrated violently, as if it had been overwhelmed. But no matter how hard the sword pressure was, it was unable to break through the defense of the round gate fan. Sufeng tilted his head. You seem to be stronger than before, 35. Kurosaki Ichigo fell from the sky, holding Zanpakudo in both hands, ready to attack at any moment. Of course. 35, this time I will definitely defeat you and take Rukia away. 55. For flowers heard. Sufong raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, that really has to encourage your courage. Try this. Advertisement, Bakudo number 88, Flying Dragon and Thief Shattering Thunder Cannon. He raised his palm again, and the thunderlight in the palm was a little more intense, like a small dark cloud that solidified. Thunder and lightning roamed, and a faint scorching smell filled the air. Yet at this moment, a black shadow rushed out from the shadow of the house on the side, and with a light movement like a human-shaped cat, turned over and landed in front of Sufong. Such a dangerous Kido, don't use it in Rukongai. I saw her palm and Sufeng's palm facing each other, and the same Kido light was blooming in it. Next moment, the original Kido was cancelled. Anti-ghosts kill each other? Sufong was not afraid. Even without Kido, he still didn't mean to dodge anymore, and he went straight forward with his palm, trying to take down the figure in front of him. Sorry, Sufong. Shihuan Yoriichi grinned, I have no idea of fighting you right now. Before waiting for Sufong to speak, she just took out a spherical object from her four-dimensional pocket. Ichigo, prepare to evacuate, click. The ball shattered, and a curtain of light unfolded in his hands, covering Shihuan Yoriichi's front in an instant. And Sufong and others were also isolated on both sides by the light curtain. Splitting void ball. Shihuan Yoriichi took a few steps back and waved his hand. The defensive power of this light curtain is equivalent to number 81 Bakudo splitting void. It shouldn't be a problem to stop you for a while. Saying that, she was Shunpo to Kurosaki Ichigo and the others who were still in a daze. Bang! He punched Kurosaki Ichigo directly in the head. What are you waiting for? Should I let that monster kill it? At this time, Sufeng's palm has been pressed on the light curtain. He was a little surprised. Is this what Urahara Kazuki calls backup? Have to say, with this research ability alone, Urahara Kazuki has surpassed the entire Soul Society. Even if he is immersed in research, its achievements will never be weaker than any member of Team Zero. But, still slightly worse, the power of wave is wrapped around the palm. Click, a crisp cracking sound resounded above the light curtain. Shihuan Yoriichi's body suddenly froze, and he looked back like a machine. I saw that on the light curtain, countless cracks were densely covered, like spider webs. Come on. She was about to hold Inoue Orihime in her arms, the mountains facing each other, and without turning her head, she launched Shunpo and disappeared at the end of the street. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo came back to his senses and did not dare to delay any longer. He picked up the slowest Sado Yasutora with his backhand, and activated Shunpo with maximum Ryatsu. Ishida Yulong on the other side couldn't help but recall the overwhelming strength Sufong showed when he appeared in the world a few days ago. Immediately cast Flying Sickle Feet, also disappeared at the end of the street. All that was left was a mess. Click, click like glass, the light curtain scattered all over the place, and then turned into a spiritual child, dissipating in the air. They still ran away. Ichimaru Jin put his hand between his brows and looked in the direction where everyone fled. Yu Guang swept past the remaining light curtain on the ground. Unnoticeable surprise appeared in the pupils. Sufeng's strength seems to be stronger. So, Sufong did not mean to be depressed at all, but faced Ichimaru Jin in an accountable manner and said, why did Captain Ichimaru Jin stand by and watch? Do you really have an unknown cooperation with these travel disasters? What? Ichimaru Jin's expression seemed surprised. Why does Mr. Sufong think so? I just reacted a little slower. After all, liberating Zanpakudo is also very spiritual. He looked back at the team members who came, and grinned. You said, right? The words of the captain and vice captain exchanged words. Let these team members stay away, not even dare to take a look. For fear of becoming the fuse between the two, are you draining your energy? Sufeng's expression was calm, surrounded by waves of power. Boom, the terrifying oppression was centered on it, like an ocean, spreading out in all directions, covering the vicinity of Bidoman in an instant. The power of the fluctuations around him condensed into substance, and he walked around in an irregular posture, with a terrifying momentum. Let me verify it myself. Chapter 76. Unparalleled Waves, a Sudden Alarm. Seeing that Sufong was really mean, Ichimaru Jin also restrained his smile. It's just that in words, there is still no intention of giving in at all. Yeah. His hand was on Zanpakudo's hilt. Sufong, are you going to attack me? Can I think you're provoking me? The voice fell. The Ryatsu, like the overturning of the sea, swept over the sky and covered the earth. The surrounding air seemed to be drained, making the onlookers feel an uncontrollable suffocation. Bass. The clear and piercing sound of the sword chirping reverberated on everyone's heartstrings, trembling incessantly. Not a provocation. Sufong backhanded Zanpakudo, but accountability. See. Ichimaru Jin's expression was slightly solemn, and he didn't dare to be careless. He had also seen Sufong do his best, to be frank. Even a few years ago, he still did not have the slightest confidence to defeat the opponent. Let alone a few years from now, this monster should become stronger. Since Sufong is so sure. A cold light flashed from the scabbard in Ichimaru Jin's hand, severing the turbulent power that was pressing down. You can give it a try. Seeing that the gunpowder is getting thicker and thicker, the team members who have seen the situation are forcibly resisted the oppression of the two and evacuated towards the distance. Captain-level battles are far from what they can mix. Among them, Kira Izuru wanted to persuade him, but before he could open his mouth, Hisagi Shuhei beside him pulled him away. At this juncture, I was afraid that I didn't want to be targeted by the two at the same time. Hisagi Shuhei sees it very thoroughly, although it is not clear what Sufong is thinking about, 763, but he will never give up the opportunity to fight Ichimaru Jin now. Perhaps it was the past resentment, or the resentment today. But all in all, Ichimaru Jin was biased in resisting the invasion. If he shot in time, even if he couldn't take down all the calamities, he could at least leave 1 or 2 people behind. I think we should report to the commander-in-chief. Someone suggested in a low voice, the woman who resisted Lord Sufong earlier seems to be a sinner 100 years ago. Shaolin Yoruichi, everyone was shocked and was about to speak. The terrifying oppression once again crossed the division of space and overwhelmed it. Far away, the two of them were surrounded by visible airflow, slammed into each other fiercely, and the turbulent impact circulated recklessly. Sufong didn't hesitate any longer. Zanpakudo lifted up and slashed straight towards Ichimaru Jin. Just a whim. It's not that he dislikes Ichimaru Jin's approach. In addition, he also wanted to verify the current strength changes. This is an excellent opportunity. Crunch one by one. An icy sound spread from the ground, and countless ice peaks that shot up to the sky suddenly formed, covering Ichimaru Jin. Appeared, not weaker than Captain Hitsugaya's ice ability. Is this the strength of Deputy Captain Sufong? Too outrageous, unbelievable. The soldiers stood behind the broken Bidoman and stared at the huge icicle that almost covered the sky. Ichimaru Jin had no choice but to activate Shunpo, dodging the ice peaks and ice blades spreading under his feet. The chill ran down the soles of his feet, eroding his Ryatsu and body, which inevitably made his face pale. Shoot him, Shinso, 35. Ichimaru Jin leapt to the sky, flashed a few ice blades that came in a surprise, and held Zanpakudo with one hand, pointing directly at Sufong. Call out. The moment the voice fell, the Ryatsu surrounding Ichimaru Jin erupted again. That seemingly short blade, at this moment, turned into an incomparable light and suddenly extended out. The blade shone with cold light, wrapped around the spiritual pressure, and in an instant it tore the air, pierced through countless ice Hashirama, and came directly in front of Sufong. Those indestructible icicles, in front of Shinso, can be effectively resisted at all. When the sound of gold and iron intertwined, like a morning bell, is shocking. Sufong raised his hand, and the blade of Guanxijang just touched the tip of Shinso's blade. Is this the so-called excessive consumption of spiritual power? He raised his head, as if a burning gaze fell on Ichimaru Jin, causing him to subconsciously withdraw Zanpakudo. The blade, which spanned dozens of meters, shrank in an instant and returned to the shape of a short sword. Advertisement, recovered just fine. Ichimaru Jin's voice was a little cold, and it was a bit more piercing against the ice and snow nearby. End this senseless farce. Shoot him, Shinso, hum 1. The air was trembling, and countless cracks appeared on the icicles, like the pressure of a mountain, covering everyone from a distance. At this time, the team members have only realized in a real sense what kind of concept is the full force of the captain's level. This terrifying Ryatsu alone is enough to make one's mind not resist at all, let alone attack. They were separated by a wall of murderous stones, separated by a distance of nearly a few hundred meters. Still being overwhelmed by Ichimaru Jin's sudden outburst of Ryatsu. It was hard to imagine what kind of oppression Sufong, who was standing opposite him, was under. Unparalleled wave. In the face of Shinso, who was attacking again, Sufong was fearless and fell forward with Guanxijang in his hand. Uzumaki, visible to the naked eye, formed under the blade. The surrounding space was twisted and absorbed by the Uzumaki that contained endless power. Countless icicles turned into ice chips and were directly engulfed by the vortex. The terrifying absorption force covered a range of nearly 1,000 meters. Ichimaru Jin, who was farther away, accidentally flew towards Sufong. As for the Shinso who came by surprise, his direction was changed, and a deep ravine was drawn on the ground to the north, like a moat. A rare look of shock appeared on Ichimaru Jin's face, and his small eyes were slightly opened, revealing the blue in them. Is this your strength? Before touching the huge Uzumaki formed by the unparalleled wave, he slammed the Zanpakudo in his hand into the ground and released it instantly. The 100-meter-long blade suddenly penetrated the ground and firmly fixed Ichimaru Jin in place. It's really embarrassing. He barely stood up straight and grinned. This is the first time I've had a fight like this since I've been captain in all my years. 39. The surging spiritual pressure is agitating. Hey, since you want to give it a try. Then let it go. 35. Ichimaru Jin suddenly withdrew Shinso and returned to his short sword form, with silvery white flashing across his pupils. Bankai. God kills. The powerful spiritual pressure flow, like an endless river, suddenly descended to the vicinity of Bidoman. Stop. Infighting. The appearance of two voices blocked Ichimaru Jin's Bankai, and also blocked Sufeng's idea of releasing stronger power. Kyoraku Shunsui, who was wearing a pink-patterned haori, and Kaden Kyokotsu, who turned into a double sword, smashed the countless icicles in front of him and landed in front of Sufong. The huge armored arm, like a heavy hammer, smashed down in front of Ichimaru Jin. The equivalent of Ryatsu erupted, suppressing the upcoming Bankai's Shinso. Deputy Captain Sufong, why do you want to? Kyoraku Shunsui looked sideways and looked at the dilapidated Bidoman behind him. Well, what about blowing up the Bidoman? Although I've wanted to do it for a long time. He muttered softly. A violation of justice, this old man will not tolerate it. 99. Komamura Sajin, who was wearing a full face mask, had a dull voice and stared at Ichimaru Jin's every move. Captain Ichimaru Jin, please give me an explanation. Why are you fighting? The majestic spiritual pressure subsided, and Ichimaru Jin regained his hypocritical attitude and grinned. Yeah, it's just an inconsistency worth mentioning. You're right, Mr. Sufong. Sufong also put away the power of fluctuation at the same time, as if nothing had happened, and smiled again. What you did? I will report to the captain truthfully. Ichimaru Jin waved his hand and said nonchalantly, it's up to you. 35. With the gradual unfolding of Aizen's plan, he has completely ignored the so-called personal image. Not to mention, what Aizen gave him was originally such a character. Since it's all right, hurry up. Kyoraku Shunsui raised the hat and said earnestly, the captain's meeting has been held. Even the vice captain needs to go with him. He gave Sufong a special look, it seems to be a very important matter. First team quarters. Captain's chamber. When the four of them stepped into it, they found that the other captains had already arrived. Advertisement except Jishiro Yukitaki, who was on leave due to illness, was replaced by Shiba Kaien. Zaraki Kenpachi looked at Ichimaru Jin and Sufong with a displeased expression before Yamamoto Uenyujai, who was standing in the front, could speak, very dissatisfied. I ask you, did you go to deal with the misfortune without authorization before? Zaraki Kenpachi exuded killing intent, as if he might draw a sword at any time, and he hasn't gotten rid of the other party yet. What's going on? Based on your level, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a few misfortunes. Ichimaru Jin raised his head and laughed, and said sorry, but there was no apology in his tone. I haven't done it for a long time, and it's just a little rusty for a while. Sufong calmly said in a slow voice. Captain Ichimaru Jin stood by and watched. My opponent is the former captain of the 2nd Division, Shihuan Yoruichi. Accidentally, they escaped. There were bursts of exclamations in the conference room. Shaolin Yoruichi. How did she return to the Soul Society? Does she want to take back everything in the past? Boom. The dull knocking sound attracted everyone's attention. The crutches in the hands of Yamamoto Uenyujai slammed on the ground, and his anger was already evident. Stop discussing it, you are too lax. I already know all the details of what happened. An unquenchable flame flashed in his slightly closed eyes, and he stared at Sufong and Ichimaru Jin. First of all, the two of you went into battle without order, and also let the calamities escape from your hands. As a captain, this is a very gaffe. The flames in Yamamoto Uenyujai's pupils, as if being doused with hot oil, suddenly became much more vigorous. The Baidao Gate, which has guarded Seirei for thousands of years, was broken by you with one blow. 99. On this point, I would like to hear your explanation from Deputy Captain Sufong, which is also an important reason for the captain's meeting to be held. As soon as this word comes out, almost all eyes were focused on Sufong. The only one who didn't look at him was Ichimaru Jin. By Dahlman, it's made of murderous stones. Ni Yuli smiled strangely. It's a rare material that can completely isolate the spirit of the spirit. Breaking the Baidao sect with one blow, should I say that I'm worthy of being the deputy captain of Sufong? Hitsugaya Toshiro's eyes blazed, his fighting spirit surged up, as if Zaraki Kenpachi possessed himself. Well, Su Feng's behavior this time is indeed a bit excessive. Unohana Retsu smiled softly, but still have to listen to his opinion, in case it's a valid reason. Yamamoto Uenyujai looked around and found that most of the captains were protecting Sufong. In terms of popularity alone, he has surpassed the best-rated Aizen Sosuke. Of course it was to pursue the calamity who was, accidentally, let go by Captain Ichimaru Jin. Sufong smiled mildly and explained, could it be that as one of the guards Seirei just watched them escape? The captain's meeting room 1.9 fell silent. From the answer alone, it seems that there is no fault. But just because of a few misfortunes, to kill the Baidoman who has guarded Seirei for thousands of years, is it a big deal? This is like shooting mosquitoes with anti-aircraft guns. The concepts of the two are not at the same level at all. Seems like a valid reason. Yamamoto Uenyujai calmed down, but the next moment, he rebuked loudly. But. However, before he could finish his words, a harsh alarm sounded outside again. Emergency alert. 9. Emergency alert. 99. Everyone looked sideways and looked at the team building outside the conference room. Just as infinite guesses were born in their minds, the siren continued. There are intruders in the Seirei. Every team please keep their positions. Repeat aside. Economic alert. The piercing alarm sound reverberated in Seirei's various team houses, awakening countless sleeping teammates from their dreams. And the captain's meeting room. When he heard the siren, Zaraki Kenpachi didn't wait for Yamamoto Uenyujai to issue a new order, and rushed out with a single stride. Kalu Bachinliu jumped directly on his shoulder and asked excitedly, the enemy? Are you going to kill them? Zaraki Kenpachi's mouth grinned like a ghost. 35. Although I don't know the exact reason, but since I was able to survive from the hands of Urahara Sufong and Ichimaru Jin. I'm so curious about them. The voice fell, and his burly figure had disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 77 Actor's Self-Cultivation, Full Awards, No Way. A helpless expression appeared on Yamamoto's face. For a reckless man like Zaraki Kenpachi, he was completely unable to restrain him with rules. The captain's meeting can only be opened here first. As for the disposal of Ichimaru Jin and Urahara Sufong, we will inform you later. Each team immediately guards the court. the captains walked towards the outside of the conference room one after another. Only Sufong and Ichimaru Jin were still standing there, waiting for the so-called disposal of Yamamoto Uenujai. And just when Aizen passed by Ichimaru Jin. It's very timely. 35 Aizen's voice was low, and his expression was serious like never before. Ichimaru Jin turned his head and grinned. What did you say? I do not understand. Aizen's eyes were downcast, and the reflections on the lenses blocked the changes in his eyes. Do you think you can get through this? You must not. His voice became deeper and deeper, like a twilight drum. Look at me underestimated. And this scene, it just happened, was seen in the eyes of Hitsugaya Dashiro, who was passing by, and the conversation that was not easily detected by others was even more in his ears. Sufong was in front of him, standing not far from Ichimaru Jin, seemingly unaware of what was happening around him. But in fact, within the range of fluctuation perception. Even the slightest movement in the breeze is within its detection. Even everyone's breathing could not hide from Sufeng's perception, let alone a conversation of this level. It started. The corner of Sufeng's mouth rose, and he thought to himself, the performance of taking Aizen out perfectly. Hitsugaya is also an excellent target. I just don't know if Aizen will follow the original plan. After all, I exist. After everyone leaves from the 5th Division team building, Yamamoto Uenujai's eyes also stared at Sufong and Ichimaru Jin again. He was also very troubled by these two subordinates who did not follow the rules. Especially after Sufong exploded Bidoman, he knew that the problem was a little tricky. Not to mention the rarity of the murderous stone. 23 It takes a lot of energy and time to rebuild a Sirui Gate alone. But, Yamamoto Uenujai knew in his heart that he could not punish Sufong for this. After all, the other party's starting point is also a good one. It's just that the means are a bit extreme, a long time. The majestic voice seemed to be burning like fire. Yamamoto Uenujai opened his slightly closed eyes, and his momentum was agitated. As for the punishment for the two of you, the old man has already thought about it clearly. First of all, Captain Ichimaru Jin, under the condition that he has the ability to fight, carelessly let go of the accident. The situation is serious, and he seems to have lost the captain. But considering the current calamity invasion, Seirei is at a critical juncture, so you are required to guard the area of the Penance Palace except the area under the jurisdiction of the 3rd Division. Having said this, he paused until the end of the torture. 35. As for the Vice Captain Urahara Sufong, you need to prepare enough murderous stones to cast a new Bidoman as a warning. In this regard, Sufong is not surprised, and there is no difficulty. As far as he knew, whether it was the Kuchiki family or the Technology Development Bureau, a large number of murderous stones were stored. Seemingly cherished materials, they are not valuable at all, and even Urahara Kazuki, who lives in the world, also collects a lot of murderous stones. But obviously, Yamamoto Uenujai is not aware of this matter. Do you two have any objection to this? Number 35? Yamamoto Uenujai nodded with satisfaction. If that's the case, then go guard Seirei. Invasion by disaster is something that hasn't happened in hundreds of years. As he spoke, he fell into a long memory. Older people always have similar problems. Sufong also walked out of the captain's meeting room with Ichimaru Jin, ready to go to their respective jurisdictions. Just when the two were about to part ways, Sufong suddenly stopped and said, Captain Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin also stopped and looked at Sufong in confusion. I hope you can keep your heart. Say it. Sufong just disappeared in place. Ichimaru Jin looked at his distant back, his small eyes opened slightly, and a pure blue flashed away. What is this? Warning? Or persuading? Sufong did not follow the team to find the traces of Kurosaki Ichigo and others' invasion. Before the soul-shrouding membrane was broken, the so-called alarm was just a small move by Aizen to divert his attention. Advertisement only in this way can everyone's attention be diverted from Ichimaru Jin's body to the accidental invasion in time. Thus, the plan can be better implemented, at the same time. On West Rukongai outside Seirei, the huge flower crane cannon shot straight into the sky, and a group of people stood around the firing turret, listening to the words of Shihuan Yoruichi, who had changed into a black cat again. Listen well. The black cat had a serious expression. After entering Seirei, you must not disperse. If you encounter a captain-level person, you must run away immediately. 39. Well, including that Urahara Sufong. Just then, Inoue Orihime suddenly raised his hand and interjected, I have a question. Just ask. I've wanted to ask since I entered Soul Society. 35. Inoue Orihime recounted thoughtfully, if I remember correctly, the store manager is also Urahara, and the vice captain we encountered earlier was also Urahara. Is there any relationship between them? Snapped. The black cat patted the core of the spirit bead with a paw, making a crisp sound. Very good question, the two of them are of the same race, that's all. But don't substitute that guy Urahara Sufong as the store manager. Her eyes gradually became cold, exuding killing intent. He will definitely kill you. Everyone was taken aback by his gesture. On the other hand, Shiba Sora was thoughtful, as if he had heard this name somewhere. Having spent many years studying various fireworks in Rukongai, she has no idea what is happening in Seirei. Our purpose is to rescue Rukia. Shihuan Yoruichi looked around with calm eyes. Never take any unnecessary risks. The voice fell. Shiba Sora on the other side has already started chanting the Kido mantra. The other side, copper-colored desire wants to be controlled by 36 degrees. 72 pairs of illusions, 13 pairs of horned flutes, the right hand of the ape caught the stars. She suddenly raised her left hand, the bandages scattered on it, ignited a raging flame, and immediately smashed on the fort in front of her. Embrace 25 rounds of the sun, and the cradle of sand is bleeding. Number 2 Flower Crane Shooting Technique, Kusaki. Boom, with the roar of the Flower Crane cannon, it fired the protective shield that contained everyone, and looked in the direction of Seirei. Shiba Sora looked at the distant light in the sky, and a flash of light flashed in his mind. I remember. 35 Jin Yan Yin, who assisted her in firing the Flower Crane cannon, was taken aback and looked at her blankly. Shiba Kong stroked his intact right arm and whispered, the one who visited Shiba's house and gave advice to Kaien. Urahara Sufong, Seirei. The night slowly faded, and a touch of morning glow appeared on the horizon. The huge shield turned into a cannonball and charged towards the soul-shrouding membrane covering the entire Seirei. Flower Crane shot number 2. 35 Since Shiba Kaien didn't die because of metastasia, Shiba Gansu is not as hostile to Shinigami as in the original. Therefore, he did his best to help Kurosaki Ichigo and others. Follow the password. The fate of 3 birds is the fate of 4 dragons, and there is no way for the 5 directions and 6 miles to return. Tiangfeng, Orangutan, Spoon, Elmstick, the plan of 1,000 gray, 1,000 wisdom and a white cloud. 35. However, the quarrel in his ears really made him unable to sing the Kido mantra with peace of mind. Let's lean towards Taiyin and don't step on the fiery red shadow. Shiba Ganju tried his best to control the direction of the cannonballs to prevent everyone from directly hitting the encirclement of the soldiers. Boom, above the sky, a dazzling light lit up. A huge light group, which will illuminate directly the Seirei of dawn. Almost all the team members saw this shocking scene. The light group scattered, and the impact towards Seirei was scattered in all directions, falling to every corner and hiding. Zaraki Kenpachi stood on the street, looking up at the sky, with a grim smile on his face. It was divided into 4 parts. Who will it be? His hand was already on Zanpakudo, the strongest. Who is it? Being unable to challenge Sufong all the year round caused a fire in his heart. Every time I met Sufong, it was either a captain's meeting or at the comprehensive ambulance center of the 4th Division. There is absolutely no chance for a challenge. Be sure to find the strongest one. Zaraki Kenpachi grinned like a demon, then fight hard, preferably to kill him completely. The moment the voice fell, advertisement, he activated Shunpo and charged towards the nearest light group. Everyone, find your prey. The final voice echoed over Seirei. What responded to him were the excited shouts of the 11th Division players. Standing in the courtyard of the team building, Su Feng's perception of the power of fluctuations was centered on him, spreading in the direction of the entire Seirei. In his eyes, Kurosaki Ichigo and his party were divided into 4 teams and fell in 4 directions of Seirei according to the distribution in their impressions. At this time, Su Feng said thoughtfully, perhaps it's time to go to the jurisdiction of the 12th Division. Otherwise, with the current level of Nimori, he can definitely kill Yuryu Ishida easily. When the last voice fell, his figure had disappeared in the courtyard. Shortly after Su Feng left, a figure with both hands in his arms slowly walked out of the shadow of the room. Under the gentle smile, there's the ultimate danger. Aizen looked at the direction Su Feng was leaving, and said to himself, it's getting more and more interesting. My vice captain, what role do you play in this? This Seirei's day, finally chaos, 4th squad. Comprehensive ambulance. It was only an hour or so, and the place was filled with busy figures. Even if Kurosaki Ichigo and his party deliberately did not hurt the lives of the soldiers, it was still a sign that the number of wounded was overwhelmed. The most embarrassing of them all. Madarei Mikaku, who confronted Kurosaki Ikaku, and his good friend Ayasagawa Yumachika. Captain Usahana, you will definitely be able to heal my beautiful face, right? Ayasagawa Yumachika wailed in grief as he was hit in the face by Shiba Ganju fireworks during the battle, leaving him now bloodied. The injury is not serious, just a little embarrassed and ugly. Please be quiet, Gong-chin. A faint black line appeared on Unohana Retsu's gentle face. This is the general ambulance, and there are other wounded, 55. Also, there's nothing wrong with your face, Gollum. Feeling the biting killing intent, Ayasagawa Yumachika swallowed subconsciously. I don't know when it started, this Suzuki leader is less and less gentle like before. 763, who could have screamed twice in the comprehensive ambulance center, did not dare to make a sound at this time, for fear that the Zanpakudo named Minazuki would directly chop him on the head. And it is also called by its name, a new method of treatment. Next door ward. Madarei Mikaku, covered in bandages, lay on the bed thinking. And next to the hospital bed. Spotted eyes, Ni Yuli said jokingly. Can you tell me where those misfortunes went? Like you, it's no longer possible to fight. 35 Madarei Mikaku replied blankly. It's not that I don't say it, it's that I don't know anything. 55. The purpose of the trip, and where they went. Disdain appeared on Ni Yuli's face, and his long fingers moved strangely like puppets, completely ignoring the existence of joints. You didn't get any information, and you dared to come back even if you were defeated. Well, also, I neither saw the other person nor heard the voice. 35. Madarei Mikaku looks like a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, so, I don't have any information here. Very good. Ni Yuli laughed in anger, and raised her weird palms high, then pay the price for your actions. Before the palm fell, The terrifying aura full of murderous intent completely enveloped it, causing Ni Yuli's body to suddenly froze in place. Don't do such an outrageous thing. Su Feng's voice appeared behind Ni Yuli. He smiled and faced Ni Yuli, as if he was talking to a friend. This is the territory of the 4th Division after all. 95. I want to give face to Captain Uno Hana. 35. Ni Yuli put down her palms a little stiffly, and the corners of her mouth grinned, revealing an ugly smile. A strange way of releasing power. His eyeballs also completely deviated from the posture that a normal creature should have, like the eyes of a chameleon, turning at a very high speed. Keeping it in a certain state seems to be able to eliminate the spiritual child to a certain extent. Urahara Sufong, you can surprise me every time I meet you. Sufong waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be so close. The general ambulance is not a place where you can mess around, please be quiet. 5. The corner of Ni Yuli's mouth twitched, and a strange smile appeared. Since you came to the 4th Division to practice kendo with Captain Ujiwa, you have been deliberately protecting her. Could this be? He spread his hands out and took a confrontational posture. Is there mutual sympathy between old enemies and rivals? The voice just fell. Even more intense, it almost condensed into a substantive murderous aura that enveloped the entire ward, and even the temperature dropped a lot. Captain Ni, if there is nothing else, please leave the 4th Division earlier. Yunohana Retsu, smiling, appeared at the door. Okay. Chapter 78 Madarame Mikaku forcibly restrained his trembling body so as not to be seen instinctively afraid. This murderous aura is too amazing. Not to mention him in an injured state, even Madarame Mikaku, who is intact, has no confidence to resist. If possible, he wanted to escape from this dangerous ward even more. Hey, it's really dangerous. The corner of Ni Miyuri's mouth twitched. Should I say that I'm a highly qualified Yunohana Retsu captain? 35. Seeing the murderous aura emanating from Yunohana Retsu's body became more and more astonishing. Ni Yuri also knows what it means to take it as soon as you see it, and if you continue to ridicule, I am afraid that Yunohana Retsu will directly chop off her head. Since it was Captain Yusahana who spoke, 35 Ni Yuli waved his flexible palms and said sideways. Let's go, Yinming, 99. Don't be dawdling. Yes. The two walked out of the comprehensive ambulance together. Another burly figure passed them by. Captain Zaraki? Nimori was about to say something. But Zaraki Kenpachi completely ignored it, without even taking a second glance, he just walked towards the ward. Ni Yuli felt neglected and his self-esteem was damaged, and he was immediately furious. However, before he could be questioned, a short sword wiped his mask and flew over, sinking into the wall beside him without obstruction, leaving only a hilt outside. If you don't leave again. Yunohana Retsu's right hand was already on the hilt. I'll have a good fight with you. 99. Madman. Ni Yuli snorted coldly and decided not to care too much with the other party. He was also ready to catch two misadventures to carry out his experiments. Science requires dedication. Urahara Sufong. Zaraki Kenpachi's narrow pupils stared at Sufong and said word by word. The corners of his mouth were wide open, as if white air was rising out of him. I think you should consider the mood of Captain Uno Hana. Sufong interrupted his invitation and motioned him to take a look at Yunohana Retsu, who was gradually sinking into a blackened state. That Minazuki has already pulled out half. If Zaraki Kenpachi doesn't restrain himself, he will definitely be chopped on his head. Shout. 99 he snorted disdainfully and turned to look at Madarame Mikaku, who was still lying on the hospital bed. Team leader. Madarame Mikaku's state recovered a little. Yeah. Zaraki Kenpachi had a small pink head drilled out of his shoulder and was very excited. Are you okay? I'm worried about you. Little bald head. Madarame Mikaku's forehead burst into blue veins. Didn't I tell you not to call me my nickname again, little one? It is difficult for him to raise any respect for this unassuming vice captain. Especially after the other party gave himself more than a dozen nicknames without repetition. Zaraki Kenpachi looked down at Madarame Mikaku, and a low, hoarse voice sounded in the ward. I heard about it. You are defeated. Madarame Mikaku looked apologetic and whispered, I'm so sorry. Although I knew it was a shame to be beaten, I came back. Is he great? Zaraki Kenpachi asked the question he cared about most. Madarame Mikaku replied without hesitation, it's amazing. 39. He has orange hair and a large Zanpakudo about his height. Having said this, he paused for a while and deliberately glanced at Sufong. After hesitating, he continued. The purpose of the traveler is the 4th prison in the House of Penance, 99. Sufong was not very interested in the conversation between the two. Zaraki Kenpachi, who was self-sealed, is far from his opponent. After hearing the information he wanted, Sufong stepped away and walked towards the jurisdiction of the 12th Division. Zaraki Kenpachi looked at its distant back, his eyes were ferocious, like a hungry beast, and his whole body exuded a terrifying breath. In his opinion, Sufong is a more suitable and more challenging opponent than going through disaster. Maybe, the corners of Zaraki Kenpachi's mouth grinned, revealing a stern white fang, there is a more suitable target. 5. A completely unruly belligerent, he had no intention of guarding Seirei at all. Even if it is looking for travel disasters, it is also for a better fight. Madarame Mikaku looked at his increasingly hideous expression, and had a bad premonition in his heart. Can the financial expenditure of the 11th team really be able to withstand it? He couldn't help recalling the huge expenditure of the 11th team over the years, as well as the nearly deficit financial statement. Team leader, before Madarei Mikaku's exit could be blocked, Zaraki Kenpachi's figure disappeared from the corridor. Advertisement: the area under the jurisdiction of the 12th Division. Sufong was walking on the street, and there were rushing troopers coming and going. Some of them wore epaulettes with the number 12 engraved on them. As for the team members who did not wear epaulettes, Sufong sensed surprising Ryotsu fluctuations from their bodies. Ni Yuli's bad taste research. In just one breath, he analyzed the team members who did not wear epaulettes neatly. With the spiritual pressure protection of the soldiers, there is no possibility of isolating Sufeng's perception at all. Constructed with a spirit isolating device, Sufong figured out his chin and muttered to himself, aid in the form of a high concentration of explosive spirits, and then pour it into the bodies of this group of soldiers. Although Ni Yuri's talent cannot be denied, he is still a mad scientist with no humanity. He shook his head and continued walking towards the end of the street. Within the range of perception, the completely different spiritual pressure form of the Quincy Master has already appeared. Ishida Yuryu and Inoue Orihime dressed in Death Fighter costumes, disguised as troopers, and were chatting with other patrol troopers. However, his mind kept running. Crucial moment. Ishida Yulong realized the abnormality and sensed the existence of danger. #E. He broke free from the palms of the two people beside him, panic flashed across his face, flee. The moment the voice fell. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the flames shot straight into the sky, burning the solid ground. The airwave impacted and slammed into a golden triangular shield. The other team members also looked horrified and looked back in horror. They found Ni Yuli not far away and shouted angrily. How could this be? Captain Ni? This is different from what you said before. In the face of his roaring question, Ni Yuli pressed the switch in his hand again, and his white teeth were revealed. How does this work? Luo, how can the bomb thrown out can make him return to his own hands? Boom. Two more scorching rays of light bloomed on the street, directly smashing the wall into a huge pothole, and the ground was full of cracks and blackened. Inoue Orihime pushed forward with both hands, and the palms released golden light. At the critical moment, the powerful defense of the 3-day shield resisted the impact of the meat bomb. Thank you, Ishida. If it weren't for you, Inoue Orihime has lingering fears. The opponent's fighting style was indeed somewhat unexpected. Ishida Yulong's expression didn't look good either. Fortunately, the response was timely. It's all thanks to Inoue's response to emergencies. I usually try to suppress the spirit of words and still make moves. Sufong stood on the roof in the distance, with his hands down, freely perceiving everything that was happening on the street. Well, Dunshan Luha, 35, a special full-blooming art that manifests inner thoughts under the guidance of Hogyoku. The ability to violate the realm of God. He is still more interested in the power of Inoue Orihime. The refusal of Vientiane cannot be explained by the degree of recovery in time or space at all, and it can be called the powerful ability of the rule system. Unfortunately, Sufong shook his head. There were still many drawbacks. The fragile spirit of Inoue Orihime alone completely eliminates the possibility of getting involved in high-level battles. Even the aftermath of the battle may wipe them out, and even their abilities cannot be exerted. And the way of using it is also based on the level of the spirit child. For Sufong, it doesn't mean much. Oh, Ni Yuli also noticed the difference, and said with some surprise. This technique is quite interesting. 39. That shield, is that girl behind you a move? Ishida Yulong faced each other and said coldly. I don't need to answer you. 99. Oh, that's so interesting. Neon Lee spread her hands. This is the first time I have seen such a technique, and the level of mystery is even close to the power of that guy Sufong. What's the matter, girl? Would you like to be my research material? He seemed very enthusiastic. I won't treat you badly, don't worry. I treat women very well. By the way, let's greet you with the highest level of treatment. Immediately after that, Ni Miyuri described his plan in detail step by step. You will be given 8 pills a day, and only 5 hours a day of mechanical experiments. Ni Yuli let out a morbid laugh. You can eat with your mouth, and you can wear clothes while sleeping. Even if it's a remodel, I'll try my best to give you some breath. 35. How? As a research subject, this is already an exceptional treatment. Advertisement whoosh. The cluster of spirits swiped across Ni Yuli's face, directly knocking down half of the wall. Huh? 35. Ni Miyuri tilted her head and carefully looked at Yulong Ishida, who was holding a spiritual bow. Destroyer. Rare species. Unfortunately, I am no longer interested in you. 35. The study of your race ended a few years ago. 99. However, what greeted him was another cluster of spirits. Sufong sat down and watched the battle with great interest. Ishida Yulong was much stronger than when he met before. I think it should be Ishida Longshan who opened a small stove for him. The spiritual bow made of crossed crosses and octagonal shapes was obviously handed down from the Ishida family. The current level of Yulong Ishida alone is not enough to create such a level of spiritual bow. I don't care what you think. Ishida Yulong's expression was cold, like an iceberg, as long as you don't get in our way. Disease. A large number of spirits gathered around, turned into a violent gesture, and gathered on the Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow. The air vibrates. The Holy Death Arrow spiraled in the air at a high speed, and in an instant, it crossed the limitation of space and went straight to the head of Ni Yuli. Its fighting style is also far different from the original. At this time, Ishida Yulong, under the guidance of Ishida Longshan, seemed more ruthless and lethal. That's the right way to fight. Sufong nodded in satisfaction. I hope Ishida Yulong won't lose too badly. As far as I know, that guy from Nimori. I saw that Neonli did not dodge or evade, and suddenly stretched out his hands. His arms stretched eerily like a spring, and then twisted into a ball, blocking him like a shield. Boom! A louder bang than before echoed on the street, sending up a burst of dust. When the dust dissipated, Ishida Yulong looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. A huge mass of meat stood in front of it, the flesh on it was blurred, and there was a burning smell on the ground. Immediately after, Ni Yuli cut off his own hands directly. However, at the broken arm, a green liquid seeped out, as if time went back in time, and the arm actually recovered in a short period of time. Brilliant. Ni Yuli sneered and commented, at such an age, he has already mastered the divine destruction. 5. You should be considered a genius among the quenchers, right? 39. In the face of boasting, Ishida Yulong was not happy at all. Instead he still had a cold attitude, and his voice was extremely cold. I'm just an untalented Quincy master. The Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow in his hand, Zhao Wanghao, lifted up again, and dozens of spiritual sons gathered on it. Not even qualified to inherit the Ishida family's inheritance. Hum one the air trembled, and dozens of spirits clustered out from the strings, blocking out a square destruction formation in the air. Except this atmospheric battle formation, Ishida Yulong flicked his fingers, and a large number of spirits in the air gathered on the destruction array. The light curtain is isolated, and Ni Yuli is blocked in it in an instant. Holy bite! The violent spirit roared and launched an impact, instantly engulfing Nirvana and destroying his body. Flesh and blood are disappearing, and even the bones. The pale bones disappeared little by little under the erosion of the spiritual child. Nirvana Lee screamed in the holy bite, as if there was no power to fight back. Wait for the holy bite to disappear. His whole person no longer has a human form, his body is blurred with blood and flesh, and his bones are exposed, like a broken doll. It hurts. 35 The black and white mask was torn apart, and Neonli looked forward with a grin. I recognize this move, which is exclusively for Quincy's Holy Devourer array. 5. With a huge stream of spirits, the opponent will be devoured and eliminated. AJ. The flesh and blood on his body was bulging and puffing up, like boiling water, gradually rising bubbles. It doesn't work for me. The voice fell. Ni Yuli's body, already covered with new flesh and blood, returned to its normal posture. If it weren't for the broken leader Haori, it might make others think that everything just now was just an illusion. Since it is a powerful genius, Nirvana pulled out Zanpakudo around his waist and hung upside down in front of him, then gave it due respect. These are the original words of Urahara Sufong. Bankai. 35, Golden Killing Jizo. The Demon Embryo Symptom. Chapter 79. Demon Embryos, Domineering Urahara Sufong. I saw his wrist flip, Zanpakudo pointed at the sky. The body of the Zanpakudo suddenly swelled, and countless flesh and blood grew from the tip of the blade, covering the sky. Boom! A huge mass of meat fell from the sky and smashed heavily on the streets of Serenyon, swaying all over the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The meat mass squirmed, changed, and twisted its shape until it became a complete body. The skin on the tall body is dark, like a hill, and just the unconscious shaking of his arms will directly collapse the walls on both sides. The horns on his head hang down, and a red light glows on the hanging lantern. On the bulging belly, a scar separates the word V, which adds a bit of weirdness to it. Ishida Yulong stood there stunned, his hands dropped subconsciously, and he stared blankly at the huge hill-like figure in the distance. What is this? Shadows cover the entire street. Not only him, but also Inoue Orihime, who had already escaped a very long distance, was stunned, staring blankly at the demonic body with abscesses overlooking everything. Even the nearby team members who were searching for the calamity stopped their work and looked at the striking presence in the distance in shock. What happened? Has Menos Grande invaded Seredi? What a terrifying monster, just looking at it is creepy. The heart was twitching, and there seemed to be noxious fumes spreading. 35. The team members noticed the abnormality and tried their best to escape from the area covered by the demon body. Sufong tapped his finger in the air and said softly. The killing intent fluctuates. The majestic killing intent merged with the power of waves, spread out around it, formed an arc shape, wrapped Sufong in it, and directly isolated the poisonous gas released unconsciously by the body of the demon fetus. Nimori seems to have reinvented his Zanpakudo once again. Even if it is the demon body before the formation of the new Jizo, it still has quite good fighting power. Not even weaker than the previous Golden Slaughter Jizo. Exuding poisonous gas recklessly, the pair of eyes with only pale white eyes, looking down at Ishida Yulong below. Stress comes with it. He opened his mouth slightly, and a large amount of poisonous gas spewed out from it, instantly covering the sky, like a thick layer of dark clouds, shrouding the street below. It's an exaggerated performance. Sufong tapped the splitting void protection in front of him, making a rhythmic thud. This level of poisonous gas seems to be just incidental. What's more threatening is the huge body like steel skin. Ni Yuli raised her palms high and waved them downwards, ordering. Kill him. Leaving a little blood 763 flesh is enough. I have done enough research on the Quincy Master. 99. The demon embryo opened his mouth wide and let out a meaningless roar. Ah! I saw it raised its stubby arm, like a heavy hammer, and slammed it down towards the ground. Boom! A terrifying force acted on the street, and the deep pit collapsed, the wall collapsed, and a huge pit with a diameter of 10 meters appeared at its feet. Ishida Yulong used the skill of flying sickle feet to stay in the air for a short time, and his flexible body was like a swift. Pure brute force did not work for him. But Ishida Yulong glanced worriedly, the poisonous gas shrouded around him, and his heart became more and more heavy. Under the influence of the poisonous gas, he had already noticed the slowness of his movements. Do you realize it? Ni Yuli's eyes widened, and his hands and fingers were shaking irregularly in front of him, as if he was excited by the manifestation of the demon body. That's the power of research. 99. Combining the characteristics of Shinigami, Shu, and Quincy, a poison that I specially developed. Don't say it's you, even a captain-level existence is not immune to the effects of poison gas. He moved his fingers and made a clicking sound. Your movements will become slower and slower until your nerves are completely paralyzed and you can no longer move. By then, you should obediently let me go to the experiment, right? The genius of the Quincy clan. Ishida Yulong gritted his teeth fiercely, made a creaking sound, and forcibly controlled his body with strong willpower. I saw his right hand stretched into his arms and suddenly pulled out, with 4 small silver bottles sandwiched between his 5 fingers. Ishida Yulong flicked his fingers, and the silver bottle accurately landed in 4 directions, just enclosing the body of the demon fetus. When the stubby arm was carrying the gust of wind and whistling and fanning, he stepped on his fingers, and took advantage of his strength to leap into the air, breaking through the blockade of the poisonous gas. The spiritual pressure was agitated, and Ishida Yulong pulled the bowstring and locked the position of the demon body. To be precise, there is no need to lock at all. The huge and burly body of the demonic fetus's body is like a hill. Even if it closes its eyes and shoots, it will never deviate from the slightest. Buzz one by one countless spirits rush out from the Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow, turning into a violent torrential rain, instantly dispersing the poisonous cloud covering the entire street and surging in a farther direction. Ah! Advertisement. The body of the demon fetus Fuyin roared, and a large amount of poisonous gas was spewed out again, and suddenly there were no fingers on the street. Ishida Yulong was extremely calm at this time. Even though his hands and fingers were soaked with blood, he still did not intend to stop the rain of light. The vastness of the spirits clustered like a majestic shower, drowning the body of the demon fetus. At the same time, also activated the small silver bottle he buried in its 4 sides. Except this grand battle formation, 99 Ishida Yulong's eyes seemed to have a flash of light, and the output of Ryotsu skyrocketed by several %. Holy bite! The violent spiritual power rushed out from the ground, merged with the rain of light falling from the ceiling, and exploded in astonishing impact, oscillating in all directions, and the space seemed to be distorted because of this. Completely engulfed the demon embryo body. The dark skin that was like steel was also constantly being worn away under this storm-like attack. It turned into a spiritual child and dissipated in the air. Far away. Sufong nodded thoughtfully and muttered to himself, using the rain of light as the launching ceremony, activate the Holy Devour battle formation, and assist with all the spiritual pressure. This blow alone is enough to easily kill a Menos Grande. Unfortunately, your opponent is Ni Yuli, who has completed self-transformation. The rain of light is mighty, and the Holy Devour battle array turns into a beam of light, eroding and engulfing the body of the demonic fetus, smashing everything in it, and placing it in the sea of violent spirits. The huge body like a hill was completely shattered, and the spiritual pressure was also attenuated to the extreme. Ishida Yulong stopped the attack of the rain of light and fell from the air. His hands were already dripping with blood, the flesh was blurred, and he was extremely embarrassed. The captain of the 12th Division, Nimori, 95, he calmly lifted the Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow and locked onto Niang Li not far away. The battle is over. The dust dissipated. The body of the demon embryo impression also showed what it looked like at this time. The body like a hill, only the broken skeleton and a layer of hideous skin are left hanging on it. At this time, the body of the demon embryo impression can't even find a complete part of the whole body. Hey. Ni Yuli stood on one side, with his hands spread out, his eyes twitched, and there was no sign of panic at all. The battle is over. Lil Quinkwe, what are you talking about? He pointed to the demon fetus with imprinted body behind him, his mouth grinned open, revealing neat white teeth, like a beast that had started hunting. How could this level of attack possibly end the battle? Enjoy my masterpiece. The moment the voice fell, there were bursts of humming sounds from the body of the demon body, as if countless wings were fluttering, and the strange frequency made the hearts of the people who heard it inexplicably irritable, as if a sledgehammer was constantly hitting their hearts. The battle has only just begun. Ni Yuli stretched out her arms and laughed frantically. Move up, the golden smash kills Jizo. Hum one. The blood rained, and a huge black shadow flew out from the body of the demon fetus, and came to Ishida Yulong in an instant. At this time, Ishida Yulong just saw clearly the appearance of this shadow. The head of the huge silver-white baby, the huge gray eyeballs cannot see the slightest change of emotion, and under the neck is the trembling of countless blades, tearing apart the obstacles of the air in the air. The second half of the body is a strange existence similar to that of a dragonfly, with dozens or hundreds of pairs of wings shaking at an irregular frequency. It is the flapping of the wings that makes people feel irritated and unable to concentrate. CDBJ. The special form of the Golden Slaughter Jizo generated by the special fighting style of the Quincy, 35. Ni Yuli grinned, completely ignoring your relatively fast-flying sickle feet, as well as your quick attack method, 35. The flutter of nearly 100 pairs of wings is enough to exceed your current speed several times. And on its skin, there is a defense far beyond the steel skin of the void. Even the sacred arrow of the level just now cannot penetrate it. He is almost morbidly satisfied with his work. As the first battle after the transformation of Bankai, Keisha Jizo showed a considerable level. Even Sufong in the distance couldn't help but admire it. This level of killing Jizo is no less than the liberation level of any captain, and even exceeds it. And this is only aimed at Ishida Yulong in the state of Quincy. 95. He caressed his hands and smiled. Ishida Yulong, show your cards. Otherwise, you will die ugly. 99. As Su Feng said. Ishida Yulong, who was stared at by Jinzhao Jizo, had an ugly expression on his face. Boom. The collision between the sacred arrow and the golden slayer Jizo burst into a dazzling spark in the air. However, after the smoke and dust dissipated, he never saw any injuries on the other party's body, and even the silver-white skin appeared brighter. How is this possible? Advertisement. Ishida Yulong realized that the concentration of spirits around him was decreasing. This monster can actually curb my control over the spirit child. 99. Hateful. He flicked his fingers, and several small silver bottles were ambushed in every corner of the street, and the Reiatsu erupted immediately. Dozens of spirits gathered, trying to block the opponent's trajectory. Compared with the sacred arrow, it is easier and quicker to release the sprite cluster, and for Ishida Yulong, the consumption is also smaller. He is still unable to release divine destruction at will like a pure blood quencher. There is no such thing as a bug-like offensive and defensive conversion ability similar to static blood and moving blood. How to do it? How to do it? Nai Yongli uttered a weird sneer from a distance. The Quincy has no way to deal with the answer. It's going to be a perfect killing feast. Let's end him. Kill Jizo. What responded to him was the increasingly violent sound of wings flapping. The spiritual child cluster fell on the position where the silver tube was, and directly detonated the high-concentration spiritual child. The flaming flames rushed out, blocking the movement trajectory of Zokusa Jizo, but even if the flames of the spiritual child covered the sky, they couldn't completely hit the opponent. The flickering and transforming figure even formed afterimages in the air. Seen from a distance, it looks like countless slaughtered Jizos are flying in the air. Ishida Yulong understands that if he doesn't take out his trump card again, he really will die here. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and blue stripes appeared on his right hand, and everything around was weathered and scattered like dust. The huge light wings unfolded on Ishida Yulong's arms, and the momentum was several times stronger than before. Countless spiritual suns, gathered around the light wing, were continuously absorbed and fused. See this scene. Ni Yuli widened his eyes, his pupils narrowed, and said in surprise. The buildings of the Soul Society are all composed of spirits, and they can actually destroy the structure of spirits and force them to become their own power. This is no longer a simple collection of spiritual suns, but the subordination of spiritual suns. He opened his arms and laughed wildly. Hey, it's so funny, it's so funny. Boy, I'm more and more interested in you now. Boom. The violent holy mutilation arrow shot out from above the Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow, hitting the Kizao Jizo flying above the sky. The violent impact swept the wind and swept in all directions. Bloodline, dripping from Ishida Yulong's fingertips, melted into the somewhat charred ground. 9. Painful roars came from the mouth of Kisha Jizo. This time, Ishida Yulong finally heard it. But wait for the dust to dissipate. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, almost unable to believe what was happening in front of him. That huge monster like a dragonfly was actually recovering its injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, the huge gap caused by the loss of the sacred has actually recovered to its original state. Keisha Jizo stared at Yulong Ishida below, his gray eyes revealing substantial resentment and hatred. Ni Yuli vigorously drilled his temples with his index knuckles and said jokingly. I seem to have forgotten to tell you. This time, there is also a high-speed regeneration similar to the virtual FFT. He leaned forward and let out a cold laughter like a demon. How are you going to deal with it? The voice fell. Kushida Jizo's nearly 100 wings fluttered, completely ignoring Ishida Yulong's attack, and charged towards the bottom at an extremely fast speed. And its attack method is also extremely simple, that is, simply relying on the flesh to strike. Physical destruction. The sacred arrow tore its flesh and blood, but it was completely unable to stop its speed. Until, boom, the violent impact landed on the street, a mushroom cloud 100 meters high suddenly rose, and the sky was covered by dust. Ishida Yulong rushed out of the dust, the bones in his body seemed to fall apart, the spiritual sun was directly washed away, and even the light wings that formed the defense were directly torn apart. Okay, the game is over. Ni Yuli snapped his fingers. Jisha Jizo opened his bloody mouth, ready to swallow Ishida Yulong inside. That's it. 35. A familiar voice came from behind Ni Mayuri. Sufong approached slowly. I promised someone. Let's keep this guy's life for now. Chapter 80 The Stubborn Nirvana, the sky that was cut off. Ishida Yulong unexpectedly looked at the figure that suddenly appeared not far away. The expression looked a little shocked and sluggish. Why is he here? Also, what does this mean? Could it be that this Shinigami named Urahara Sufong is ready to protect his own life? Countless questions filled the mind of Ishida Yulong. He tried his best to try to get himself to stand up, but he lost the protection of the spiritual child, and the poisonous gas from Jizo had already paralyzed his nerves. If you don't use the messy pretending to be a puppet, I'm afraid it will not be difficult to stand up. Ni Yuli turned her head sideways, looked at Sufong with puzzled eyes, and grinned. What do you mean by that? Could it be that the invasion of travel disaster has anything to do with you? 35. Or, a hint of comprehension suddenly flashed in the light yellow pupils, and Ni Yuli seemed to have discovered the key. So it is. 99. The corners of his mouth were pulled towards both sides, like a mask, which violated the normal physiological structure. I seem to have discovered some great secret. You dare to do such a thing, aren't you afraid of the accountability of Captain Yamamoto? Su Feng's expression was indifferent, and he said calmly. This is just one part of it. You are on the 2nd floor, and I am on the 5th floor. As he said that, he pointed to his temple and smiled. Divert your thinking more. 5. Allocate some of the IQ used in research experiments. Only in this way can you see the wider world. Call. Ni Yuli snorted coldly, I'm too lazy to think about these things. 39. This kid is my trophy, and I have the right to deal with him. Even you can't interfere with my thoughts. For Su Feng. Ni Yuli's emotions are still extremely complicated. Especially after seeing the captain's assessment that can be called Kido's art, he became more rational about certain issues involving Su Feng. After all, based on the information gathered at the moment, the body of the demon fetus Fuyin can't target Su Feng to form a specific form of Jisho Jizo. If it wasn't for Ishida Yulong being too special, he wouldn't argue with Su Feng at all. The previous research on the Quincy Master had actually not yielded any effective results at all. Now that I have finally found a genius in the Quincy family, why would I give up so easily? This is not in line with his way of doing things. Correct a little. Su Feng confronted Ni Yuli. I didn't come to discuss with you. 35. It's a notification. Ni Yuli's pupils shrank suddenly, staring at the person in front of her. Her vicious expression gradually appeared. He's never been a good guy. He has always been the only one who threatens others, and there is no time when others threaten him. It seems that I still have to speak with strength. Ni Yuli's head tilted to the right, and his fingers pulled out a scythe with a strange posture from his left ear. It's not my character to obediently admit defeat or something. Before he finished speaking, he threw the sickle in his hand directly. Boom. The majestic poisonous gas dissipated, accompanied by a strong spiritual impact, directly covering Su Feng's location. Hey, being too aggressive is not a good thing. Ni Yuli sneered, and waved his palm, and the Kisha Jizo, who had returned to his original posture in the sky, stayed directly on top of his head. The killing of Jizo in this state is the most comprehensive state I have ever seen. If you want to deal with you, it should be enough. See my true strength. The killing intent was turbulent, and the surrounding poison gas was instantly eliminated. Su Feng's intact appearance reappeared in the sight of Ni Yuli and Ishida Yulong. Nirvana's own strength is not that strong. The most powerful is his scientific research ability and targeted research. I'm curious. Su Feng raised his mouth slightly and said with a smile, after so many years of research, have you invented technology for me? About the restraint of the power of volatility, or restraint. As soon as this word comes out, Ni Yuli's eyes widened immediately, his pupils shrank, and his expression became a little distorted. Su Feng's words undoubtedly hit his pain point. As early as the very beginning, he was aware of the particularity of the power of fluctuations. But even after so much time, I don't know how much energy Ni Yuli spent on it, but it was only a special structure that used the power of waves to invent some useless little objects. Otherwise, no progress. Even. Advertisement. Even after the completion of the demon embryo's immortal body, it is impossible to form a new type of killing Cytogarba through intelligence. How frantic. Ni Yuli's expression was distorted to the extreme, a guy like you should die early. 35. Kill him for me. He waved his palm down, and Zokujijizo let out an inexplicable roar, and immediately rushed towards Su Feng. Nearly 100 pairs of wings were trembling, and the air was full of irritability. A large amount of poisonous gas escaped from its mouth, turning into a dark cloud that covered the sky and the sun, covering the entire street, and at the same time it continued to spread into the distance. The huge figure turned into an arrow from the string and charged towards Su Feng. The blade on its neck is also flashing with a pressing cold light, cutting the air and exuding a threat. In the face of such a degree of attack, Su Feng didn't even mean to dodge, and Zanpakudo unsheathed with a bang. The majestic wave force surrounds the blade body, and the wave is engraved around the blade handle, which immediately merges into it. Holding Zanpakudo in both hands, he indifferently faced the furious Jizo, and slashed forward. Evil light slash. 35. At the moment when the voice fell, the power of fluctuation was like boiling water, and it moved directly. The blade slashed, and the huge sword pressure covering the sky rushed out towards the sky, directly covering the flying killing Jizo in the sky. Under the dark sky, the gorgeous light of the terrifying sword lit up the area and distorted the surrounding space. At this moment, no matter where you are in Seraiti, you can see the huge sword pressure that can cover the sky. Puff. The sound of torn flesh and blood was particularly clear in the silent sky. Ishida Yulong stared at the scene in front of him in awe. The gorgeous sword was invincible, and it directly wiped out the Kisha Jizo that he had not been able to defeat for a long time. It was comparable to Menos Grande's steel skin defense, and it was like paper, unable to even act as a hindrance. There was only a flash of fear in the gray pupils of Zokujizog, but it was completely erased, turned into a subtle spiritual child, and disappeared into the air. Even the colorful sword pressure that covered thousands of meters did not decrease in power, and flew towards the upper layer of the sky, severing the poisonous cloud and tearing the thick cloud layer. The sky seems to have opened a wound. First team quarters. Yamamoto Yuanyujai stood in front of the window, staring at the jurisdiction of the 12th division, and there seemed to be a flash of fire in his eyes. Urahara Sufong, 99. The old hands pressed against the window sill, with blue veins appearing faintly. Has this calamity invasion reached this point? It seems that we need to enter the first level strict order state. Chojiro, draw up a strict report and send it to the 10th division. 99. Yes, 99. The figure of Chojiro Sasaki disappeared at the end of the corridor. It's a dangerous trip. Yamamoto Yuanyujai's eyes were low, and he had the aura of the captain of the Gote 13 team, and he was not angry. Make sure to kill them all. In front of the confession palace. Kurosaki Ichigo, who ended the battle with Abarai Renji, looked up to the north sky in shock. The sword pressure that cut through the sky was a blow that cut through the sky. Let his heart involuntarily give birth to an instinctive fear. He opened his mouth and muttered a few times, but was unable to speak. The dry throat seemed to be burning with fire, and it was impossible to speak at all. A long time. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Abarai Renji, who was lying motionless and looked extremely embarrassed, and whispered. Did you see it? Yeah. Abarai Renji nodded lightly, naturally knowing what Kurosaki Ichigo said. Is this the captain in Shinigami? After a moment of silence, Kurosaki Ichigo continued to ask. Hear this question. Abarai Renji leaned against the steps of the Penance Palace, grinning. Just barely. Because of his diligent practice, his strength exceeded his normal state by a large margin, but he still lost to Kurosaki Ichigo, who was open. Normally speaking, the deputy captain is also the captain, but his power is slightly lower than that of the captain. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo widened his eyes and looked at Abarai Renji with a surprised expression. He did not forget that the red-haired devil-like character who was fighting hard with him in front of him was also a vice-captain. The strength between the vice-captains. Kurosaki Ichigo felt his throat dry as if it was burning with fire. Is the gap so scary? 35. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Although this was meant to belittle himself, Abarai Renji laughed happily. Even if he coughed up a lot of blood, he didn't care. Haha, have you finally realized your weakness? Katakana middle dot flowers. You crazy B asterisk 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 D. Kurosaki Ichigo was silent. Abarai Renji's laughter also gradually disappeared, returning to calm until his expression was low. Advertisement. Yes, if he's on the opposite side of us. He looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with despair. The probability of successfully rescuing Rukia will be infinitely close to zero. Who is he? Kurosaki Ichigo finally asked the question. Abarai Renji said without looking up. My brother. Urahara Sufong. Upon hearing this name, Kurosaki Ichigo was immediately stunned, his eyes widened subconsciously, and the depths of his pupils emerged. It's an instinctive shudder. 12th Division. On the street like ruins. Ni Yuli stared blankly at the wound in the sky, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Although a similar scene has been observed in the spiritual child monitoring equipment. But when he really felt it, he realized his own insignificance and Su Feng's terror. Comparable to Menos Grande's steel skin defense, in the face of this powerful and colorful sword, there is absolutely no ability to resist. Even, this can no longer be called sword pressing. He has seen countless secrets and witnessed countless battles, but he has never heard of anyone releasing a sword pressure that can sever the sky. Could this be the so-called limit of Shinigami? At this moment, Ni Yuli has subconsciously placed Sufong and Yamamoto Yuan Lujai in the same position. How? Sufong put away Zanpakudo, kept his killing intent fluctuating, and calmly faced Namori. Does Captain Ni have any backup means? 35. The corners of Ni Yuli's mouth twitched, as if she had been electrocuted. A long time. He just now squeezed 2 words out of the gap between his teeth. No. Well, in that case. Sufong nodded and said seriously, then the aftermath of the nearby streets will be handed over to you first. He turned around and walked towards the location where Ishida Yulong was. Halfway through, Sufong suddenly remembered something very important and turned around again. Ni Yuli was startled by Sufong, who suddenly turned back, and almost threw the last snake belly out again. There's one more thing. About the casting of Betaemon. Under the pressure of Su Feng's strength, Ni Yuli had no choice but to agree to help him recast the Betaemon. However, due to the lack of reserves of murderous aura stones, Ni Yuli also needed to carry out other experiments, and Sufong also agreed to provide half of the murderous aura stones. Done with this, Sufong looked at the aggrieved Ni Yuli, and suddenly felt a bit like a villain who bullied men and women. However, after thinking of Nimuri's inhuman behavior, he didn't feel any guilt. Compared with some of Ni Yuli's behavior, Sufong is really a good gentleman. Humph. Before Ni Yuli left, he did not forget to maintain his image. Yinmeng, let's go. 35. After all, he left with Ni Yinmeng angrily. Regarding the casting of Betaemon, Ni Yuli still needs to go back and design a sketch, otherwise something goes wrong, who knows what this madman will do. When he recalled the colorful sword pressure that cut through the sky again, he shuddered subconsciously. Monster. Ishida Yulong looked at Sufong, who was approaching slowly, and swallowed subconsciously. He didn't think that in his current state, he could withstand the terrifying sword pressure. Or put it another way. Even in the heyday, with the loose spirit gloves, the silver tube is fully arranged, and the person in front of him is confronted with the strongest state. Ishida Yulong shook his head sadly. Not on the same level at all. Not even to resist. That terrifying performance that devastated people simply couldn't raise the idea of fighting. Fighting Sufong is like a moth to a flame. Okay, Yuryu Ishida, 35. Sufong said lightly, don't look at me that way. You are safe for now. Oh, Ishida Yulong nodded obediently. But he reacted immediately and realized one thing. How did you know my name? The corners of Su Feng's mouth raised slightly, and said indifferently. Probably when I made a deal with Ishida Ryuzen. Ishida Yulong's pupils shrank suddenly and looked at the figure in front of him in horror. As if all the secrets were exposed to the sun. Fear spread in his heart. Chapter 81. You are the only man who can please me. What is a surprise? What is a special surprise? Ishida Yulong never thought that his father, who said, I am not interested, you are not talented, would have something to do with Shinigami. And maybe it's the dirty deal with no purpose. Don't look at me that way. Sufong picked up Ishida Yulong's collar as if carrying a chick. It's just part of the plan. Now you have completed your part, and you can leave the stage temporarily. Ishida Yulong had a bad premonition in his heart and asked subconsciously. How are you going to deal with me? Send me to that Namori just now for research. Or should I deal with it according to Soul Society's regulations? Or just kill me? He wanted to see something from Su Feng's face, but he could only see the indifferent and calm look, like the water in an ancient well without waves. Don't guess me with your narrow thinking. Su Feng carried him and walked towards the front of the street. After a while, after you have been wiped out from the disaster. Should have known. Ishida Yulong gave up the idea of using the chaotic puppet, although that ability could allow him to regenerate the power of a battle, and even counterattack. But in front of Su Feng, he felt it was all useless. Thinking of this, Ishida Yulong shook his head and let Su Feng take him to the 4th team building. He had completely abandoned the idea of resistance. I can't see any hope at all. Ishida Yulong looked up at the sky, the huge ravine like an abyss still existed. Like a moat, the 4th Division team building, the comprehensive ambulance center. Prison area. Although the 763 Soul Society often has some shameful things, it attaches great importance to the rules and regulations. Even though Ishida Yulong and his party caused great trouble in Seraiti, they were still sent to the 4th Division and treated. These include Yuryu Ishida, Sato Yasutora, Inoue Orihime, and Shiba Gansu. It can be said, except for Ichigo Kurosaki, who was rescued by Shihun Yoruichi, almost everyone was annihilated. Well, it's really unprecedented. Su Feng stood at the door, scrutinized his chin, and said earnestly, just these little guys turned the whole Seraiti upside down. 5. Among those who were injured and sent here, there were 7 or 8 officers and 3 vice captains. It's really spectacular. Yunohana Retsu walked out slowly from behind, a gentle voice sounded, and she counted carefully. Most of it was caused by that orange-haired travel accident, and according to the information, he also has Zanpakudo, and the Reiatsu is amazing. 3 of the vice captains were all defeated by him, and their injuries were more serious. Speaking of this, she shook her head regretfully, in a short time, I may not be able to work anymore. Kurosaki Ichigo seems to be much stronger than before. The whole person also fully implemented the word reckless, under the leadership of Yamada Hanadoro, the 3rd officer of the 4th Division, directly all the way to the vicinity of the Repentance Palace. Along the way, 3 vice captains, including Omaeda Kichio, Abarai Renji, and Hisagi Shuhei, were severely injured and unconscious. Afterwards, he encounters Byakuya Kuchiki, the captain of the 6th Division, in front of the Confession Palace. After a short conflict, he is too weak and is rescued by Shihun Yoruichi, who fell from the sky. For his failure to fight Zaraki Kenpachi, Su Feng was not surprised. As far as Zaraki Kenpachi's lunatic level is concerned, it is normal to find Kurosaki Ichigo. After all, he has been wandering in the Seraiti for many years, and he has never correctly found the team house of the 5th Division. Just as Su Feng and Yunohana Retsu were talking, in the chief officer's ward outside the 2 corridors of the comprehensive ambulance center, Abarai Renji lay bored on the sickbed, fiddling with the bandages on his arms. Intel. Long time no see, Abarai. A gentle man wearing white Captain Haori, short brown hair, and black-rimmed glasses walked into the ward. Captain Aizen. Abarai Renji was about to struggle to get up from the sickbed, but inadvertently affected the wound, and suddenly grinned. Don't get up. Aizen took a step forward and pressed it back to the sickbed, please cultivate well. I'm here to talk to you this time. Abarai Renji couldn't resist the other party, so he could only lie on the hospital bed in peace, looking up at Aizen Sosuke. Oops. Sitting not far from the hospital bed, Aizen said with some relaxation, it seems that we haven't talked like this for a long time. You've been transferred directly to Kenpachi since you graduated from the Academy of Spiritual Arts. 35. By the way, are you in the 6th Division now? Abarai Renji was a little stunned and didn't understand the purpose of the other party's visit. Yes, asked Captain Aizen. What exactly are you talking about? 59. Hearing this, Aizen stopped talking at length and smiled sideways. Advertisement. Abarai, you have an unusual relationship with her, Rukia Kuchiki. As soon as these words came out, Abarai Renji was a little stunned, wondering how Aizen knew. You don't have to hide. Aizen got up and drew the curtains of the ward. As far as I know, you were friends when you were in Rukongai. Lived together at Urahara's house. When Abarai Renji heard this, he no longer wanted to hide anything, and nodded. Yes. Then I won't beat around the bush. Aizen sat down again with a serious expression. Look from your standpoint. Does she really deserve to be executed? Abarai Renji was a little surprised and looked at Aizen unexpectedly. I don't quite understand what you mean. Aizen's patience at this point seems to be good. Don't you feel suspicious? 35. She was charged with unauthorized lending of spiritual power to others and loss, as well as overdue return. 95. Such a crime would be punishable by death. His eyes were very serious. I've never heard of it so far. In addition, the corpse is about to be returned and its name destroyed, and the probation period has been shortened from 35 days to 25 days. And the use of Sokyoku, which is only used for Shinigami other than the captain. Having said that, Aizen paused, leaving Abarai Renji plenty of time to think. I think this matter, from beginning to end, is being manipulated by someone. Abarai Renji widened his eyes and looked at Aizen with great surprise. Wait, Captain Aizen, what are you talking about? Aizen looked down, as if worried. I have a bad feeling. Soul Society is not what it used to be. He looked directly at Abarai Renji, as if to express his emotions. What I'm saying is that I'm just not content with this unreasonable reality. Regarding Rukia's crime, I will respond to room 46 again. Aizen sighed lightly. I hope the status quo can be changed. You have a good rest, don't think too much. After all, he didn't give Abarai Renji a chance to speak, got up and walked outside the ward. But, at the door, it happened to meet Sufong. Huh, Captain, why are you here? Sufeng's gentle smile appeared on his face. Sufong. Aizen acted a little surprised. I just came over to visit Abarai. I heard he was the most seriously injured. You or this? Sufong smiled. Caught a travel accident, because he was afraid that he would die from his injuries, and then sent it to Captain Ujua. After all, we have to wait for the trial in room 46. 35. Isn't it? Aizen gave Sufong a deep look, then sighed. You're right. 5. I left first, and there are 2 other people who are still fleeing. I'm worried they'll do more damage to Serinobu. 5. After all, Aizen left with a worried look. And Sufong, sensing the disappearance of his back, chuckled and walked into Abarai Renji's ward. For the conversation between the two, he was still more interested. Well, you mean Captain Aizen, he suspects that behind all this, there is an unknown being controlling everything. Sufong mused, about Rukia's penalty aspect. Luo. It's really too much. Let's not talk about the shortening of the probation period, just the appearance of this kind of torture has already broken the normal perception. What's more, the 46th room still doesn't care about the opinions of the Kuchiki family and the chief Captain Yamamoto, and insists on carrying out the execution. 5. Abarai Renji was a little excited. Then big brother Sufong. Can Rukia be spared if we report these speculations? Sufong sighed and shook his head. It's not as simple as you think. The decision of room 46 will not change, it is about their dignity and majesty in the Soul Society. On the other hand, Captain Yamamoto has become the perfect tool to carry out any order in room 46. Abarai Renji listened to Sufeng's words and looked at him with surprise, as if he had met him for the first time. He had never heard Sufong disrespect Yamamoto Yuanyujai so much. Don't look at me with that look. 35. Sufong waved his hand, slapped him on the shoulder, and said seriously, as for Rukia, I will take it seriously. And you, he thought for a while and continued, you don't have to give up your own ideas, just do what you want to do. 39. You mean, Abarai Renji's eyes widened, seeming to remember the previous conversation between Sufong and him and Shiba Kayan. Advertisement. Regarding the robbery field, there is no need to wait too long. Sufong walked out of the ward, only to find Yunohana Retsu standing outside the door waiting quietly. What an outrageous remark. Her gentle voice never seemed to change. This reminds Sufong of the scene when he and she practiced kendo. From the initial aggressive, to the later mutual progress, and even the current sympathy. Yunohana Retsu's attitude is getting better and better, never showing any displeasure in front of him. Even when he heard Sufeng's words, it was the same. Mr. Sufong, are you prepared to destroy the execution? Yunohana Retsu raised her eyes and looked at him with a slightly burning look, as if she had some kind of strange emotion. Well, if possible. Sufong nodded and admitted without hesitation, after all, Rukia is my sister, so I can't let her suffer the torture she shouldn't bear. It's unethical and equally unreasonable. Yunohana Retsu nodded and said with a smile, if that's the case, then I'm clear. I will stand firmly on Sufeng's side. 35. After all, you are the only man who can please me. When the words fell, she turned around and left, leaving Sufong alone in place. What she said must be kendo. 95. Sufong murmured, however, this feeling doesn't seem offensive. The flower of Mao. The shadow of the moon is like a hook, and the breeze is coming. The 5th squad. Under the slightly dim light, Aizen was writing quietly in front of the desk, and the atmosphere in the room was quiet and serene. Until, in the air not far away, there were abnormal fluctuations, as if the water ripples were swaying. Silver, come here at this time. Aizen said without looking up, there is a risk of exposure. Sarah, Captain Aizen. The soft Kyoto accent resounded in the air, but no figure appeared. Ichimaru Jin hides under a black cloak and covers himself with curved light, perfectly concealing his figure. Ha, I just came to confirm. Just in case something goes wrong in planning. 35. Aizen stopped the writing brush, and the two names were clearly visible on the paper. Hinamori Momo, Urahara Sufong. Ah, something unexpected really happened. 35. Ichimaru Jin seemed to catch a glimpse of the writing on the paper. Why is it Sufong Jun? 5. He's a very dangerous guy. In this regard, he seems to have lingering fears. Just a whim. 35. Aizen said calmly, although Urahara Kazuki's certain actions led to the decline of the Urahara family for a time. But it cannot be ruled out that Sufong has already contacted Urahara Kazuki for 1.9. Ichimaru Jin thoughtfully. That means he probably already knew who we were. That's right. Aizen smiled, as if he didn't care, but he didn't expose it, and he didn't act accordingly. It makes me a little curious. Sufong, what role does he play in this game? Perhaps we can do a little bit of this small test. At this moment, the door was knocked lightly, and there was a knock on the door outside. Ichimaru Jin looked up, as if he had seen the identity of the person coming through the door. The corners of his mouth were wide open, revealing a fox-like smile. The bait has arrived. A request came from outside the door. Captain Aizen, can I say a few words to you? The door opened, and Hinamori stood in front of it with an apologetic face. Ichimaru Jin sat cross-legged and put his face in one hand, watching the scene in front of him with interest. It's a touching scene, as expected of the considerate Captain Aizen. Hinamori looked at Aizen with admiration, while Aizen persuaded and talked to him in a gentle manner. The scene was once very harmonious. Time flew by, and Hinamori fell asleep at his desk in exhaustion. Aizen folded the paper delicately, put it in the envelope, and finally pressed it under the inkstone. Silver, let's get started. In the shadows, Ichimaru Jin got up, moved his somewhat stiff body, and said with a smile, I'm really looking forward to it. While speaking, Aizen put on the Captain Haori, got up, opened the door, and walked towards the end of the corridor. At this time, the sky is bright. Chapter 82. Please hold back, this is the captain's man. When the first ray of sunlight shines through the window and shines in front of the mahogany table. Hinamori Momo woke up suddenly in his sleep. Yes, sorry, I fell asleep before I knew it. She stood up suddenly and looked around, but found no trace of Aizen. Captain Aizen. When she realized that it was very late, she hurriedly put on a Death Tyrant outfit and hurried out. At this point in time, should we still be able to catch up with the scheduled meetings? 35. The sun was shining outside, scorching Seraiti to the fullest, making people feel a little irritable in their hearts. In order to avoid being late, Hinamori Momo chose to take a shortcut and go directly to the East Great Sacred Wall. Walked a corner. Hinamori Momo froze in place, his face suddenly pale, as if he had been drained of blood from his whole body, his pupils shrunk to the size of a pinpoint. Desperate emotions completely occupied his heart, as if an invisible big hand was holding it tightly. Ah! A piercing cry came from her mouth, and her body was shaking. Such a voice also attracted the attention of other people nearby, many of whom were chairpersons and vice captains. When the crowd rushes in, they were also shocked by the sight of the eyes, and everyone could hardly believe their own eyes. On the high wall in front, the white Captain Haori was soaked in bright red, Aizen's body was pierced by the blade, and it was nailed to the wall. Blood is like flowers on the cliff, blooming on the walls. Aizen's pupils, which were supposed to be full of gentle expressions, also lost all their radiance at this time, and they were completely dimmed. Blue, Captain Aizen. Whispering in a low voice came from Hinamori Momo's mouth. She stood there blankly, and her whole person seemed to have lost her due color. And the person who came along with it, let her provoke her nerves again. What are you doing? 39. What are you yelling about early in the morning? Ichimaru Jin walked in the direction of the Eastern Great Sacred Wall. Hinamori Momo stroked the bloodline on the wall, attracted by the sound, and turned around abruptly. That lion majesty-like smile suddenly plunged into her heart, and she couldn't help but recall his advice from Toshiro Hitsugaya a few days ago. The sudden rise of anger consumed the last trace of her reason. Is it you? Hinamori Momo just asked a question, then drew his sword towards each other, and instantly approached Ichimaru Jin, raised the sword and fell. When the sound of gold and iron interlaced sounded in front of the Eastern Great Sacred Wall. Hira Iziru, who had been keeping an eye on Hinamori Momo, took the lead in attacking and slammed into Hinamori Momo's knife. Hira, why do you want to? I'm the vice captain of the 3rd Division, no matter what reason you have, I won't allow you to draw a knife and point at our captain. By comparison, Hira Iziru was about to appear calmer. But he, who is not a party, can't understand Hinamori Momo's mood at this moment. Bloom, Feimei, look up, Wabisuk. The two vice captains liberated Zanpakudo directly in front of the East Great Sacred Wall, and the battle heated up further. Far away, Sufong looked at this scene with great interest, and chuckled lightly. It's really wonderful. To play with everyone perfectly, should it be Aizen? In fact, he was more curious. How on earth did Aizen deceive him as a being who was completely immune to Kyoku Suigetsu? On the front of the East Great Sacred Wall, Aizen's hands fell, and there seemed to be a hint of despair in his godless eyes, as if he was remorseful for his incompetence. A vivid scene. Sufong tried to explore and excavate around it with the power of waves, but unexpectedly found it. This corpse is generally the same as the corpse in his impression. Least, at his current level, he can't find the shortcomings for the time being. Sure enough, Sufong didn't get close to the battlefield at the East Great Sacred Wall, and he knew that he couldn't show that sad expression. For Aizen who has died, he does not have the sadness that he should have. In this regard, he still needs to learn a lot from him. It's too exaggerated. Sufong shook his head and just stood in the distance, quietly waiting for things to ferment further. Hitsugaya Tushiro entered. He leapt between their battlefields and forcibly separated them with Zanpakudo. Advertisement. Although facing Sufong, he was in a state of being completely beaten. But no matter what, it is also a captain-level existence, the youngest captain in history, and is known as a genius. It is not so difficult for him to deal with a deputy and a chairman. Hitsugaya Tushiro looked menacingly at Ichimaru Jin, who was watching a play quietly not far away, and said. Did you want to kill Hinamori? Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes and smiled the same. Ah. What are you talking about? 35. Hitsugaya Tushiro ignored Ichimaru Jin's answer. I have something to say. If anything happens to Hinamori, I will kill you. In the face of threats, Ichimaru Jin didn't care at all. Oh, it's so scary. Then you have to be careful not to let the bad guys get close to her. I won't give up. 99. The confrontation between the two has come to an end for the time being. The two people who were fighting were also temporarily controlled by the other vice captains, and were detained in different prisons. It's over. Sufong got up and was ready to go to the 4th division. He was still very curious about Aizen's body. It wasn't too difficult for Aizen to deceive Seraides captains with Kyoka Suigetsu. But in his observation, the corpse was really like Aizen himself, with no flaws. This is very interesting. If possible, analyze it a little. Sufong does not exclude it. Secrets are meant to be analyzed. 4th squad. When Sufong stepped in it with a leisurely attitude, he was directly caught by Huchionyan. Pooh. Deputy Captain Urahara Sufong. Some trembling voices. People cannot help but think of the attitude of some little bird Yuren's poor little daughter. It's just a pity that Toru Yuon's size is the highest even in the entire female Shinigami association. Don't you know yet? Facing Sufong, Huchionyan seemed to have an instinctive fear. Sufong speculated that this might be related to the captain's assessment he had previously controlled, and his overly strong performance made him fear. What's up? Sufong pretended to be confused, pretending to be ignorant. Captain Aizen of the 5th Division died unexpectedly. Huchionyan put his hands in front of him, lowered his head and said cautiously, at that time, he was nailed to the holy wall of Dongda by a knife. Sufong, appropriately, showed a hint of shock, saying. How is this possible? Where's the captain's body? Tiger Toru Yongyan felt a little strange. Sufong did not feel as sad as Hinamori Momo, the 3rd seat of the 5th Division, but asked about the whereabouts of the corpse as soon as possible. However, when he saw the anxiety on his face, Toru Yongyan subconsciously attributed it to wanting to find out the truth, but he didn't think much about it. Just now, it has been sent to the autopsy room. Tiger Toru Yongyan said carefully, the captain just ordered that everyone is strictly prohibited from going. But if it's you should be able to go in. As the vice captain of the 4th division, she is obviously very aware of the incompatible relationship between Sufong and Unohana Retsu. Well, didn't that guy from Newly come over? Sufong said. For this kind of thing, it is impossible for Ni Yuli to be absent. If possible, he would even like to participate in the dissection. To be able to discover the secret of a captain-level existence is simply a great thing for him. Hu Qiongyan was a little embarrassed, bit his lower lip lightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he whispered. Captain Ni, he had a quarrel with the captain and almost drew a knife in the ward. It's just because Captain Shi doesn't agree to send Captain Aizen's body to the Technology Development Bureau. Captain Jing and Captain Jashiro are guarding in the executive room at this time to prevent Captain Ni from doing anything out of the ordinary. Sufong nodded, indicating that he understood. As for the location of the executive room of the 4th Division team building, he is very clear. After all, I came here every now and then to exchange kendo with Unohana Retsu. In a sense, Sufong is much more familiar with the distribution of the 4th Division team than the 5th Division. His position as vice captain could be considered empty. Halfway out, Sufong suddenly remembered something, turned back and smiled. Vice Captain Yongyan, you can smile more. Quote. You're cute when you smile. 35. Hu Qiongyan was still confused. When he heard this suddenly, his face suddenly turned red, and white air seemed to rise above his head, as if the water had boiled. Her cowardly character, combined with the inappropriate height of ordinary women Shinigami, has always made her feel very inferior. Suddenly hearing someone compliment me, my brain is a little down. Advertisement. Deputy Captain Sufong, praise me for being cute. Hu Qiongyan looked dazedly at Su Feng's disappearing figure, and staggered towards the medicine room. In a state of no tune, he almost bumped into the passing teammates. Even when some officials called her, she was in a posture of not caring at all. Sufong didn't know that his words would have such a big impact on Hu Qiongyan. When he walked through the 3 corridors, he had come to the executive room of the 4th Division. There were messy quarrels, and there were even spiritual pressure collisions. However, the captains seemed to control their own Reiatsu very well, and there was no such thing as breaking the wall at all. Crunch one by one. A soft sound suddenly silenced the executive room. Another disgusting guy. Ni Yuli made no secret of her disgust for Sufong. I really want to put you all on the research table and dissect it bit by bit. Sufong has long been used to this guy's nonsense behavior. When doing some research on the power of fluctuations before, Ni Yuli said some wild words. However, after being beaten by Sufong, it stopped a lot. Look, Sufong also heard about it. Hiraku Shunsui fiddled with the grass roots at his fingertips, spinning them up and down in the air. About the death of Captain Aizen. Sufong nodded, his expression slightly serious, and explained. The last time I saw the captain was in the 4th division. He was just at the end of his visit to Renji. Hiraku Shunsui lowered his head slightly, staring at the frequency of the grass roots spinning at his fingertips, and a thought flashed in his pupils. Well, no one wants to see this kind of thing. Sufong, don't be too sad, everything has to wait for Captain Ujihua's autopsy to end. 99. Jashiro Yukitaki also joined in, and said with a cough. Ahem, with the professionalism of Captain Unohana, we should be able to see the truth of Captain Aizen's death. Hopefully this will allow us to find out who's behind it. 35. The corner of Ni Yuli's mouth grinned, revealing white teeth, like some kind of beast. Ha, do you still need to speculate on this kind of thing? Now, there is a misfortune to invade, and there is also the former 2nd Division Captain 763 Shihuan Yoruichi. As the commander-in-chief of the criminal army, the Shihuan family's previous patriarch, you don't know what she is best at, right? 35. As soon as this word comes out, Hiraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki suddenly became serious. Because they thought of a possibility at the same time. Assassination. Ni Yuli patted on the table and looked around at the other three with strange eyes. You two, as captains of the same generation as Shihuan Yoruichi, don't you have any information about her assassination technique? As he spoke, he leaned on the sofa and counted with his fingers. Among them, the Longtang Temple family, the Madaramu family, the Kichuan family. Even the Kyoraku family and the Jashiro family, and even the Tsunayashiro family and the Kuchiki family, who are also great nobles. 99. Among these nobles, there are many who were assassinated by Shihuan Yoruichi. Sufong listened with interest to Ni Yuli revealing the secrets between nobles. He is very aware of the degree of corruption of the Soul Society, and even Tsunayashiro Tokunada was able to become the head of the split family, but it was only after the continuous assassination of other heirs that it was his turn. He may even use this method to successfully serve as the head of Tsunayashidai's family in the future. But Sufong did not expect that the seemingly harmless Shihuan Yoruichi also has such an unknown side. Just the expressions on the faces of Jashiro Yukitaki and Kyoraku Shunsui said it all. The words Ni Yuli said were definitely not adulterated at all. If it looks like this. Jashiro Yukitaki's expression was a bit heavy, maybe the first level strict order is not enough. The death of a captain has not happened in hundreds of years. Quote. Having said that, he suddenly raised his head and glanced at Sufong, hesitated for a while before continuing. In the Captain Hollow incident, none of the captains were killed in action. Before I came, I had already reported it to Old Man Sean. Hiraku Shunsui sighed, he was furious about this, and ordered me to deliver the first level strict order again. As for the calamity, be sure to capture them all alive. 35. And then interrogate how they killed Captain Aizen. For this kind of order, Hiraku Shunsui is also very helpless, he does not want to get involved in these things. But as a member of the Guard Seraiti, it cannot be avoided. Sometimes, it is impossible to be lazy. I'd better take a look at Captain Unohana first. Sufong suddenly got up and walked towards the anatomy room next door, maybe there will be clues. HMPH, cocky guy. 35. Nima Yuri snorted coldly, I guess this kid will be put on his neck with a knife by Unohana Retsu in less than 3 seconds, and he will roll out in embarrassment. 35. Hiraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki looked at each other, and both saw the suppressed smile in each other's eyes. Not long ago, they just witnessed the scene that Ni Yuli said, but the object of threat was replaced by Ni Yuli himself. Chapter 83 finally got you, Urahara Sufong. Anatomy room. Obviously, Su Feng's treatment in Unohana Retsu is completely different from Nomori. When he pushed open the door and walked in, he was greeted by the gentle smile of Unohana Retsu. Captain Unoka. Sufong nodded, any clues about the cause of Captain Aizen's death? Hearing this, Unohana Retsu's expression became heavy, and she looked at the dissection table with regret. On it, Aizen's corpse lay there quietly, with an extremely tragic penetrating wound on his chest, and had completely lost his breath. The knot and posam were completely destroyed. She said solemnly, except for Aizen's own spiritual child, there is absolutely no other clue. This also reminds me of when Sufong Jun first joined the team. Noble death incident. Sufong was stunned, suddenly remembering the false accusation that happened to him. About this matter, in the end, it is not a matter of fact. It ends with the death of Metastasia. Central 46 was unwilling to investigate further, and the nobles gradually eased their fears seeing that no victims continued to appear. After the death of those nobles at that time, it was somewhat similar to the status quo of Aizen, and there was absolutely no Ryuya left. It is somewhat similar. 35. Sufong came back to his senses and nodded. However, Unohana Retsu said very seriously, It's not a bit similar. It's exactly the same, even from the wound, and even the shape of the injury is exactly the same. 5. The only difference is that Captain Aizen's death was way too high profile. Sufong was silent, knowing that she was referring to being directly nailed to the holy wall of Dongda. It was the place where the regular meetings were held, and the vice captains and officers were to gather there in the early morning. And he also understands Aizen's purpose for doing such things. That is to divert his eyes so that he has more time and opportunities for action. But what makes Sufong feel a little scary is that Aizen started planning this long before he joined the team. The original frame-up was not just to test Sufong, but also had a deeper purpose. That is to make the perfect corpse. Even Unohana Retsu couldn't detect the abnormal corpse. Even Sufong, who was immune to Kyoka Suigetsu, couldn't detect the abnormal corpse. At this moment, Sufong suddenly realized how much Aizen valued himself. Did you put me in the most unforgettable position from the very beginning? Unohana Retsu hesitated for a moment, then continued, the death of Captain Aizen is a little suspicious. Sufong became interested, raised his head and asked, what's the doubt? That might be the only clue. Unohana Retsu's expression was serious and analyzed, judging from the fluctuations in his own spiritual pressure left in him, it is very likely that the other party is someone he trusts. Under the premise of not fighting, it directly led to his own death. 35. Sufong was silent, speechless for a while. To say that the clues provided by Unohana Retsu are useful is a complete misdirection. It's useless, but it's a clue. Well, maybe you didn't realize it. Sufong pointed to Aizen's corpse, and said, last night, apart from the battle within the 12th Division's jurisdiction, there was no Reiatsu outbreak in Seraiti. 5. Travelers may have gone into hiding. Heard. Unohana Retsu also seemed to realize that he might have said something nonsense, and a blush flew from his cheeks, but it disappeared quickly. If it wasn't for Su Feng's fluctuating perception has become a passive ability, he really didn't notice it. That's a pity. Unohana Retsu shook her head, a little disappointed, I thought I could find more clues here. On the other hand, Sufong suddenly raised his head, faced Unohana Retsu, and said seriously. Ujihua, can I trust you? Pipe question mark quote. Hearing this, Unohana Retsu's expression was stunned, and she seemed to be thinking about what Sufong meant. After a while, she came back to her senses and smiled softly, Mr. Sufong, I said it before. No matter what you do, I will stand firmly on your side. 5. After all, you are the only man who can please me. Her eyes became a little hot. In order to avoid that things might develop in a worse direction, Sufong directly changed the subject. Conspiracy about Aizen Sosuke. 35. Unohana Retsu froze for a moment, but did not respond. Aizen Sosuke's conspiracy. She repeated it, as if to confirm whether Sufong said something wrong. Sufong nodded, and after thinking for a while, he said word by word, actually, Aizen he. Not dead. Advertisement. The voice fell. There was a dead silence in the autopsy room. With Unohana Retsu's mind, it is also difficult to understand all the information contained in Sufeng's words. If Aizen didn't die, where did the corpse in front of him come from? Could it be that the captains of the Gote 13 were deceived? And what is the purpose of Aizen doing this? Subvert the rule of the Soul Society. For a time, her thoughts were flying, and countless possibilities swirled in her mind. Sufong paused for a moment before continuing. As for Aizen's conspiracy, we have to talk about it 100 years ago. 99. The Captain Hollow incident at that time involved the 3,592nd Division, as well as the Kido group. And the opportunity for this lies in his Zanpakudo. Kyoka Suigetsu. Unohana Retsu listened intently, eyes full of trust. She has already tasted the essence of Su Feng's kendo. A few years of talking and doing things may not be able to recognize a person, but kendo can. As a first-generation Kenpachi who has mastered all genres and sword styles of Soul Society, Unohana Retsu is extremely confident in his kendo. It is precisely because of this that she chooses to trust Sufong. After some remarks, Sufong has already fully stated Aizen's purpose and plan. To this, Unohana Retsu made a suggestion to tell Yamamoto Motoyazai all this. Then, do you think Captain Yamamoto would choose to believe it? Sufong sighed, Kyoka Suigetsu's ability is complete hypnosis. What you see and hear, and even what Reiatsu perceives, is just what Aizen wants you to see. He was hidden behind the scenes and we have no way of knowing his whereabouts. Unohana Retsu was silent. Although what Sufong said was reasonable, she still wanted to work hard. For this kind of thinking, Sufong is very clear, she does not know the horror level of Kyoka Suigetsu. For now, he commanded, it won't be long before Aizen will be in the public eye again. 99. We just have to wait for the time to come. That night. When all was silent, there were still soldiers patrolling the streets of Seraiti. Regarding the incident of the invasion by accident, the team members who had not taken it seriously at first were also vigilant at this time, always paying attention to any changes around them. After all, it was just this morning. Captain Aizen of the 5th Division was crucified on the eastern Great Sacred Wall. This information has been conveyed to the hands of each team member one after another. Although there is no evidence to prove it, this was done by accident. But on the premise that he could not find any clues, Yamamoto Yuanyujai still stubbornly pinned this crime on the body of Lucar and others. The news spread gradually, and people panicked for a while. In the prison of the 5th Division, Hinamori Momo, whose eyes were lost and full of despair, also received a last word from Aizen. That is a letter. After reading the contents on it in detail, Hinamori Momo's expression gradually became firmer. And at the same time, in the team building of the 5th Division, there is a room exclusively for the vice captain. Sufong also received the same letter at the same time. Well, interesting. After reading the contents of the envelope, the corner of Sufeng's mouth raised slightly, and he became even more interested in what was about to happen. Ichimaru Jin and Hitsugaya, it is true and false, it seems that there are other plans. At this time, Longtang Temple Ryo ran out of the door out of breath, wrapped in abnormal reiatsu, which seemed to be caused by overdose of shunpo. Vice Captain. In the prison, something happened. He didn't have time to take a breath, and stammered, Hinamori Momo, she has escaped from prison. Sufong was not surprised at this, got up and walked to Ryosuke's side at Longtang Temple, patted his shoulder lightly, and said. I see. If nothing else, she should be looking for the so-called enemy. He handed the envelope to Ryosuke Ryodoji, then activated shunpo and disappeared at the door. Longtang Temple Ryosuke looked at the handwriting on the envelope and widened his eyes. Inspired by Urahara Sufong, Hinamori Momo. Under the moonlit night. In front of the East Great Sacred Wall, Hitsugaya Tushiro looked at the two in front of him dissatisfied, his icy voice was like his Zanpakudo. Advertisement. Looks like I guessed right. It's just that Kira's cell door was opened from the outside, trying to sneak away. His eyes became colder, it's too conspicuous to do this, Ichimaru Jin. Oops. Ichimaru Jin didn't care about his words at all, smiled and said, your words are too strange. I just want to release my vice captain. After all, Kira, there is no crime at all. Hitsugaya Tushiro also didn't care about Ichimaru Jin's explanation, and his hand was already on Zanpakudo behind his back. I just need to kill you before she comes. Bloom, Fame. Just as the battle was about to break out, a huge fireball fell from the sky, directly wrapping the two of them in it. Red. The corridor burst, and countless gravel splashed out. Hinamori. Hitsugaya Tushiro could hardly believe his eyes, and Hinamori Momo even attacked him. That's an exaggeration. Ichimaru Jin stepped on the roof lightly, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, like lion majesty. It doesn't count for attacking me before, but this time I escaped from prison and wanted to kill me and Captain Hitsugaya together. The third officer of Division 5, Hinamori Momo. Far away, standing on the roof, Sufong sensed the changes in the East Great Sacred Wall. As this Aizen's mastery over the heart. How outrageous. He wasn't involved. Perhaps Aizen left the letter just casually. If Sufong was really involved, he would be caught in his conspiracy. Confusion. The battle in front of the Eastern Great Sacred Wall soon entered a three-way melee. Hinamori Momo wanted to avenge Aizen by killing the two, while Hitsugaya Toshiro firmly believed that Ichimaru Jin was the mastermind behind everything master. While protecting Hinamori Momo, he also killed Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin, on the other hand, used Shinso's attack range to directly enclose the two of them together. Just look at the ruthlessness of his attack. He definitely wanted to kill the two of them directly. Even Sufong had never seen such a chaotic battle. The ice dragon mixed with fire, the cold light flashed from time to time, and the Kido chant that never stopped. Kira Izuru, who was watching the battle, tried to separate the three several times, but was almost accidentally injured by him. Such chaotic reiatsu fluctuations naturally attracted the attention of other patrolmen. Among them, it also includes a captain who was closest to this place. Hey, found you. 35. The violent golden spiritual pressure rose into the sky, like a gust of wind, shaking everything around, and even the sturdy buildings, Zhao Wanghao, were shaken by it. The burly body is full of ferocious scars, the captain Haori with a serrated hem, and the hairstyle like a sea urchin already indicates the identity of the visitor. Team 11, Zaraki Kenpachi. Urahara Sufong. He looked at the figure on the roof like a ghost, and his palm was already on the blindfold. In order to find you, I even gave up the opportunity to fight against the calamity. Compared to you, they are too weak. Zaraki Kenpachi has always wanted to fight Sufong since he joined the team. But every time they meet, they are either in the conference room of the first team, or at the comprehensive ambulance center of the fourth team. This made Zaraki Kenpachi unable to start, and at the same time, he was directly suffocated. Now that disaster has invaded, the entire Seraiti has become a mess, and he has finally found a chance. Zaraki Kenpachi glanced at the battle in the distance and spat in disdain. Rubbish. This way of fighting without killing is simply an insult to the word fighting. 99. While speaking, he took off the blindfold on his right eye. Boom. The golden spiritual pressure turned into a beam of light that shot straight into the sky, completely illuminating the entire surrounding of the Eastern Great Sacred Wall, as if it were daytime. Such an exaggerated reiatsu naturally caused the three people who were fighting on the other side to change. Then, what is that? Captain Zaraki of the 11th Division, why is he here? Oops, the battle is over. Hitsugaya Tushiro looked warily at Ichimaru Jin who was standing in the distance, a shunpo flashed behind Hinamori Momo, and directly stunned Hinamori Momo, who had almost exhausted his spiritual power. Fight with you. Zaraki Kenpachi threw the blindfold aside, I still have to show all my strength. Let's fight. Urahara Sufong. Chapter 84. Have you ever heard that heart-piercing grief? Sufong was also extremely surprised by the sudden situation. He knew that Zaraki Kenpachi was out of tune, but never thought that this guy would come straight to him. Even Kurosaki Ichigo gave up the wall hanging in order to fight with himself. Although he is also a wall hanging. This kind of reckless behavior made Sufong despised. The golden spiritual pressure turned into a ferocious ghost skeleton, roaring above the eastern great sacred wall, and the soldiers patrolling nearby even felt a sense of suffocation, as if their hearts were tightened. Unexpected trouble. Su Feng's expression became slightly serious. Faced with Zaraki Kenpachi, although he is confident of winning, he has to beware of some unexpected explosion from this guy. Based on what he knows about Zaraki Kenpachi. As early as thousands of years ago, Zaraki Kenpachi was already an extremely powerful monster. But because he was too strong, he couldn't experience the fun of fighting, so he sealed himself step by step in confusion to the current level. If you can unblock more power, it may cause a little trouble. Su Feng drew his sword with his right hand and drew a crescent-like arc in the air. But now you are not enough to threaten me. 35. Call. Zaraki Kenpachi spat dismissively, I just want to fight, that's all. I can feel that you are stronger than them, much stronger than those who are in trouble, and even those hypocritical captains. 5. The substantial golden spiritual pressure was like a stream of water, flowing on his body. Swish. Zaraki Kenpachi took off the blindfold, releasing the seal that had been placed on him. The blindfold was a product of the Technology Development Bureau, which could devour the Reiatsu that he had escaped without limit, causing it to fall to a weaker level. Because only in this way can he experience a better fight. I saw that he was holding Yi Xiao, who was full of notched and sharp teeth, and waved gently towards his side. A huge crack appeared on the eastern great sacred wall where Aizen was once crucified. Immediately, a flat-cut surface appeared, and the upper half of the towering east great sacred wall was inclined to the side. Rumbling. Half of the Dongda sacred wall, tens of meters high, collapsed on the street of the building, swaying dust that covered the sky and the sun. It's really fun. Zaraki Kenpachi's small pupil stared at the lake wind in front of him, like a beast that found its prey. The battle begins. Whisper 763 sounded, and Zaraki Kenpachi's figure disappeared in place. When it reappears, he had come to the top of Su Feng's head, and Zanpakudo, which was full of gaps, suddenly fell towards the bottom. Boom. The golden spiritual pressure was wrapped around it, and the space was torn apart in an instant, and the surrounding spirits were also burned. Su Feng did not dodge. Instead, he chose to face it head-on. He knew very well that monsters like Zaraki Kenpachi, who were only born for fighting, could only avoid subsequent troubles if they were completely suppressed in terms of hard power. When the turbulent collision sound reverberated near the eastern great sacred wall. When the two Zanpakudo collided, a shock wave visible to the naked eye was formed, like an arc, centered on the two, spreading in all directions. The building under Su Feng's feet collapsed suddenly, unable to withstand such a huge force. The dust is flying, and the moonlight is obscured. Farther, Hitsugaya Tushiro carried the collar of Hinamori Momo and evacuated towards Shunko further away. The same captain, but he sensed a suffocation from the colliding battle. Quote. He gritted his teeth and said, fighting without any scruples here, aren't they afraid of hurting others? Beasts like Zaraki Kenpachi. 99. Ichimaru Jin fell lightly beside Hitsugaya Tushiro, why would you care about such a thing? Just as I don't take Hinamori in my eyes either. I hope you can take good care of her. Ichimaru Jin lowered his body slightly, and a pure blue light flashed in his narrowed eyes. Otherwise, you're going to see an unrecognizable corpse. The killing intent is cold and chilling. Hitsugaya Tushiro clenched his teeth and made a creaking sound. I will definitely kill you early. Ha, then I'm waiting for you. For Hitsugaya Tushiro's harsh words, Ichimaru Jin seemed quite disdainful. Advertisement. Hira Izuru stood beside him, staring at the two who exchanged words with a headache. Either Hinamori Momo or Ichimaru Jin. He didn't want to see anyone get hurt, let alone die. But due to the difference in strength, Hira Izuru, let alone blocking it, even intervening in it, may be killed here by the aftermath. Thought here. CDBJ, he couldn't help but look at the battlefield in the distance with some fiery eyes, and an idea came up in his heart. If I can have the strength of Deputy Captain Sufong or Captain Zaraki Kenpachi, then I won't have such troubles, right? Haha, this is the battle I want to experience. Zaraki Kenpachi growled, bring out your full strength, Urahara Sufong. Come and fight happily. 39. Like a wild beast, he raised Zanpakudo in an unruly manner, and fell again. Only the rage Reiatsu and beast-like strength and defense. Sufong was surprised to find that Zaraki Kenpachi's golden Reiatsu was wrapped around him, protecting him like an armor. Allow Zaraki Kenpachi to fight freely and without any scruples. Let me give all my strength. 99. Sufong swung his sword to meet him, and every time he blocked Zaraki Kenpachi's violent slashes just right. The continuously superimposed clanging sound of gold and iron interlaced, like a magnificent symphony, continued to sound in the ruins of the building. Why did you use all your strength? Su Feng's expression was indifferent, and Zaraki Kenpachi in this state was not enough to pose a threat to him. Did you hear that? Your Zanpakudo is wailing and weeping. What a tragic way of fighting, like a beast, with no rules at all. Zaraki Kenpachi opened his mouth wide and was about to give a roaring retort. Sufong suddenly accelerated Shunko's speed, stepped forward, and passed through the suppression of Zaraki Kenpachi Zanpakudo with a relatively low figure. arms raised, from bottom to top. Puff. The sound of torn flesh and blood was particularly clear in this night. A blood spring sprayed under the moonlit night, adding a bit of blood to this crazy night. Captain Zaraki is injured. Hitsugaya Toshiro's eyes widened. He could hardly believe what was happening in front of him. How can that be? I mean, how could? Captain Zaraki is obviously that strong. Hira Izuru also had a look of disbelief in her eyes, but she didn't feel it when her fingernails were buried deep in the flesh of her palm. Being able to suppress the beast Zaraki Kenpachi. Ichimaru Jin teased with a smile, this should be the only good news I've seen tonight. Zaraki Kenpachi's pupils shrank, and he stood there in surprise, reaching out and stroking the bloodstain on his chest that almost spanned his entire body. Never had. Since he joined the 11th team, no one has ever been able to inflict such a serious injury on him in such a short period of time. Blood was spraying, but Zaraki Kenpachi's expression became more and more excited. That's right. This kind of fight is what I want. 35. He let out a frantic smile and pointed at Sufong with the jagged Zanpakudo. Haha, that's right. The injury not only did not make Zaraki Kenpachi flinch, but more stimulated his blood and desire to fight. The voice fell. Zaraki Kenpachi immediately jumped up. Shunpo's speed was more than 1 grade faster than before, and he was barely able to keep up with Su Feng's movement. Killing intent fluctuates. Su Feng is not used to the idea of Zaraki Kenpachi, nor does he mean to maintain the dignity of Soul Society. All plans must be based on the premise of their own safety. The killing intent erupted, fused with the power of waves, and turned into an arc of white air visible to the naked eye, surrounding Su Feng's feet. With it at the center, the surrounding ruins were turned into spirits and returned to the air of the Soul Society. The spirits visible to the naked eye surround Su Feng, like butterfly wings, flapping lightly. Okay, let's continue. Zaraki Kenpachi had come to the front of Su Feng, and the golden reiatsu surrounding his body was swallowed up by the wave of killing intent and disappeared. However, he turned a blind eye to this, holding Zanpakudo high, as if using a heavy hammer, and slashing towards Su Feng's head. No intention of giving up. For Zaraki Kenpachi, fighting is a no-brainer. Boom. The ground collapsed, violent power raged, and deep ravines surrounded the surroundings. The desire to fight has been suppressed before, but at this moment, it finally broke out completely. Advertisement. When the body is driven by instinct, fighting becomes an indescribable pleasure. For Zaraki Kenpachi, instinct is the only way to win the fight. The frantic slashes without the slightest slash, tearing the air, tearing the defense of the fluctuating killing intent, like a madman, slashed towards Sufong one after another. Boom. Once the ground collapsed, the entire eastern Great Sacred Wall had completely collapsed, and there were no intact buildings within a radius of several miles. And under the influence of Su Feng's killing intent fluctuations, those buildings that were turned into ruins were directly eliminated into tiny spiritual children, constantly blending into the air of Soul Society. Such a movement naturally attracted the attention of other captains. Even if it was late at night, there was a captain who arrived here as soon as possible. A pink pattern, Captain Haori, is particularly eye-catching under the moonlight. Zaraki Kenpachi, did he finally get his wish? Hiraku Shunsui fell in the middle of Hitsugaya Toshiro and Ichimaru Jin, cleverly separating the two escaping reiatsu. As early as when he came here for the first time, he had already noticed the wrong atmosphere. In order to avoid a more chaotic scene, Hiraku Shunsui had to use himself as a barrier and separate the two for the time being. What an exaggerated fighting style. He touched his chin, admiring the battle in the distance, and had no intention of interfering. In the heart of Zaraki Kenpachi, one side must be completely down in this battle. Either death or coma. If someone intervenes in his battle, the consequences will be extremely serious. In front of the East Great Sacred Wall, Su Feng tried different ways of attacking, transforming the power of waves into ice blades and blasting flames, attacking Zaraki Kenpachi's golden materialized reiatsu defense. To his surprise, the strength of this materialized reiatsu defense is far beyond the usual Kido. But from the current point of view, it is not inferior to No. 81 Bakudo splitting void, and even stronger. Even to some extent, this powerful materialized reiatsu defense was burning around Zaraki Kenpachi like a raging fire, and when Su Feng's attack fell directly, it burned out. In the face of this level of attack, Zaraki Kenpachi has no intention of returning to the defense at all. In other words, there is no defense in his dictionary. Haha, come on. Zaraki Kenpachi relied on his height to wave Zanpakudo frantically, and the blood splashed in all directions, adding a bit of madness to it. As its nature continued to rise, he gradually changed the way he held the handle. From holding the sword with one hand to holding it with both hands. The surging spiritual pressure, like a sea tide, rushes endlessly, and the huge evil ghost skeleton roars above its head. This is the only kendo he knows. It is also from the teachings of Yamamoto Yuanyujai. However, this teaching is to restrain Zaraki Kenpachi's own battle, and his manic character makes him unable to follow Yamamoto Yuanyujai to learn at all. Therefore, just studying for a day means giving up the so-called kendo. But this move is enough for him to deal with more than 99% of the battle. Kendo katakana middle dot double break. There is no bells and whistles, just holding the handle of the knife with both hands, and the violent reiatsu is condensed on Zanpakudo. Zaraki Kenpachi smiled grimly, and the bloodline on his face added a bit of a vicious atmosphere. The golden materialized spiritual pressure turned into a light curtain, which cut off the air and cut off the clouds above the sky. Zanpakudo fell, attacking like a heavy hammer, trying to kill Sufong completely here. Face such an attack, Sufong concentrates slightly, and the wave engraving surrounds the handle of the authentic Guanxi sword, symbolizing the wave engraving of the 5 great kings suddenly integrated into Zanpakudo. The shimmer blooms, like a touch of moonlight under the stars. I saw him from the bottom up, and cut out a sword like a moon in front of him. Evil light slash. The gorgeous huge sword pressed out of the sword, collided with the golden spiritual pressure, and competed for the brilliance of the crescent moon above the sky. This moment, Saraiti in the dark seemed to come directly to the day. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, Xie Guangzan slashed across the golden sword pressure and directly cut it in half. And his prestige did not diminish, and he directly collided with Zaraki Kenpachi's Zanpakudo. The originally invincible Zanpakudo, under the terrifying power of evil light slash, also ended up in the same way. The broken blade fell from the air. Zaraki Kenpachi's shocked look also solidified on his face at the same time. Sufong put away Guanxi Zhengzong, walked past him, and said calmly. Even with Zanpakudo as a tool, and the tools must be respected accordingly, your Zanpakudo is wailing. Have you ever heard? Puff. The wound across his body exploded in front of Zaraki Kenpachi's chest, and the blood was like a spring, spraying under the moonlight. Chapter 85. Draw a knife to him, you really value me. Su Feng's heaven-defying fighting power shocked everyone present, including the 3 captains, as well as several vice-captains and team members who came later. They looked at the East Great Sacred Wall, which was almost completely in ruins in the distance, and were dumbfounded. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would have believed that this was a battle between Shinigami and not some kind of natural disaster. The team members even more clearly understood what captain-level combat power was. If you put them in the battle between Sufong and Zaraki Kenpachi, you don't even need to get too close, just touching the aftermath of the collision of Reiatsu is enough to turn them into ashes directly and integrate into the big family of Reiki of Soul Society. Even the ceremony of the team burial was omitted. Bang! Zaraki Kenpachi's burly and tall figure fell heavily to the ground, and a cloud of dust swept up. Zanpakudo's breaking off, the massive blood loss of his body and the lack of Reiatsu made him completely lose his ability to fight. A petite figure leapt from a distance, and the Zanpakudo dragged in his hand was even longer than her own size, a little bit. She first came to the side of the fallen Zaraki Kenpachi and circled around it, as if to confirm whether Zaraki Kenpachi had the possibility of death. After a while, Kaolu Bachenliu jumped away, stopped in front of Sufong, and said excitedly. Thank you so much, Sufong-jun. This battle makes Xiaojian very happy, but the injury is a little bad. 55. By contrast, on the other hand, Sufong didn't have any injuries all over his body, just the Black Death Tyrant outfit he wore was soaked in blood, and it looked a little dark red. There's no need for that. Sufong said lightly, if possible, you should continue to show Kenpachi the way. Kaolu Bachenliu tilted his head and asked inexplicably, why is this? Hehe, do you also think that Bachenliu is a good guide? She covered her petite face with her hands and cheered, it's great, I've also been recognized. Not really. Sufong shook his head and sighed, if you come to show me the way, Kenpachi may never find me again. In this way, I saved a lot of trouble. As soon as this word comes out. Kaolu Bachenliu suddenly looked like a flatulent puffer fish, his cheeks bulged, and he looked at Sufong angrily. Humph. She snorted arrogantly, then walked over to Kenpachi, who had already passed out, and put his arm on her body. Bai Jun is right. 35. Sufong is really a bad guy. As soon as the voice fell, she carried Zaraki Kenpachi on her back with an extremely mismatched back and left in front of the ruins of the Eastern Great Sacred Wall. Because of being a member of the 11th Division, people are often injured. So, Kaolu Bachenliu often travels between the 11th and 4th team quarters, and this is the only route she is familiar with. Soon, she disappeared from everyone's sight. And Kyoraku Shunsui also came to Su Feng's side after he left, and looked at the sacred wall of Dongda, which was almost turned into powder in front of him, and sighed. Now, old man Shan is going to get angry again. 99. With his arms in his arms, he looked at Sufong beside him, can I ask, the battle between you? Kyoraku Shunsui spoke halfway, and the words stopped abruptly. He laughed and said, I couldn't turn my head around for a while, your opponent is Zaraki Kenpachi. His words, fighting and killing, don't need any reason at all. 359. Since we met, why don't you come to the 8th team as a guest? Kyoraku Shunsui lowered his hat and lowered his voice, I have one thing, but I want to discuss it with you Sufong. Hearing this, Sufong showed doubts on his face. After thinking for a while, he also readily agreed to Kyoraku Shunsui's invitation. Ruins, etc., are temporarily handed over to the soldiers who come from time to deal with them. With the further spread of the invasion of the brigade, the soldiers have made obvious progress in the ability to deal with the ruins. However, when they saw the ruins in front of them, they couldn't help but show a look of shock. Is this the battle of the Captain Cops? Too outrageous. As expected of the strongest vice-captain, Lord Sufong. Hitsugaya Tushiro suppressed the surprise in his heart and also took Hinamori Momo to the 4th team building. Ichimaru Jin even squinted his eyes, looking in the direction where Sufong and Kyoraku Shunsui were leaving, with a thoughtful look on his face. Perhaps, there are other ways to deal with it. His indistinct voice went away with the wind. Advertisement. 8th Squad. At the speed of Shunpo of Kyoraku Shunsui and Sufong, it took only a few minutes to come into it. What broke into Su Feng's perception was the sick Jashiro Yukataki, Abarai Renji, who should have been in prison, and Shiba Kyan, who had nothing to do with the scabbard. I didn't want to inform Abarai. Kyoraku Shunsui scratched his head and said helplessly, as his older brother, you know how reckless this guy is. After all, he came out of the 11th division, and it is a perfect inheritance of the martial spirit. 35. For Abarai Renji, he seems to have quite a headache. Thinking about it, before inviting him, it also caused some disturbance. If it wasn't for your influence on him. Luo. Kyoraku Shunsui gave Sufong a sideways glance, I would never invite this guy here. Then I really have to thank the band leader Jing for his trust. Sufong nodded and replied with a smile. Ha, overliked. Let's go, count you and me. Kyoraku Shunsui pushed open the door in front of him and walked straight in, everyone has arrived. Brother Sufong. Cough cough, Deputy Captain Sufong. The two greeted Sufong emotionally, and Sufong responded with a gentle smile. Looks like you should know something from Renji. As soon as these words came out, Abarai Renji suddenly smirked and didn't even dare to look up and face Sufong. Ahem, it was Kyan who told me. 35. Jashiro Yukataki excused Abarai Renji, explaining, Rukia is my subordinate after all, and I cannot afford to watch her suffer. 5. Abarai Renji nodded again and again. In this regard, Sufong did not care too much, but sat cross-legged across from Jashiro Yukataki and said seriously. That means, you have made a detailed plan. 99. Kyoraku Shunsui took off his hat, confronted him with sincerity, and said calmly. Regarding the King of Shellbreakers, the Shihuan family has a shield artifact that can restrain his liberation. And Jashiro, he has already borrowed it from Yushiro. Of course, that's our job. Sufong nodded and asked, then what do I need to do? Kyoraku Shunsui looked at Su Feng's face seriously and said word by word. Your mission is the most important. It's also something we can't do. 5. Hearing this, Sufong had a vague guess in his heart. Quote. Stop the captain, Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni. 99. Beijing bandleader really looks up to me. He was a little surprised by this assignment. Who is Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni? The founder of Soul Society Gotei 13 and the captain of the first generation, the captain of the first generation first team, the founder of the True Spiritual Art Institute, and the principal of the first generation, he is also known as the Soul Society's strongest Shinigami. This series of names alone is enough to scare a group of people. Not to mention fighting him head to head. Haha, as a student of Old Man Sean. Kyoraku Shunsui sneered and said, I don't have the courage to draw a knife to him, after all, I am someone who has witnessed history. To be honest, if I hadn't seen you fight Zaraki today, I wouldn't have given you this task on a whim. As for Jashiro's words, he shook his head and did not continue. Everyone knows about Jashiro Yukataki's body. He has been sick all the year round, and it is extremely difficult to prevent the liberation of King Rugu. Asking him to fight, or fighting with Yamamoto Yuanyujai, is undoubtedly further shortening his life. As Jashiro Yukataki's good friend and apprentice brother, Kyoraku Shunsui undoubtedly didn't want to see that scene happen. Ahem, Abarai and Kyan will be in charge of intercepting Captain Kuchiki. Deputy Captain Su Feng's popularity is very good. Jashiro Yukataki carefully analyzed, if you take action to stop the execution, then most of the captains will choose to stand by and watch. In this regard, Sufong nodded in agreement. It's not that I admit that my popularity is good, but I believe that most of the captains will choose to stand by. Shihuan Yoruichi will deal with the broken bees, and Unohana Retsu will stand firmly on his side. While Hitsugaya Toshiro is hostile to Ichimaru Jin, he will also choose to prevent the continuation of the torture. As a result, only Yamamoto Yuanyujai, Aizen, Komamura Sajin and others stood on opposite side. As for Zaraki Kenpachi, Sufong knew the severity of his attack. Even if this guy's resilience was comparable to Menos Grande, he would not be able to regain his fighting power in a short period of time. The power of fluctuations entangled in his wounds will restrain the recovery of the flesh and blood spirits. Advertisement. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot. With this level of injury, only Ni Yuli can easily deal with it, others are simply helpless. The plan is very simple. Sufong agreed, but there was no objection. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. Actually, I'm also very curious, how strong is the captain of Yamamoto, who is known as the strongest Shinigami in Soul Society? If you can, it is not impossible to meet the legendary Bankai of Ryujin Jaka. As soon as this word comes out, Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukataki suddenly looked at him with strange eyes, as if they were looking at a lunatic. Do you know why Zaraki didn't challenge you directly at the captain's meeting? Kyoraku Shunsui sighed and said helplessly, Old Man Sean's deterrent power is far more terrifying than you think. 99. Actually, even Captain Unoka. He shook his head and did not continue. As the longest-serving leader of the group, he and Jashiro Yukataki know many secrets of the Soul Society. Of course, it includes Unohana Retsu's true identity and why she chose to be the captain of the Gotei 13. All because Yamamoto Genryuzai defeated him in a head-to-head match. You know, the captain of the first generation 11th division is Unohana Retsu. Abarai Renji listened eagerly, and Kyoraku Shunsui stopped abruptly, causing him to ask subconsciously. What happened to Captain Azuki? Could it be that she is also a very strong captain? Hiroku Shunsui glanced at him blankly, and said lightly. If you are interested, you can ask Captain Unoka by yourself. 35. Certainly. He leaned forward slightly, approached Abarai Renji, looked him in the eyes, and said in a somber tone, if you can survive. When he said this, Hiroku Shunsui gave Sufong a special look, but found that Sufong did not show anything. He suddenly understood that Sufong had already known about these so-called secrets. Anyway, Jashiro Yukitaki interrupted weakly, before the torture begins, I will try my best to free the shield artifact. 55. It may not even be possible to participate in the supervision of executions on time point 35. Before the shield artifact is fully liberated, it's up to you to stop the torture from beginning. Burning eyes looked around at everyone. Abarai Renji and Shiba Kaien stood up immediately and shouted with high fighting spirit. It's on me. I will definitely stop the torture from beginning. Boom. Boom. Hiroku Shunsui Shunpo went behind the two of them and slammed hard on their heads. Be quiet. We are plotting, understand. 35 feet. Hiroku Shunsui lost his temper, and he looked around cautiously, as if he were a thief, and lowered his voice. Even my little Shishu doesn't know about this matter. If you make any more noise, I'm afraid that old man Sean will know about it. Abarai Renji and Shiba Kaien withdrew their excitement and squatted in the corner without making a sound. Sufong looked at the two of them strangely, and pondered in his heart. Could it be that unicellular reckless behavior is contagious? Why did the reliable deputy Captain Kaien look like this now? When he recalled that Shiba Kaien was willing to be a reckless man for revenge, he suddenly felt that everything seemed to be taken for granted. This seems to be a tradition passed down by the Shiba family. At this moment, at the open door, a black hell butterfly swooped in, and its flapping wings looked a bit confusing under the hazy morning light. Oh, Hiroku Shunsui looked sideways. Hell butterfly is here. Should you tell me about the punishment for the Battle of the Eastern Great Sacred Wall? Jashiro Yukitaki nodded, spread his hands, and said helplessly, the captain-level battle is indeed a bit too bad. If nothing else, the financial expenditure of the 11th team will show a deficit again. It seems that there are multiple captains and vice-captains in the room. The small portable, Sky Ting Kong Luo, built into the Hell Butterfly has begun to spontaneously transmit new information released by the Information Technology Bureau. Captains and vice-captains, let me tell you something. The Hell Butterfly danced in the air, and the rough voice came from it, which seemed quite strange. There has been a final change regarding the execution date of the prisoner Rukia Kuchiki. The final execution date is set for 29 hours later. Chapter 86 The Devil from the Forbidden Realm. The sudden communication caused the room to fall into silence. After Hell Butterfly left, the atmosphere was also lowered. The early execution ordered by the 46th room. Hiroku Shunsui frowned, and he was already a little more disgusted with the group of rotten guys on the top. If this happens, the plan will be advanced accordingly. Su Feng's expression was calm, but there was no surprise. As he knew, Aizen would constantly forge the orders of Room 46 and advance the execution date, leading to misjudgment by the captain and the misfortunes. But obviously, others have already responded. In that case, Jashiro Yukitaki calmly said, cough, I can try to persuade Captain Kuchiki. If we can make him stand on our side, the probability of preventing the execution will be greatly increased. At this time, the sky already had sunlight shining in. The sky is blue, reflecting people's mood. Then I'll trouble you, Hiroku Shunsui said solemnly with his arms in his arms. The time has come, Abarai, you two should go back to prison. 35. He looked at Abarai Renji, who was circled in the corner, and instructed, before the torture begins, you must not reveal any flaws. It would be a little trickier if it was discovered by other captains. Abarai Renji nodded, and immediately activated Shunpo to leave the 8th division. He was also beaten and injured by Kurosaki Ichigo because of an unauthorized attack. And Byakuya Kuchiki also ruthlessly imprisoned him directly in the prison of the 6th division. Obviously, 763. He escaped from prison this time, but also with the help of a little help, from the outside world. Sufong got up and said calmly, then the preparation work will be handed over to you first. I took advantage of this time to go to the 4th team. 35. There is still something to say about Captain Unohana. Also, regarding Captain Zaraki's situation, I'm also a little concerned. The voice fell. His figure just disappeared in place. Such a level of Shunpo. Hiroku Shunsui looked at Su Feng's back, which instantly turned into a black spot, with inexplicable eyes. It seems that Su Feng is still underestimated. If he takes action, it shouldn't be a problem to resist old man Sean for a while. Suddenly he remembered something very important. By the way, should I mention this? Hiroku Shunsui looked at Jashiro Yukitaki and gestured with his hand, I don't need to make a big effort, just stop the old man for a while. Jashiro Yukitaki was silent, and Shiba Kaien beside him was also silent. A rare worried expression appeared on Hiroku Shunsui's face, Sufong he. Don't get me wrong. 4th Squad. Comprehensive Ambulance. When Sufong walked into Zaraki Kenpachi's exclusive ward, he was almost hit by a pink headbutt. Luckily, he had always turned on the fluctuation perception, and only just passed this raid. Boom. The pink little head slammed into the wall firmly, and with a bang, a big hole appeared directly in the wall. And the figure of the grass deer Bachenliu has already disappeared at the entrance of the cave. What kind of welcome is this? Sufong rubbed his chin and was a little puzzled. Is it the warm welcome from the vice-captain of the 11th team? Damn Sufong Jun. 95. Kaolu Bachenliu rubbed his head and walked back from the door, pouting his face with dissatisfaction. What the hell did you do to Xiaojian? Usually at this time, he should have woken up. Advertisement. Sufong also realized that something was wrong. It stands to reason that at this point in time, he should have recovered a lot. Although he can't fight, his consciousness is the minimum. He was still very concerned about the severity of his attack. Sufong stepped forward, stood near the hospital bed, and let go of his wave perception, carefully examining Zaraki Kenpachi's abnormality. In front of him, there was a mass of golden materialization, like a highly compressed human-shaped golden object. The weird thing is, the light in it is still growing stronger and stronger. Like a fertilized crop, it grows like crazy, it's putting enough pressure on him. Sufong pondered carefully, and then caused Zaraki Kenpachi's eagerness to become stronger, which made him open Shikai himself. The wave force he exerted on Zaraki Kenpachi was also continuously eroded by this high concentration of materialized spiritual pressure. Not surprisingly, Zaraki Kenpachi's recovery speed should be faster than he expected. But at the same time, there is an immediate problem, that is, the huge power causes his current mental state and physical condition to be unbearable, so that he is in a coma. And there is a more serious problem. That is, after Zaraki Kenpachi wakes up, he may not be able to control his own changes. Just like his Bankai, the body can't bear it at all. Once the Bankai is too long, it will inevitably lead to the collapse of the body. And in the Bankai state, his consciousness is also vague. Mr. Sufong, how is Xiaojian? Kaolu Bachenliu tilted his head to look at Sufong, but he didn't mean to worry. As Bankai of Zaraki Kenpachi, she is naturally able to perceive Zaraki Kenpachi's physical condition to a certain extent. Although I don't know the specific reason, I know that there is no danger to his life. Well, you can understand that Zaraki Kenpachi is growing up. Sufong tried to describe it in simple words, if he can bear this kind of change. In the near future, you will be able to fight with him. Hearing this, Kaolu Bachenliu's expression suddenly calmed down, but the desire flashing in his eyes did not diminish at all. That's it, 39. Then thank you very much Sufong this time, 35. She waved her arms vigorously, as if to demonstrate, when Master Xiaojian gains strength, I will challenge you with him. At that time, it will be us who will win. At this moment, Ni Yuli came into the ward from the corridor outside the ward. Which reckless guy made this big hole? Huh, Urahara Sufong. He froze for a moment, then grinned. Why are you here? Don't tell me, have you discovered Zaraki Kenpachi's secret too? Secret? Sufong found the key words in Ni Yuli's words. What's the meaning? Ni Yonli spread out his hands, and the nail of the middle finger of his right hand, which was as long as his forearm, was particularly eye-catching. Hey, I'll tell you with great mercy because you have been working with me for many years. Actually, this is what I discovered by accident, 99. His smile seemed extremely strange, and even the grass deer Bachenliu hid directly behind Sufong and looked at Ni Yuli with curious eyes. You should know about the identity of Captain Unohana, right? 39. When he said this, Ni Yuli didn't forget to quickly walk to the door and glanced at both sides of the corridor. Apparently, he still seems to be a little afraid of Unohana Retsu. Although he is not soft on poison research, this does not prevent Nimori from being afraid that Unohana Retsu will cut him with a knife. There is no conflict between the two. The greatest villain of the Soul Society, first generation Kenpachi. Sufong counted with his fingers, the captain of the first generation of the 11th division, he claims to be the master of all genres and knife styles in the world, and once gave himself the name of 8,000 styles. That's not the same as me, Kaolu Bachenliu cheered. A hint of surprise appeared in Ni Yuli's eyes, and he said in surprise. Looks like you know more than I do, but what I want to say is not about this, but about the fight between Unohana Retsu and Zaraki Kenpachi. 5. A long time ago, maybe hundreds of years, he waved his hand and said irritably, these are not important, 99. Advertisement. The important thing is that Unohana Retsu, who was still first generation Kenpachi at the time, was defeated by Zaraki Kenpachi when he went to Zaraki district to find his subordinates. Speaking of which, Ni Yuri's rolling eyes stared at Zaraki Kenpachi on the hospital bed. Then Zaraki Kenpachi actually sealed his power in order to experience the ultimate fighting. After that, under the witness of the 11th Division team members, he directly killed Kenpachi, the Ghost City, and succeeded in serving as the 11th Division's captain, and inherited the name of Kenpachi. Speaking of the key point, this guy actually danced with his hands and his mental state seemed extraordinarily crazy. Huh, you know what's the funniest place? 35. Every time Zaraki Kenpachi goes to exterminate or fight some so-called sinners, as long as he is seriously injured, his recovery strength will inevitably rise a little. 99. Sufong listened quietly, analyzing Ni Yuli's thoughts. Immediately after, he suddenly said, so, this is the reason why you invaded the Great Spirit Book corridor. Ga? Emotionally excited, Ni Yuli's voice also became a little weird, it doesn't matter. Even before I cooperated with you, I have invaded the Great Spirit Book corridor many times. The Suniyashiro family doesn't care about that. The Great Spirit Book Corridor is located in the underground chamber of Central 46. It is an extremely large database, which records a series of major events and secrets of the Soul Society from ancient times to the present, responsible for management and governance. Although this place is difficult to enter, even if Yamamoto Uenujai wants to go in to find relevant information, it needs to be approved by the joint consent of the Golden Seal Noble Conference in Central 46. But these are not so difficult things for Nimori. He doesn't follow the obvious rules like Urahara Kazuki does. Instead, act recklessly and without scruples. That is to say, he is a little afraid of those extremely powerful forces. Things like Soul Society regulations, in Nimori's eyes, are even worse than bullshit. For example, the Great Spirit Book Corridor had already invaded many times when he came out of the Maggot's nest, and even found the secrets about the Spirit King and many secret events from it. It can be said that Ni Yuri is the person who knows the most secrets besides the contemporary head of the Suniyashiro family. Even Sufong is not as good. After all, Sufong didn't know about some details. The Urahara family is not primarily focused on gathering intelligence. Actually, I found out about this, and the main reason is you, 99. Ni Yuli explained with a strange smile, if you hadn't stole my trophies, I wouldn't have come to the 4th division to collect the blood sample of the Quincy. I won't find out about the abnormality of Zaraki Kenpachi, and I won't be curious to invade the Great Spirit Book Corridor. Su Feng's expression was weird. Unexpectedly, Ni Yuli made these attacks because of himself. Don't worry, regarding those calamities, I just collected some flesh and blood samples. Ni Yuli seemed to have guessed what Su Feng was going to ask, and explained directly, after all, with that guy Yunohana Retsu staring at me, I can't be ruthless. In fact, these are not the main reasons. Su Feng knew in his heart that Niangli still had great hope for the study of the power of waves. In his view, the existence of the power of fluctuation completely overturned his cognition of the world 1.9. Even if you give up everything, you can't give up research on the power of fluctuations. This is also the main reason why Ni Yuli is still willing to do so even if Su Feng threatens him. Back to business. 35 Ni Yuli pressed his fingers and made a tooth-stinging click. You should have noticed the peculiarity of Zaraki Kenpachi too. That substantial golden spiritual pressure is completely beyond the norm. And this performance, he stretched out his fingers and tapped his temple with a dull thud. It is completely possible to further study the structure of its body and soul, and then use this as a template to transform us. While speaking, Ni Yuli pressed on his arm, and the arm suddenly stretched like a snake's belly, and the connection between the steel cable and the steel chain was clearly visible. A transformation like this is a reference to Aburai Renji's Zabameru. He enthusiastically introduced Su Feng about the many transformations on his body and soul. In addition to this, there are also the technology of Righteous Corpse and the technology of transforming the soul, 99. The more Su Feng listened, the more frightened he felt. At the same time, he also had another clear understanding of the scientific research level of Ni Yuli. In fact, in the original work, Nimori's highlights are not inferior to Urahara Kazuki, and even surpassed in some places. After reaching a cooperation with Su Feng, he has been immersed in the research on the power of fluctuations for many years. This also caused this guy's current brain circuit to go far beyond the previous one. As the conversation deepened, Su Feng felt more and more that he seemed to be in a forbidden area. A demon was released. Chapter 87, The Hardest Relationship Ever. Regarding the research on Zaraki Kenpachi, Su Feng does not want to get involved for the time being. But in order to prevent Nimori from attacking too hard, he killed Zaraki Kenpachi. He also made Kusaka Yachiryu in charge of supervising some of Ni Miyuri's actions. Although most of the vice-captains of the 11th Division are unreliable, when it comes to Ni Yuli, she is still trustworthy. As for the conjectures mentioned by Ni Yuli, after a simple attempt, it seems that there is a real possibility of realization. It even has a certain strengthening effect on Su Feng himself. However, this will have to wait for Ni Yuli to really study the results, and it is not the time yet. After leaving Zaraki Kenpachi's exclusive ward, Su Feng went straight to the executive room where Yunohana Retsu was. At the moment, it is still the busiest time for the 4th Division. So much so that Yunohana Retsu needs to deal with various team official duties in addition to treating the more seriously injured team members. Such as the distribution and use of drugs, and the application of certain contraindicated treatment methods, including but not limited to uneven distribution of patients in wards, conflicts and minor matters. Least. Seems like this to Yunohana Retsu. Su Feng walked straight into it, whether it was the executive room or any other place, he was already very familiar with it. So when facing Yunohana Retsu, there will be no strangeness. Mr. Su Feng, Yunohana Retsu was a little surprised. Did something new happen? As smart as she is, she naturally guessed the purpose of Su Feng's trip. On the conduct of the Aizen conspiracy, Su Feng lowered his hands and said flatly, you should have already received the notice of the change of execution time, right? Yunohana Retsu put down his business and nodded slowly. In her opinion, Su Feng is far more important than any official business. Whether I know it from the Urahara's collection, or from the records of the 5th Division. There have been numerous executions in history, and there has never been a precedent for changing the execution time, let alone changing it multiple times, in a row ahead of schedule. Su Feng was determined, so. I guess there may be a problem in the underground council hall. The 46th room of Central 23, which is responsible for issuing the ruling, may have been killed by Aizen. As soon as this word comes out, even Yunohana Retsu, who has always been unhurried, couldn't help but take a breath. Looking at Sufeng's eyes, there was also a little change. The guards of the Underground Council can be said to be the strictest in the entire Seirei. Unohana Retsu spoke softly, her eyes drooping slightly, as if thinking about the possibility. Even Shihuan Yoruichi, the captain of the 2nd Division who took office, only sneaked into it with the help of the identity of the Shihuan family and the power of the artifact. 5. But if Aizen is considered, his Zanpakudo would provide him with excellent concealment. Even to say, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes burning brightly, Aizen can enter the Underground Council Hall in a grand manner. Sufong didn't admit or deny, just let Unohana Retsu make up his mind. For Aizen's approach, he did not know, but as long as the results are enough, the process doesn't matter. So, Sufong took over the words and said seriously, then I will ask Captain Ujiwa, 55. After the execution begins, go to the Underground Council to expose Aizen's conspiracy and announce it to the entire Soul Society. Unohana Retsu was silent for a moment, then looked directly at Sufeng's face, and a gentle smile emerged. I understand. Before the execution begins, I will go to the Underground Council Hall. She would never refuse Sufeng's request. If that's the case, then it's troublesome. Sufong smiled. What responded to him was Unohana Retsu's softer smile. At this moment, a dark shadow jumped in from the window of the executive room, and the agile figure was like a cat. No, it should be a black cat. The black fur that shines like satin, a unique wisdom flashes in the agile eyes. I seem to have disturbed the two of you. A hoarse and low voice came from the black cat's mouth. But due to the urgency of the situation, this is also a matter of last resort. Unohana Retsu's smile faded a little, and she looked straight at the black cat with calm eyes, and asked indifferently. Miss Yoruichi, you are so blatant in front of us. Advertisement, don't you worry about being executed as a sinner? It is difficult for her to have a gentle attitude towards the guy who disturbs her and Sufong being alone. The materialized Ryotsu was already surrounding her. Sarah, don't be so harsh. Shihuan Yoruichi immediately relented, knowing Unohana Retsu's identity. She fully believed that Unohana Retsu would definitely dare to do it here. I'm here because of course there are important things. 95. About the advance of the execution time and the arrangement in the plan. Unohana Retsu restrained her Ryotsu and looked at Shihuan Yoruichi quietly, waiting for her next words. In terms of execution time, Aizen may also have done it. Sufong explained, as for the plan or something, the leader of Jing and Jashiro will be responsible for suppressing the liberation of the King of Shells. 99. As for you and Bumblebee, take care of Ichimaru Jin and the others. In addition, there is a captain who needs to be arranged. 39. The eyes of the two fell on Sufong, waiting for his next sentence. A diehard fan of Captain Yamamoto, Captain Komamura. Leave it to me. Shihuan Yoruichi has it all. My Shunpo was very restrained by the way Komamura Sajin fought. B. Unohana Retsu frowned and thought, as for the captain of Yamamoto, how should we deal with him? 35. Tell him about Aizen's conspiracy? Sufong shook his head and said word by word, let me handle it. This is an agreement between me and the leader of the Jing band. Unohana Retsu wanted to say something, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, he stopped speaking. Shihuan Yoruichi jumped to Sufeng's side, stretched out his paws and patted his shoulder, and said in an appreciative tone. Ha, Urahara brat, I admire your courage. 35. A lot better than that guy Kazuki. 39. He doesn't have the courage to face that monster, Yuan Luze. Just when the voice fell and everything was arranged properly, the familiar system prompt sound also came. Sign in task. Please go to Sokyoku Hill to sign in, and face Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni head on. Close black lens bracket. Quest reward. GE Ashura template increases the progress by 5%, and you can comprehend the new wave energy. Close black lens bracket. Template progress. Extremely Ashura 40%. Currently master. Wave power, wave mark, advanced wave sword, wave burst, ghost seal bead, evil light slash, killing intent wave, unparalleled wave. Close black lens bracket. Finally come. Sufong breathed a sigh of relief. This also confirmed the correctness of some of his guesses. Of course, this also made the battle between him and Yamamoto Uenujai unavoidable. At the same time, Sufong was also curious. What kind of attitude will he show when facing the strongest Shinigami of the Soul Society? With his current strength, can he really deal with Yamamoto Uenujai? Thinking of this, Sufong had some expectations in his heart. After confirming the plan again, Shihuan Yoruichi also said that if Kurosaki Ichigo master Bankai, he will also go to Sokyoku Hill to do his part. However, based on the current progress, she does not have any hope for this. The plan is set for now. Sufong instructed, as for the follow-up execution, it all depends on adaptability. But as long as the execution is prevented, everything will be no problem. One person and one cat nodded in response, but they had no opinion. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next morning. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the window and shone on the bed, the figure on it had quietly put on a death tyrant and left. At this time, there were only 3 hours left before the start of the torture. In front of the confession palace, dozens of people dressed in white clothes surrounded Rukia. Between the fourth prison and the hill of Sokyoku, there is only a very long bridge, with iron cables on both sides, showing a deep sense of solemnity. Rukia stood on the bridge and looked at the blue sky. Her expression was calm, but her heart was filled with countless emotions, as if mixed with paint. Prisoner Rukia Kuchiki, please go to Sōkyoku Hill, the execution ground of Mao. One of the jailers urged in a respectful tone, it will be execution time soon. 5. In his opinion, although the other party is dying, it does not prevent him from continuing to respect him. After all, Rukia can be called the most difficult prisoner in history. Advertisement: if she said one or two more words on the hill of Sokyoku, I am afraid that her group of jailers will suffer. In the squadron of the 6th team. In the spacious room that belonged to the captain alone, the area of nearly a few hundred square meters was empty, and only one door opened towards both sides. Byakuya Kuchiki stood before the door with a calm expression. He looked at the front quietly. A photo was standing in front of the desk, and the figure on it was quiet. Much like Rukia. A long time. The voice of the subordinate team came from outside the door. Captain, the time has come. 55, please prepare to go to Sokyoku. Byakuya Kuchiki lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, in a faint voice. Let's go, Feijun. On the roof of the 8th Division team building, Kiraku Shunsui half covered his face with his hat, blocking the rising sun. Captain, the torture will begin soon. It seems that Nanao Eyes found this place after rummaging in the team building for a while. Please don't sleep anymore, and hurry up and get ready to go. Nanao, I'm feeling very distressed right now. Kiraku Shunsui held the grass roots in his mouth and said somewhat vaguely, can you listen to me? What are you worried about? Eyes Nanao seemed to have guessed what Kiraku Shunsui was thinking. Actually, Kiraku Shunsui's voice became more slurred. I thought it would be cool to have a root grass, but it might be poisonous. It made my mouth spiced, and it bothered me so much. Throw it away. It is customary for the captain and vice captain of Gode 13 to go to Sokyoku Hill when the execution is executed. And because the deputy captain drew his sword to attack the captains fought each other, which caused Yamamoto Uenujai to be furious, and directly imprisoned all those who committed the crime, and left it to him to deal with after the execution. So much so that when Sufong came to Sokyoku Hill, he only saw Broken B and Omeda Kichio of the 2nd Division, and Toru Yuyan of the 4th Division. Komamura Sajin and Shooting Field Tezeman of the 7th Division, Kiraku Shunsui and Aizen Nanao of the 8th Division 763, Tusen Kanami and Asagi Shuhei of the 9th Division, Nayuri and Nin Yumi of the 12th Division, 13th Division the teams Toru Chingyan and Katsubaki Sentaro. In Ichimaru Jin and Kira Iziru of the 3rd Division were imprisoned for the Hinamori Momo incident. Yunohana Retsu delayed his arrival due to his busy schedule. However, Sufong knew that she should be picking the right time to go to the underground council hall to investigate the truth. Although the fact that Central 46 has all died is certain, it is still insurance for people to look at. As for Jashiro Yukitaki of the 13th Division, he asked for leave to visit on the grounds that he was ill. Shiba Kaien's reason is also very simple and rude. In his words, it is important to take care of the captain. It doesn't matter if you see it or not, to this. Yamamoto Uenujai didn't say much. Sufong probed everything on this hill of Sokyoku with wave perception with great interest. Because Zaraki Kenpachi was still in a coma at this time, it was impossible to hijack the traveler and his party, which led to Tusen Kanami and Komamura Sajin coming here smoothly. Before Sufong came here, he also went to the Comprehensive Ambulance Center of the 4th Division. As Ni Yuli said, he just collected hundreds of millions of samples of flesh and blood. Each had only 1 square centimeter cut from the skin of their arms. On the other hand, while drawing blood, the calamities all turned pale and looked like they had lost blood. In the words of the guards of the 4th Division, if Ni Yuli draws a little more, their lives will be endangered. At that time, Sufong just curled his lips and had nothing to say. He also once again recognized the greed of this guy Ni Yuri. So when Sufong came to the hill of Sokyoku, the happy smile on Ni Yuli's face already showed that he had gained a lot this time. And the progress of the research on Zaraki Kenpachi mentioned earlier may still take some time and effort. But no surprise. He should have collected enough information to provide it to the demon body, and then generate a new Jizo. Right now, the only one on Sokyoku Hill is not arriving on time. There should be only Byakuya Kuchiki from the 6th Division. Sufong did not remind Abarai Renji and Shiba Kaien, and let them stop Byakuya Kuchiki. If you see the determination of the two of them, and want to come to Byakuya Kuchiki's cold personality, it should also change his way of doing things, right? He figured his chin, thought about it, and said to himself with a smile. It's also possible, it's even worse. Chapter 88 Worship is the feeling farthest from understanding. In front of the team house south of Seirei, tall towers stand, with various corridors interspersed between them, and soldiers walk through them from time to time. Byakuya Kuchiki walked under the tower with an expressionless face, stood where he was, and looked at the two figures walking out in the shadows ahead. Abarai Renji. Shiba Kaien. Are you planning to violate Soul Society's rules? The voice fell, and a tidal wave of Ryatsu erupted centered on Byakuya Kuchiki. Hum as if the air was sinking, a huge force acted on the two people in front. Unpredictable, Abarai Renji and Shiba Kaien grinned and sweated. This road is closed to traffic. 9 With the release of Abarai Renji's own spiritual pressure, the pressure on his body was immediately reduced a lot. He looked at Byakuya Kuchiki with a grim expression, and his voice was very firm. Do you stop me from going to the execution? Byakuya Kuchiki guessed what he was thinking, as well as a little guessing about his plans. If I'm not mistaken, Urahara Sufong should have ordered the two of you to come. Don't insult Sufong with such dirty words. Shiba Kaien's eyes were cold and stern. I once lost the people I cherished through negligence. Now that the same thing is in front of me, I will never take a step back. In contrast, his state is much easier. After all, he was a genius who tested his full-level spiritual power when he was admitted to the hospital, and his talent was also extremely strong. Shiba Kaien's strength is definitely the top 3 among the vice-captains. Remarkably brave. Byakuya Kuchiki's expression became colder, but those who violate the laws of the Soul Society will eventually pay for it. Swish. Its figure disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already by Aburai Renji's side. The blade in his hand lifted and fell, showing no mercy. Ding. The sound of gold and iron interlaced echoed under the tower. Glitter. Aburai Renji holds the Zanpakudo with a firm gaze, with a spin, coupled with his unique Shunpo technique to get behind his opponent. 35. Using spikes to break locks and slumbers, that's what you're best at. Team leader, Aburai. Byakuya Kuchiki raised the Zanpakudo in his hand, erected it in front of him, surrounded by Ryotsu. You have more words. 99. What made you so arrogant? Is Shiba Kaien who came with you? With the level of the two of you, it's not enough to make me fear it. Let's scatter. Senbon Sakura. 35. The moment the voice fell, its blade turned into cherry blossoms flying all over the sky, flying towards both sides and scattered. In an instant, the entire city tower was filled. Go all out. Shiba Kaien reminded, stroking Zanpakudo with his hand. Let's roll back against the sky. Nejibana. Aburai Renji did not dare to delay, and if Zanpakudo was not liberated, at his level, he would soon be killed by Byakuya Kuchiki. Roar. Zabameru. The surging waves swirled and rippled from Shiba Kaien's feet, instantly occupying everything around him. The Zanpakudo in his hand had already turned into a halberd-like weapon, with the blue yang hanging down on it, dashingly and freely. The powerful Ryotsu is as powerful as the waves that roll backwards. Shiba Kaien faced Byakuya Kuchiki, but he didn't fall behind. If not spiritually defective, 35. Byakuya Kuchiki watched everything with icy eyes, surrounded by tiny blades that protected itself and shattered the incoming waves. You should have mastered Bankai by now. Hearing this, Shiba Kaien's expression was also a little cold. Perhaps, I'm already a master now, maybe. 35. Defeating you is just the first step in rescuing Rukia. Come on, Tide. I saw Nejibana stretched out in Shiba Kaien's hands, and the surrounding waves, like a marching army, suddenly boiled, turning into endless tides and pressing down towards Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki's expression was unusually high and cold, and he spat out 2 words between his lips and teeth. Insanity. Under the tower, the waves swept the cherry blossoms, accompanied by snake-bellied blades that spanned dozens of meters from time to time. In just a few breaths, the battle has entered the white-hot stage. On the hill of Sokyoku. At this point, only an hour left before the execution. While everyone was waiting, there was the sound of footsteps at the end of Sokyoku Hill. Advertisement. Everyone looked up and saw that the jailers were advancing around, and the petite Rukia walked in the middle, the shackles on her body making a collision sound. The jailers bounded under Sokyoku. Rukia looked up at the giant spear that shot straight into the sky, with a calm expression on her face. As early as when she arrived at Sokyoku Hill, she had already seen her elder brother Sufong, as well as his few friends Torukian and Katsubaki Sentaro. Suddenly, the majestic and huge spiritual pressure came from a distance, slapping the hearts of everyone like a stormy sea. Rukia turned her head sharply, looking towards the north sky. This is the Ryotsu of Kaien-sama and Renji. The back of her eyes was gradually occupied by fear, and the Ryotsu of big brother Byakuya. How come? A low murmur came out of his mouth. Since even Rukia was aware of the Ryotsu of the battle, she naturally couldn't hide it from the captains on Sokyoku Hill. Yeah, what a scary Ryotsu. Kyoraku Shunsui lowered his hat, still holding on to the grass roots that made him feel a little poisonous. Aburai and Kaien, and Captain Kuchiki, there seems to be some conflict that I don't want to be seen. Ni Yuli twisted his fingers and seemed to be calculating some kind of data, and said without looking up. What else could be the conflict? It's just that some people want to rescue the prisoners, and some people want to stop them, that's all. What a touching scene. 99. Komamura Sajin took a step forward, and a low voice sounded from under the barrel-shaped mask. Commander, please let your subordinates stop the battle of the 3. Boom. Yamamoto Uenujai slammed the cane in his hand on the ground, and the huge force suddenly caused a small pit to appear on the ground. It doesn't matter, right now, execution is the most important thing. Time passed by minute, as if an hourglass was constantly dripping on the heart. The wait before death, almost desperate, devoured Rukia little by little. At the same time, Kulim of the Purity Tower. Here's the residence of the 46 rooms, where the rotten guys usually live here. As one of the highest forbidden places of the Soul Society, only the 46 rooms can be entered here. Aizen? Hitsugaya Toshiro stood in the middle, looking ahead in disbelief. How so? Are you really Aizen? Looking at the figure standing on the heights, Hitsugaya Toshiro had doubts about the world. Aizen's body was nailed to the top of the Eastern Great Sacred Wall before, how could it appear in front of him now? Of course, how can such a thing be fake? Aizen folded his arms and looked at Toshiro Hitsugaya with a smile. Anyway, you came back earlier than I thought. Sorry. Ichimaru Jin's voice came from behind. Looks like Kira didn't delay long. At this time, Hitsugaya Toshiro was completely shocked and puzzled. completely unable to believe the scene in front of him. Don't look at us like that, Aizen said indifferently. As a basic tactic, isn't it just about dispersing the enemy's combat power? Enemy. Hitsugaya Toshiro finally noticed the abnormality, activated Shunpo, disappeared in place in an instant, and rushed into the interior of the Purity Tower. The bloodline spread on the ground, and Hinamori Momo lay there, unconscious. Sorry. Aizen turned sideways, smiling unchanged. It should have destroyed her body, but you came earlier. Hitsugaya Toshiro turned around, his expression grim with hatred. Hinamori worships you so much, joins the 5th division because of worship, and keeps working towards you because of worship. Facing these remarks, Aizen's expression not only did not change, but a little more smile. I know that, there's nothing easier to control than someone who admires himself. Hitsugaya, there is something you need to remember, 99. Worship is the feeling farthest from understanding, 99. As soon as these words came out, the anger in Hitsugaya Toshiro's heart could no longer be suppressed. He pulled out the Zanpakudo behind him with a backhand, and the furious Ryatsu was like a wild beast, raging out from all around it, smashing the wall in an instant. Bankai. Daigor and Hiranmaru. The huge ice wings stretched behind him, the ice crystal flowers were suspended behind him, the surrounding ground was freezing, and the ice layer was centered on Hitsugaya Toshiro, spreading towards the distance. The ice layer surrounds it, like armor, protecting Hitsugaya Toshiro. Aizen. He raised Hiranmaru in his hand and pointed straight ahead. I want. Kill you. The voice fell. The ice wings vibrated, and the figure disappeared in place. Advertisement carrying that biting icy cold, he approached Aizen's side in an instant, and the ice blade surrounded and stabbed fiercely downward. Puff. Along with the frost, the blood flower exploded in Hitsugaya Toshiro's chest. Beneath the countless icicles, there is a pure red. Hitsugaya Toshiro's eyes widened, unable to believe what happened to him. Just a knife. Did you lose the battle yourself? Boom. Hitsugaya Toshiro fell heavily to the ground and gradually lost consciousness. Holding the blade, Aizen stepped on the edge of the square stone pillar, admiring the spreading ice layer. The scenery is good. Although the assembly has not yet arrived, it is not bad to be able to see the ice scene at this time. Okay, Silver. 35. Before he could finish speaking, he heard a voice coming from the entrance of the underground council hall. You really are here, Captain Aizen. Unohana Retsu frowned slightly, stepped onto the ice, and looked at the two of them coldly. No, it's no longer the time to call you Captain. 95. Rebel, Aizen Sosuke, faced with questioning, Aizen greeted with a smile instead. Hello, Captain Unoka. I think it was Sufong who told you all this, right? It really makes this captain sad, obviously he is my subordinate. Unohana Retsu stared at him, but did not draw his sword. Because even she doesn't know whether she is in a state of being deceived by hypnosis. Is the scene in front of you real? Are you hesitant? Aizen smiled, worried about Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities? 39. There's no need for that, Captain Unohana, you and I could have sat down and talked in detail. 5. And a wicked person like you. Unohana Retsu snapped, I have nothing to say. 35. That's a shame. 5. Aizen shook his head and said sideways, Silver, let's continue with the follow-up plan. Yes. Ichimaru Jin was seen half squatting on the ice, and the cloth like a white snake spun up from his palm, completely enclosing the two of them. Next moment, the two disappeared into the underground council hall. Sokyoku Hill. The atmosphere was solemn. The time for execution has come. King Zhao is good. Yamamoto Genryu's slightly closed eyes slowly opened, and his majestic voice echoed on the hill of Sokyoku. Execution time is coming. He looked directly at Rukia under Sokyoku. Finally, is there anything else you want to say? If you can. Rukia's eyes were lowered. After the execution is over, can those misfortunes be brought back to the world? Yamamoto Uenyuji was silent for a moment, then said solemnly, okay. Since you made a request, the old man is not a pedantic person. Just as you said, after the execution is over, put those misadventures back into the world. And his voice fell, and before Rukia was grateful, a sudden voice sounded on the hill of Sokyoku. I say, to deceive Rukia with such words. Sufong stood on the spot with his right hand on the handle of the knife. Really good. You are the commander-in-chief of Gode 13. As soon as these words came out, several eyes immediately focused on Sufong. Do you know what you're talking about? 99. Komamura Sajin was furious and scolded in a rough voice. Don't you want to stop the execution of the torture? No wonder Komamura Sajin reacted so fiercely, mainly because Sufeng's identity was too sensitive. Long before the execution of the execution, Yamamoto Uenyuji had ordered him to be responsible for stalking Sufong. Of course I understand what I'm talking about. Sufeng's feet were surrounded by waves of power, which instantly rippled across the entire Sokyoku Hill like ripples. Such behavior is undoubtedly a declaration of war. I have a different opinion about Rukia's execution. 35. He lightly pressed the dart with his right hand, and the wave of killing intent was centered on it, and it also expanded, shrouded in the distance. And it's definitely aimed at, standing in the middle, Yamamoto Genryu's Shigekuni. Chapter 89. Justice. What a high-sounding speech, young people. Yamamoto Uenyuji raised his eyes slightly, and there seemed to be flames burning in the depths of his eyes. This can be understood as, are you provoking the old man? Sufeng's expression remained unchanged, and he took a step forward. A light wind suddenly rose on the hill of Sokyoku, blowing his clothes and hunting. Sure. Far away. Rukia looked nervously at the scene ahead, and at this moment she finally understood what Sufong meant. I pledge my life. It was the firmest promise she had ever heard in her life. The water mist obscured her eyes, making the vision in front of her blurred. Rukia's thin lips trembled, and she murmured in a faint voice. Fung. Big brother. Komamura Sajin stood out among the captains, and her burly stature brought great oppressive power. What a madman. He stared directly at Sufong, and his beast-like pupils flashed with anger. To defy the laws of the Soul Society head-on and ignore the righteous. The old man will never tolerate it. Without waiting for Yamamoto Genryuzai to speak, Komamura Sajin pulled out his Zanpakudo, the Scourge of God. Bankai. The black rope condemns King Ming. 5. Boom. The hill of Sokyoku was trembling. The black armored warrior like a mountain took shape on the blade and stomped heavily on the ground. The ground collapsed and the boulders shattered. Get ready, Urahara Sufong. 95. The pale red materialized Ryotsu is like boiling water mist, surrounding Komamura Sajin's body, and the terrifying oppression directly offsets the oppression caused by the power of wave. Those who violate justice will be severely punished. Komamura Sajin held high the condemnation and slashed towards Sufong heavily. And the movements of the black armored warriors behind him also proceeded synchronously, as if a meteorite fell, giving people the feeling of being unable to dodge. Komamura, is he crazy? Kiraku Shunsui left Shunpo where he was, and before leaving, he did not forget to pull Aizen, who was stunned by Komamura Sajin Bankai. Hey, Zanpakudo was completely liberated on Sokyoku Hill. Are you guys with Sufong? Komamura Sajin seemed to hear Kiraku Shunsui's questioning, and said without looking up. This old man will solve this arrogant person in the fastest way. It will never affect the beginning of the execution. When the voice fell, the huge blade like a mountain was already close to the top of Sufeng's head, and the shadow completely covered it. Well, it's so frustrating. Sufong pushed the blade 763 lightly with his thumb, and a cold light shone between the scabbards. Overconfidence will only make you at a disadvantage. Captain Komamura. He stood there, clenched the hilt of the sword with his right hand, and suddenly pulled it out from the scabbard of Vice Admiral, and the moon-like light instantly filled the hill of Sokyoku. Evil light slash. The colorful sword rushed out from the blade, like a mighty river, and like a mountain collapsed. The mighty force could not be resisted. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the huge sword pressure that Sufong cut out was not inferior to the cutting blade of the black armored warrior in terms of shape. Even bigger. Crunch, one by one the two collided, making a huge noise that was sour, as if to tear a person's eardrums apart. Komamura Sajin is in control of the black rope, the scourge of King Ming, clenching the handle of the sword with both hands, and using all his strength to slash downwards. His belief will never allow himself to release water here. Come to judgment, madman. The roar resounded like thunder on Sokyoku Hill. But the battle did not progress as Komamura Sajin had hoped. Under the blade like a mountain peak, there is a majestic force, and there are cracks visible to the naked eye. Since you want to. Sufeng's indifferent voice was particularly clear in the roar. That's as you wish. End this useless battle as soon as possible. He raised his arm slightly. Zanpakudo took advantage of the trend, and the evil light slashed out of the blade, slashing towards the sky with unparalleled power. Click. Advertisement. A dull cracking sound resounded on the blade of the black armored warrior. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, the blade that was as high as a mountain was directly broken into two pieces under the strong attack of the colorful sword, and smashed heavily on the hill of Sokyoku. How is this possible? Komamura Sajin was bleeding from the corners of his mouth, looking at the falling blade in disbelief. His Bankai has a huge disadvantage, that is, once the black armor is injured, the injury will also be synchronized to his own body. Sufong stepped forward, and his figure disappeared in place. Yamamoto Uenujai's eyes widened, and the flames rolled up from the soles of his feet, as if preparing to take a shot. Captain Yamamoto. Sufeng's voice sounded a little ethereal. We can start our battle. 99. When the voice fell, he was already standing behind Komamura Sajin. Zanpakudo was flat on his side, and a drop of blood rolled down from it. Puff. A large amount of blood erupted from under Komamura Sajin's fur like a fountain, dyeing it red in an instant. Roar. He let out a roar that didn't sound like a human voice, and raised his palms high to attack Sufong again, fulfilling his duty and sticking to the justice in his heart. But the palm was raised high, but it fell weakly. Komamura Sajin's spiritual pressure was cut off by the power of waves, and his body was occupied by countless fine scars, and even pure power was directly eliminated. At this time, he has no more power to fight. No need to worry. 399. Sufong turned around and faced Yamamoto Uenujai, who was surrounded by flames. It's just cutting off Captain Komamura's Ryotsu. This kind of injury is easily treatable for any member of the 4th Division. Komamura Sajin knelt on the ground. Her eyes like beasts were full of bloodshot eyes, and she looked at Sufong extremely unwillingly. He couldn't believe that he was the captain of the 7th Division. After completely liberating Zanpakudo, he was still defeated by the opponent with one move, and he was no longer able to fight. Even the blade of the black rope scourge of King Ming was cut off with one blow. When Komamura Sajin knelt to the ground, the huge black armored warrior that looked like a mountain also turned into a spiritual child and dissipated in the air. Oh. Kiraku Shunsui returned to Sokyoku, holding his hat with one hand, his face full of surprise. What an exaggeration, I didn't expect Sufong to be so strong. Komamura Sajin resolutely shot at Sufong, which was actually beyond the plan. However, he was instantly killed, which was far beyond the scope of the plan. Broken Bee murmured in astonishment. If this guy makes a move, do we need any plans? Boom. Yamamoto Uenyansai held a cane and slammed it on the ground heavily, making a dull sound. Surprisingly, after learning that Komamura Sajin was fine, he remained expressionless. Urahara Sufong, you have stood on the opposite side of the justice we stand for. The old man decided to teach you a good lesson. What are the rules? Justice? Sufong laughed. What a high-sounding speech. 39. The justice that you and others uphold is nothing but the Soul Society regulations enacted by Central 46. Speaking of this, his face clearly showed disappointment. It's just the embodiment of personal desires. What about justice? Yamamoto Uenyujai's expression remained unchanged, and Sufeng's words could not shake his belief at all. His existence is equivalent to the history of the Godei 13 team, which has been maintained since its establishment. For thousands of years, nothing has changed. A terrifying Ryotsu like the sky was rising from the surroundings of Yamamoto Genryuzai, completely different from the previous Ryotsu released by Komamura Sajin. Facing Yamamoto Uenyujai, it was as if he was standing above a restless active volcano. The boiling and rolling magma is active and restless under the feet, and there is a possibility of eruption at any time. The scorching temperature has already arrived with the advent of the spiritual pressure. Just by releasing the Ryotsu, the temperature on Sokyoku Hill has risen by several notches. Oh yeah, CDBJ, yeah. 99 Kiraku Shunsui gestured, as expected of the old man of the mountain. Even after hundreds of years, he is still so terrifying. The vice captains stay behind for the time being, and don't step into the range of the battlefield between the two. As a student of Yamamoto Genryuzai, Kiraku Shunsui knows his teacher's strength all too well. The mere release of Ryotsu was enough to easily overwhelm a vice captain. But this was not enough to surprise him. What was really surprising to Kiraku Shunsui was the power that Sufong showed. The terrifying sword pressure that directly cut off the black rope and punished King Ming, and the melee sword flow that instantly killed Komamura Sajin. If he remembered correctly, Sufeng's last knife flow should be Yunohana Retsu's most proud move. But at this level, even Yunohana Retsu couldn't do it. Advertisement, this kid. Kiraku Shunsui said in a faint voice, it's getting scarier. I seem to see the catastrophe of the decaying Seirei. Through his knowledge of Sufong, such as nobility and talking about topics in between. Kiraku Shunsui understands how disdain Sufong is for the so-called Central 46. Even if they are high above, even if they formulate the regulations of the entire Soul Society. If possible, Kiraku Shunsui muttered to himself, this kid will definitely take his first knife to the underground council hall. And old man Shan, who was responsible for guarding the old order, was his first target. Yamamoto Uenyujai raised his eyes and looked behind Sufong, with a thin flame surrounding him, like a demon who walked out of purgatory. The execution goes on as usual. 35. As for the madman Urahara Sufong, the old man will punish him severely. As he said that, his eyes turned to Sufong, and there seemed to be sparks splashing in his low voice. Urahara Sufong, do you dare to change the battlefield with this old man? Sufong pondered, then responded with a smile, it's exactly what I want. The battle between us, it is better not to spread to others. Facing the ceiling of Soul Society, Shinigami is the strongest. In fact, Sufong didn't have much confidence to win, let alone protect others in battle. And Yamamoto Uenyujai didn't want to see his loyal subordinates being affected by the aftermath of the battle, and he didn't want to see the postponement of executions or the inability to execute them. The justice he upholds does not allow such things to happen. So that, Yamamoto Uenyuzai immediately activated Shunpo after receiving a positive answer and disappeared on the hill of Sokyoku. Sufong gave Rukia a gentle smile and nodded, signaling her peace of mind, and then disappeared. As the oppression brought by the two went away, Sokyoku Hill also returned to normal. Komamura Sajin, also supported by Tezaemon at the shooting range, slowly got up and looked around at the others like a beast. Since the commander-in-chief went to kill the madman, then I will continue to carry out the unfinished business. Even though he was seriously injured, he still looked stubborn and loyal. The time has come. Prepare to start the torture. As his voice fell, the sturdy rope wrapped around the giant spear, already under the liberation of the jailer, began to loosen towards the surroundings. The extremely oppressive red spiritual pressure bloomed around the giant spear, swept the surrounding gravel, and oppressed the hearts of everyone. Until this time, the captains who stayed here were surprised to find that the sense of oppression brought by Sokyoku was far inferior to the aura between Sufong and Yamamoto Uenyujai. We can even say, is this the strength of that guy? Broken Bee whispered, biting his lower lip lightly, with a somewhat complicated expression in his expression. It's completely beyond the routine of a vice captain. Standing beside him, Kiraku Shunsui murmured, more than a vice captain's routine? Captain Komamura was almost instantly killed by him. Even among the captains, who can do it except old man Shan? Hearing the words, Broken Bee hesitated for a moment, then looked sideways and whispered. What about the plan? Kiraku Shunsui shook his head, it's basically the same, the rest is just adaptable. Tusen Kanami, Nirvana. 99, no matter which one, it's not a fuel-efficient lamp. Broken Bee pouted. After seeing Sufeng's strength, ordinary captains no longer care about a grade. Far away. The position where Rukia stood, that is, the platform, had several transparent blocks rising up, directly blocking her arms in it. Immediately afterwards, her whole person was brought directly into the sky, the highest end of the silo. Facing the magnificent spear, the red Ryotsu, like a real substance, wandered around the giant spear, giving Rukia an unimaginable oppressive power. A look of despair flashed in her eyes. Is it the fate of death after all? When Sufong stood up to face Yamamoto Uenyuji, Rukia's heart was once again eager for life. But now, is it going to be extinguished again? The flames swelled and erupted on the hill of Sokyoku, turning into golden flames that filled the sky, covered with shadows. Sokyoku, complete liberation. Jin Yan surrounded and merged, turning into a huge golden phoenix standing proudly above the sky, eyes without emotion, looking directly at Rukia, who was firmly fixed on the sill. Destroyer King. There was a hint of hoarseness in Komamura Sajin's dull voice, as if his throat had been hurt by the battle just now. The spear of Sokyoku shows its true form and becomes the ultimate executor of the torture. When it penetrates the sinner, the torture ends. 99. Everyone's eyes focused on the king of shellbreakers, whose wings were spread out, and the light and shadow covered the entire Sokyoku Hill. Shojiro Sasaki sighed, breathed a sigh of relief, and said subconsciously, "It's finally over." Chapter 90. Sweet talk can't shake the justice in the old man's heart. And when his voice fell, a figure came from Shunpo to the hill of Sokyoku from a distance. No, it was indeed two figures. Another person, with extremely clever Shunpo skills, hid in the shadow of the person in front of him. Team leader. Huchei's voiceless eyes widened, and he saw clearly who was coming. "You, aren't you resting and maintaining in Yugantom?" "How come?" Beside her, Sentaro Shouchin also had a shocked expression and was dumbfounded. Their captain, it seems, has a secret to hide from them. Jashiro Yukitaki also considered that there were too many people involved in this plan, so he did not let Toru Chingyan and Shouchin Sentaro blend in, so as not to be held accountable by Yamamoto Uenyuji afterwards. Faced with their doubts, Jashiro Yukitaki responded with an apologetic smile. "What?" Kiraku Shunsui straightened his bamboo hat and laughed teasingly. "You can make me wait." "Sorry." 99. Jashiro Yukitaki raised the huge shield in his hand and whispered. It took a while to free it. If it wasn't for the help of Miss Yoruichi in the end, it might have taken a little more work. 35. When he put the shield in front of him, almost everyone's eyes were attracted by it. Nii Miyuri paid more attention to the details. "Hey, I seem to have discovered a little secret." 95. He stopped flicking his fingers and looked at Jashiro Yukitaki and Kiraku Shunsui standing together with interest. "Is it a collective rebellion? That's the Shihuan family crest, right? It's an artifact that prevents the liberation of Sokyoku." What Niuli was referring to was naturally the pattern of two rectangles embedded in the hexagon and four maple leaves on the shield. That is the Shihuan family crest. The liberation used by Jashiro Yukitaki is naturally the artifact of the Shihuan family. I saw that he suddenly smashed the one-person Highland shield on the ground, causing half of it to sink into the ground. With the infusion of spiritual power, the two dark ropes flew out from the shield and went straight to the king of shellbreakers in the sky. "Emin, stop them." At this time, Komamura Sajin was still disturbed by the power of waves, and he had no fighting power at all. Standing on the spot, it was already supported by all his will. Now, Komamura Sajin can only hope that the shooting range Tezaemon can stop them. "Yes, Captain." The corner of Tezaemon's mouth twitched when he heard this order. What an exaggerated order. I really appreciate that Captain Komamura looks up to me, and actually asked me to deal with the two captains. But, the shooting range Tezaemon's expression was firm, and the eyes behind the sunglasses were also looking directly at Jashiro Yukitaki. I will definitely not live up to the captain's expectations. Those who violate the law, bear the wrath of justice. He took a vertical leap and headed towards Shunpo in the direction of Jashiro Yukitaki. However, before he could enter within 10 meters, he was stopped by Toru Chingyan and Shouchin Sentaro. "I'm sorry, I can't let you disturb the captain." Huchei's voiceless expression was also very firm. "Huh, me too." Sentaro Katsubun's loud voice sounded like a bell, almost piercing through Tezaemon's eardrums. "Idiot, your voice is too loud. You too?" The two of the 13th Division immediately began to bicker. Jashiro Yukitaki and Kiraku Shunsui didn't have time to watch their battle, and it was a critical moment to stop the execution of the King of the Valley. The rope that flew into the sky was directly wrapped around the sharp beak of the golden phoenix. Boom! As the rope shrank, the huge golden phoenix turned into a raging flame and scattered, covering the entire Sokyoku Hill. It collapsed so easily. Niu Lizzo put his hand on his forehead and looked at it. The King of Shellbreaker, who claims to have the power to liberate millions of Zanpakudo, seems to be nothing more than that. Looks like it can be excluded from my research program. After the King of Ruin Gu was completely restrained, the person hiding in the shadow of Jashiro Yukitaki also disappeared instantly. When she appeared again, everyone found that she had come to the top of the silo. Shaoin Yoruichi. Tusen Kanami has put his hand on the handle of the knife. His expression is a little dignified. "That's it, Tusen Kanami." 35. When Shihuan Yoruichi faced the captain of the 9th Division, he obviously did not have a good expression. "Advertisement. Your plans will fail." 35. Her hand had already been placed on the hoist, the thunder light burst, and a roar sounded. In a bright blue, the frame that bound Rukia was already destroyed by Shihuan Yoruichi. And looking at her appearance, it seems that she didn't spend much effort. Don't look at me like that, lil girl. Shihuan Yoruichi will send a message to the back of his ear. The appearance of the King of Shellbreakers has a great relationship with the Shihuan family. I know exactly how it's constructed. Rukia's eyes were a little confused, and she wanted to say that she was not curious about this. Instead, I want to know why so many people come to save me. But obviously, Shihuan Yoruichi would be wrong. Shihuan Yoruichi held Rukia directly on his shoulder and then patted his butt. Huh, the little girl still needs a lot of nutrition. 35. No boys like this. 35. Rukia blushed suddenly and retorted angrily. That's not it. Before she could finish speaking, Shihuan Yoruichi just jumped off the grate. Little broken bee. 39. She shouted in the air, stop the Tusen Konami. I will explain to you about the follow-up. 99. Broken bee pouted and said disdainfully, who would listen to the orders of a traitor like you? Despite what she said, she stood firmly in front of Tusen Konami. It seems that there is a little deviation in the plan. Tusen Konami's expression gradually turned cold, however, fortunately, Aizen-sama has a remedy. What did you say? 9. Broken bee's eyes widened and seemed to realize something. Isn't Aizen already dead? I'm sorry, although there's nothing wrong with you. But in the end, it's the opposite of what I stand for in justice. Tusen Konami pulled out the Zanpakudo, placed his palm on the ring of the hilt, and the Ryatsu was released. Bankai. 33. Suzumushi heavy style Yama cricket. The ring flew out from the handle of the knife, turned into 9 rings, and flew toward the 9 directions of Sokyoku Hill. Next moment, black erupted in the ring, covering the entire Sokyoku Hill in an instant. Yah! Kiraku Shunsui stretched out his hands, completely imperceptible. This time it seems like a lot of trouble. 99. He could no longer perceive others. Vision, smell, hearing, and Ryatsu perception were completely nullified in this darkness. Above the dark barrier, there are interlaced stripes, reflecting the 9 characters around. That is the 9-phase diagram. The 9 characters are swollen, blue, bad, blood, pus, pale, scattered, bone, and burning. This is Tusen Konami's Bankai, Yama cricket. Here, no one can see or hear anyone else. And Tusen Konami used Bankai not to fight all the captains by himself, but to make the next plan better. His figure disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he came quietly behind the vigilant Shihuan Yoruichi. The thunderous carriage, the crevice of the spinning wheel. Tusen Konami stretched his palm forward, only a few meters away from Shihuan Yoruichi. Even if he chanted the Kido mantra loudly, Shihuan Yoruichi was still unaware. This thing is clustered with light and divided into 6. Bakudo number 61 6-stand light prison. The moment the voice fell, a large amount of light burst out from his palm, turned into a 6-paths light sheet, and silently came to Shihuan Yoruichi's side. A sense of danger reminds Shihuan Yoruichi. However, by this time it was too late. The light sheet was blocked around her waist and bound her arms together. Damn. Shihuan Yoruichi tried his best to break free from the blockade, and there was thunder and light rustling all over his body, as if his temper was irritable. Rukia Kuchiki, I'll take it away first. Tusen Konami passed him by, and Rukia, who was incompetent, was already picked up by his collar and bound to his side. He raised his arms, and a large number of white cloth strips surged like white snakes, instantly turning into a spiral shape to wrap the two of them. Thousands of anti-white snakes. Next moment, the two have disappeared from the spot and left the hill of Sokyoku. With the departure of Tusen Konami, the dark barrier that blocked the surrounding area was also lifted. The timeline moves forward slightly. Advertisement. South of Sokyoku Hill. The wide plain seems to be the most fringe area of Seirei, and if you go further south, you will reach the Soul Society. The figure surrounding the flames fell heavily on the ground, causing it to collapse and turn charred black. For flowers. Yamamoto Uenujai opened his slightly closed eyes, and the flames in his pupils boiled even more. Pretty superb Shunpo skills. He looked at Sufong, who was falling gently not far away, and there was a hint of admiration in his voice. The old man seems to see the shadow of Shihuan's house. 35. Well, Jong is still old and spicy. Sufong smiled softly, especially following the high-end Shunpo techniques learned from Shihuan Yoruichi. It took a lot of time and energy to integrate these skills into my own combat system. 95. When he heard Shihuan Yoruichi's name, the fire in Yamamoto's eyes was even more exuberant. The terrifying Ryatsu that was released also made the surrounding ground sound overwhelmed. A crack appeared under the sole of his foot, and this is only a trivial effect of the aftermath of Ryatsu. At this moment, Yamamoto Uenujai's terrifying Ryatsu was only aimed at Sufong in front of him. Have you completely violated the laws of the Soul Society and committed yourself to those sinners? He stared at the person in front of him, and there was a hint of majesty in his voice. Once upon a time, the old man thought that you were enough to play a role and become an indispensable pillar of the Godei 13 team and even the Soul Society. Since you graduated from the true Central Academy of Spiritual Arts, this old man has been paying close attention to you. Yamamoto Uenujai put the crutches in his hand in front of him. I have never been like you before, and you have already possessed a formidable combat power comparable to the captain's level when you graduated. Even the genius Hitsugaya is far inferior to you. Then in the captain's assessment, you showed the old man a very exquisite battle scene. Although because of the sinner Urahara Kazuki, the court has always had mixed reviews for you. The flames circled up around the cane, burning the layers of wooden exterior. But the old man has always believed that although the spirits are different, the path they take is the same. Zanpakudo, who was hidden in the crutches, gradually appeared in front of Sufong. Yamamoto Uenyuji reached out and gripped the handle of the sword, his voice getting deeper and deeper. I am annoyed. Why do you end up on the wrong path for being like you, 55? Faced with these remarks, Sufong couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Thank you for the compliment from Captain Yamamoto. He could feel that when Yamamoto Uenyuji said these words, he did not mean to go against his heart at all. All compliments come from the words of his heart. You have stood by the so-called justice for thousands of years. Sufeng's expression became serious. Maybe you have thought about justice? The so-called nobles, the so-called Central 46, is their existence justice? Rukia was sentenced to death for simply passing on the power of Shinigami to humans. Facing the rising temperature around Sufong, there was no nervousness in his expression. And Tsuneyashiro Tokunada, who killed his wife, is not punished. The two are one of the great nobles. Why is there such a gap? Although it is known that the former is the order given by Aizen, the purpose is only to destroy Rukia's soul with torture, so as to get the Hogyoku he wants. But Sufong doesn't mind shaking the so-called justice in Yamamoto Uenyuji's heart with poor information. As he said before, Soul Society is already under the rule of Central 46, too decadent. Yamamoto Uenyuji was silent, and with the change of his mood, the flame also dimmed slightly. If Sufong had not already expanded the wave of killing intent to the vicinity, he would not have noticed it. Beautiful words cannot shake the justice in the old man's heart, 99. Yamamoto's expression was firm again. Now, it's useless to say anything. Let this old man come to see the strength of the strongest vice-captain in history. The old man will never forgive those who ignore justice. Boom, the fire soared into the sky. Even in the face of a junior like Sufong, Yamamoto Uenyuji was still the first to draw the sword. From this, it can be seen that Sufeng's previous words were still somewhat shaken by some of the thoughts in his heart. As I said before, 39 Sufong drew his sword and attacked. His killing intent fluctuated around him, resisting the eroding flames, turning it into a spiritual child, and disappearing in the scorching air around him. The so-called justice. It's just a high-sounding word.